Chapter 1. Who the hell is Curry? January 2nd, 2006. NBA 2005-06 season. Houston. Toyota Center. Zhang Zhun, adorned in the number 5 jersey, sat on the Los Angeles Lakers bench, observing the unfolding game. A marginal player, Zhang had signed a non-guaranteed contract with the Lakers mid-season. Following this match, should the team fail to convert his contract to a guaranteed one, he would face release. Based on Zhang's previous performances, both the Los Angeles media and the staff within the Lakers organization believed he would soon be packing his belongings. However, Zhang was determined not to concede defeat. He continued to seek his opportunity to remain in the NBA. His focus was fixed on the court. With 6 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers trailed the Rockets by 14 points, the score standing at 61-75. The Lakers' performance heavily relied on Kobe Bryant. Any decline in his shooting significantly hampered their offensive capabilities that, in contrast, the Rockets, operating under the leadership of Yao Ming, exhibited a fluid team synergy. Yao was having a commendable game, already amassing 24 points and 15 rebounds, with half of the third quarter still to play. His dominance in the paint rendered Shaquille O'Neal's departure a distant memory. Observing the widening gap in the score, Kobe's expression was one of palpable frustration. Since Shaq's exit to Miami, Kobe had been yearning for another championship opportunity. Yet the past few seasons have been riddled with external distractions, compounded by a Lakers roster ill-suited for championship contention, fueling his ire and leading him to contemplate leaving the team. Currently, Kobe was indifferent to personal statistics. His sole desire was victory and the pursuit of another championship. While a 14-point deficit was not insurmountable, Yao's reign in the paint instilled a sense of despair within him. With Lamar Odom distracted, Andrew Bynum underperforming, and Smush Parker's presence a hindrance, Kobe's mood soured. In the next play, an unexpected incident occurred. While Kobe attempted a vigorous drive, he inadvertently stepped on Smush Parker's foot, twisting his ankle severely. Smush, out of position, had inadvertently caused Kobe's injury. Phil Jackson immediately called for a timeout. Witnessing this unfold, Zhang felt a surge of tension. As an undrafted player who had cycled through 2 teams and faced 2 dismissals on 10-day contracts, the Lakers represented his third chance, but he was not keen on enduring this precarious existence any longer. Phil instructed the medical staff to attend to Kobe's ankle. Although Kobe was known for playing through injuries, this one appeared serious enough to sideline him for the remainder of the game. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots! Kobe furiously tossed his towel aside, while Smush at a distance dared not approach him, fully aware that this injury was his fault and anticipating a verbal onslaught. Phil scanned the bench and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Zhang. He held a favorable impression of Zhang, not for his talent, but for his enthusiasm and amiable nature, often gifting Phil with items such as Moutai liquor and tea beverages that resonated with Phil's advanced years. If it weren't for his lack of skill, I would be inclined to provide Zhang with more opportunities, Phil mused. You're up. Phil decided to give Zhang a chance to play. Upon hearing Phil's words, Zhang stood up, a mix of anxiety and anticipation washing over him as he nodded. While he listened to the game plan, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected host presence King of Basketball System activated. King of Basketball System 2023 version. As the name implies, it aids the host in becoming a true basketball king. Zhang was startled by the unexpected voice. What is this? Upon inspecting his surroundings, he realized he was the only one who could hear it. Would you like to activate the system, host? Would you like to activate the system, host? After hearing the system's persistent inquiries, Zhang quickly grasped the situation. Is this a system? An external aid typically reserved for protagonists in internet novels? Yes, activate. Zhang understood that without such an advantage, his aspirations of competing in the NBA would be exceedingly challenging. Based on the host's height, weight, and position, a random selection of stars will be fused. The system is currently selecting stars. Rafer Alston, Kirk Hinrich, Derek Fisher, Lou Williams, Leandro Barbosa, Derrick Rose, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving, Manu Ginobili, Jamal Murray, James Harden, J.R. Smith, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, Chris Paul. As the 3D models and names of various basketball stars materialized, Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized several current players such as Alston, Fisher, Wade, and Kobe, even the college sensation Derrick Rose. But who the hell are Klay Thompson, James Harden, Jamal Murray, and Stephen Curry? Are they exceptional players? If he could choose, Zung would undoubtedly select his teammate Kobe. He was well aware of Kobe's prowess on the court. Last season, Kobe averaged an astounding 35.4 points per game, and his peak performance of 81 points in a single game had catapulted his fame to unprecedented heights. This season, he was also a frontrunner for the MVP award, averaging 32 points. Merging with Kobe would be a dream come true. Unfortunately, it appeared that the system did not allow for the selection of players for fusion. Zung soon realized what the 2023 version entailed. The unfamiliar names of stars that had not yet appeared in the past likely signified players who would emerge in the coming years. What a revelation, this was a futuristic system. As Zung pondered this, the system finalized its selection, Stephen Curry. Begin fusion process. Zung stared at the unfamiliar 3D model of a player resembling an elementary school student, utterly bewildered. The randomness of the system selection left him uncertain of Kyrie's caliber. Was Curry a superstar or merely an average player? He knew that NBA players were categorized into numerous tiers, and many ordinary players had peaks that paled in comparison to the consistent performances of superstars. Zung could only hope that his streak of misfortune had ended and that this Curry would not disappoint. Regrettably, he felt a twinge of disappointment at missing the opportunity to merge with stars like Kobe and Wade. The physique of the selected Curry appeared similar to his own lean and somewhat frail, prompting Zung to question whether he could thrive in the NBA. Commencing fusion. As Zung contemplated, the system initiated the fusion process. Stephen Kyrie's 3D image gradually disintegrated, merging seamlessly with Zung.0. Damn, that feels amazing. Zung couldn't help but emit a groan of pleasure. The fusion process was nothing short of euphoric. He sensed numerous subtle changes within his body. Yet upon closer inspection, everything felt relatively unchanged. Before long, a mesmerizing tapestry of vibrant colors unfurled. Before Zung Jun's eyes, host, Zung Jun. Age, 19 years. Height, 195 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Wingspan, 210 centimeters. Position, defender. Merge star player, Stephen Curry. Star player abilities. Supernatural 3-point shooting. Level 1 upgradable. Max level 3 court spirit. Level 1 upgradable. Max level 3 layup elite. Level 1 upgradable. Max level 3 logo. Showcase. Level 1 upgradable. Max level 3. Power range. SSSS. Agent. Jeff Schwartz. Spouse none. On card. Peak experience card X1. With a score of 81 to 77, the ball pierced through the net. The logo showcase. At this moment, Zung Jun has come to fully comprehend the prowess of Stephen Curry. The 3-point shot transcends mere description. It is nothing short of divine. The Toyota Center was left in awe of Zung Jun's dazzling maneuvers. My goodness, what have I witnessed? This fellow's intent is clearly to sink a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. He celebrates prematurely, fully aware that it will go in. His arrogance is striking. I find myself wanting to confront him. I yearn to challenge him, yet I am utterly powerless against his skill. Such ostentation, yet I cannot help but admire it. The Rockets fans in the arena gasped in astonishment. The visual impact of that long-range 3-pointer was absolutely terrifying, compounded by his flamboyant celebration. Even Kobe, seated courtside, could not restrain his applause. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Rockets had failed to make a single 3-pointer. Zung Jun scored 20 points in that quarter alone, leading the Lakers, who had trailed by as many as 15 points, to a remarkable turnaround. Bravo, you are simply magnificent. Upon reaching the bench, his teammates showered him with playful taps across his body. Zung Jun single-handedly amassed all of the Lakers' scoring in the latter half of the third quarter, showcasing his offensive prowess to its fullest extent. Particularly, that logo 3-pointer stirred the very essence of the Lakers' spirit. The big screen continuously played highlights of Zung Jun's performance during this period. His display transformed what would have been an ordinary game into a spectacle. No one could have anticipated that, with Kobe injured and the Lakers trailing by double digits. It would be a player on a non-guaranteed contract who would rise to save the team. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping exclaimed in excitement. In just half a quarter, Zung Jun has scored 20 points, perfectly demonstrating his value to the Lakers. I believe Phil Jackson has certainly taken notice and will provide him with more opportunities in the future. Su Jiqing remarked, this is the Chinese Derby. It's not just Yao Ming's stage. Zung Jun has come to perform as well. Chapter 6 Andrew. Have you ever witnessed Los Angeles at 2 in the morning? Returning to the bench, Zhang Jun was equally exhilarated, unable to fathom the strength he now possessed. His form was exceptional, and he felt capable of mastering every shot he took. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Was this the zenith of Stephen Curry? This individual was undeniably impressive. On the sidelines, the Zen master expressed a degree of surprise at Zhang Jun's performance during this period. Kobe's injury had immediately impacted the Lakers' perimeter offense, yet Zhang Jun's contributions made their outside shooting appear even more formidable. "Zhang, how have you become so strong?" Bynum inquired, approaching to scrutinize him. Bynum seemed somewhat immature, often speaking and acting like a child, drawn to adventure and novelty. However, at heart, he was not a bad person and shared relatable experiences with someone of Zhang Jun's age. "I recently embraced the legacy of future technology," Zhang Jun replied with a serious demeanor. Bynum regarded him with a look that conveyed, "I consider you a brother, yet you perceive me as a fool. I don't believe such tall tales. You must often train in secret, waiting for the moment to astonish us all." Bynum had his own interpretation, perceiving Zhang Jun as a hardworking player. Zhang Jun shrugged, aware that no one would believe the truth. Such was the nature of reality. He cryptically remarked, "Buddy, have you ever seen Los Angeles at 2 in the morning?" The reference to 4 in the morning had been made, but what about 2? Upon hearing this, Bynum flashed a bright smile, saying, "Hey, are you trying to pose like Kobe, claiming you trained at 2 in the morning? I must confess, I've never seen Los Angeles at 4, but I returned from the nightclub at 2 last night. Even in summer, the nights in Los Angeles can be quite cool." Bynum continued to chatter away, his arm draped over Zhang Jun's shoulder. Zhang Jun was at a loss for words. "Still partying at 2? Bynum remarked, "All right. I must admit I underestimated you before." Just as Bynum was about to say more, the Zen master interrupted, addressing Zhang Jun. "Well done, Zhang." Zhang Jun smiled in response, attributing his success to the coach's tactical arrangements. "How disingenuous." Bynum scoffed at Zhang Jun. "The Zen master just devised a ridiculous play. Do you honestly think he would set you up for a logo three-pointer?" The Zen master, pleased with Zhang Jun's performance, nodded. "In the fourth quarter, you'll continue playing. Everyone, make an effort to create space for Zhang on the court." "Okay," Zhang Jun agreed, even without the Zen master's emphasis. The Lakers players would instinctively strive to create opportunities for Zhang Jun, as he had already demonstrated his scoring ability on the court. Regarding the Zen master's strategy, Bynum murmured, "If the chance arises, you might want to pass it inside more often." As a rookie who was typically the focal point of plays, he found it somewhat unusual to be passing the ball to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun patted Bynum's shoulder, assuring him, "I will, if the opportunity arises." In truth, it was more advantageous to pass to Zhang Jun than to Bynum at this moment. The Rockets' backup center was Mutombo. Though the veteran was nearing retirement, his shot-blocking prowess remained formidable. Even the little shark found it challenging to face him. In the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, Bynum was repeatedly thwarted by Mutombo, who vigorously shook his finger in disapproval. Bynum felt immensely stifled inside. While the interior was locked down, the Lakers' perimeter game thrived. Although Zhang Jun's fervor had diminished slightly compared to the third quarter, it remained remarkably impressive. He was unconcerned with whether his contract would be signed. He was simply relishing the game on the court. It was a sensation of unrestrained freedom. It seemed that with a mere flick of his body, he could create space and make his shot. This was an exhilarating experience. The Rockets' counterattack proved ineffective. With 6 minutes and 22 seconds remaining, Zhang Jun executed a dramatic change of direction, evading McGrady, and decisively took a mid-range shot from the high post, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc swish. Zhang Jun's offense appeared effortlessly smooth. The Rockets continually adjusted their defense to counter Zhang Jun, yet with little success. A few players could momentarily contain him, but Zhang Jun's offensive skill extended beyond simply holding the ball. He adeptly maneuvered off the ball as well. Bogans was left gasping for breath, not due to a lack of stamina, but because he was unacquainted with Zhang Jun's rhythm, which kept him perpetually on edge. Whenever Zhang Jun needed to stop and shoot, Bogans would instinctively follow suit, a taxing endeavor. With 4 minutes and 44 seconds left, Zhang Jun found himself in a one-on-one situation with McGrady at the right 45-degree angle. Bynum initially intended to set a screen, but was waved off by Zhang Jun. The Rockets players refrained from double-teaming Zhun, as such a tactic would have disrespected McGrady. McGrady, having shed his earlier disdain for Zhang Jun, opened his stance, maintaining his balance, prepared to give his utmost for this possession. Bang! Bang! Zhang Jun released the ball. executing a series of swift crossovers. His dribbling was rapid, fluid in both pace and movement. He surged left, then quickly accelerated to the right, leaving McGrady behind. The Chinese fans in the Toyota Center erupted in excitement upon witnessing this display. As McGrady turned to chase him, Zhang Zhun did not drive to the basket. Instead, he performed a step back, creating significant distance from McGrady and retreating beyond the three-point line. McGrady was too far away to contest the shot. Zhang Zhun launched a three-pointer. The basketball soared in a stunning arc swish. Zhang Zhun half-exhaled his mouthguard, spun around, and celebrated by shaking his shoulders. The Chinese fans in the Toyota Center cheered once more. The cameras focused intently on Zhang Zhun, zooming in and out. At that moment, Zhang Zhun was the undeniable star of the court. After this basket, Zhang Zhun was eager to continue playing, but the only one capable of stopping him was the Zen Master. When the point difference exceeded 15, the Zen Master substituted Zhang Zhun out. Damn it. That guy finally sat down. He was terrifying. His shooting was utterly uncontainable. The Rockets' defense was abysmal. It wasn't that their defense was poor, but rather that this individual's offense was astonishing. I've heard he's merely on a short-term contract. I wonder if we'll have a chance to sign him. Dream on. The Lakers 1T let him go. This fellow had scored 30 points in just over a quarter. Chapter 7. Personal attributes and contract offers the spectators watching the game in the domestic arena were utterly elated. Zhang Zhun utilized this opportunity to demonstrate his capability to secure a position within the Lakers. Initially, they had come primarily to watch Yao Ming, only to discover that Zhang Zhun was the true surprise. It seems that China is on the verge of producing a guard capable of thriving in the NBA. Upon returning to the bench, Zhang Zhun celebrated by high-fiving each teammate. It appeared that the Zen Master would not permit him to take the court again, and Zhang Zhun heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Debut completed. All attribute panels activated. Ding. Mission issued. Please secure a contract with an NBA team. Do you accept the challenge? Mission reward. D-level attribute card. Attributes below 70. 1. This task was not particularly challenging for Zhang Zhun at this stage, and he unhesitatingly chose to accept. Zhang Zhun remained curious about the comprehensive attribute panel. Host. Zhang Zhun. Age. 19 years. Height. 195 centimeters. Weight. 80 kilograms. Wingspan. 210 centimeters. Position. Guard. Integrated star. Stephen Curry. Star abilities. Supernatural three-pointer. LV1. Upgradable to max LV3. Court Sprite LV1. Upgradable to max LV3. Layup Elite LV1. Upgradable to max LV3. Logo show. LV1. Upgradable to max LV3. Power level. SSSS. Agent. Jeff Schwartz. Spouse. None. Owned cards. None. Personal attribute speed. 89 strength. 48 post play. 31 close shot. 88 layup. 94 mid-range shot. 94 long-range shot. 94 movement. 96 stop and pop. 88 steal. 72 rebound. 44 agility. 96 jumping. 72 dunk. 60 passing. 84 ball handling. 96 block. 42 drawing fouls. 82 stamina. 97 offensive overall rating. S. Can reach SSS at peak performance. Defensive overall rating. See the foundational data remain consistent. Yet as Zhang Zhun scrutinized the detailed panel, he gained a clearer understanding of Curry's abilities. It mirrored the sensations experienced on the court. His long-range shooting was at an elite level, while his ball handling skills were exceptional, complemented by strong off-ball movement. However, his defense left something to be desired. His astonishing stamina was somewhat surprising to Zhang Zhun. The match concluded swiftly, devoid of any notable highlights, as both Yao Ming and Zhang Zhun exited the game. The final score was 112-102, with the Rockets losing by 10 points at home. Given Kobe's injury, the Lakers' performance was commendable. Zhang Zhun's outstanding play was pivotal in the Lakers' ability to turn the score around in the second half. With statistics of 30 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, Zhang Zhun had undoubtedly captured the attention of Lakers general manager, Kupchak, significantly increasing his chances of remaining with the team. In just one game, he had reshaped external perceptions of his abilities. His remarkable performance in the third quarter, scoring 20 points, marked the first instance this season where a rookie achieved such a feat. Zhang Weiping, in the CCTV studio, was incessantly summarizing the match. At that moment, Schwartz's phone rang as he had just finished dinner at home. Upon seeing the familiar number on the screen, Lakers GM Mitch Kupchak He felt a twinge of uncertainty about the purpose of the call, as his interactions with Kupchak were infrequent. Schwartz answered, "Mitch, hello, what can I do for you?" "Jeff, it seems you are unaware of what your player accomplished in tonight's game," Kupchak replied. Schwartz sat down, took a sip of water, and pondered. He indeed did not know what Kupchak was referring to. Although he had few players under his management, it was impossible to watch every game. However, he had only one player in the Lakers. As a professional agent, Schwartz quickly took out another phone and searched for Zhang Zhun's name. He immediately stumbled upon headlines announcing Zhang Zhun's 30-point game. Caught off guard by the headline, Schwartz quickly regained his composure and said, "Haha, I certainly know about it. Zhang's performance tonight was quite remarkable. I have always had confidence in him. This guy scoring 30 points is not merely luck. He has the potential to become an all-star." Although he was unsure how Zhang Zhun had performed so well, Schwartz decided to boast a little. Kupchak on the other end of the line was not aware that Schwartz had just checked the news. He assumed Schwartz had watched the game. Kupchak stated, "Okay, I must admit, he surprised me greatly. Just an hour and a half ago, I was contemplating releasing him. And now, I am inclined to sign him to a guaranteed contract. He is the player we need. Buddy, name your price, and let us see how much we can secure him for. But, of course, do not ask for the moon. You know the Lakers' salary cap is quite tight." Schwartz's mind raced as he listened to the phone call while simultaneously checking updates on his other device. Besides seeing the news of Zhang Zhun's scoring spree, he also noted the reports of Kobe's injury. Just when the tension escalated, another call interrupted him. "Daryl Morey?" Schwartz hesitated to answer and said to Kupchak, "Sorry, Mitch, Daryl is also calling me. This is not a negotiation tactic. I believe you know he is likely reaching out to discuss Zhang's contract as well." Kupchak heard the ringing on Schwartz's side and did not suspect Schwartz was using a rival to gain leverage. The suddenness of the call made him think otherwise. "Are you considering letting him join the Rockets as a backup? You know very well how stingy Daryl can be. Do you really want to deal with him long-term?" "Indeed, I do not wish to engage with him, but I will strive for the best contract for my client. If you sign Zhang, will he be given a starting position with the Lakers?" Kupchak responded, "First and foremost, whether he starts is not solely my decision. That falls under Phil's jurisdiction. Furthermore, Zhang has only had one outstanding game, and his performance still lacks consistency. I can suggest to Phil that he be granted more playing time in the upcoming games. Whether he earns a starting position will depend on his ability to impress Phil. Can you clearly inform me how many games? How many additional minutes per game are you considering? Also, what is the maximum contract you can offer?" Schwartz's negotiation skills were sharp. He would not easily divulge that Zhang Zhun originally sought only a guaranteed contract. Now that Zhang Zhun had showcased his talents, he felt emboldened. Kupchak replied, "I dislike dealing with agents like you. You always demand specific details. I can recommend to Phil that he receive at least 2 games, with over 20 minutes each to see if he can earn a starting position. As for the contract, it would be $3 million, with the first year fully guaranteed at $1.5 million, and the second year being a team option." Schwartz countered, "First, at least 3 games with a minimum of 25 minutes each. Secondly, I need to discuss the contract amount with Zhang before getting back to you." Kupchak conceded, "Okay, I can agree to the games and minutes now. As for the amount, I look forward to your response." After a brief communication with Kupchak, Schwartz's mind began to whirl with possibilities. He promptly attempted to reach Zhang Zhun with several phone calls, all of which went unanswered. Schwartz surmised that Zhang Zhun was either taking a shower or attending a press conference. Without delay, Schwartz dialed Morey's number. Unsurprisingly, Morey was also eager for Zhang Zhun to join the Rockets. The proposal was enticing, a 2-year contract worth $4 million, with $1 million guaranteed in the first year, followed by a second year that included $300,000 contingent upon the team's option, ensuring immediate playing time for a backup. Following the conclusion of the match, Zhang Zhun made his way directly to the locker room. As he passed by, his teammates greeted him with enthusiastic high fives. Zhang Zhun's performance that night had been nothing short of stellar. He had undeniably earned his place as a long-term member of the Lakers roster. His explosive scoring and shooting prowess perfectly aligned with the current needs of the Lakers. With Kobe injured, having another player of Zhang Zhun's caliber would only benefit the team in their upcoming games. Meanwhile, Yao Ming was engaged in a media interview at the sidelines. The CCTV reporters were unable to intercept Zhang Zhun, but they had managed to greet Yao Ming in advance. A reporter inquired, "Yao, how would you assess Asian's performance tonight?" Yao responded, "Asian played exceptionally well. He possesses formidable outside shooting skills and his ability to exploit mismatches is impressive. Yao Ming himself recorded a commendable 32 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 blocks, yet found himself struggling against Zhang Zhan, who outmaneuvered him on several occasions. Despite his difficulties, Yao Ming took the opportunity to commend Zhang Zhan. When asked if he believed Zhang Zhan could secure a role in the NBA, Yao nodded affirmatively, stating, "Absolutely, he has the talent for it." Yao found it perplexing that such a formidable player could have been cut multiple times in the past. The skill to face larger opponents in one-on-one situations, coupled with his ability to shoot three-pointers off the dribble, showcased a command of rhythm and technique that surpassed many all-star guards. Zhang Zhan's performance did not appear to be a mere fleeting outburst. Chapter 8. Zhao Shui and Zhao Na during the post-match press conference. A reporter inquired about Kobe's evaluation of Zhang Zhan's performance. Kobe remarked, "Zhang is a very diligent player. He played well tonight." Due to his injury, Kobe's mood was somewhat subdued, and he refrained from displaying much emotion. When asked if he believed Zhang had the ability to remain with the Lakers, Kobe replied without hesitation, "Of course. Zhang works hard, and tonight he proved that his efforts yield results. He appears more reliable than Smush Parker." After addressing these two inquiries about Zhang, Kobe left the press conference with a stoic expression. He had to attend to his rehabilitation, focusing on a swift recovery to return to the court. A reporter then questioned Zen Master about Zhang's contract situation, to which he responded, "That is Mickey's responsibility. I certainly welcome Zhang to stay with the team, but that is not entirely within my control." The Zen Master was not inclined to reveal his entire stance to the media. Zhang, having donned his backpack, boarded the team bus and settled into his designated seat, putting on his large headphones. He had already reviewed the message from his agent, Schwartz, and was aware that he had received offers from both the Lakers and the Rockets. While the Lakers' offer was expected, the Rockets' sudden interest left him somewhat perplexed. "Isn't negotiating with players under contract considered tampering?" Zhang queried Schwartz. "Of course, but that guy Morey doesn't care about the rules," Schwartz replied. "What's this? After just one game, I'm being poached?" Zhang felt a sense of joy at receiving recognition from others. However, he had no intention of considering Houston. Los Angeles offered ample exposure, conducive to rapidly enhancing his reputation. Now that he had proven his capabilities, all he needed was a solid platform to showcase them. Had Houston made a guaranteed contract offer prior to today, he might have considered it, but with Los Angeles as an option, he was determined to stay. Moreover, Morey's offer and tactics left Zhang feeling somewhat uneasy. Morey was known for his disregard of conventions and penchant for clever maneuvers. While the $4 million two-year contract appeared more substantial than the Lakers' offer, in reality, the first year was only guaranteed at $1 million, with a team option for the second year. If Zhang underperformed, he could be released at any time, which meant the actual financial risk for Morey was minimal compared to the Lakers' straightforward offer, where both years were guaranteed. Zhang then decided to negotiate with Mickey, suggesting that the team option for the second year be converted into a player option, indicating his willingness to sign the contract while also expressing flexibility regarding the guaranteed amount if necessary. "Okay, I'll communicate that," Schwartz replied. Zhang was not one to procrastinate. Having chosen to play for the Lakers, he was clear about his demands. Negotiation often involves mutual concessions, and Zhang was confident in his current abilities. He believed that, given sufficient playing time and opportunities, he could significantly elevate his market value. Uncertain about where Curry's limits lay, Zhang speculated that an all-star appearance might be the pinnacle for him, considering the physical attributes involved. He was not overly concerned about his salary in the first year. Instead, he sought more opportunities to secure a lucrative contract in the future. With Kobe injured and Smush Parker lacking trust, this was Zhang's chance. Schwartz soon presented Zhang's conditions to Kupchak, who had already been impressed by Zhang's performance during the game. While reviewing Zhang's post-match statistics might not reveal much, witnessing his scoring ability firsthand, achieved in just over a quarter through various long-range shots rather than stationary ones, demonstrated Zhang's exceptional personal skill set. Such shooting demands a high level of individual capability. Though Kupchak was baffled by Zhang's previous lackluster performance in training, he recognized that the NBA was rife with oddities, including sudden declines in talent and unexpected bursts of brilliance. Kobe's injury had left Kupchak in a state of distress. The Lakers' record stood at 15 wins and 16 losses, with a playoff berth seeming distant. If the Lakers failed to reach the postseason again, Kobe would undoubtedly express his dissatisfaction come summer. Owner Buss had made it clear, Kobe was the Lakers' cornerstone. This weighed heavily on Kupchak, who knew displeasing the owner could cost him his job. Zhang appeared to be a valuable asset, and converting the team option to a player option effectively raised the guaranteed amount. After a moment's contemplation, Kupchak conceded. He recognized that the Lakers needed Zung more than Zung needed the Lakers. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zung received a message from Schwartz confirming the successful negotiations and the arrangement to finalize the contract the following day. This news lifted his spirits tremendously. Transitioning from a non-guaranteed player to one with a guaranteed contract fostered a stronger sense of belonging with the Lakers. In January, the weather in Los Angeles remained somewhat chilly. As a coastal city, Zung felt the brisk sea breeze upon his arrival. Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the United States, boasted a high average income and was a favored residence for the affluent. The airport parking lot showcased an array of luxury vehicles. However, Zung's car was modest, a used Chevrolet sedan. Before this day, he had constantly worried about being cut or relocating to another city. To him, a car was simply a means of transportation. He lacked both the funds and inclination to indulge in luxury. Unlike many other NBA players, Zung did not reside in a wealthy neighborhood. Rather, he lived in a middle-class apartment complex. This area was safe and affordable. The apartment building had 14 floors, and Zung lived on the 5th. He did not live alone, but rented a room from someone else. As he exited the elevator and ready to unlock the door, a strikingly familiar figure emerged from the stairwell. It was his landlord, Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, 25 years old, stood at 1.75 meters tall, her long legs gracefully accentuating her presence. While not conventionally stunning, she possessed a unique and refined beauty. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, naturally framing her shoulders, each strand seemingly imbued with radiance. Her movements were light and elegant, her silhouette epitomizing the poise of a career-oriented woman with a perfect blend of curves. As a second-generation immigrant, Zhao Shui had two younger sisters, aged 18 and 16. Though her family was not affluent, they lived comfortably until tragedy struck. Her parents were killed in a shooting incident. The assailant, lacking any assets, left the family without compensation. All that remained of their legacy was a 4-bedroom apartment. With her sisters still in school, Zhao Shui took on the responsibility of supporting her family from a young age. Fortunately, Zhao Shui has shown remarkable determination. Despite dropping out of university, she has ascended to the role of hotel manager at a chain establishment, overseeing the operations of one of its branches. Her two younger sisters have also exhibited commendable ambition. The second sister, Zhao Na, has gained admission to UCLA, while the youngest, Zhao Yu, is on a trajectory toward an Ivy League institution. Although Zhao Shui's income is relatively decent, the financial burdens of living in America weigh heavily on the three sisters, and it is evident that the pressures of the future will only intensify, especially with both younger sisters still pursuing their studies. Attending college in the U.S. is akin to bearing the weight of a mortgage back home. Zung Jun holds her in high regard. He admires her capability and sense of responsibility. "Sister Shui, you're just getting off work this late?" Zung Jun remarked as he returned home at 3 in the morning, when the world outside was shrouded in darkness. Zhao Shui, undeterred, bravely climbed the stairs alone, demonstrating her courage. "Yes, I'm on the night shift. You just got back?" Zhao Shui responded with a customary smile, a trait cultivated in the service industry, where one must learn to greet others with a warm demeanor. As an NBA player with mutual acquaintances, Zung Jun's presence in her home brought her a sense of security. Celebrities tend to be more protective of their reputations than ordinary individuals. Moreover, Zung Jun's generous rent of $1,500 per month significantly alleviated her financial strain. Zung Jun's decision to stay in a rental was a temporary arrangement, prompted by his urgent relocation to Los Angeles after being cut from his previous team. Living in hotels was prohibitively expensive, and he was uncertain about the duration of his stay. Thus, a long-term rental was impractical. By chance, a mutual friend introduced him to Zhao Shui, leading to his current living situation. "Yes, I just returned from an away game in Houston," Zung Jun mentioned. "I envy your job. You get to travel so much, while we office workers are confined to one place," Zhao Shui said as they entered the home together. Having taken on significant responsibilities early in life, Zhao Shui felt the weight of her burdens. She longed for the freedom to explore, yet reality constrained her ambitions. The most she could manage was to move between hotels, always haunted by the fear of being let go. Zung Jun, too, reflected on his own past as a nomadic player, where his focus was solely on games and training, leaving little room for leisure. The pressure he felt, both physically and mentally, resonated with Zhao Shui's struggles. After receiving a guaranteed contract from Kupchak that evening, Zhang Jun felt a slight sense of relief. I'm going to make some noodles. Would you like some? Zhao Shui asked as she set down her small backpack and approached the sofa where Zhang Jun sat. Zhao Shui, being older than Zhang Jun, had always regarded him as a younger brother. She turned towards the kitchen, still clad in her office attire from her shift. Zhang Jun couldn't help but glance at her figure, noting her appealing curves, qualities that in ancient times would have been deemed ideal for childbearing. Are you sure you don't want any? I make it quite delicious, Zhao Shui said suddenly, turning to meet Zhang Jun's gaze. No, it's too much trouble, he replied, feeling as though he had been caught in an awkward moment. He hurriedly grabbed his backpack and dashed to his room. This guy? Zhao Shui shook her head in exasperation, feeling a tinge of disappointment that Zhang Jun declined her cooking. Ding. A task was issued. Pursue Zhao Shui and achieve a sibling romance, with a reward of a mysterious card. Stupid system. I have no interest in a sibling romance. And besides, this has nothing to do with becoming a basketball king, does it? Zhang Jun grumbled, irritated by the system's interference in his life beyond basketball. A king is not only defined by his prowess on the court, but also off it. Off the court? Wilt Chamberlain, the system responded, leaving Zhang Jun speechless, realizing that the nickname 200,000 was merely exaggerated. I just don't want to become someone like him, he asserted firmly. After uttering this, Zhang Jun felt somewhat hypocritical, as he did harbor a slight crush on Zhao Shui and admired her strength and abilities, even if he had not yet contemplated a romantic relationship with her. Oh, do you even believe that statement? I don't want to take on this task, he said. The task was set to be automatically accepted. Whether he completed it or not was his choice, with rewards for completion. Ignoring the system, he switched it off and lay down on his bed, drifting into a deep slumber filled with dreams of Zhao Shui. Upon waking, Zhang Jun checked the internet and discovered that his performance from the previous night had made headlines across numerous media outlets, particularly in his home country, which exuberantly reported on the excitement of the China Derby. Analysts on domestic forums meticulously dissected his game, and the consensus was that Zhang Jun's potential and talent were increasingly recognized, suggesting he had a real chance to establish himself in the NBA. This match had shifted many perceptions of him. As he perused the forums, Zhang Jun soon lost interest. Brother Jun, lunch is ready, called Zhao Na, the second sister. Due to his away games, Zhang Jun did not reside there daily, but when he returned, Zhao Na often prepared meals for him. Their amicable rapport, characterized by his willingness to assist when possible, fostered a strong bond with the three sisters. All right, I'm coming, he replied, shutting off his computer and heading out. Lunch consisted of dishes prepared by Zhao Na. At 18, she was slightly shorter than her elder sister, around 170 centimeters, and appeared delicate. Though her ample figure, particularly her prominent chest, was striking, likely around an E-cup size. Among the sisters, Zhao Na boasted the most enviable physique. With Zhao Shui busy with work, Zhao Na adeptly managed household chores and was quite skilled in the kitchen. She had prepared 3 appetizing dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef with radishes, and a flavorful eggplant stew. The youngest sister, Zhao Yu, was at school and did not join them for lunch. Brother Jun, I saw so many headlines praising you this morning. You're amazing, Zhao Na said with admiration. Hey, I just played well last night, so the media is giving me a lot of praise. They tend to blow things out of proportion when players perform well and criticize mercilessly when they don't. Zhang Jun modestly replied. That is still impressive. Next time, my sister and I want to watch you play live, Zhao Na added eagerly. Of course, anytime. I have 3 family tickets for the home games. Once Sister Shui and Zhao Yu have time, you can all come, and I'll introduce you to Kobe for an autograph, Zhang Jun generously offered. Yay, Kobe. Thank you, Brother Jun, you're the best, Zhao Na exclaimed with delight. Unlike her elder sister, who was indifferent to basketball, Zhao Na was a fervent fan, having grown up in Los Angeles idolizing Kobe. When she learned that Zhang Jun played for the Lakers, she was thrilled to welcome him as a roommate. Zhao Shui noticed the budding affection Zhao Na seemed to have for Zhang Jun. Given his tall, athletic stature and celebrity status, it was no surprise. However, this realization left Zhao Shui feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum during meals, she suggested. Zhao Shui tapped her chopsticks gently, reminding Zhao Na to adhere to the rules. I understand, Zhao Na murmured softly, and then fell silent. Within the household, Zhao Shui commanded great respect. Her 2 younger sisters scarcely dared to defy her. Chapter 9. Securing a guaranteed contract and winning a meal with Kobe. Zhang Jun arrived at the Lakers training facility in the afternoon, where most of the staff offices were located. Instead of heading directly to the practice court, he met up with Schwartz, who had been waiting, and together they proceeded to the general manager's office. Along the way, Lakers staff greeted Zhang Zhan with smiles, acknowledging the high-status players hold within the team, as everyone else serves them. If players advance to the playoffs and gain recognition, the incomes of the team staff will also rise. Conversely, if many teams fail to make the playoffs, the earnings of several lower-tier staff members will be adversely affected. Upon reaching the Lakers' general manager office, Kupchak had prepared all the necessary documents related to the contract. While Kupchak was not a superstar during his playing days, he was a member of an NBA championship team and boasted a commendable career. After retiring in 1986, he became an assistant to Jerry West, eventually taking over all general manager responsibilities. However, he lacked the authority of a general manager until 2000, when West resigned from his position as the league's vice president and joined the Memphis Grizzlies. It was then that Kupchak fully transitioned from player to management. In his first major trade, the Lakers acquired the then superstars Karl Malone and Gary Payton. However, Kupchak faced criticism for several questionable trades, including trading Shaquille O'Neal to the Miami Heat for Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, and Brian Grant, only for O'Neal to win a championship with the Heat shortly thereafter. Despite this, Kupchak remained confident in his choices, believing them to be correct. He viewed O'Neal as being on the decline, merely experiencing the last flickers of his career. The re-signing process with Zhang Zhan went smoothly without any unexpected complications. The contract was for 2 years at $3 million, with a player option in the second year. However, only $1 million was guaranteed, with $500,000 tied to performance incentives that required certain conditions to be met, mainly an average of no less than 8 points per game and participation in at least 65 games during the season. Zhang Zhan had no objections to these terms, viewing them as reasonable expectations, and he was confident he could achieve the guaranteed amount. After signing the contract, the public relations director took a photo of Kupchak and Zhang Zhan. Shortly after, the Lakers' official website announced the news. Zhang Zhan also requested a salary advance of $500,000, a sum that, while insignificant for the Lakers, held great importance for him as he sought to improve his living conditions. As the public relations director sent out the announcement, media outlets quickly reacted, fervently crafting headlines that range from optimistic to disparaging. Many Lakers fans, having watched Zhang Zhan's previous games before the match against the Rockets, expressed doubts about his capabilities. Despite his decent performance in the last game, he had not yet won over all Lakers fans. Kupchak's decision to rely on Zhang Zhan for backcourt responsibilities, instead of pursuing the recently coveted star guard Jason Kidd, ignited frustration among fans, who were less upset with Zhang Zhan and more with the team's inability to attract star players. Upon exiting the office after signing the contract, Zhang Zhan received a system notification indicating that he had completed a task and earned a D-level attribute card, one property under 70 points. He chose to increase his strength from 48 to 49 points. While this incremental improvement may not be immediately noticeable, Zhang Zhan believed that over time, it would yield significant results. Domestic media outlets were also hastily preparing to send reporters to Los Angeles for exclusive interviews with Zhang Zhan. After signing the contract, he returned to the training court, where teammates such as Odom, Bynum, Cook, Kwame Brown, and Walton congratulated him. Securing a guaranteed contract meant that Zhang Zhan was now officially part of the Lakers' future strategy. Kobe, however, did not attend practice. Odom mentioned that he was undergoing therapy. Kobe would be sidelined for at least a month. After a brief chat with his teammates, Phil Jackson called Zhang Zhan over. "Zhang," he said, "I want you to focus on improving your three-point shooting. You need to stabilize your shooting percentage around 40 to earn consistent playing time." Kupchak had assured Jackson of Zhang Zhan's playing time, though Jackson would have his own plans. Should Zhang Zhan fail to meet his expectations, he would not see the court. "Do you need me to handle the ball?" Zhang Zhan asked. "Not for now," Phil replied. "Sasha will handle the primary ball duties, though you may need to take on some playmaking responsibilities depending on the opponent." Zhang Zhan nodded in agreement. While he felt uneasy not being the point guard, he understood the importance of adhering to the coach's directives. Phil Jackson had a strong impression of Zhang Zhan's three-point potential, envisioning him as a reliable shooter who could create space for Kobe. Currently, only Brian Cook had a three-point shooting percentage above 40, while others hovered below 37, indicating a lack of stability in the Lakers' perimeter shooting. If Zhang Zhan could become another dependable outside shooter, Jackson would not hesitate to grant him a starting position. After conversing with Jackson, Zhang Jun received another task notification. Ding. Task issued. Make 10,000 3-pointers. Reward, C-level attribute card, 1 property under 80 points. This task is long-term. Wow, I have to shoot that many? Zhang Jun was stunned by the daunting number. Even if he could hit 500 3-pointers in a single day, it would take 20 consecutive days to complete, and he couldn't solely practice 3-pointers every day, as there were other training aspects to consider. Zhang Jun inquired of the system. Why not just increase my 3-point shooting attribute directly? The host must grasp the nuances of enhancing their 3-point shooting ability through personal insight. Perhaps a breakthrough will occur during training. Of course, the host also has the opportunity to earn SSS level cards, the system replied. It turned out that his 3-point shooting prowess was already formidable, not easily improved through standard training. Despite his frustrations, Zhang Jun promptly dedicated himself to refining his 3-point shooting. One benefit of regular shooting practice in the NBA was the assistance of trainers. Trainer Jack was tasked with retrieving the balls for Zhang Jun and asked, Zhang, how many 3-pointers do you plan to make today? Jack, a former renowned NCAA shooter, found himself unable to meet the demands of the NBA due to a lack of innate talent, yet he secured an opportunity to work with the Lakers. Zhang Jun remarked, About 500, right? Jack retorted, Come on, you'll need to shoot at least 200 3-pointers. Zhang Jun responded, Not that many, 600 will suffice. Jack chuckled, Zhang, I'm not questioning your capabilities. From my experience, fatigue sets in as you shoot more, leading to a decline in accuracy. Hitting shots is not the same as merely attempting them. NBA players can effortlessly sink open threes during practice, but that volume is quite excessive. Zhang Jun smiled. That's your experience. Let me show you why I can play in the NBA. Jack felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Zhang's words. Despite Zhang's impressive shooting in the last game, Jack still harbored a sense of rivalry towards him, particularly since Zhang hadn't been particularly outstanding during practice. Zhang took his position at the right corner beyond the arc, and Jack passed him the ball. As Zhang caught it, he quickly pivoted, elevated his arm, and released. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. The sound resonated in Zhang's mind. Soon, Jack delivered another pass. Zhang caught it steadily, preparing for his shot with a slight body shake before releasing. This time, he hardly jumped, but his wrist flicked perfectly. The ball soared through the air again. Swish, swish, swish. Out of the first 10 corner shots, Zhang made 9. Such a shooting percentage astonished Jack, for an NBA caliber shooter. Hitting 10 in a row is not a daunting task under open circumstances. However, what followed left Jack utterly astonished. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang achieved an astounding 96 accuracy on his first 100 shots. Without pausing, Zhang continued his relentless barrage of 3-pointers. By the time he reached his 300th shot, his hand began to ache. After the 400th shot, Zhang's accuracy did decline somewhat, yet it remained consistently high. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the net continued to echo. Jack was left speechless by the end. His astonishment stemmed not only from Zhang's remarkable consistency, but also from his extraordinary stamina. Even after 400 attempts, Zhang maintained over 75 accuracy. When the training concluded, Zhang had shot 552 times, successfully landing 500, resulting in an overall accuracy of 90. Panting heavily after this feat, Zhang found himself gasping for breath, his training gear drenched in sweat. Upon stopping, he noticed a familiar figure standing on the sidelines, Kobe Bryant. Zhang had limited interactions with Kobe, often hesitant to approach him due to Kobe's strict demands on teammates, which Zhang found difficult to meet. However, now, filled with newfound confidence, he was no longer intimidated by Kobe. How's the recovery from your injury, Kobe? Zhang initiated a conversation. How about a one-on-one? Kobe didn't respond to Zhang's suggestion, but instead issued a challenge. Clearly, he had witnessed Zhang's shooting accuracy during practice. Let us talk when you're fully healed, Zhang declined directly. Kobe's demeanor remained as aloof and competitive as ever. He possessed a relentless desire to win. Irrespective of Zhang's rookie status, I can still dominate you even with an injury, Kobe asserted, displaying his fierce competitive spirit. This drive was not born of malice, but was a hallmark of every Lakers training session. Here's the deal. To make it fair, I want to take advantage of your injury. I just made 500 threes with 552 attempts. If you can hit more than I did, you win. Loser buys dinner. Zhang proposed. Kobe fell silent. The challenge was indeed formidable. What's the matter? Afraid? Zung raised an eyebrow. After a moment, Kobe merely glanced at Zung and walked onto the court to shoot. Zung didn't linger to watch. He needed to attend to his therapy. A game awaited him tomorrow, and without adequate recovery, he risked being unprepared. At 10 p.m., Zung received a text from Kobe. You choose the time and place for dinner. A smile crept across Zung's face. Clearly, Kobe had lost. Even in peak condition, Kobe might struggle to outshoot Zung, let alone while injured, which would inevitably disrupt his rhythm. On January 8th, the Lakers faced off against the Orlando Magic at home. The Magic, with a record of 12 wins and 18 losses, were positioned 10th in the Eastern Conference. They boasted a solid roster, featuring Howard in the paint, Grant Hill on the wing, and Francis on the perimeter, presenting a considerable challenge for the Kobe-less Lakers. Zung had invited his landlord's three sisters to watch the game. They appeared vibrant and youthful, drawing the attention of surrounding fans. Zhaona opted to wear Zung's jersey instead of Kobe's, her figure nearly bursting out of the fabric. After greeting them, Zung shifted his focus to preparations for the game. Despite the sisters' beauty, he had no time to linger on distractions. He needed to concentrate on the match. The game commenced swiftly. Zung remained on the bench, observing the unfolding action and awaiting his name to be called. Howard, now in his second season, showcased his explosive athleticism, averaging 16 points and 12.5 rebounds per game. Bynum struggled against Howard, who exhibited his dunking prowess repeatedly. Francis, facing off against Smush Parker, displayed flashes of his peak performance, sinking consecutive three-pointers right from the start. The Lakers found themselves in a precarious position, their offense faltering without a clear scoring option. Appearing disorganized, Smush Parker attempted to rally the team but was hampered by limitations, leading to multiple turnovers that stalled the Lakers' offense. 8 minutes into the game, the score stood at 22-12. The Lakers were clearly at a disadvantage without Kobe. Smush is terrible. What is this performance? Voices echoed in frustration. Hey, where's that Zung guy? Why hasn't he even stepped on the court? The Lakers are a pathetic team. It's infuriating to watch them play. Phil's triangle offense falls apart without a star. I wish Zung would get a chance to show if his last performance was a fluke. Maybe he just got lucky and wasn't he targeted this time. Due to the profound impressions that most fans have of Zhang Jun from the past, a multitude of detractors still lingers. Unbeknownst to Zung, who awaits on the sidelines, these voices do not affect him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He possesses a newfound confidence. The verbal jabs cannot inflict any harm upon him. As the situation on the court deteriorates, the Zen master proactively calls for a timeout. In the central television studio, Zhang Weiping remarks, in the previous game, Zhang Jun scored 30 points. He deserves more opportunities. Su Jiqing adds, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Jun should make his appearance following this timeout. Zhang Weiping chuckles. Indeed, especially since Zhang Jun has just secured a guaranteed contract with the Lakers, they will undoubtedly provide him with increased chances. As anticipated by the commentators, the Zen master calls Zhang Jun's name during the break. He instructs Zhang, focus on off-ball movement, minimize isolation plays, and strive to create open shots. That old fellow cannot keep up with you. Zhang nods in acknowledgement, noting that the Magic's shooting guard is the 183 centimeters tall Nelson. To enhance team synergy, the Magic employs a dual point guard strategy, which, to some extent, aims to better facilitate inside scoring. The Zen master astutely recognizes this opportunity. Nelson may struggle to match Zhang's speed. Lee, follow your previous game strategy and take them down, says the Zen master. The substituted Bynum anticipates Zhang Jun's entry with enthusiasm. The Lakers' perimeter has failed to pose a threat to the Magic, resulting in immense pressure on the interior, as Bynum frequently faces Howard's defense, a rather daunting challenge. Zhang takes deep breaths. This game lacks the peak condition of a performance-enhancing card, and he must rely solely on his own form. Such circumstances are indeed pressure-laden. However, Zhang has never been one to shy away from pressure and challenges. He quickly adjusts his mindset, filled with eagerness for the game ahead. Moments later, the timeout concludes. The Lakers lineup features Smush Parker, Zhang Jun, Luke Walton, Odom, and Kwame Brown. The Magic's lineup includes Francis, Nelson, Grant Hill, Turkoglu, and Howard. The Magic has yet to implement a significant rotation, only bringing Turkoglu onto the court, clearly aiming to solidify their lead. The Lakers' reliance on Smush Parker stems from the lack of superior backup point guards. Smush Parker advances the ball into the front court, passing it to Odom, who serves as the playmaker for the Lakers' second unit. Zhang Jin signals Kwame Brown for an off-ball screen on the right side. Kwame Brown effectively blocks Nelson, while Howard fails to respond promptly. Once Zhang reaches the left side, he finds himself with an open three-point shot. Odom, dubbed the left-handed magician, possesses an expansive court vision, and as soon as Zhang springs free, he delivers the ball. Zhang, prepared to shoot as he receives the pass while in motion, gathers the ball with both hands. With a powerful push from the ground, he releases the shot. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish. It pierces the heart of the net. 22-15. The sound of the ball brushing against the net is crisp and clear. The Lakers had not made a three-point shot since the start of the game, and this successful attempt sends the arena's DJ into a frenzy as he exclaims, "Zhang, Zhang." Zhang strikes a pose reminiscent of drawing a bow and arrow, relishing the rhythm of his release. Chapter 10. Is he a top shooter? Well done, my friend. Just keep playing like that. Odom approached Zhang Jun for a celebratory high five. Howard, grinning, raised his hand to signal that the fault lay with him. He should have defended better. After this brief acknowledgement, Howard shrugged it off. And the other players on the Magic did not dwell on it either. After all, it was improbable for the Lakers to go an entire game without scoring a three-pointer. The Magic players were somewhat familiar with Zhang Jun. They all understood that his recent explosive performance was an anomaly, as he had previously been an unremarkable player. Truly gifted and capable players do not remain obscure. If one lacks recognition, it indicates a deficiency in strength. This awareness led the Magic to not overly emphasize Zhang Jun's defense before the game. Indeed, Zhang Jun's offensive prowess was commendable. He contributed immediately with a three-pointer, demonstrating remarkable accuracy. His movement on the court was instinctive and fluid. The change in rhythm left Howard unable to keep up. The fans were abuzz with discussions. On the Magic's offensive end, Francis brought the ball past half-court while Zhang Jun guarded Nelson. Francis reached the top of the arc and passed the ball to Nelson. Nelson attempted to change direction to bypass Zhang Jun, but was unsuccessful. Although Zhang Jun's defense was not particularly strong, his effort was commendable. Nelson faced limited opportunities and opted to pass to Howard in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Howard leaned against Kwame Brown and turned to execute a small hook shot. However, this shot was poorly executed, as the ball clanged heavily against the rim. Odom leaped to secure the rebound. Instead of passing to Smush Parker, Odom took the ball himself, crossing half-court and continuing to survey the court. Zhang Jun kept pace with Nelson. Nelson had been selected by the Magic as the 20th pick in the first round of the 2004 draft, and in his second season, he had averaged an impressive 14 points and 4 assists. His defense was tenacious, preventing Zhang Jun from finding a shooting opportunity. Odom directed the ball to Vujasic, who took a step forward before passing it back to Zhang Jun. Positioned outside the three-point line on the right, Zhang Jun assumed a triple threat stance. Nelson shouted at Zhang Jun, "Rookie, if you don't get any space, you can't shoot." Zhang Jun refrained from engaging in banter and swiftly dribbled, attempting to change direction to outmaneuver Nelson. Zhang Jun was not limited to just shooting three-pointers. With a rapid succession of dribble moves, Nelson began to sweat profusely as he struggled to keep up with Zhang Jun's rhythm. However, Nelson's physique was stronger than Zhang Jun's, and as Zhang Jun executed a change of pace to drive to the basket, Nelson used his body to impede Zhang Jun's progress. In response, Zhang Jun quickly executed a behind-the-back dribble and then stepped back to create space. After generating room, he took another shot from beyond the arc. While Nelson's defense hindered Zhang Jun's drive, it inadvertently provided him with leverage. Once again, Zhang Jun released the ball, and it soared in a beautiful arc swish. The score read 22-18. With consecutive three-pointers, Zhang Jun glided back to the half-court, signaling that Nelson was simply too short. Although Nelson's defensive capabilities were superior, his height of 182 meters rendered him incapable of affecting Zhang Jun's shot. This three-pointer ignited the crowd. The difficulty of shooting while dribbling was immense. Zhang Jun did not have an open shot. He seized the opportunity while in motion to deliver a decisive blow. Zhang Weiping exclaimed, "Well done." This three-pointer was even more impressive than the last. Haha. Su Jiqing remarked, "Zhang Jun is playing with increasing confidence, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers that bolster team morale." Nelson, closely following Zhang Jun, felt provoked by Zhang Jun's taunting gestures. He was eager to retaliate. Francis, noticing Nelson's frustration, passed the ball to him after crossing half-court. Faced with Zhang Jun's defense, Nelson made a move to penetrate. If it were just Zhang Jun guarding him, he might have succeeded, but Odom was there to provide support. Odom's timely assistance disrupted Nelson's layup attempt, and Kwame Brown secured the rebound. As the Lakers transitioned to offense, the Magic employed a man-to-man defense, with Nelson tightly guarding Zheng Jun. Zheng Jun was actively moving on the court, while Odom posted up against Hedo Turkoglu. The Lakers' strong interior presence provided opportunities for their perimeter shooters. Turkoglu struggled to contain Odom, who continued to assert himself, pushing Turkoglu back as the Magic's interior defense collapsed. Feeling the pressure, Odom decisively passed the ball to Zheng Jun, who was momentarily shielded from Nelson by Kwame Brown. While Kwame Brown's offensive contributions were minimal, his effort in setting screens and grabbing rebounds was commendable. Upon receiving the ball, Zheng Jun faced an immediate challenge as Howard lunged at him. Howard was often deemed incapable of defending beyond the three-point line due to his slow movements against guards. Zheng Jun anticipated Howard's defensive action, allowing him to adjust his offensive approach. With a feigned shot, Howard lunged past the three-point line, and Zheng Jun shifted his footwork to find his rhythm. He quickly released another three-pointer, which arced beautifully. Swish! The Staples Center erupted in cheers, prompting the Magic to call a timeout. In the broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping pounded the table, exclaiming, 3 consecutive three-pointers. Outstanding. Zheng Jun's shooting ability is no exaggeration. He is increasingly adapting to the NBA's pace. Will he replicate his previous game's brilliance? Su Jiqing chuckled. Haha, replicating that performance may be unlikely, but it is certain that Zheng Jun's three-point shooting percentage will remain stable, providing significant outside firepower for the Lakers. On the court, Zheng Jun shook his head, celebrating with his teammates on the bench. He could sense that, even in the absence of peak support, he was excelling. The opposing player's lax defense provided him with ample opportunities, allowing him to feel no pressure. Whenever he found himself open, Zheng Jun had an innate sense of the hoop, capable of making the shot at any moment. After returning to the bench, he continued to celebrate by high-fiving his Lakers teammates. His recent performance had been pivotal. Meanwhile, on the Magic side, they made personnel changes. Francis exited, and Nelson took the helm, joined by Hill, Stevenson, Turkoglu, and Tony Batty. The Lakers maintained their lineup. Wow, Zheng Jun has silenced the critics. Incredible. His prowess is undeniable, they remarked. Such a style was rare. With pinpoint accuracy from beyond the arc, why did I feel assured whenever I saw Zheng Jun open? This sequence of three-point shooting was truly formidable. Upon returning from the timeout, the Magic initiated their offense. Zheng Jun found himself matched up against Stevenson, with Nelson no longer defending Stevenson nor attempting to challenge Zheng Jun. The timeout had allowed him to regain his composure. Nelson passed to Turkoglu, and Zheng Jun glanced at Turkoglu, recalling his scouting report. Hedo Turkoglu, standing at an impressive height of 2.08 meters, is a versatile power forward with commendable offensive skills, adept both inside and outside the arc faced with Lamar Odom's slightly lax perimeter defense. Turkoglu executed a three-threat move on the right side before opting for a long-range jump shot, which traced a magnificent arc through the air. Swish! Turkoglu's mid-range shot helped the Magic regain control of the game. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Smush Parker brought the ball up the court, and the Zen master, Phil Jackson, immediately interjected, instructing, give the ball to Zhang. It is rare for Jackson to direct in such a manner, but when he speaks, it is imperative to heed his words. Parker passed the ball to Zheng Jun, who faced Stevenson's defense. Standing at 1.96 meters, Stevenson is a formidable defender, and Zhang attempted to sidestep him but was thwarted. Calling for a screen, Kwame Brown stepped up to obstruct Stevenson. Zhang then executed a lateral drive, drawing the Magic's interior defenders into a double team. Zhang's earlier successful offensive maneuvers had raised the Magic players' awareness of his capabilities. In this instance, rather than seeking to score himself, Zhang recognized the opening amidst the double team and threaded the ball through the gap between Turkoglu and Tony Batty, delivering it to Kwame Brown, who caught it with impeccable timing and soared for a two-handed slam dunk. The crowd erupted once more. The local commentators in Los Angeles exclaimed, "What a dunk from the first overall pick. This slam is extraordinary," and Zhang's pass pierced through the defense with finesse. Zhang was proving to Phil that he could not only play off the ball, but also take charge with it. With exceptional three-point shooting and a modicum of playmaking ability, Zheng Jun is shaping up to be the Lakers' ideal point guard. Once Kobe returns, their partnership is poised to elevate the Lakers' perimeter firepower to unprecedented heights. The excitement among the Los Angeles commentators was palpable, and Zheng couldn't help but smile at the praise. Indeed, the commentary revealed a profound understanding of the game. Zhang felt that his integration with Curry was not merely about being a catch-and-shoot sharpshooter. He could also initiate offense. With the ball in his hands, he became the focal point of attention. Should opponents underestimate him, he could dismantle their defenses with ease. Zhang's aspirations had transcended the desire for a guaranteed contract. He yearned for ample time and opportunities to showcase his talents and become a true king of the court. The title of king is not synonymous with being an all-star or a superstar, but rather signifies the ultimate mastery of the game. Others may possess talent, but he has the tenacity. With that tenacity behind him, Zhang felt emboldened to dream big. Perhaps one day, Jordan would be referred to as Little Zhang, and Kobe would be known as the poor man's son. However, Zhang's daydreams were abruptly interrupted by the Magic's offense. Nelson and TRKO Lu executed a pick and roll. Following the screen, Nelson created space with a step-back jumper from the top of the arc. A decisive three-point shot. Swish. The Magic displayed remarkable resilience. The Lakers' defense was not applying enough pressure this evening. As the Lakers resumed their offense, Odom brought the ball across half-court, orchestrating the play before utilizing Kwame Brown's screen to navigate through traffic and dish the ball out again. Kardashian was present at the game, and Odom's personal scoring seemed lackluster, appearing somewhat soft. When Zhang received the ball against Stevenson's defense, the latter was intent on asserting dominance, using his body to challenge Zhang fiercely. Bang! Bang! The referee remained silent amid the physicality, and Zhang wore a perplexed expression, clearly struggling against the contest. Lakers fans on the sidelines expressed concern for Zhang, as his rhythm was being disrupted. Stevenson, an experienced veteran, knew better than to afford Zhang any shooting space. Yet, Zhang's ball-handling fundamentals were reliable. The basketball seemed to adhere to him, always under his command. As Stevenson pressed closely, Zhang embraced the ball, timing his sidestep perfectly as Stevenson barreled in. Stevenson attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! Zhang's body twisted under the impact, and the referee finally blew the whistle. Beep! Zhang was sent sprawling backward. The referee indicated a shooting foul on a three-point attempt. Stevenson stared incredulously at Zhang, astonished by the rookie's audacity. With Odom and Kwame Brown pulling him up, Zhang rose to his feet. This possession showcased Zhang's basketball IQ, allowing him to navigate a disadvantage in physicality. Standing at the free throw line, the crowd erupted with cheers. Swish! 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 All three free throws found their mark, bringing the score to 27-26. The Magic's offense faltered, leading to an error as TRKO Lu, while holding the ball on the right, attempted to signal for a screen. In the process, Tony Batty inadvertently collided with Odom, sending him sprawling to the floor. The referee promptly awarded possession to the Lakers. As Odom brought the ball up, time was running out. The first quarter was down to the final 11 seconds, and the Lakers were poised to seize the last shot. Stevenson remained glued to Zhang, taunting, "Rookie, your moves are too soft. You can only use them once, and I won't grant you another chance." With Stevenson's staunch defense, Zhang sought to disengage from the confrontation, calling for his teammates. Once again, Kwame Brown stepped up eagerly to set a screen. Zhang utilized Brown's presence, executing a clever backdoor cut to shake off Stevenson. Zhang's movement was relentless, causing Stevenson considerable frustration. As Zhang emerged into space, Odom delivered the pass. Upon receiving the ball, TRKO Lu, who had switched on to him, lunged to contest the shot. Zhang released the ball, but the rhythm fell off. Bang! The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud. Upon landing, Zhang made contact with TRKO Lu, once again hitting the floor. The contact was a clear infringement on Zhang's cylinder, yet the referee remained unresponsive. The first quarter had elapsed, and Zhang protested to the official, but to no avail. He realized he could not rely on the referees indefinitely. He needed to play with greater assertiveness. If he fell at the slightest touch, how could he compete? Finally, the shots began to miss. Zhang found himself struggling against the intensified defense. As opponents grew increasingly familiar with his style, the challenges would only mount. His physicality was indeed lacking, and it was evident that he had yet to adapt to the heightened intensity. Zhang hoped to acclimate to such confrontations. Weakly, he thought to himself that the foul was quite evident. Fans voiced a myriad of opinions. Returning to the sidelines, Zhang did not feel disheartened. He understood that not every shot would find its mark. Misses were a part of the game. Kobe, dressed in a suit, approached Zhang and said, "Do not hesitate to shoot. If you have the opportunity, take it yourself without feeling obliged to pass." Having lost to Zhang in a three-point contest, Kobe had come to appreciate the rookie's formidable shooting prowess. Zhang replied, "I will not shy away. I firmly believe that the next shot will go in." Despite his infamous temper, Kobe's intensity was solely reserved for basketball, as he would do anything to win. With that, he departed. As the second quarter commenced, both teams engaged in a contest featuring their second-string lineups. The Lakers seized possession of the ball. Odom continued to handle the ball at the perimeter while Zhang Jun tirelessly maneuvered alongside Stevenson. Stevenson found himself somewhat rattled by Zhang Jun's relentless movement. Zhang Jun's agility was not solely due to his own speed. He consistently utilized screens to his advantage. On this occasion, he received a handoff from Odom, who then provided a solid screen that obstructed Stevenson. In the instant Zhang Jun caught the ball, he seamlessly readied himself for a shot. With remarkable swiftness, he launched the ball, which soared through the air in an exquisite arc, as if guided by an invisible sight. Bang! It struck the target with precision. In the very first play of the second quarter, Zhang Jun once again netted a three-pointer, propelling the Lakers ahead on the scoreboard. Stevenson, exasperated, muttered an expletive, "Damn, this is too tough." His attempts to defend against Zhang Jun were proving to be futile. Although he sought to engage in physical confrontation, Zhang Jun adeptly evaded him. Turning away, Zhang Jun spat out his mouthguard, shook his head, and celebrated with a slight shimmy. The gesture was rather cheeky, yet Stevenson found himself powerless against it. For Zhang Jun's celebration was not directed at him. Chapter 11. Ultra-high efficiency scoring. We need Zhang. Stevenson felt an inner fire but was unable to unleash it. He had defended many stars and could impose some limitations with his robust physique and tenacious attitude. The Chinese player before him appeared to lack the physicality to match his own, yet it was challenging to restrict him. The Magic's offense was underway. Nelson brought the ball past half-court. Stevenson was not the primary offensive option for the Magic, so he merely transitioned the ball, not exerting significant defensive pressure on Zhang Jun. He passed the ball to Grant Hill. Standing at 2.03 meters, Hill possessed a comprehensive arsenal of offensive moves within the two-point range, though his accuracy from beyond the arc was somewhat lacking. Prior to significant injuries, he had been heralded as Jordan's successor, averaging 25.8 points during his peak season with the Pistons. However, in this season with the Magic, he was averaging merely 15 points. Hill, holding the ball in the low post on the right side, faced Walton's defense. After a series of feints, he opted to attack Walton with a dribble, quickly turning for a fadeaway jumper. Walton, also standing at 2.03 meters, was somewhat passive defensively and was a beat too slow, allowing Hill to prepare for his shot. However, on the opposite side, Odom leapt in to contest. With a resounding smack, Hill's shot was blocked, not as difficult to cover as Kobe's fadeaway. Walton regained control of the ball. Walton, possessing high basketball IQ, immediately spotted Zhang Jun sprinting down the court. A cannon-like long pass found its way into Zhang's hands. The Magic players rushed back to their defensive positions, with Nelson the quickest to return to the paint. This was a natural instinct for players. Everyone assumed Zhang was poised for a fast break. In a one-on-one situation, nearly all NBA players would typically charge towards the rim, as even a missed shot would likely result in a foul. Zhang initially thought the same, but upon receiving the ball, he realized he faced no defensive interference beyond the three-point line during the transition. Resolutely, Zhang decided against charging into the paint or waiting for his teammates. He collected the ball and abruptly stopped, launching a three-pointer. Nelson had retreated too deeply, unable to effectively contest Zhang's shot. The fans at Staples Center were awestruck by Zhang's audacious transition three-pointer. Why not drive in and draw a foul? Only shooting threes would not win the game. Transitioning to shoot a three-pointer? This was an unorthodox approach. The fans began to voice their skepticism regarding Zhang's choice. In this era, such a play was considered rebellious. Even Phil Jackson wanted to say something, but the basketball soared through the air as if equipped with a guided targeting system, spinning and tracing a perfect arc swish. It found the net. Upon seeing the ball go in, Zhang immediately struck a bow and arrow celebration pose. BAU. Los Angeles, the entertainment capital, relished Zhang's flamboyant celebration. Regardless of the choice, the ball went in, and that was impressive. Nearly 20,000 spectators erupted in cheers. Zhang reveled in their adulation, feeling immensely comfortable. The Magic's defense was remarkably lax, reminiscent of his peak performances. Whenever he found an open shot, he was confident in his ability to make it, as if it were an innate gift. Zhang then turned and provocatively nodded at Nelson. Nelson and the returning Hill could only shake their heads in resignation. They had never encountered a guard with such a style. It seemed Ray Allen was not as formidable. Whenever there was space on the perimeter, Zhang would seize the opportunity to shoot, and each attempt appeared destined for success. Nelson and Hill had played against Asian players before. In their experience, Asian players often had height advantages, but their speed, strength, explosiveness, and shooting capabilities paled in comparison. Yet Zhang was entirely different. He was quick, agile, and an impeccable shooter. His three-pointers striking like a sniper's bullet, hitting the Magic's weak spots with precision. The Magic's offense resumed. Hill demanded the ball in the low post again. With his own determination, having missed the last shot, he was determined to score this time. Instead of opting for a fadeaway, Hill dribbled once and launched a contested two-pointer against Walton. The shot was challenging, yet it epitomized what swingmen of this era thrived on. Walton defended closely, but it was not enough to create substantial interference. Clang. Swish. Hill's shot found the basket, narrowing the score to 29-32. This basket slightly quelled the crowd's fervor. Zhang, take charge, Phil Jackson called from the sidelines. He acutely sensed Zhang's potential for damage with the ball and promptly made adjustments. Smush Parker's expression turned somber as he witnessed Zhang's remarkable performance, realizing that if this continued, Zhang would soon claim a starting position. Despite understanding this, he felt powerless to intervene. Such was the ruthlessness of the NBA. If you were strong enough, you earned the right to play. Upon hearing Jackson's words, Zhang felt a surge of excitement, as if point guard was indeed his rightful position. Kwame Brown passed the ball to Zhang, and as Nelson approached to apply pressure, he sought to intercept. Yet Zhang's ball-handling fundamentals were exceptionally sound. He skillfully maneuvered past Nelson and crossed half-court. Upon reaching the front court, Zhang opted not to isolate, but instead passed the ball to Odom. Stevenson continued to apply tight, relentless defense, denying Zhang any space. Zhang's perimeter shooting had become a significant concern for the Magic, and they had decided to increase their defensive intensity and focus. The fans noted the Magic's heightened defensive urgency. It was evident they had received the directive to prevent Zhang from making any more three-pointers. Stevenson shadowed Zhang like a predator, his long arms waving. Zhang, however, was not one to simply stand and receive the ball. He swiftly executed a backdoor cut into the paint. Stevenson followed closely, but Zhang's movement did not solely rely on his teammate screens. At times, he even brushed against Magic players to create space. This time, Zhang navigated through the Magic's entire interior defense, shifting to the right corner. The ball had now reached Walton's hands, who, without hesitation, passed it to Zhang. Stevenson faced a dilemma. He needed to maneuver past both his opponents and his teammates to stay with Zhang. As Zhang caught the ball, Stevenson pushed Tekoglu out of the way. However, Stevenson inadvertently granted Zhang a slight opening. Zhang raised his hand as though he was going to shoot a three. Stevenson lunged at him like a great eagle spreading its wings. If Zhang had released the shot, it might have been contested. Yet, Zhang's offensive prowess allowed for adjustment. His initial motion was merely a shooting fake. He took a dribble and shifted laterally. This time, Tekoglu was drawn out of position. Without hesitation, Zhang delivered a precise pass to the unguarded Odom beneath the basket. Odom executed a smooth layup off the glass. "Great pass, my friend," Odom signaled to Zhang with a raised hand. Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. The fans at Staples Center erupted in a thunderous roar. Although it was Odom who just scored, the close-up on the big screen undeniably belonged to Zhang Zhan. Zhang had just masterfully exploited the opponent's trepidation to deliver a splendid assist. The Magic initiated their offense as Nelson brought the ball up the court, setting a pick and roll with Tekoglu. Following the screen, Nelson bounced the ball back to Tekoglu. After a deceptive feint, Tekoglu made a powerful drive towards the basket. As Tekoglu, with one hand grasping the ball, soared for a layup, Kwame Brown emerged at the last moment. With a resounding smack, Kwame executed a decisive block on Tekoglu's attempt. Under Zhang Zhan's influence, the Lakers' second unit displayed remarkable vigor. Walton, upon receiving the ball, swiftly pushed it forward, charging towards the paint. Zhang Zhan sprinted to the left corner. Walton's aggressive drive attracted the Magic's defensive attention, prompting Stevenson to interfere immediately. Unable to finish, Walton decisively passed the ball to Zhang Zhan in the corner. Initially poised to shoot, Zhang Zhan noticed Nelson closing in. Thus, he altered his offensive strategy once more, employing a feint. Nelson was deftly deceived. Zhang Zhan shifted laterally, securing an open shot beyond the arc. With a flick of the wrist, the ball arced beautifully through the air. Swish! It cleanly found the net. Zhang Jun celebrated with a shoulder shimmy and a nod. A timeout was called by the Magic, who reacted swiftly. Incredible. Could he really score again? This was astonishing, truly astonishing. Was Zhang on track for 40 points tonight? His three-point shooting was terrifying, seemingly destined to find the mark with every attempt. The rhythm was exquisite, and the score gap widened. Zhang was undoubtedly the Lakers' finest acquisition this season. The big screen continuously replayed Zhang Jun's highlights from the end of the first quarter to the beginning of the second. He seized every scoring opportunity with precision. The camera occasionally captured the front-row female fans cheering for Zhang Jun. The two commentators in the CCTV studio were equally exhilarated. Zhang Weiping remarked, Zhang Jun's three-point shooting may not be as frenzied as in the last game, yet it remains explosive, showcasing a commendable consistency. Su Jiqing added, indeed, Zhang Jun's three-point shooting has become his primary scoring method. His ability to capitalize on open shots is formidable. The Magic cannot afford to give him any space, for he will certainly capitalize on any opportunity. Zhang Weiping noted, Zhang Jun is continuously improving. I believe Phil Jackson has taken notice. It is just a matter of time before he becomes a starter. Su Jiqing concurred. If Zhang maintains this level of efficient output, that moment will arrive swiftly. His current performance is that of a quality shooter. Upon returning from the timeout, the Magic fielded their starting lineup, while the Lakers retained their second unit, which had been performing exceptionally well, prompting Jackson to delay any adjustments. The Magic's offense resumed as Howard received the ball in the paint and aggressively challenged Kwame Brown. Despite both being former number 1 picks, their physical attributes differed significantly. With a decisive move, Howard drew a foul from Kwame Brown. Howard stepped to the free throw line, missing his first attempt but sinking the second. Though it was only a single point, it nonetheless contributed to the score. The Lakers' offense resumed. After bringing the ball up, Zhang Jun passed to Odom and then repositioned himself. His movement continuously disrupted the Magic's defense, while Stevenson was tenacious in defending the ball handler. Completely restricting Zhang Jun's off-the-ball movement proved exceedingly difficult. Stevenson found himself exasperated, as Zhang Jun never ceased his relentless motion. Soon, after a series of intricate screens and movements, Zhang Jun positioned himself behind Odom, who delivered a quick pass. This time, Zhang Jun received the ball nearly a meter beyond the three-point line and shot instantly. The sequence flowed seamlessly, with a rapid release. Stevenson barely managed to squeeze past Odom to contest Zhang Jun's shot, but was fractionally late. Zhang Jun's shot was already in the air, colliding with Stevenson's body. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Swish. A perfect shot. The referee decisively indicated the three-pointer was good, granting Zhang Jun an additional free throw opportunity. Swish. 30-41. Zhang Jun calmly converted the free throw. This game seemed to be Zhang Jun's stage alone. The Lakers had surged from behind to a double-digit lead since Zhang Jun's entry. With his signature three-point shooting, he had utterly dismantled the Magic's perimeter defense. Stevenson was visibly disheartened. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. In the front row, Zhao Na was incessantly screaming. Zhao Shuai also kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Jun. On the court, Zhang Jun glanced towards the stands at Kobe. Kobe wore a smile, playfully interacting with his daughter. This was a rare sight. In previous games, whenever he was absent, Kobe typically maintained a serious demeanor while watching. Hill appeared increasingly anxious. He approached Stevenson, asserting, "I'll take him." Stevenson nodded, feeling the pressure from Zhang Jun's relentless play. "Let Hill give it a try." Francis chimed in, "I'll double team when the time is right." Hill nodded. Zhang Jun, as the Lakers' primary offensive threat, needed to be contained immediately. Otherwise, the game would become increasingly challenging. The strategy of Hill defending while Francis double-teamed indeed posed some issues for Zhang Jun. He found it difficult to create open looks. And after 2 missed three-point attempts while being closely guarded, he reduced his offensive frequency. Zhang Jun continuously passed to his teammates. Yet it was unfortunate that the finishing abilities of the Lakers' other players were lacking, preventing them from extending the lead. With just over 3 minutes left in the second quarter, Zhang Jun was substituted out. In the third quarter, Zhang Jun played for 4 minutes, but his contributions were not as dazzling as when he first entered. He primarily served to draw the opponent's defense. Conversely, the Magic methodically attacked the paint, steadily closing the gap. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 73-76, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. On the bench, Zhang Jun caught his breath, wiping sweat with a towel. Bynum leaned in and asked, "Hey, guess what stats you've racked up?" Zhang Jun shook his head, replying, "I don't know." He remained focused on the game, not contemplating his scoring tally. Bynum said, 26 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. "Aside from Kobe, no one on our team scores better than you. Your efficiency is remarkable. You've hit 7 three-pointers." Zhang Jun remarked, "I struggled a bit for a while. You've been defending me tightly." Bynum encouraged, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Your plus-minus is 15, indicating that when you're on the court, we're up by 15 points." Hearing Bynum's words, Zhang Jun felt a surge of emotion. In the past, such statistics seemed unattainable. When he first entered the league, he often wondered when he could achieve a 20-point performance. Even though he faced significant restrictions later on, achieving 20 points seemed a rather effortless endeavor. Yet, presently, Zhang Jun was not content merely with scoring 20. He yearned to leverage his influence to lead his team to victory. Initially, his scoring came with relative ease, but as the game progressed, the opposition began to guard him more closely, making it increasingly challenging for him to find the basket at will. This anticipated difficulty arose as the match unfolded, with opponents becoming more familiar with his style and scouts intensifying their analyses. Consequently, evading defensive pressure grew increasingly arduous for Zhang Jun. As the fourth quarter commenced, Zen Master did not field Zhang Jun immediately, evidently reserving him for the climactic moments of the contest. However, the Lakers, without Kobe, were struggling offensively compared to the Magic, and Odom's performance was rather mediocre. The Magic swiftly seized the lead. With 7 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 85-80, with the Magic ahead by 5 points. Zen Master called a timeout, aware that in an NBA game lasting 48 minutes, unless there was an absolute dominance in skill, it was challenging for one team to completely suppress another. The fans in the arena fell silent, sensing the peril the Lakers faced. "Zung, Zung, we need Zung." The voices of the fans gradually unified. In Kobe's absence, they could only place their hopes on the extraordinary rookie. "Zung, you're up." Zen Master did not disregard the fans' pleas, but instead promptly called upon Zhang Jun. He cast aside his towel and stood up, his eyes ablaze with determination. He was resolute in his desire to win the game. Chapter 12. A Big Heart, a Potential Game Winner? "Buddy, it's up to you now," Bynum gasped. In this match, Zhang Jun was the Lakers' sharpest shooter from the perimeter, with Howard guarding the paint for the Magic. The only option left was to let Zhang Jun seek opportunities from beyond the arc. "Give me more screens." "No problem. Just focus on your movement," the Zen Master instructed. "Andrew, besides setting screens, you need to fight for rebounds. If the chance arises, go after the offensive boards." Bynum nodded, having transitioned from the primary offensive focal point to a supporting role. Under the pressure of facing Howard, Bynum found it challenging to assert himself offensively, as Howard's superior talent led to diminished efficiency for Bynum. Soon, the Zen Master reconfigured the lineup: Zhang Jun, Vujasic, Walton, Odom, and Bynum. He substituted the less willing passer, Smush Parker, allowing Zhang Jun to take control of the ball. This lineup represented the Lakers' strongest formation at that moment. The Magic maintained their starting five to counter the Lakers' offense. After Zhang Jun dribbled past half court, he passed to Odom. Zhang Jun did not take on the playmaking role. Instead, he continued to move without the ball, quickly positioning himself for the next play. Zhang Jun was now being defended by Hill, who possessed commendable defensive awareness and experience, often stepping up to guard key opponents in clutch moments. Bynum, with his robust physique, provided high-quality screens, allowing Zhang Jun to evade Hill's pursuit. Despite Odom and Walton lacking exceptional individual scoring ability, their basketball IQ was notably high. After receiving a pass from Odom, Walton spotted Zhang Jun open and swiftly delivered the ball. Zhang Jun, positioned at the right side of the three-point arc, made minimal adjustments before releasing a clean shot. With Hill delayed, Howard remained trapped in the paint, granting Zhang Jun a slight opening. Zhang Jun's rhythm was impeccable, and the ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! It found the net. 85-83. In a familiar rhythm and movement, Zhang Jun immediately sank the shot, eliciting cheers from the Staples Center crowd. On the court, the Magic's offense resumed. Zhang Jun diligently shadowed Nelson. Although his defensive intensity was still catching up, his attitude was unwavering. Nelson found it challenging to exploit him easily. Zhang Jun's defensive strategy was to apply relentless pressure, making it difficult for Nelson to find good opportunities, leading him to pass the ball to Hill. Hill, facing Walton's defense, hesitated at the free throw line, but Walton maintained his position effectively. Hill then lofted the ball into the paint for Howard. However, Howard, lacking experience, mishandled his first touch, allowing Zheng Jun to disrupt his rhythm. Seizing the moment, Bynum swiped the ball away. Clap. Bynum knocked it loose, and Stevenson retrieved it. Stevenson took a hurried mid-range shot. Bang! The ball clanged off the rim. Bynum grabbed the rebound. At this moment, Vujasic and Zheng Jun sprinted down the court. Zheng Jun occupied the defender, preventing the Magic players from leaving him unguarded. Bynum passed to Vujasic, who soared for a layup over Nelson, scoring 85-85. Timeout. The Magic called for a pause in the action. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch as Bynum and Zheng Jun celebrated with a high five. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping remarked, "The Lakers brought Zheng Jun in during the final quarter when they were trailing, and he quickly altered the Magic's rhythm, leading to a tied score." Su Jiqing added, "The Lakers equalized in just 2 possessions, all while playing without Kobe. The pressure has shifted to the Magic." Zhang Weiping continued, "Zheng Jun's performance during this stretch has been commendable. Beyond hitting a three-pointer, his defensive efforts have been commendable, even if they aren't reflected in the statistics." Su Jiqing concurred. Indeed, Zheng Jun's double team on Howard disrupted his tempo, resulting in a turnover, and during the counterattack, Zheng Jun was remarkably quick, capable of finishing the play alongside Vujasic. Zhang Weiping chuckled. Zheng Jun's win shares have reached 20, the highest on the court. Comments on the live stream had also turned more favorable. Fans who previously doubted Zheng Jun seemed to have vanished. He had become the Lakers' key player that night. In the arena, Zheng Jun sat on the bench, wiping his sweat with a towel. Despite his impressive individual performance, he maintained a serious expression, aware that the team was still behind in the score, and victory was not yet assured. The timeout concluded swiftly. The Magic's offense resumed. Nelson received the ball in the backcourt, preparing to advance. Zheng Jun immediately applied pressure, persistently harassing him while also engaging in physicality. Though Nelson was not intimidated by Zheng Jun's tenacious defense, he found it quite bothersome. Before even crossing half-court, Nelson passed to Hill. Hill, utilizing Howard's screen, stepped to the right, skillfully evading Bynum's rhythm, and then taking a quick mid-range jumper. Swish. A clean, decisive shot. The Lakers' offense followed. After Zheng Jun crossed half-court, he passed to Walton beyond the arc and continued his dynamic movement. Walton fed the ball to Odom at the free-throw line. Odom, eyeing Zheng Jun's position as the Magic players frantically pursued him, executed a switch on screens. When Zheng Jun approached Odom, everyone anticipated another handoff, but Odom unexpectedly pivoted and drove inside. Howard's help defense was delayed, and Odom soared for a layup, scoring effortlessly. In the ensuing minutes, the score remained tightly contested. The Lakers found multiple scoring avenues, with Odom, Walton, and Vujasic effectively capitalizing on Zheng Jun's gravitational pull. Meanwhile, the Magic relied heavily on Hill and Howard, with one dominating mid-range shots and the other frequently drawing fouls at the line. Zheng Jun, however, had fewer opportunities, as he was no longer afforded the abundance of open looks he had earlier. The Lakers' other players could not solely revolve their strategies around him. Even with his exceptional performance, Zheng Jun was still a rookie, and after a few plays centered on him, it was unrealistic to expect him to receive the same treatment as Kobe. During this period, Zheng Jun managed to sink another three-pointer. Time swiftly dwindled to the final 30 seconds. The score stood at 104-103, with the Lakers trailing by a single point in the closing moments. Possession belonged to the Lakers, who called for a timeout. At this stage, both the crowd and the online viewers felt the tension rise. The Zhao sisters were equally engrossed in the unfolding drama, nervously rooting for Zheng Jun. The arena's large screen frequently cut to a sharply dressed Kobe on the sidelines, the Lakers' leader and a renowned clutch performer, who had historically been the go-to player for final plays. However, he was absent from the court tonight, and the camera soon shifted to Zheng Jun, the standout performer for the Lakers, who had already made 9 three-pointers, leading the team in scoring. But could a rookie truly shoulder the responsibility of taking the final shot? Zhang Weiping remarked, "It's exhilarating. At this critical juncture, the Lakers' offense is paramount. If they score, they will have a chance to win the game. Conversely, a failure to score will leave them at a disadvantage." Su Jiqing added, "Without Kobe, the Lakers face a daunting decision. Although Zheng Jun's scoring appears substantial, he lacks the aggressive attacking style typical of Kobe. The other options for the Lakers seem less reliable." Zhang Weiping continued, "Assigning the crucial shot to Zheng Jun presents a significant test for him, as he has not previously played in such pivotal moments. The pressure to convert such an attack is immense." Su Jiqing suggested, Let us await the final arrangements from the Zen master. Alas, it is unfortunate that Kobe is not on the court. Otherwise, we might witness another dramatic finish. Without Kobe, the Lakers lack a decisive figure in crucial moments. Can Zhang Zhun handle the pressure of making a game-winning shot? He is still a rookie, and it remains uncertain how the Zen master will orchestrate the situation. This is an intensely thrilling regular season game. Including the previous match, Zhang Zhun has performed admirably in 2 consecutive outings. The atmosphere in the arena is palpably tense, with Lakers players attentively listening to the Zen master's strategy. The plan involves Odom initiating the play while others either set screens or cut to the basket, allowing Zhang Zhun to find an open shot. The final possession is entrusted to Zhang Zhun. Given the circumstances, this is a necessary decision. Bynum, though a force inside, moves sluggishly at this moment. Odom, while a nimble big man, has limited offensive options, making his choices during critical moments easily predictable. As for Walton and Vujasic, their scoring abilities are nowhere near Zhang Zhun's caliber. Upon hearing that the final possession is his, Zhang Zhun felt both anxious and exhilarated. His heart raced while his hands trembled. This was the moment he had longed for. Although he had never taken such a decisive shot in the NBA, he had always been the primary option in his previous games. The saying that NBA players grow up as the Jordan among their peers is equally applicable to Zhang Zhun. However, after entering the NBA, his talent seemed insufficient, preventing him from even getting regular minutes, let alone making clutch shots. Yet, after receiving a boost, his abilities caught up, granting him the opportunity to remain on the court during critical moments. This felt both natural and familiar to him. Zhang Zhun yearned to make that pivotal shot. After devising the strategy, the Zen master approached Zhang Zhun and asked, "Zhang, do you feel the pressure?" Despite Zhang Zhun's commendable performance in the last 2 games, he remained a rookie, and the Zen master was unsure if he could handle such a moment. Zhang Zhun candidly replied, "There is pressure, but I feel more excitement." The Zen master nodded. "All right, go for it." Although Zhang Zhun is not of the same ilk as Jordan or Kobe, and their personalities differ greatly, the Zen master sensed a shared trait among them, an obsession with victory. Soon after, the timeout concluded, and the Lakers initiated their offense. Walton inbounded the ball to Zhang Zhun. Once he advanced to the front court, he passed the ball to Odom at the free throw line, trailing by 1 point. The Lakers faced a choice between a 2-point or 3-point attempt. After passing the ball, Zhang Zhun continued to move frantically, not the type to simply stand and wait for an opportunity. He understood that his talent was not enough to overpower his opponents. He needed to actively create space. The Magic were primarily focused on defending Odom, doubting that the Zen master would deliberately design a game-winning play for a rookie. They aimed to contain his ball handling. Howard was orchestrating the defense in the paint. Though only in his second year, Howard had already begun to embody the essence of a defensive anchor. At that moment, Hill was defending Odom, who, after assessing the situation, opted to dribble. After a crossover, he powered through Hill towards the basket. Odom's drive caused the Magic's defense to collapse, prompting Stevenson, who was guarding Zhang Zhun, to attempt a double team. Zhang Zhun cleverly maneuvered away from Stevenson. Odom spotted Zhang Zhun at the 3-point line and swiftly passed the ball to him. Seeing this, Stevenson quickly shifted his weight and lunged at Zhang Zhun. Yet, Zhang Zhun had preemptively positioned himself. He caught the ball, pushed off the ground, raised his arm, and released a shot. The entire movement was fluid and graceful. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. All eyes were fixed on the ball. It struck the rim with a resounding thud. The play was not over, however. A scramble ensued beneath the basket as several players fought for position. Odom and Hill tumbled to the floor, but the referee did not call a foul. After shooting the 3-pointer, Zhang Zhun did not remain idle. His quick reflexes propelled him toward the basket. Midway through his dash, the ball ricocheted off the rim and fell back into his control. Zhang Zhun missed the 3-pointer, but he secured the rebound. Walton was wide open outside. This was the moment to pass. The local commentators were ecstatic, urging Zhang Zhun to make a decisive play. The clock ticked down with each passing second. Upon retrieving the rebound, Zhang Zhun moved with the grace of a fish in water in the paint. Bang! Bang! Zhang Zhun weaved through Stevenson and Howard's defense, maneuvering expertly. Upon reaching the painted area, he detected a lapse in rhythm and executed a high-arcing jump shot. Howard leaped with all his might, yet he still fell short. The basketball glided past Howard's fingertips. Fans and Lakers players alike anxiously followed the trajectory of the ball. It seemed to slice through the sky, executing an enigmatic high arc. The ball descended precisely into the net. Swish. A heart-stopping moment. 104 to 105. Bang. Beep. Zheng Jun was also knocked over by Hill's flying tackle. The referee signaled for an and-one opportunity. Wow. The Staples Center erupted into a deafening roar of applause. The DJ enthusiastically announced, Zheng Jun. The entire arena transformed into a sea of jubilant celebration. Remarkable. What a phenomenal performance. A game winner, or rather, a near-game winner. A missed three-pointer followed by a self-rebound and a stunning high shot to complete the clutch moment. In the CCTV broadcast room, Zhang Weiping's excitement was palpable as he shouted. Although a commentator must strive for neutrality, Zhang Weiping's emotions burst forth in that instant. Su Jiqing remarked, Zheng Jun's initial attempt should have gone in. He missed the opportunity. But he quickly redeemed himself with a remarkable high shot to seal the deal. He possesses a tremendous heart. Fans online echoed their exhilaration. Incredible. What a near-game winner. That high shot showcased his touch. A self-rebound, no less. And an N1, haha. Zheng Jun is destined for greatness tonight. Players on the court, Odom and Bynum, helped Zheng Jun to his feet. Well done, buddy. Bynum patted Zheng Jun on the back, and Odom's expression mirrored his excitement. Zheng Jun nodded to both, and then stepped to the free-throw line. With 8 seconds remaining, the pressure had finally dissipated for Zheng Jun. Adjusting his breath, he steadied his shot. Swish. The score stood at 104 to 106. The Magic called for a timeout. Zheng Jun celebrated with a fist pump as he returned to the bench. The continuous cheers from the crowd placed immense pressure on the Magic. During the defensive strategy session, the Zen master emphasized the importance of not allowing three-point shots. Even if a two-pointer slipped through, it would only lead to overtime. Upon returning from the timeout, the Magic initiated their offense. Hito TRKO Lu prepared to inbound the ball, passing it to Hill. Hill faced Walton's defense, while Nelson attempted to maneuver away from Zheng Jun, but to no avail. With the shot clock winding down, Hill executed a lateral dribble to the right and, in the absence of space, took a contested jump shot. Walton managed to disrupt the attempt. Thud. The basketball struck the rim and bounced away as the game clock expired. The match concluded with the score fixed at 104 to 106. The Lakers emerged victorious by a mere 2 points. Fans at the Staples Center erupted in jubilant cheers, and the Lakers celebrated their triumph with fervor. Chapter 13. The fire has ignited. Bynum rushed over, exhilarated, and embraced Zheng Jun, exclaiming, Zheng, you executed a near-game winner. Tonight belongs to you. Walton chimed in with a smile. Rookie, savor the cheers. Walton, a kind-hearted figure, had developed a camaraderie with Zheng Jun and was eager to extend his congratulations. Odom, Vujasic, Kwame Brown, and others also came over to exchange high-fives and hugs with Zheng Jun. As a rookie, this moment of achieving a near-game winner was indeed a remarkable milestone. Kobe also descended from the court to greet Zheng Jun with a high-five, saying, Zheng, you played well. It had been a long time since the Lakers could perform so fluidly in Kobe's absence. Zheng Jun nodded appreciatively, replying, thank you for the compliment. Kobe shrugged and smiled, ready to leave when Zheng Jun called out to him. Kobe, I have a friend who is a fan of yours. Let us take a picture together. Zheng Jun gestured for the Zhao sisters to come over. Whenever fans were present, Kobe would transform his expression, quickly donning a smile. The three sisters, Zhao Shui, Zhao Na, and Zhao Yu, were ecstatic as they posed for a photo with Kobe. Click, click, click. After the photo, Kobe coolly turned and walked towards Vanessa and their 2 daughters. Statistical summary. On the Magic's side, Howard scored 22 points, grabbed 16 rebounds, and blocked 4 shots. Hill had 18 points and 4 rebounds. Nelson contributed 12 points and 6 assists. Turkoglu added 10 points. And Francis chipped in with 10 points and 4 assists. Howard's performance had already established him as the standout player among the Magic, showcasing his growing role as the core of their offense and defense. For the Lakers, Odom scored 14 points, secured 10 rebounds, and provided 6 assists. Bynum had 12 points and 11 rebounds. Vujasic scored 6 points. Walton contributed 8 points and 5 assists. Smush Parker added 6 points and 2 assists. While Zheng Jun led with a remarkable 35 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists. Undoubtedly, Zheng Jun's achievement of the highest score of the game and his near-game winner made him the pivotal player in the Lakers' victory. After celebrating with his teammates, Zheng Jun prepared to return to the locker room when ESPN's beautiful reporter, Aaron Andrews, approached him with a microphone in hand. Aaron, with her lustrous golden hair and tall stature, possessed a beauty comparable to top models. Since joining ESPN in 2004, Erin had evolved from an NHL reporter to a versatile journalist covering basketball, football, baseball, and college leagues. She had garnered a significant following as a media personality. Zheng Jun had encountered her before, but she had predominantly interviewed Kobe, making this their first interaction. Erin warmly said, "Zheng, congratulations on winning tonight's game and executing a near-game winner. How are you feeling?" Zheng Jun lowered his head slightly towards the microphone, responding, "It feels incredible. Like a dream fulfilled. As a child, I often imagined what it would be like to hit a game winner in the NBA, and now I've done it." Erin inquired, "You hit 9 3-pointers tonight, but missed the final one. Did you think it was all over at that moment?" Zheng Jun shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I was fully immersed in the game, and I knew immediately that shot wouldn't go in, so I aimed to grab the offensive rebound. Fortunately, I did." Erin then asked, "Your three-point shooting has been exceptional in these 2 games. How have you achieved this?" Zheng Jun thought to himself that he couldn't claim he was on fire. Such a statement would be unbelievable. "Curry is impressive," he remarked. "I've been practicing extensively off the court. You may have seen me make 9 3-pointers tonight, but what you didn't see was that I hit 500 3-pointers yesterday. After all that training, this is merely the reward for my efforts." Erin continued, "Do you believe you can secure a starting position with the Lakers in the future?" Zheng Jun replied, "That's up to the coach's decisions. I certainly aspire to play a more significant role on the team." Erin asked, "You faced a lot of criticism from fans. How do you deal with that?" Zheng Jun stated, "I let my performance silence them." While Zheng Jun didn't mind normal fan criticism, he felt irritated when fans attacked him and his family. His words carried a certain intensity. After Erin smiled and concluded the interview, she said, "Thank you for your time. I hope you continue to perform well." After bidding farewell to the ESPN reporter, Zheng Jun returned to the locker room. An assistant coach approached him to inform him of the post-game interview. It was customary for standout players to participate in post-game press conferences. Zheng Jun was no stranger to such grand occasions. When he first entered the NBA, numerous reporters had come to interview him. Many subsequent interviews had taken a different tone, focusing more on how he responded to criticism. However, tonight was evidently different. With newfound confidence, Zheng Jun adeptly handled the various reporters in the post-game setting. Super Rookie, 2 games that changed everything. Zheng Jun's jersey is a sensation. 2 consecutive 30-point games. Zheng Jun demonstrates the strongest rookie power this season. Surprise! Zheng Jun scores 30 points in consecutive games. 9 3-pointers and a near-game winner. Zheng Jun becomes the Lakers' most reliable scoring option. "Kobe, you can step aside. I'm ready to take your place." The new monarch ascends. Los Angeles may be ready for a change. With Kobe absent, Zheng Jun reigns supreme. Zheng Jun deserves a multi-million salary. Rising 3-point marksman, Ray Allen. Are you afraid? These headlines, while exaggerated, reflect the media's penchant for drama. When players perform well, they are hailed. When they falter, the criticism flows. Nevertheless, it is evident that Zheng Jun has ignited a fire with his recent performances. His 3-point shooting prowess has drawn significant media attention, particularly from domestic outlets, which have made bold claims, asserting that his baseline level is comparable to Ray Allen and that he could even reach Reggie Miller's status. While Yao Ming has elevated the Chinese men's basketball team in the paint, Zheng Jun aims to dominate the perimeter. Previously, Zheng Jun's performances did not warrant such praise. He was merely an edge player, one of many watching from the sidelines in the CBA. However, after 2 consecutive games scoring 30 points, many domestic media outlets and fans breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the narrative, as long as he played well, he was deemed impressive. On platforms like Hupu, Tieba, and various major websites, Zheng Jun's news surged to the forefront. Even those who typically do not follow basketball took notice of his name. Fans who were interested in the NBA but missed the live broadcasts sought out game recordings through various browsers. Li Tao, a domestic basketball video editor, worked part-time editing highlight reels of NBA superstars and posting them for fans to watch and comment. This side job yielded no income. It was purely a hobby. Previously, Li Tao focused primarily on editing clips of superstars like Yao Ming, Kobe, and Tracy McGrady. While those videos garnered views, they felt too commonplace. However, today, Li Tao edited a special feature dedicated solely to Zheng Jun. His shooting was truly exceptional. During the editing process, Li Tao couldn't help but marvel at Zheng Jun's skills. after completing and posting the highlight reel of Zhang Zhun's game. It took less than 20 minutes for the post to receive thousands of comments. Initially, Li Tao had not anticipated that this post would become so popular. Upon careful reflection, Li Tao came to a realization. Zhang Zhun, being Chinese and a rookie, naturally garnered significant attention with his consecutive 30-point games. Truly impressive, Zhang Zhun. I am astounded. Have Chinese guards reached such remarkable prowess? His three-point shooting ability is indeed top-notch, with near game-winning shots and a steady floater. One can only hope the original poster continues to update. The fans' comments invigorated Li Tao, and his anticipation for Zhang Zhun's performance grew. The viral success of the video prompted Li Tao to transform his post into a dedicated tribute to Zhang Zhun, exclusively featuring his videos and news. On a TNT talk show the following morning, Barkley discussed Zhang Zhun with recently retired sharpshooter Reggie Miller. Barkley remarked, "Reggie, many fans are curious if Zhang can truly deliver. Given your similar styles, what are your thoughts?" Miller, who concluded his career last season and holds the all-time three-point record, smiled and replied, "Zhang initially did not receive much playing time. He rose to prominence almost unexpectedly. It's still early to assess him, as many opponents have yet to devise specific strategies to counter his strengths." Barkley countered, "So you don't have faith in Zhang?" Miller clarified, "Not at all. Zhang resembles me in many ways. His talent is average, and his explosiveness isn't elite, yet his shooting touch is comparable to mine, which is crucial. His future success hinges on the longevity of his career, which is just beginning. Anything is possible." Having watched Zhang's 2 games, Miller recognized his formidable shooting ability, the foundation for Zhang's standing in the NBA. In contrast to Miller's diplomatic approach, Barkley bluntly stated, "I believe he is more suited to be a 3 and D player. But he must enhance his defense, as he is susceptible to being overwhelmed by opponents. This archetype typically excels offensively but falters defensively. Attaining all-star status will be challenging unless he demonstrates consistent, high-level performance. However, being a competent rotation player is certainly within reach." With a decisive motion, Zhang Zhun turned off the television in his room. Returning home late the previous night, he had a bowl of noodles prepared by Zhao Shui before resting. Upon exiting his room, he found the apartment empty. Zhao Shui had gone to work, while Zhao Na and Zhao Yu were at school. However, a meal remained on the table. "Brother Zhun, last night's game was exhilarating. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you for the tickets and the jersey, not to mention Kobe's autograph. Lunch is prepared. Enjoy it at your leisure." The note bore a red lip print, evidently from Zhao Na, who had prepared the lunch. Zhang Zhun held a favorable impression of the landlord's sisters. All 3 were quite amiable. After finishing his lunch, Zhang Zhun drove to the training facility. Trainer Jack was already at work and greeted Zhang with a smile, saying, "Zhang, your performance last night was incredible. Come, sign this. My 5-year-old son is now a fan of yours." Jack produced Zhang's jersey and a pen, to which Zhang cheerfully obliged, signing it. For NBA players, signing autographs and taking photos is akin to a job, and Zhang rarely declines, as it signifies respect. "Thank you for your efforts. Let us continue training today," Zhang stated. Jack, pleased, replied, "That's my job. What would you like to practice today? More three-pointers?" Jack had developed immense respect for Zhang. While others viewed Zhang's 9 three-pointers in the last game as an overnight sensation, Jack understood the dedication behind it. Zhang had trained rigorously, shooting 500 shots just the day before. It was no mere coincidence. "I want to focus on 500 three-pointers, followed by slide steps, strength training, and one-on-one defense drills," Zhang instructed. Jack nodded in agreement. Besides shooting, Zhang was determined to bolster his defensive capabilities. In the previous game, his defensive performance could only be described as mediocre against physically dominant forwards or highly skilled guards. He was at significant risk of being overpowered. The Lakers demanded high defensive standards, and if Zhang aspired to be a starter, he could not afford to slack on that front. The following day, the Lakers faced the Suns at home. Last season marked a significant transformation for the Suns, who finished first in the West with a record of 62 wins and 20 losses. Their performance was remarkable, with core players like Steve Nash, Shawn Marion, Joe Johnson, and Amare Stoudemire shining brightly. Nash, averaging 15, 5 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, earned the MVP title, while Marion and Stoudemire contributed significantly with averages of 19, 4 and 26, 9 points, respectively. However, the Suns' playoff performance fell short, losing to the eventual champions, the San Antonio Spurs, in the Western Conference Finals. Despite fans' dashed hopes, the Suns showcased their potential and strength. This season, with the addition of Leandro Barbosa and Stephen Hunter, anticipation for the Suns' overall performance grew. In a pregame press interview, Suns shooting guard Raja Bell boldly declared, "I'll handle that rookie. He won't score in double figures." Standing at 6 feet 5 inches, Bell was a tenacious defender, often matching up against the league's superstars. Despite Zhang's impressive scoring streak, Bell remained unfazed. Having reviewed Zhang's footage, Bell believed Zhang was undervalued. With a little physicality to disrupt Zhang's shooting rhythm, he would be rendered inconsequential. The only Lakers player Bell regarded with respect was Kobe. Without him, the current Lakers did not impress Bell. The Suns were a formidable Western team, boasting a record of 21 wins and 9 losses, placing them third in the conference. Under Nash's leadership, the Suns employed a high-octane offensive strategy, demonstrating tremendous firepower. Many believed the Lakers would find it challenging to overcome them. Domestically, CCTV5's Zhang Weiping and Su Jiqing were ready for the broadcast. With Zhang Zhun's rising popularity, CCTV increased the number of Lakers games aired, prompting more fans to eagerly await the matchup. Online, discussions flourished among fans speculating whether Zhang could replicate his previous performances. "I find it difficult. The Suns will undoubtedly target him defensively, and Bell is no ordinary defender. Without Kobe, the Lakers truly seem to struggle. They lack a consistent scoring option." Fans deliberated. While on the television screen, Zhang Weiping and Su Jiqing prepared their materials. Zhang Weiping remarked, "The Suns have been performing exceptionally well lately, achieving an impressive 3-game winning streak. Under Nash's leadership, their offensive prowess ranks first in the league. Today, the Lakers will face a significant challenge on the defensive end if they cannot match the Suns' firepower. The game may very well be decided by the end of the third quarter." Su Jiqing inquired, "Coach Zhang, who do you think will step up for the Lakers in this match?" Zhang Weiping responded, "This season, the Lakers' offense heavily relies on Kobe, who averages an astounding 35 points per game. Following him, the next highest scorer is Odom, with an average of 14 points. As for Smush Parker, Vujacic, Walton, and the like, they lack that capability. The only one we can slightly count on now is Zhang Zhun." Zhang Weiping continued, "However, Zhang Zhun will face considerable difficulties today. The defensive pressure he encounters tonight may surpass that of the previous 2 games, as the Suns will focus on guarding his 3-point shooting. Under such circumstances, it will be quite challenging for him to replicate last game's 30-point performance." Su Jiqing chuckled, "What if Zhang Zhun scores 30 points again tonight?" Zhang Weiping replied, "That would indicate Zhang Zhun possesses the ability to score under high-pressure conditions, a skill that would be crucial for the Lakers, potentially securing him a significant role within the team." At the Staples Center, the game is about to commence. The front row is graced with Hollywood's illustrious stars, including Diane Cannon, Nicholson, and the Kardashian sisters, all present to witness the game. Recently, Zhang Zhun has garnered immense popularity in Los Angeles, prompting these figures to come and see him play. Particularly, diehard Lakers fan Nicholson knows every player on the team intimately. After Kobe's injury, he had feared that the Lakers' playoff hopes would fade, yet Zhang Zhun's emergence has rekindled his optimism for enduring this challenging period. Zhang Zhun has instilled in him a renewed sense of anticipation for the Lakers games. Chapter 14. Confronting the Suns. The Lakers' starting lineup included Smush Parker, Sasha Vujacic, Walton, Lamar Odom, and Kwame Brown. The Zen Master did not include the impressively performing Zhang Zhun in the starting 5, adhering to his traditionalist approach, resistant to altering his roster with ease. The Suns starters were Nash, Raja Bell, Marion, Kurt Thomas, and Diaw. The absence of Stoudemire this season due to injury had diminished the Suns' strength. Otherwise, the Lakers would have faced a more formidable opponent. The Lakers initiated the first attack. Smush Parker advanced the ball and delivered it to Kwame Brown in the low post. After a brief maneuver against Diaw, Kwame turned and executed a hook shot, swish. The number 1 pick occasionally found the net, striving to prove he was not a bust. The Lakers further solidified their early lead by stifling the Suns' subsequent possession, allowing Smush Parker to effortlessly penetrate and score. The Lakers were ahead 4-0. However, the Suns quickly regrouped. Nash delivered incisive passes, creating open 3-point opportunities for Raja Bell, Marion, and Diaw, all of which they converted. 3 consecutive 3-pointers. As the Suns unleashed their offensive onslaught, the Lakers' attack faltered, failing to capitalize on their own open looks. Smush Parker's personal offensive prowess was limited, and the Lakers' offensive organization broke down. While the Lakers struggled with missed shots, the Suns seized the opportunity, scoring 2 easy cuts in succession. Kwame Brown's interior defense proved inadequate. He was too slow to react to Marion and Kurt Thomas's cuts. The score escalated to 13-4, prompting the Zen Master to call a timeout. The Lakers appeared utterly devoid of spirit, lacking the essence that Kobe and Zhang Zhun provided on the court. Their performance mirrored the previous 2 games. It remained to be seen whether the Zen Master would soon deploy Zhang Zhun. Perhaps not yet, as it was still early in the rotation, and the Zen Master was steadfastly traditional. Fans murmured in discontent. As anticipated, the Zen Master did not immediately send Zhang Zhun onto the court. Instead, he adjusted the interior by substituting Bynum for Kwame Brown and altering the Lakers' defensive strategy. Following the timeout, the Lakers' offense showed little improvement, struggling to find rhythm from beyond the arc. Neither Vujasic nor Walton possessed the capability to take strong shots. They required someone to create opportunities for them. Smush Parker attempted to take on Nash, but found himself out of sync, resorting to relentless drives to the basket. Despite the Suns lacking Stoudemire, the defensive duo of Kurt Thomas and Marion proved formidable, their double team creating significant disruption for Smush Parker. His efficiency in penetrating the defense was alarmingly low, with his layups frequently contested. The Suns' perimeter shooting remained scorching, and under Nash's masterful orchestration, their offense flowed seamlessly. Nash himself capitalized on 2 opportunities, sinking 3-pointers. Although he did not shoot frequently, he could convert nearly every open shot, boasting a 2-point shooting percentage of 51.6 and a 3-point percentage of 44, remarkable figures for a guard, surpassing many forwards. With 5 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score reached 24-10. With the Lakers trailing by a staggering 14 points at home, the Zen Master decisively called another timeout. The Staples Center fell into a heavy silence, the expressions of the Lakers players reflecting their tension. Bynum appeared particularly dejected. Although his presence had slightly improved the Lakers' interior defense, the Suns' pace was relentless, alternating between 3-pointers and fast break scores. The few stops he managed did little to alter the game's dynamics. Observing the Lakers once again trailing by 14 points, the fans in Staples Center were visibly disheartened. Since Shaquille O'Neal's departure, the team had been in a prolonged struggle. Their capabilities had drastically diminished. Against a team like the Suns, which lacked a dominant interior presence, having a player of O'Neal's caliber would have been enough to dismantle them effortlessly. Alas, O'Neal was no longer there. Goodness, what is this? This group of misfits could all be cut. A frustrated fan lamented. I've spent so much money to watch this. The sentiments echoed throughout the arena. The perimeter defense faltered, the interior defense crumbled, and their offensive efforts were feeble. The fans continued to voice their frustrations, chanting, "Bring on Zhang Zhun. Zhang. Zhang. We need Zhang." The unified call mirrored the previous game. The Zen Master shifted his focus to Zhang Zhun. Originally, he had planned to wait until approximately 3 minutes remained in the game before allowing Zhang to enter with the second unit. However, the unfolding situation seemed to spiral beyond control. "Zhang, you're in. Replace Smush Parker," the Zen Master instructed. Zhang Zhun rose, shedding his warm-up pants, and approached the Zen Master. "Prepared to enter the fray. You'll have opportunities to score. If it's Steve guarding you, take him one-on-one. We need to shift momentum swiftly. Of course, on defense. Disrupt Steve's rhythm. Don't allow him to orchestrate freely," the Zen Master advised, his hand resting on Zhang Zhun's shoulder as he whispered instructions. Zhang Zhun nodded, acknowledging the high expectations placed upon him, interpreting it as a sign of the Zen Master's confidence. The game resumed. Zhang Zhun found himself matched up against Nash. Excitement coursed through him as he faced the 2-time MVP, a premier point guard and master facilitator. Their eyes met, and Nash smiled, aware of the recent buzz surrounding Zhang Zhun. He was curious to see if this rookie lived up to the media's praise. If he could dominate Zhang, delivering a cheeky welcome to the NBA, it would be quite gratifying for Nash, who relished a bit of mischief. As the Lakers executed their offense, Odom passed the ball to Zhang Zhun. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang was not confronted by Nash, but rather by Raja Bell. Bell clapped his hands and taunted, "Rookie, you're in for a tough night, one that might make you wish for death." Instantly, Bell closed in on Zhang, denying him any space to shoot. Bell had made a name for himself in the NBA through his defensive prowess, occasionally hitting 3-pointers. Since joining the Suns, his role had revolved around these 2 responsibilities. Zhang Zhun felt the immense defensive pressure but remained composed. After releasing the ball, he swiftly dribbled and accelerated toward the top of the arc. Instead of holding onto the ball, He passed it to Bynum, who was ready to receive. After the pass, Zhang executed a deceptive cut toward the inside, then swiftly backtracked toward Bynum, creating space between himself and Bell. Bell pursued Zhang fervently, but was met with an obstacle. Bam! Bynum effectively positioned himself between Zhang and Bell, delivering a timely handoff pass. In that instant, Zhang Jun, positioned at the right three-point mark, quickly released a shot. Diao, attempting to help, was just a fraction too late to contest the attempt. Zhang Jun's release was so swift that Diao had little time to react. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. Swish! A piercing shot. This marked the Lakers' first three-pointer of the night, and Zhang Jun was on fire. Oh, what a splendid play. The Staples Center erupted in cheers. Zhang Jun, however, did not indulge in celebration. Instead, he swiftly transitioned back into defense. Nash received the ball and advanced rapidly into the front court. Zhang Jun's defensive style was not one of physical confrontation. Thus, he did not exert substantial pressure on Nash. As Nash dribbled, he constantly sought out his teammates. Kodo Thomas came in to set a screen, momentarily blocking Zhang Jun, while Odom switched to defend Nash. Nash executed a bounce pass to Kodo Thomas. Standing at 2.06 meters, Kodo Thomas had a size advantage over Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun attempted to intercept the ball, but failed. Nevertheless, he managed to force Kodo Thomas to secure the ball. Kodo Thomas challenged Bynum at the basket, making a strong move. There was some contact, but the referee did not blow the whistle, and Bynum's interference caused the shot to miss. Zhang Jun sprinted to the other side, swiftly gaining control of the rebound. Now playing as the point guard, Zhang Jun had possession of the ball. After advancing to the front court, he continued to face Rackhead Bell's relentless defense, motioning for Bynum to set a screen. Bynum obliged, pushing forward. Bang! Another screen was set, and this time Rackhead Bell was knocked to the ground. Yet the referee remained silent. Utilizing Bynum's screen, Zhang Jun made a low, swift drive into the paint. His breakthrough attracted the attention of the Suns' interior defenders. However, before they could fully converge, Zhang Jun executed a high floater. The shot was executed with grace, arching beautifully through the air. Swish! A precise strike. Zhang Jun had scored 5 consecutive points. On the sidelines, D'Antoni was visibly agitated. The Suns needed to switch defenses more quickly after the screen. The Suns were allowing Zhang Jun to execute the pick and roll far too easily. The Staples Center crowd continued to roar with excitement. The Suns initiated their offense once more. Nash brought the ball up the court and passed it to Diaw at the free throw line. Diaw, a nimble big man with a well-rounded skill set, able to shoot, maneuver, and pass, was slightly lacking in height. After faking Bynum, Diaw chose to drive to the right. Bynum maintained his position, applying some interference. Diaw passed to Rackhead Bell at the right corner. After a quick fake, Rackhead Bell passed back to Nash at the top of the key. With time running out on the shot clock, Nash assessed the situation. Zhang Jun did not engage in physical confrontation, instead extending his long arms to disrupt. Unlike the previous Curry, Zhang Jun's wingspan was significantly longer, enhancing his defensive prowess. As Nash swayed, he found a slight rhythm and prepared to launch a three-pointer. Nash was confident in his shooting ability. Fans held their breath at the sight of Nash preparing to shoot, aware of his remarkable consistency. Zhang Jun nearly leaped at the same moment as Nash, stretching his arms as far as possible. His fingertips grazed the basketball, altering its trajectory. The shot clanged off the rim, and Bynum secured the rebound. The block. Zhang Jun had made a block. Oh my goodness. Odom was quick to act, spotting the fast-breaking Vujasic and delivering a long pass. Vujasic's effortless layup found the net. The Staples Center erupted in jubilant cheers. Zhang Jun glanced down at his hand, astonished. This felt like his first block in the NBA, and it was against Nash. Although Zhang Jun's blocking ability had been negligible, he managed to achieve it this time through sheer determination. Nash shook his head, realizing he had underestimated Zhang Jun. Returning to the play, he dribbled past half-court. Diaw came to receive the ball, passing it back to Nash. Facing Bynum's mismatch, Nash made a quick step through the right side. Upon reaching the paint, he executed a sudden jump shot. He had evaded Bynum's rhythm, leaving Bynum unable to contest the shot. The basketball arced gracefully, slicing through the air. Swish. After scoring, Nash casually adjusted his hair and turned to retreat on defense. Though the Lakers had just executed a 7-0 run, the Suns remained unfazed, primarily due to their confidence in their offensive capabilities. The players trusted Nash, who rewarded their faith. The Lakers initiated their offense once again. Zhang Jun dribbled to the front court and passed to Odom. Odom then passed to Walton. Walton attempted to drive, but posed little threat and passed the ball back out. Zhang Jun received the ball and continued with the pick and roll. Bynum advanced, but this time he failed to block Raquel Bell, who anticipated and maneuvered around the screen. Zhang Jun drifted toward Vujasic, who understood Zhang Jun's intentions and set a screen for him. This delayed Raquel Bell, allowing Nash to switch onto Zhang Jun. Vujasic quickly drew Raquel Bell away, and Vujasic was a three-point threat, prompting Raquel Bell to be cautious. Realizing Nash was now defending him, Zhang Jun signaled for a one-on-one play. The fans at Staples Center encouraged Zhang Jun, recognizing the challenge he faced against the MVP, as Zhang Jun was merely a rookie. This youthful audacity captivated the audience. Bang! Bang! Zhang Jun showcased his agile dribbling skills, shifting back and forth. Left, right. Nash followed Zhang Jun's rhythm. Yet Nash's defensive prowess paled in comparison to Raquel Bell's. Zhang Jun quickly found an opening, accelerating to the right. Nash adjusted his center of gravity. Zhang Jun engaged Nash in physicality, then pushed off to retreat beyond the three-point line. With an opening, Zhang Jun swiftly released a three-pointer. The shot flowed seamlessly, and he felt little pressure. Swish. A piercing shot. Timeout. This time it was D'Antoni's turn to call for a break. Chapter 15. The Logo Show, 3 consecutive 30s. Standing alongside Kobe, the fans at the Staples Center erupted in cheers. This rookie is impressive. His previous prowess was indeed formidable, and he scored immediately upon entering the game. The Suns' defense appeared less daunting. Why had scoring been so arduous before? The spectators engaged in animated discussions. Their discerning eyes revealed the significant impact Zhang Jun had on the Lakers. Prior to his entry, the Lakers trailed by 14 points, yet with Zhang Jun's arrival, the deficit had narrowed to just 6 points. Consequently, whenever the camera focused on Zhang Jun, the fans' cheers reached a crescendo. The screen aptly displayed Kobe's average statistics alongside Zhang Jun's from the first 2 games, both boasting an average of 30 points. This comparison ignited the fans' imaginations, envisioning the splendor of the Lakers' perimeter attack upon Kobe's return. After sinking a shot, Zhang Jun celebrated with an archery gesture before returning to the bench. The Zen master wore a smile. Zhang Jun's debut was nearly flawless, indicative of his well-timed adjustments. Well done, Zhang. That's how it's done. I eagerly anticipate your continued dominance over Steve, the coach encouraged. Zhang Jun nodded, bolstered by his coach's support. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping beamed. I told you. The Zen master should have brought in Zhang Jun earlier. As long as he's on the court, the Lakers' offense looks far more appealing. Good job, Zhang, keep it up. Su Jiqing added. Indeed, the Lakers launched a 10-2 scoring run, with Zhang Jun contributing 8 points. His offensive prowess is explosive. Hey, Zhang Jun is truly effective, scoring upon his entrance. His defense has shown improvement too, even blocking Nash, Barkley remarked. To be honest, Zhang's defensive skills are average. It's merely his attitude that's commendable, Miller quipped. As the Lakers advanced the ball, Zhang Jun became the focal point once more with his stable output. His teammates instinctively rallied around him. Zhang Jun maintained a deliberate pace, aware that the Lakers' individual skills paled in comparison to those of the Suns, making a fast-paced game potentially disastrous. The crowd chanted Zhang Jun's name, eager to witness his performance. After dribbling forward, he passed to Odom, who maneuvered past Ratchet Lewis before delivering the ball back to Zhang Jun. With a switch on defense, Diaw emerged. Positioned just outside the three-point line, Zhang Jun faced Diaw. The Lakers swiftly created space for a mismatch. Although Diaw was larger, he was agile, requiring Zhang Jun's utmost concentration. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Jun rhythmically adjusted his pace while executing crossovers. Diaw guarded him closely, his weight heavily forward. Zhang Jun attempted a right-side drive, but was obstructed by Diaw. He pivoted, switching to the left, then accelerated past Diaw and entered the paint. Drawing the Suns' interior defense, Zhang Jun found Bynum unmarked beneath the basket. He decisively passed the ball to Bynum, who rose for a two-handed slam. Boom. Bynum, nicknamed Little Shark, possessed remarkable physical attributes, ensuring high efficiency near the rim. Bynum celebrated the moment with a high five for Zhang Jun. On the Suns' offensive end, House brought the ball up court. Coach D'Antoni signaled for composure. As the Suns' offense had struggled recently, House passed to Marion in the low post. Marion's offensive repertoire was limited, yet he spun past Walton and approached the basket. Attracting Bynum's help defense, he passed to Diaw, who scored with a layup. 28-22. Good play, D'Antoni exclaimed. Zheng Jun wasted no time, calling out to Odom for the ball. Odom obliged, and Zheng Jun surged forward. Rachid Lewis returned to defend, but opted to observe how Zheng Jun would respond. As Zheng crossed half-court and noticed Lewis had not closely pursued him, he adjusted his rhythm, standing 2 meters beyond the three-point line at the edge of the logo. With confidence bolstered by his previous performances, Zheng Jun launched a long-range three-pointer. Having absorbed Stephen Curry's ability for deep shooting, he understood that if given space, he could take the shot. The fans at Staples Center, along with the Lakers players on the sidelines, were transfixed, jaws agape at the sight of such a deep three-pointer, particularly in regulation time. In this era, guards attempting such shots often face criticism. Yet Zheng Jun proceeded without hesitation. Had he not demonstrated remarkable accuracy in the previous games, the Zen master might have erupted in frustration. However, the basketball soared as if piercing the heavens. Swish. The sound of the ball netting was crisp and resonant. 28-25. A roar erupted from the crowd. Oh my, he actually made it. This guy is incredible. The fans erupted in overwhelming cheers, akin to a tidal wave. Zheng Jun celebrated with an exaggerated archery pose, exuding flair. Barkley shouted, "OMG, OMG. He just shot from the logo and scored." Miller, astonished, could only gape, struggling to comprehend the audacity of such a shot. Meanwhile, domestic live streams and forums exploded with excitement. Incredible. Zheng Jun is phenomenal. Can you believe he shot from the logo? It feels so effortless. A moment of madness unfolded. Unbelievable. Zheng Jun's three-point shooting is somewhat terrifying, igniting a flurry of discussions among fans in the posts. The first quarter concluded swiftly, with the score settled at 33-31. Under Zheng Jun's influence, the Lakers tenaciously clawed their way back into contention. Zhang Weiping remarked, "The Lakers before Zheng Jun's entry are a different team from those after." Zheng Jun can effortlessly alter the Suns' defense, allowing his teammates to play with greater ease. In the latter half of the quarter, one could clearly observe a shift in their defensive attitude, with each player exhibiting remarkable enthusiasm. Su Jiqing concurred, "Indeed, this is not the first time Zheng Jun has performed thus." His offensive prowess was evident from his explosive debut, where he delivered 3 consecutive three-pointers, as if descending from the heavens. Whenever the opponent presents an opportunity, he ensures they learn a lesson. On the Suns bench, D'Antoni emphasized tactical adjustments, insisting they must not allow Zheng any three-point opportunities, switch on screens, and do not permit him a shot. He is currently their most potent offensive threat. Contain him, and the game will become much easier for us. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their second units, fueled by Zheng Jun's presence. Lakers players exhibited tremendous fervor on the defensive end, while Walton and Vujasic began sinking three-pointers as well. Conversely, without Nash, although House displayed impressive individual scoring by overpowering Zheng Jun twice, he struggled to facilitate for the team. The Lakers gradually overtook the score. D'Antoni wasted no time bringing Nash back onto the court, but the Lakers' momentum had surged, and he could not immediately reverse the situation. On the road, the Suns players appeared less enthusiastic. With 5:22 remaining, Odom held the ball at the arc. Zheng Jun dashed from the backcourt, continuously leading Lagable in repeated off-ball movements. Lagable, quick and agile, shadowed Zheng Jun, making it difficult for him to shake free in one-on-one situations. In terms of off-ball defense, Lagable was formidable. Yet, Zheng Jun was not merely relying on his teammates for screens. He also adeptly utilized the opposition. The Suns set up a zone defense, and Zheng Jun sprinted towards the free-throw line, actively penetrating the heart of their defense. Both Dia and Marion attempted to trap him but failed, inadvertently obstructing Lagable's pursuit. This slight delay allowed Zheng Jun to find space beyond the right three-point line. Prepared to shoot even before receiving the pass, he elevated as Odom delivered the ball, launching it effortlessly. The basketball traced a beautiful arc, swooshing through the net. With an archer's pose, Zheng Jun celebrated, as the Staples Center erupted in cheers. Lagable, panting heavily while watching Zheng Jun, realized that despite ostensibly being tasked with guarding him, he had yet to face Zheng Jun in a single isolation play. Instead, Zheng Jun relentlessly employed various off-ball movements to exhaust Lagable, rendering his defensive efforts futile. At 4:13, following a series of screens and movements, Zheng Jun found himself in a one-on-one opportunity against Nash at the arc. Nash's defense paled in comparison to Lagable's, providing Zheng Jun with significantly less pressure. Engaging Nash in a tugging contest, Zhang Zhen found his rhythm while dribbling, creating a brief separation before launching a shot. This attempt was bold, not strictly an open look. However, Zhang Zhen managed to convert. Nash raised his hands in resignation, while the fans at Staples erupted in applause. With 3:11 left, Vujasic faked a shot from the perimeter before passing to Walton, who then dished it to Odom after penetrating. Odom, while being guarded by Marion and attracting Lagable's double team, kicked it out to Zhang Zhen, positioned over a meter beyond the three-point line. Zhang Zhen, despite the distance, took the shot. Swish. The crowd went wild again. Not every three-pointer Zhang Zhen attempted would find its mark, and following this long-range effort, he missed 2 subsequent attempts, indicating a slight cooling of his hot hand. However, as Zhang Zhen's shooting touch waned, other Lakers stepped up, with Odom and Bynum consistently attacking the Suns' interior. The Suns' lack of height in the paint and some defensive lapses provided ample opportunities for the Lakers. By halftime, the score stood at 65-55, with the Lakers leading by 10 points. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping noted, "Before the game, no one anticipated such a scenario, with the Lakers securing a double-digit lead at home." Su Jiqing added, "Zhang Zhen has altered the dynamics of the game. The Suns are struggling to contain his offensive rhythm." Zhang Weiping smiled. "Well done. Let us see what kind of performance Zhang Zhen will deliver in the second half." Throughout the first half, the Kardashian sisters reveled in various festivities. With each basket by Zhang Zhen and Odom, they erupted in cheers, exhibiting emotions akin to ordinary fans despite their celebrity status. The Lakers provided hope for their supporters that night. In the Suns' locker room, the atmosphere was subdued as the team grappled with their deficit. D'Antoni was visibly displeased, recognizing that the game had shifted dramatically since the rookie's entry. The Suns had gone from leading by double digits to trailing by the same margin. Lagable, feeling overwhelmed, pondered how to defend against Zhang Zhen. D'Antoni, not known for his defensive acumen, found Zhang Zhen's off-ball movement particularly challenging. "We are not too far behind. If we can control the tempo and defend well, we can turn this around swiftly," Marion suggested rationally. "Indeed. We need to play our style and not get caught up in their rhythm," Nash chimed in. Marion and Nash's words helped bring the Suns players back to a more rational mindset. It was merely a 10-point deficit. They had experienced greater challenges before. D'Antoni interjected, "Lagable, in the third quarter, I do not want to see that rookie hitting any three-pointers." Lagable replied, "Okay, I will handle his isolation plays. I'll switch on screens immediately and apply pressure." His determination was palpable, as Lagable prepared to intensify his defensive efforts against Zhang Zhen, even resorting to non-basketball tactics if necessary. The second half commenced rapidly, with Zhang Zhen starting alongside the first unit. Those in Master exhibited some stubbornness. He was not oblivious to the team's current reliance on Zhang Zhen, who had considerably alleviated the Lakers' scoring woes in light of Kobe's injury. On the bench, Smush Parker observed Zhang Zhen, his expression growing increasingly somber. In the early stages of Zhang Zhen's eruption, he exhibited no concern for his status, firmly believing that Zhang Zhen posed no threat to him. However, following consecutive outbursts, Smash Park began to sense a shift in the coach's utilization of personnel. Smash Park's playing time was significantly curtailed. Despite this reduction, he found himself powerless to change the situation, for Zhang Zhen's prowess was undeniable. The harsh reality of the NBA is that the stronger players remain on the court. Upon Zhang Zhen's entry, he encountered a barrage of defensive maneuvers from Rajabel, who intensified his physicality. Consequently, Zhang Zhen's opportunities diminished. Yet, his relentless movement continuously altered the Suns' defensive alignment, inadvertently providing more chances for other Lakers players. Walton exploited the defensive gaps created by Zhang Zhen to make several penetrations. Nash attempted to accelerate their pace, but was thwarted by Bynum's exceptional performance, as he repeatedly delivered impressive blocks on the defensive end. The Suns' perimeter shooting faltered once again in the away game. As the third quarter approached its final 22 seconds, Zhang Zhen continued to endure Rajabel's relentless defense. Rajabel tugged at Zhang Zhen's jersey, yet the referee remained unresponsive to the foul. Zhang Zhen gestured towards the official, but to no avail. He continued to maneuver, successfully navigating around Bynum's screen, receiving the ball from Odom. Rajabel reached out, attempting to grab Zhang Zhen, who, displaying cleverness, executed a double-handed spin move to ensnare Rajabel before decisively launching a long-range three-pointer. The referee's whistle pierced the air. However, upon their entanglement, both players fell to the ground. Rising to their feet, they exchanged heated words. FCK. Do you want to fight, rookie? Come on. It appeared a further conflict was imminent. Bynum and Odom rushed over, while the Suns players also converged. Both sides managed to separate their respective players, preventing the escalation of the confrontation. Zheng Jun approached the free throw line. Swish, swish, swish. His 3 free throws solidly contributed to extending the Lakers' lead to a remarkable 15 points. Following this foul, Rajabel seemed to temper his aggression, clearly recognizing that reckless aggression towards Zheng Jun could easily result in fouls, a costly misstep for the team. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the score stood at 85-100. In the fourth quarter, the Suns mounted a persistent comeback, yet the Lakers maintained their scorching shooting touch, consistently sinking challenging shots that left the Suns feeling helpless. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 115-120, as the Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Suns at home. Zheng Jun played for 33 minutes, achieving a remarkable stat line of 3 for 6 from 2-point range, 8 for 14 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, totaling 36 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 1 turnover. Odom secured 22 points and 11 rebounds. Bynum tallied 25 points and 13 rebounds. Walton contributed 13 points, 4 assists, and 2 rebounds, while Vujasic added 10 points. Besides Zheng Jun's stellar performance, the others also regained their rhythm, which was, of course, partially attributed to the Suns' lackluster state that evening. The Suns' statistics featured Nash with 21 points and 15 assists, steadfast in his playmaking role, orchestrating an aesthetically pleasing offense. Marion collected 14 points and 8 rebounds. Rajabel contributed 10 points, while Diaw recorded 22 points and 12 rebounds. The Suns suffered from the absence of a small forward, struggling offensively against Bynum's imposing presence in the paint. Although Diaw scored 22 points, he required 24 attempts, reflecting a lower efficiency. On this night, Zheng Jun consistently demonstrated his reliability as a sharpshooter with a stable 3-point shooting percentage. Given opportunities, he capitalized on them. It must be acknowledged that the Lakers have truly struck gold, with 3 consecutive games scoring over 30 points. Zheng Jun is on track to claim the Rookie of the Year title by season's end. Goodness, hitting another 8 3-pointers left the Suns utterly speechless. The Suns still lacked a comprehensive understanding of Zheng Jun, granting him too many opportunities. His shooting range is astonishing. Fans buzzed with excitement. Chapter 16, Super Steal, Enhancing Defense. With a resounding clang, achieving a remarkable feat of scoring 30 points in 3 consecutive games, he unlocked the rookie achievement, earning the ability Super Steal LV1, upgradable, Max LV3. Super Steal LV1. The attributes related to stealing the ball and intercepting passes are enhanced by 10. This reward invigorated Zheng Jun. His defense had always been his weakest link. He had already experienced the formidable power of the super 3-pointer, the logo shot, and the court wizardry. These abilities significantly bolstered his offensive prowess. Now, acquiring a defensive skill would be immensely beneficial to him. Scoring 30 points in 3 consecutive games, while it could be attributed to opponents being unfamiliar with his playstyle, was more a testament to his own strength. Zheng Jun could sense the potential within Stephen Curry. He recognized that he was not yet at his peak performance level, but with each game, he eagerly anticipated evolving into his strongest self. In the locker room, upon his return, Zheng Jun was met with a celebratory splash of water. Odom and Bynum drenched him with mineral water. With Kobe absent, the atmosphere was more relaxed, and Zheng Jun reveled in the joviality. After a brief celebration, Odom approached him, draping an arm around his shoulders, and said, "Zheng, Khloe invited me to a party. Would you like to join?" Khloe referred to Khloe Kardashian, with whom Odom was flirting. Zheng Jun replied, "I don't know her." Odom chuckled, "Haha, wouldn't you get to know her better if you went?" Khloe Kardashian's allure had a significant impact on someone like Odom, but Zheng Jun felt indifferent. His aesthetic preferences diverged from Odom's. He favored long-haired Asian girls. Zheng Jun stated, "I have no interest in her family." He was not inclined to attend a party that carried a nature of casual encounters. His values were relatively traditional, and moreover, women would only distract him from his shooting focus. Odom shrugged. "Okay, she is a nice person. You might get to know her next time." Zheng Jun smiled, "Of course. Perhaps another time. Enjoy yourself." Odom enjoyed various escapades, while Zheng Jun had little interest beyond the court. Their differing ages likely contributed to their varying interests. Zheng Jun preferred the company of the light-hearted Bynum, where conversation felt effortless. At this moment, The Suns players were participating in a press conference, attended by D'Antoni, Nash, and Red. The first to be questioned by journalists was Red, who was asked, "You had a confrontation with Zung on the court. Could you elaborate on your exchange?" Red replied, "We were both immersed in the game, exchanging trash talk, both wanting to win. That's all there was to it." The reporter inquired, "How do you evaluate Zung Jun?" Red responded, "A rookie who fears confrontation and relies solely on shooting. You can't go far with just that." Despite the game's conclusion, Red remained visibly disgruntled. Throughout the match, Zung Jun had not engaged him in a single one-on-one play, opting instead for off-ball movement and seeking space to shoot, which left Red feeling frustrated. Another reporter from Los Angeles stood up, stating, "Before the game, you claimed he couldn't score in double digits, yet tonight he scored 36 points against you. He completely outperformed you." Caught off guard by the Los Angeles reporter's remark, Red's expression soured, and he fell silent. The reporter then turned to Nash, asking, "Steve, what do you think of Zung as a player?" Nash replied, "His shooting is excellent. He has given us quite a headache. We were rather careless in our defense against him." Given Red's evident annoyance towards Zung Jun, Nash refrained from elaborating further. D'Antoni addressed the reporters, stating, "Our form hasn't been ideal, but upon returning home, we will seek retribution." Following the Suns players' interviews, the Lakers players emerged. The Zen Master led Zung Jun and Bynum onto the stage. Click, click, click. Both Zung Jun and Bynum were considered young prospects for the Lakers, representing the team's future. They both performed admirably today, and numerous media outlets had prepared flattering articles about them. Click, click, click. The Los Angeles media thrived on creating stars. Any notable performance on the court rapidly elevated a player's reputation. Once seated, a reporter directed a question at Bynum, asking, "Andrew, Zung performed exceptionally well tonight. How do you assess him?" Bynum, adjusting his freshly styled hair, responded, "Zung and I have great chemistry. He is my brother. He understands what I can do on the court, and I recognize his capabilities. I'm not surprised." The reporter continued to pose several questions to Bynum regarding Zung Jun, all of which he answered. However, as the reporter prepared to ask a fifth question about Zung, Bynum interjected, "I'd like to note that I played well tonight too. Why don't you ask me about that? You can directly ask him about his performance." Laughter erupted among the reporters. It was evident they sought Bynum's endorsement for Zung Jun. Based on prior experience, it was typically challenging to draw self-praise from Zung Jun. Having someone else to highlight his achievements made a difference. The reporter subsequently asked Zung Jun, "Zung, how do you evaluate your performance of scoring 30 points tonight?" Zung Jun replied, "There's nothing to evaluate. I can achieve this. It's neither the first nor the last time." The journalist queried, "Your three-point shooting is remarkably accurate. Is there a secret?" Zung Jun answered, "Maintaining focus on the game and executing what I've practiced during training." The reporter pressed further. "Red believes you are too soft and avoid direct confrontation with him. How do you respond?" Zung Jun replied, "Sorry, who?" The reporter clarified, "Red." Zung Jun responded, "Oh, you mean that guy I outmaneuvered so thoroughly he couldn't even react?" There's nothing to respond to. Basketball is not merely a one-on-one sport. Zung Jun lacked the physicality for direct confrontations. Why would he pit his weaknesses against others? That would be foolish, wouldn't he? Ha. The Los Angeles reporters burst into laughter once more. Another reporter from TNT stood up to ask, "Zung, many people regard you as the best guard among this year's rookies. What are your thoughts?" Zung Jun replied, "It's too early to draw conclusions about me. I believe it's best to define me once my career concludes. If, at that point, people still consider me the best guard in the NBA, I would be quite pleased. Being the best among rookies is not my goal." A voluptuous female reporter from ABC stood up to inquire, "Zung, do you think you're too soft?" Her gaze bore a hint of provocation. Zung Jun felt exasperated. In today's basketball climate, his three-point shooting style faced considerable skepticism. However, he did not believe it was a flaw in his approach. He knew that this style could lead to victories, and that was what mattered. Zung Jun chuckled. "When playing against female basketball friends, I play quite aggressively. I can dominate one-on-one. But in the NBA, it's not just about being aggressive. One must also possess intelligence." Hee. The male reporters shared knowing smiles. The female reporter, discontented, set down the microphone. Another journalist asked, "Do you think that excelling in three-point shooting can lead to winning a championship?" Zung Jun responded, "Absolutely." The reporter pressed, "Why do you believe that?" Zung Jun remarked that the three-point shot is one of the most efficient scoring weapons. suggesting that the future of the NBA may witness an increase in teams focusing on this tactic. He believes that Curry's prowess indicates that the three-point shot may evolve into an entirely new phase. The current style of three-point shooting is markedly different from that of Curry's. If one were to emulate Curry at his peak, it seems almost impossible to stop him. With time and the increasing number of games played, Zhang Zhun has grown increasingly aware of Curry's formidable abilities. The future iteration of Curry will undoubtedly transcend the ordinary realm of all-star players. When asked if he believed he could surpass Miller, Zhang Zhun responded, "Why not? If I perform well, surpassing Michael is also within reach. It poses no difficulty." With lofty aspirations, Zhang Zhun is undeterred by the skepticism from the outside world. His objective is to conquer all challengers. The journalists present were somewhat taken aback by his statements, as few young players dare to so bluntly assert their intention to surpass Jordan. The room erupted in astonishment at Zhang Zhun's audacity. Click, click, click. The reporters were stunned by Zhang Zhun's confident declaration of wanting to eclipse Jordan. Jordan had only retired a few years prior, and now a rookie was daring to challenge his legacy? Despite Zhang Zhun's impressive performances, controversies continue to swirl around him, with various media perspectives emerging. McBrien, during an interview on a program, commented on Zhang Zhun's remarks about easily surpassing Jordan, suggesting that such claims were somewhat presumptuous and that he should first establish himself firmly in the NBA. Beside him, Wallace remarked that to dominate the league, one must control the paint, implying that three-point shooting is merely a tactic for the less robust. Miller chuckled, appreciating the rookie's candid demeanor, stating, "Michael is not an untouchable deity. He can be defeated, so why shouldn't he be surpassed?" Smith added humorously that the rookie still had much to prove and needed to deliver more substantial performances. Online, many Jordan fans expressed their disdain for Zhang Zhun's bold statements, considering him too brash for someone who had only played a handful of games. They criticized his soft style, asserting that he only relied on shooting and doubted his ability to find opportunities in the heightened intensity of the playoffs. The adage that to dominate the league, one must control the paint had been proven time and again, and relying solely on three-point shooting would not lead to championship success. In a domestic forum, Fan A commented that Zhang Zhun's declaration of surpassing Jordan was rather ostentatious, noting that while having such dreams is commendable, one should be cautious about voicing them, as it invites excessive pressure. Fan B echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that a poor performance in the future would certainly attract media scrutiny. Fan C suggested that while Zhang Zhun must possess some humility, it likely isn't abundant. Fan D expressed discontent with Zhang Zhun's flamboyant personality. At that moment, Zhang Zhun was in a hotel in Philadelphia, watching game footage of the 76ers, as the Lakers were set to challenge them the following night. He paid little heed to external evaluations. Prior to securing a guaranteed contract, he had endured harsher criticisms. His primary concern was performing well on the court and securing victories for his team. The opinions of fans and the media held little weight in his focus. While engrossed in the footage, Zhang Zhun received a message on his phone. "Brother Zhun, I believe you will achieve your dreams. Don't mind the external comments. I will always support you." Seeing the message from Zhao Na brought a smile to his face, and he simply replied with a thank you. Amidst a tide of criticism, having someone supportive was quite uplifting. After reviewing the 76ers footage, Zhang Zhun discerned that the team could no longer be classified as a powerhouse. They primarily relied on their core player, Iverson, employing quick passes and agile offensive strategies to create scoring opportunities while focusing on inside and mid-range attacks. Iverson excelled, averaging 33 points and 7 assists, yet the team had not adequately surrounded him with robust role players. Furthermore, their tactical system failed to fully leverage Iverson's strengths. In the NBA, the power of teamwork far outweighs individual talent, and the 76ers had not demonstrated substantial collective strength, leaving them far from championship contention. This season, they resembled the current Lakers, both regarded as teams reliant on a single superstar. Internally, the 76ers were plagued with disharmony, as Iverson had conflicts with both management and the coaching staff. Their recent performance had been lackluster, with a record of 17 wins and 17 losses, prompting management to consider altering the team's core, further straining Iverson's relationship with the organization. Back home, Zhang Zhun's claim of wanting to surpass Jordan continued to stir discussion. After Li Tao shared a video of Zhang Zhun's matchup against the Suns, numerous Jordan fans flocked to the comments. Really? Surpassing Jordan just by shooting? He's barely played a few good games and already thinks he's above everyone else. Don't forget how long it took to secure a guaranteed contract. Even Iverson wouldn't dare to claim he could surpass Jordan, yet Zhang Zhun boldly does. I want to see the highlights of him getting schooled by Iverson in the next game. Many comments supported Zhang Zhun, but there was no shortage of vitriol. Li Tao remained neutral regarding Zhang Zhun's remarks, believing that ultimately, a player's performance speaks for itself. Casual comments made off the court can easily be distorted by the media, obscuring their original intent. Li Tao felt that Zhang Zhun's journey was already sufficiently inspiring, as playing in the NBA is no small feat. Domestic fans and media needed to provide him with more support. Chapter 17. Beyond Jordan, Confronting Doubt. Philadelphia meets AI the following afternoon. Both teams arrived at the Wachovia Center. During the pre-game press conference, a reporter posed a provocative question to Iverson about a rookie from the Lakers who claimed that three-point shooting was the future and asserted he could easily surpass Jordan. The reporter's intention was clearly to stir controversy, as Iverson, despite his remarkable scoring prowess, was not particularly known for his three-point shooting. To the reporter's surprise, Iverson responded calmly, "I have no opinion." He did not perceive the rookie's arrogance as particularly outrageous. After all, he too had faced similar challenges during his own rookie season. Surpassing the legend? Was it truly so daunting? Iverson believed that if Jordan were to face him, he could compete fiercely against him. Seeing that he could not provoke Iverson further, the reporter turned to inquire about Iguodala's thoughts. Iguodala replied, "Hey, I'll guard him and maybe find a chance to say, 'Welcome to the NBA.'" He understood the dynamics of media attention and was eager to embrace the role of taunting the rookie. Iguodala had a clear vision for his career and was intent on establishing his name. The reporter pressed on, asking, "He has averaged 30 points over the last 3 games. How many do you think he'll score tonight?" Iguodala confidently replied, "Not more than 20 points. 10 would be too few. That rookie isn't that foolish." He felt that with some defense, it would be feasible to make it challenging for the rookie to score. To Iguodala, the rookie's slender frame seemed vulnerable. On the other side, the rookie chose not to engage with the reporters, who he felt harbored malice and would distort his words. This irked him. During warm-ups, every time the rookie took a shot, the Philadelphia 76ers fans would respond with boos. To the current American audience, he appeared to be an inexperienced novice. Bynum approached him and remarked, "Man, you really have guts. Since you stepped onto the court, the boos haven't ceased." The rookie shot a three-pointer and grinned. "Don't you find it exhilarating?" Bynum asked, "What is thrilling about it? Tell me." The rookie replied, "They despise me, yet they can't do anything about it. Isn't that a fantastic feeling? If we can defeat their home team, it would be even sweeter." Bynum laughed, "You're something else. You really have a big heart." Bynum sensed the rookie's confidence, as if he dismissed all provocations. If it were him, he would be anxious, fearing a poor performance. Yet the rookie seemed entirely self-assured. Soon, the game commenced, and the rookie remained on the bench as the coach opted not to start him. The Lakers' offense primarily focused on the paint, with Bynum and Odom continuing their strong performance from the previous game. The 76ers' interior defense comprised Chris Webber and DeLembert. Webber appeared aged, his movements sluggish, while Odom exhibited agility, exploiting Webber's slower pace. The 76ers primarily relied on Iverson for their half-court offense, with occasional fast breaks from others. Iguodala was performing admirably today, successfully converting several fast breaks after steals. Each time he scored, he would taunt the rookie from the Lakers bench, "Rookie, why are you still on the bench? You're not worthy to match up with me." Iguodala's competitive spirit shone through, as he was not yet the agreeable player he would later become. He was still in his early seasons and was heralded as the future of the 76ers, often referred to as Little AI. The cameras captured the rookie often, yet he remained unfazed by Iguodala's provocations, believing that responding would be futile. As time ticked down to 3 minutes and 11 seconds, the score stood at 18-18, indicating a stalemate. After calling a timeout, the coach decisively substituted the rookie for Smush Parker. This marked the rookie's entry into the game without a deficit, which slightly eased his nerves. His teammates had been underperforming, and he felt fatigued by their struggles. Webber was vocal in the defensive huddle, emphasizing the need to contest the rookie's three-point attempts and force him into challenging shots. The 76ers adjusted their lineup: Sammons, Korver, Barnes, Iguodala, and Webber. Iverson took a breather after scoring 10 points in the first quarter. The Lakers featured the rookie, Vujasic, Devin George, Odom, and Kwame Brown. The coach prioritized Bynum over the rookie, frequently starting Bynum. Kwame Brown was proving to be increasingly ineffective, receiving fewer opportunities with the Lakers. Upon resuming play, the Lakers regained possession. The rookie dribbled past half court and immediately passed to Odom, who orchestrated the offense from the top of the arc. The rookie navigated around Kwame Brown, but Iguodala's help defense arrived. The rookie received a pass from Odom and took a quick three-point shot, but it was contested. The ball clanged against the rim, and Webber secured the rebound. Transitioning to the 76ers offense, Salmons, with average scoring ability, passed to Webber at the free throw line. Webber, facing Odom's defense, faked a shot before taking a dribble to the right. Odom maintained his position, but Iguodala cut in from the perimeter and Webber spotted him. Webber passed to Iguodala, who backed down Kwame Brown and finished at the rim with ease. Clearly, Kwame Brown had not posed significant resistance. After scoring, Iguodala flexed for the cameras and exclaimed to the rookie, "Rookie, this is how men play basketball." The crowd erupted in cheers. The rookie received an inbounds pass from Odom and dribbled past half court, met with a chorus of boos from the fans. He passed to Odom, who then fed Vujasic, and Vujasic relayed the ball to Devin George. As George struggled through traffic, the rookie utilized Kwame Brown's screen to reposition himself. An opportunity emerged for the rookie in the corner, but George's pass was not ideal, requiring the rookie to adjust. He attempted another three-pointer. Clang. Another miss. Webber collected the defensive rebound, and Iguodala sprinted down the court. Webber quickly dished the ball to Iguodala, who, with remarkable speed, finished through contact against Vujasic. The 76ers home crowd roared in approval. The rookie remained composed amidst the chaos. Missing 2 consecutive three-pointers felt normal. After all, he had been in rhythm for 3 games, and a brief lapse did not signify a crisis. He was not yet in peak form. Despite the missed attempts, the rookie held no doubts about his shooting. He was determined to take opportunities as they arose. If he hesitated, he would disrupt his own rhythm. The first quarter concluded swiftly, with the rookie going 0 for 4 from three-point range and failing to score in just over 3 minutes of play. The score between the two teams has transformed into 20-27, with the Lakers trailing by 7 points on the road. After witnessing Zhang Zhun's performance in the first quarter, many fans online expressed their frustrations. "Don't shoot. Besides three-pointers, you have no other skills." Some lamented, "How can you keep shooting when you're so off?" One even scoffed, "Is this supposed to surpass Jordan?" I chuckled. The moment he became predictable, his performance declined. The fans resorted to their habitual criticisms on the forums. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping remarked, "Zhang Zhun's touch has not been favorable since he stepped onto the court, possibly affected by some off-court incidents." Su Jiqing countered, "I don't believe it's due to off-court events. A shooter's touch naturally fluctuates, and it just so happens to be at this moment. I trust Zhang Zhun will adjust swiftly." Zhang Weiping agreed. "Indeed, if he cannot score, he should contribute in other areas." Su Jiqing suggested he could attempt to penetrate the paint. During the break, the Zen master instructed, "Zhang, if the opportunity isn't exceptional, please moderate your three-point attempts." Zhang nodded. The Zen master, a traditional coach, disapproves of excessive three-point shooting. Should Zhang miss, he would certainly provide feedback. While Zhang listened, he didn't guarantee compliance, as he would still shoot if the chance arose. The Zen master opted not to substitute Zhang, allowing him to continue playing, showing some patience due to Zhang's prior commendable performance. In the second quarter, both teams maintained their rotation. Zhang Zhun intensified his defensive pressure, beginning to challenge Salmons in the backcourt. Salmons, a 2.1-meter-tall shooting guard, occasionally shifted to point guard due to Iverson's presence on the 76ers. As Zhang Zhun approached half-court, he suddenly surged forward, executing a quick step to intercept the ball. A new skill had emerged. The cheers from the home crowd of the 76ers abruptly ceased as Salmons, attempting to reclaim the ball, fell to the floor. Zhang dribbled into the front court, where Iguodala had retreated to the basket. The 76ers defense appeared disorganized. In transition, Zhang found himself open for a three-pointer. Though it diverged from contemporary basketball trends, he resolutely took the shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc swish. It cleanly found the net. This marked Zhang's first three-pointer of the night. Iguodala, witnessing this, felt a tinge of regret. He should have been more decisive. The Zen master squinted from the sidelines, as if Zhang had disregarded his advice. However, since the shot went in, there was little to critique. The Lakers players exhaled in relief. Zhang's three-pointer signified a potential turn in the game. Salmons successfully protected the ball this time, advancing past half-court before passing to Webber. Confronted by Odom's defense, Webber lacked a significant advantage in footwork, opting for a jump shot from the free throw line after a series of hesitation dribbles. Odom's interference was minimal. Swish. The score shifted to 23-29. For the Lakers' offense, Zhang Zhun maneuvered the ball to Odom in the paint. Odom, with the ball, executed a step-back jumper against Weber, but his intentions were too transparent, resulting in Weber's interference. The ball clanged off the rim, but Kwame Brown leaped to secure the rebound. Although Brown had an opportunity beneath the basket, he hesitated and passed the ball back out. Zhang received the ball beyond the three-point arc, guarded closely by Iguodala. Zhang faked a shot, causing Iguodala to bite, yet Iguodala quickly regained his position, resulting in a one-on-one standoff. Iguodala lowered his stance, arms wide, challenging Zhang. "Rookie, come on, let's go one-on-one." Zhang ignored the taunt, signaling for a pick. Kwame Brown eagerly moved up to set the screen. The pick and roll was Zhang's favorite offensive tactic. Bam! Iguodala found himself obstructed. Zhang shifted to the right, with Daleem Port coming to assist. Zhang swiftly passed the ball from his right hand to the left, altering his rhythm to slip past Daleem Port. Zhang successfully penetrated the paint, feeling no pressure in the key, and executed a floater. The ball traced a gentle arc swish. It precisely dropped through the hoop, bringing the score to 25-29. Despite recently hitting a three-pointer, Zhang did not remain fixated on the perimeter. He seized the opportunity to drive and score. This floater slightly dampened the enthusiasm of the home crowd. "This rookie shows promise," Zhang Weiping exclaimed excitedly. "Well done." That pick and roll completely dismantled the 76ers defense, and Zhang finished with a precise floater. Su Jiqing added, "Odom's play was rather simplistic, but Kwame Brown made a significant contribution." Weber, positioned on the left block, is the focal point of this lineup, averaging 20 points per game. He backed Odom down, preparing to exploit his size. Bam! Bam! Just as Weber focused on his isolation play, Zhang swiftly approached for a double team. Whack! Zhang's quick reflexes allowed him to swipe the ball. His extraordinary stealing ability was on full display once more. The ball slipped from Weber's grip and was collected by Devin George nearby. George passed the ball to Zhang, who hastily advanced past half-court. The 76ers defense appeared disorganized, yet Iguodala recognized Zhang as the primary scoring threat and continued to shadow him closely. Zhang leisurely approached the 45-degree angle, seemingly awaiting his teammates to position for a pick. Iguodala, slightly relaxing his guard, was caught off guard as Zhang suddenly executed a swift pivot and burst forward. Whoosh! Zhang deftly maneuvered past Iguodala, showcasing his agility. Daleem Port moved in for help, but Zhang passed to the trailing Kwame Brown. Brown may not possess a diverse scoring arsenal, but he excelled at finishing. Zhang's play effectively dismantled the 76ers defense, allowing Brown to execute an effortless dunk. Bam! With a powerful two-handed slam, Brown's body swung like a pendulum. The score steadily narrowed. Zhang and Brown exchanged high-fives in celebration. "Zhang, great pass," Brown exclaimed with excitement. Since being drafted first overall, Brown had faced immense pressure and often appeared lost on the court. However, in recent games, he felt he had found his role. Playing alongside Zhang made the game feel effortless. He simply set screens while Zhang attracted the attention of defenders, allowing him to finish. This dynamic was comfortable. Kobe would not have provided him such opportunities. Chapter 18. The Gravity That Once Was. Zhang Zhen nodded at Kwame Brown. As long as he made an effort to position himself effectively during offensive plays, appearing in areas more conducive to scoring than himself, Zhang Zhen would deliver the ball. After Salmons advanced the ball to the front court, he passed it to the right side to Iguodala. Iguodala, holding the ball, faced Devin George, feigned a step, and then exploded past him. Zhang Zhen had conducted extensive research on Iguodala. He had noticed while reviewing footage that, unlike Iverson who preferred to conclude plays himself, Iguodala favored passing. Moreover, he had a tendency to pass towards the two corners, often looking one way while delivering the ball to the opposite side, a nuance that many overlooked. Yet Zhang Zhen had discerned. Perhaps even Iguodala himself was unaware of this habit. On this occasion, Iguodala glanced to the right, prompting Zhang Zhen to swiftly dash to the left. Just as Zhang Zhen anticipated, Iguodala made the pass. Zhang Zhen positioned himself perfectly and caught the ball with both hands. Salmons, attempting to reclaim the ball, made a clumsy move that allowed Zhang Zhen to protect it with a back dribble. Thud! Salmons collided with Zhang Zhen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Beep! The referee blew the whistle. Well done, the Zen master called out from the sidelines. He could see that Zhang Zhen's talent was rather ordinary and his defensive skills somewhat rudimentary, yet through his vigorous movement and keen judgment, he had successfully defended multiple times, 2 cuts and 1 steal. The 76ers interior and perimeter players sensed trouble facing such an active Zheng Jun. Odom and Kwame Brown helped Zheng Jun back up as they initiated another offensive play. Zheng Jun organized from the arc, passing the ball to Odom. Facing Weber at the free throw line proved challenging for Odom, who after a dribble passed to Devin George. George, lacking strong offensive capabilities himself, dribbled over and handed the ball back to Zheng Jun, even providing a screen. However, the quality of that screen was rather mediocre. Salmons maneuvered around it, preventing Zheng Jun from taking a shot. Devin George quickly departed, leaving Iguodala to guard Zheng Jun. With little time left on the shot clock, Zheng Jun understood it was not suitable to pass anymore. He raised his hand, signaling for a one-on-one play, prompting the Lakers players to disperse. Iguodala spread his arms wide, his gaze fixed on the ball in Zheng Jun's hands. Bang! Bang! Zheng Jun began dribbling, changing direction rapidly. His dribbling was both swift and frequent. Many fans believed Zheng Jun had an abundance of ineffective dribbles, yet only defenders understood the agony of contending with such rapid and frequent maneuvers. One slip could lead to Zheng Jun finding his rhythm. Zheng Jun first dribbled right, but Iguodala quickly shifted to block him. Zheng Jun adeptly dribbled behind his back to the right and drove again. Iguodala's defense was formidable, and he shifted again. Zheng Jun chose to use his left shoulder to confront Iguodala, then executed a double step back, retreating beyond the three-point line. A small window opened, and Zheng Jun swiftly took his shot. For most players, this would not be an opportunity as he had not entirely shaken off Iguodala's defense. However, for Zheng Jun, it was indeed an opportunity. His rhythm was fluid, like flowing water. Iguodala's defense closed in, seemingly well-positioned, yet it failed to disrupt Zheng Jun's tempo. Swish! A difficult three-pointer sank. Zheng Jun was not inept at one-on-one plays. On the contrary, his skills were quite robust. As long as he wasn't facing high-intensity defense during critical moments, he could score effectively. He seldom opted for isolation plays simply because his efficiency in motion was superior. Whenever he did create opportunities, the results were similarly effective. Timeout. The 76ers head coach, Cheeks, quickly called for a break in the game. The once resounding cheers from the home crowd fell silent. Zheng Jun's shot had been overwhelmingly authoritative. He celebrated with an archery gesture before turning to his teammates at the bench. Iguodala's defense was indeed impressive, but it was not entirely insurmountable. Iguodala gasped for air, acutely aware of the menace Zheng Jun posed on the offensive end. Just a little space, and Zheng Jun could effortlessly release a shot. The success rate of such attempts was alarmingly high. Wow, I feel I should keep quiet now. He erupted at the start of the second quarter. Continuous cuts, steals, and successive scores, completely different from the first quarter. Closing the gap seems effortless. That three-pointer was incredibly tough, yet it went in. A splendid step-back, three-point technique. I can also do the step back, but not with such formidable shooting ability. I'm increasingly enjoying watching Zheng Jun play. His shooting is extraordinary. Fans both domestic and international marveled at Zheng Jun's slow-motion step-back replay on screen, offering various comments. Zhang Weiping remarked, Zheng Jun has forced the 76ers to call a timeout. Iverson is set to step in. The two might directly face off. Let us see if Zheng Jun can gain the upper hand against Iverson. Su Jiqing noted, Zheng Jun's performance on the court is becoming increasingly stable, and the Zen Master is granting him more opportunities. Just as the commentators noted, following the timeout, the 76ers substituted in all their starters. Cheeks instructed Iverson, Allen, consider isolating that rookie. His defensive abilities cannot restrain you. Iverson replied, you don't need to tell me. I know what to do. Both displayed a somewhat irritable tone during the tactical arrangement. The relationship between Iverson and Coach Cheeks was strained, primarily due to their differing understandings and approaches to basketball. Iverson believed Cheeks was overly rigid, focused solely on the team's victories without regard for his personal performance. Conversely, Cheeks criticized Iverson for being preoccupied with individual statistics, neglecting the team's overall performance. Upon resuming play, the Lakers also made adjustments, substituting Devin George and Kwame Brown for Walton and Bynum. The teams were now pitted against their core lineups. Iverson advanced the ball, with Zheng Jun tasked with defending him. Watching Iverson, Zheng Jun felt a surge of emotion. Zheng Jun had grown up idolizing Iverson. 4-time NBA scoring champion, 3-time NBA steals leader. Selected for the NBA All-Star Game 6 consecutive times in 2000, and a two-time All-Star MVP, his accolades were numerous. Yet what captivated fans most was his rebellious spirit and unique style of play. Zheng Jun felt immense pressure facing him. Iverson glanced at Zheng Jun, devoid of any interest in trash talk. He initially dribbled to the left, slightly shifting Zheng Jun's center of gravity. Then, after a momentary pause, swiftly dribbled to the right, completely disrupting Zheng Jun's rhythm. Iverson breezed past him, and at the free throw line, before Bynum could assist, he executed a clean mid-range shot. Bang! Swish! 30-31. So effortless, Zheng Jun thought to himself. Watching the footage, NT conveyed Iverson's strength. On the court, the pressure of being easily bypassed was palpable. Zheng Jun was wary of Iverson's right side drive, yet still found himself unable to prevent it. No wonder he averaged 33 points. Only Kobe had a higher scoring average. After scoring, Iverson shot a glance at Zheng Jun before transitioning back on defense. The Lakers initiated their offense. Zheng Jun brought the ball up the court. Allen Iverson's offensive prowess is indeed formidable, yet his defensive pressure on Zheng Jun is noticeably lacking. Zheng Jun passes the ball to the awaiting Bynum, who, after a brief adjustment of his footwork, returns the ball to Zheng Jun with a smooth handoff. Bynum momentarily delays Iverson. Diallo Porter is also unable to provide timely defense as Zheng Jun strides confidently toward the free throw line, seamlessly executing a jump shot from a distance for 2 points. Zheng Jun exhibits remarkable rhythm. Swish. The score is now 32-31. Barkley remarks, AI's defense remains too lax. Zheng's style is such that if you grant him space, he will teach you a lesson. Miller adds, AI does not rely on defense to secure victories. His exchanges with Zheng will be quite spectacular. Oh, Zheng Jun's offensive repertoire is diverse. He effortlessly responds with a mid-range shot. Go, Zheng Jun. We support you. Well done. Some fans cheering for Zheng Jun express their enthusiasm. Zen Master observes Zheng Jun's increasing ease on the court and begins to anticipate the formidable partnership between Kobe and Zheng Jun upon Kobe's return. This could very well be a nightmare for the entire league. Iverson brings the ball up the court. Though Zheng Jun understands the challenge of defending against Iverson, he diligently attempts to disrupt him. Bang! Whoosh! After a significant shift, Zheng Jun is once again outmaneuvered by Iverson. Iverson seeks a mid-range opportunity, but Zheng Jun's pursuit is swift, interfering with Iverson's shooting rhythm. Unable to find a good shot, Iverson passes to Chris Webber beneath the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Webber fakes a move, sending Odom flying, and then adjusts his footing for a close-range layup, aiming for the rebound. Just as Webber believes the shot is a sure thing, bang! The ball is forcefully swatted away. A figure descends from the air. It is Bynum, who swiftly provides help defense after Odom loses his position. Webber's pace is still somewhat slow, allowing Bynum to seize the opportunity. Zheng Jun pats Bynum on the back. Bynum has proven reliable in the paint, ensuring that the Lakers' interior defense is not easily compromised. Tonight, Webber has faced considerable challenges inside. As they reorganize their offense, Iguodala passes to Iverson. Once again, Iverson effortlessly bypasses Zheng Jun. The Lakers players have grown accustomed to Iverson's explosive drives and do not expect Zheng Jun to contain him. Walton and Vujacic converge on Iverson. Iverson passes to Korver in the corner. Korver fakes a shot and then dishes to Iguodala on the diagonal. Time is running short as Iguodala attempts a three-pointer. With a shooting percentage of only 34, he lacks confidence. The ball clangs off the rim, and Zheng Jun secures the rebound. Walton races down the court. Zheng Jun passes the ball to him, slicing through the 76ers defense. Iverson recovers quickly, but his slender frame struggles against Walton's forceful layup, which finds its mark. The score is now 34-31. Zheng Jun's pass was exquisite, a remarkable assist. His confidence on the court is growing. If this continues, surpassing Jordan seems entirely possible. No wonder he dares to make such bold claims, as the fans chatter amongst themselves. On the court, Walton acknowledges Zheng Jun with a wave, recognizing that the play was primarily due to Zheng Jun's precise pass. Su Jiqing inquires, Coach Zhang, could you analyze why Zheng Jun is improving with each game? Coach Zhang Weiping responds, confidence. Zheng Jun is playing with newfound confidence. His inherent talent is undeniable. He has built this confidence over the past few games, which is crucial for a player's performance on the court. Su Jiqing remarks, that's wonderful. Confidence breeds better performance, which in turn boosts self-assurance. Coach Zhang Weiping agrees, exactly. Zheng Jun is currently in this very state. Iverson brings the ball up the court again, engaging in a few passes with Iguodala before opting for a one-on-one. Zhang Jun attempts to intercept the ball, but is once more unsuccessful. The basketball appears to be an extension of Iverson's very being. Iverson successfully breaks through on the left side. This time, Iverson forgoes the mid-range shot, instead powering through Walton's assistant's defense. Bang! Beep! Iverson is knocked down by Walton, and the referee calls a foul. Diallo Porter and Iguodala rush to help Iverson up. Iverson's slight frame makes him susceptible to falling under strong contact, and he has become accustomed to it. Without complaint, Iverson rises and strides to the free throw line, where he calmly sinks both shots. Swish! Swish! The score is now 34-33. For the Lakers' offensive play, Zhang Jun dribbles to the top of the arc before passing to Odom at the free throw line. Subsequently, Zhang Jun makes a clever off-ball cut, shaking off Iverson. While Iverson's offense is aggressive, it is equally challenging for him to contain Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun drives into the paint, and Odom delivers a bounce pass. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Jun, in motion, attempts a floater against the defense of Diallo Porter. The shot is difficult. Clank. It does not go in, but Bainam secures the offensive rebound in a vacuum. Bainam leaps for a second jump and delivers a powerful two-handed dunk. Clank. The score is now 36-33. Iverson's wide-angle drive to the right is anticipated by Zhang Jun, who successfully defends against Iverson's breakthrough. Iverson passes to Iguodala on the right, who then dishes to Korver on the perimeter. Korver, unable to shake off Vujasic's defense, attempts a three-pointer. Clang. The basketball crashes heavily against the rim, and Odom leaps to grab the rebound. Odom advances the ball himself. Zhang Jun continues to make off-ball movements, using Bainam's screen to cut back into the paint once more. Odom's bounce pass finds Zhang Jun, who instantly garners defensive attention. Zhang Jun passes to Vujacic on the perimeter. Vujacic, wide open in the corner, finds the shot much easier than Korver's previous attempt. Swish. The three-pointer is executed flawlessly. Zhang Jun seems to possess an innate gravitational pull, consistently attracting defenders and creating ample space for his teammates. His ability to draw defensive attention is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that as long as Zhang Jun is not pressured, he is poised to take his shot. Why do I sense that as long as Zhang Jun is given space, it spells doom for the opposition? Zhang Jun can shoot from virtually any angle. Fans continue to engage in animated discussions. Chapter 19. A Duel with Iverson. Iverson's offensive prowess is indeed sharp, yet his defense reveals a considerable vulnerability. The exchange between Iverson and Zhang Jun has reached a fever pitch. Iverson thrives on individual scoring, while Zhang Jun's offense is more about synergizing with teammates to create openings. Despite Iverson's skills, he finds it difficult to contain Zhang Jun. In orchestrating the team's play, Zhang Jun excels. The other players on the 76ers do not exhibit the same defensive intensity as their Lakers counterparts. Consequently, as the first half concluded, the score stood at 58-50 in favor of the Lakers, who had managed to gain the lead on the road. Zhang Jun impressively recorded 20 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals in the first half, showcasing an outstanding personal performance. Odom patted Zhang Jun on the back, saying, "Zhang, well done, keep it up." Bynum, wiping his towel and chuckling, remarked, "Andre provoked you before the game. Now he has nothing to say." Walton, Vujacic, and others also approached Zhang Jun to chat. In Kobe's absence, everyone found it quite pleasant to play alongside Zhang Jun. Removing his shoes to alleviate pressure, Zhang Jun smiled and stated, "I never took his words seriously." He lacks the qualifications. His tone exuded confidence, and all Lakers players recognized it. Zhang Jun's focus was solely on AI. Only Iverson could be deemed his true rival. As for Iguodala, Zhang Jun did not even spare him a glance. Their styles were distinct, and the team's expectations for them varied, rendering comparison futile. Bynum remarked, "Hey, you can outshine Allen Iverson." Zhang Jun replied, "Of course." Odom smiled, feeling a twinge of envy for the youthful vigor of Bynum and Zhang Jun. Once, he had been like that too. However, as time passed, Odom realized that the NBA's leading figures were not players like him, but rather those extraordinary talents capable of transforming games and shifting the league's dynamics, like Kobe and Iverson. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room during halftime was harmonious, in stark contrast to the discord within the 76ers. Iverson and Coach Cheeks had engaged in a heated argument. "You need to rally the team, not just focus on your scoring," Cheeks asserted. "I can handle the offense. You need to devise defensive strategies." "Damn it. I face screens and receive no help for switches. Iverson retorted. The two remained at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Weber and DeLembert intervened to pacify the situation, preventing a more severe locker room scandal. Barkley commented, "The 76ers are in trouble. They lack the unity of the Lakers, and Iverson has not played a unifying role for the team." Miller added, "This resembles the previous Lakers. Kobe was strong, but he couldn't galvanize the team." Barkley responded, "Of course, this also relates to the individual capabilities of other players. Rather than relying on them to finish, it's better to do it yourself." Miller noted, "Zhang Zhun is the type of player who integrates the team into a cohesive system." The third quarter resumed swiftly. The 76ers launched their offense. Iverson, as always, took matters into his own hands. Upon reaching the frontcourt, he signaled for an isolation play rather than involving his teammates. Zhang Zhun felt a shiver down his spine, watching Iverson's one-on-one approach. Boom, boom. After two sharp crossovers, Iverson penetrated from the right side. However, the Lakers were now encircling him, and after Zhang Zhun was momentarily bypassed, Odom immediately provided help defense. Iverson halted for a jump shot. The shot was challenging, and Odom's interference was minimal. Swish. A direct hit. Iverson had indeed overwhelmed Zhang Zhun. Zhang's defense faltered. After all, anyone facing Iverson would likely struggle. Spectators buzzed with commentary, seemingly convinced that Iverson had outclassed Zhang Zhun. On the Lakers' offense, Vujacic brought the ball past half court and passed to Odom. Odom faced Weber and executed a powerful right-side drive, while Zhang Zhun maneuvered around Bynum. Odom's agility allowed him to weave past DeLembert's help defense. Meanwhile, Iverson, chasing Zhang Zhun, was blocked by Bynum, and with DeLembert failing to assist, Odom delivered the ball to Zhang Zhun, who was already prepared to shoot beyond the arc, grounding himself. He caught the ball and swiftly executed a shot. The basketball arced beautifully. Swish. A direct hit. Zhang Zhun quickly responded to Iverson's earlier play. Why did the Lakers' offense appear more aesthetically pleasing, while the 76ers seemed to rely on isolation plays? It likely stemmed from their respective playing styles. Iverson utilized his individual skill to dominate Zhang Zhun, whereas Zhang Zhun capitalized on the collective strength of his team to respond. Fans on Hoopu engaged in lively discussions. After Iverson brought the ball past half court, he passed to Weber in the low post. Weber, battling against Odom, executed a series of physical maneuvers before attempting a turnaround jump shot. The shot was challenging, and Weber had not taken a shot in a while. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Bynum secured the rebound. The 76ers' transition defense was sluggish this time, allowing the Lakers to accelerate their pace. Iverson gestured to the audience, indicating that once he passed the ball, others lacked the finishing ability to match his own. On the court, the Lakers executed a rapid counterattack. Bynum passed to Walton, who quickly dribbled forward. Although Walton's speed was not remarkable, he managed to stumble his way into the front court. Inside, Iguodala had positioned himself defensively, preventing Walton from advancing further. With keen eyes, Walton spotted Zhang Zhun trailing behind. He flipped the ball back to Zhang Zhun at the top of the arc. Iverson, having recovered defensively, was still at a height disadvantage. Despite the interference from Iverson, Zhang Zhun quickly released a three-point shot. The shot was challenging, as he had not completely regained his balance. A slight nudge from Iverson caused Zhang Zhun to tumble. The basketball traced a beautiful arc swish. The ball cleanly found the net. Beep. The referee's whistle was slightly delayed. The referee signaled the basket was good and awarded a free throw. 64-52. What a splendid play. Bynum rushed over to lift Zhang Zhun, celebrating with a hearty high five. The audience fell silent. In this scenario, it was difficult to assert that Iverson had overwhelmed Zhang Zhun. One could only say they were exchanging blows. "Good job, rookie," Walton exclaimed enthusiastically. At times, Walton felt that Zhang Zhun's impact surpassed that of Kobe. Although Zhang Zhun's individual capabilities might not rival Kobe's, his playing style seamlessly adapted to each teammate, thereby fostering a strong sense of cohesion within the Lakers. "Damn it, I didn't even touch him," Iverson complained to the referee. Hearing Iverson's outburst, the referee showed no restraint, swiftly issuing a technical foul. The arena erupted in boos. "Calm down. What are you doing?" shouted 76ers coach Cheeks at Iverson. Zhang Zhun chose to disregard the commotion from the 76ers. He stepped up to the free throw line, maintaining his composure. "Swish, swish, pass me the ball," Iverson yelled at Iguodala. Fearing Iverson's ire, Iguodala complied and tossed the ball to him. Iverson dribbled past half court. Facing Zhang Zhun, After executing a wide-ranging crossover, he charged forward. Bynum provided help defense, and after a physical confrontation with Bynum, Iverson attempted a layup. Bang! Clap! Swish! Allen Iverson was knocked off balance by Bynum, yet he still managed to score. Beep! That's a 2+1. Allen Iverson. The DJ at the venue ignited the atmosphere, and the fans erupted in cheers. Iverson stood up, celebrating in exuberance. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Zhan experienced the feeling of being overwhelmed. Iverson's emotions surged, and he launched into a relentless offensive assault, with a combination of penetrating drives and outside shooting. He racked up points in succession. The DJ's voice soared with excitement. Three-pointer, quick pull-up jumper, free throw. Iverson's performance set the arena ablaze. MVP, MVP, MVP. As Iverson stepped to the free throw line, the crowd chanted MVP in unison. Phil Jackson didn't just assign Zhang Zhan to defend Iverson. Bujasic and Walton were also brought in, yet they were unable to contain him. During this stretch, Zhang Zhan had little opportunity to score, as Odom and Bynum became the focal points of their offense, but their efficiency was mediocre. The 76ers ramped up their defensive intensity, and Zhang Zhan was substituted out with 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter. He could only watch as Iverson dominated the court. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 80-77, with the 76ers trailing by merely 3 points. Iverson had scored over 20 points in the third quarter alone. The domestic forums erupted with excitement. Wow, Iverson is on fire. Iverson is incredible. This is the answer. Iverson was venting his fury. During the break, the Lakers felt the pressure of playing away. Despite being behind, the 76ers, under Iverson's leadership, continued to press closely on the score. If they could shift the momentum, the Lakers would find themselves in a precarious position. Zhang Zhan sat on the bench, panting and wiping sweat, witnessing firsthand as Iverson dismantled the entire Lakers team. Such a prolific scorer, once ignited, is nearly impossible to stop. However, even a superstar scorer like Iverson found his average points per game overshadowed by the dominance of Kobe. Phil Jackson strategized on the sidelines. Double team him. I want you to double team him. Do not allow him to score so easily. The Lakers nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Zhan was a strong offensive player, he found it challenging to defend against Iverson in such a state. Jackson missed Kobe. If he were present, his one-on-one defensive skills could have somewhat limited Iverson. After all, if they continued to double team, Iverson could potentially elevate his entire team, leading to even greater trouble for the Lakers. With the defense planned, the offense could not falter. Jackson's gaze turned towards Zhang Zhan. He was now the Lakers' most potent defensive weapon. With precise jump shots, sharp drives, and occasional flashes of brilliant passing, the offense revolved around him. Zhang, take more shots. This marked the first time Jackson had granted Zhang Zhan unlimited shooting privileges. Zhang nodded excitedly. As Iverson continued his barrage, Zhang Zhan also sought to retaliate. However, his position on the team was not that of the sole shooting option, and his teammates did not always deliberately design plays around him, limiting his opportunities and sometimes leaving him feeling frustrated. Now that Jackson emphasized playing through Zhang Zhan, he would receive more support. Zhang was eager to see if he could respond to Iverson's scoring onslaught. As the fourth quarter began, both Zhang Zhan and Iverson remained on the bench, resting. For minutes later, the score reached 84-80, with both teams finding scoring difficult. Following a Lakers timeout, Zhang Zhan re-entered the game, and Iverson did the same for the 76ers. The teams entered the decisive phase of the match. Jackson continued to stress to the Lakers players the importance of centering their offensive strategy around Zhang Zhan. The Lakers' offense unfolded as Walton passed the ball to Odom, who organized the play while holding the ball at the perimeter. Although Odom could not draw a double team, he remained patient, observing the court. Zhang Zhan sprinted from the right corner to the left three-point line. Odom passed the ball to him. Zhang Zhan stood just over a meter from the left three-point line. With Iverson defending him just inside the arc, Iverson instinctively did not close the distance. By the time he recognized Zhang Zhan was preparing to shoot, it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang unleashed a rapid-fire three-pointer from an extreme distance. His release was swift, and Iverson failed to provide any interference. The ball soared high in its arc. Swish! The basketball exploded into the net, ricocheting back out. A deep three-pointer was made. Zhang Zhan turned, shaking his head and celebrating as he retreated on defense. Iverson, incensed by Zhang Zhan's celebration, was powerless to respond. Odom was equally astonished that Zhang Zhan had taken such a shot from that distance. The fans erupted in cheers, momentarily silenced by Zhang's impressive shot. Iverson dribbled up the court and passed to the cutting Iguodala, who had no intention of taking the shot himself, and quickly returned the ball to Iverson. As Iverson attempted to create space, the Lakers did not allow him room to operate, with Walton and Zhang Jun converging to double-team him. Iverson hesitated to release the ball. Instead, he dribbled backward, trying to evade the double-team. Zhang Jun's quick hands made it difficult for Iverson, who found himself in a precarious position. With Walton's assistance, Zhang Jun leaped to intercept Iverson's pass. Though he did not completely regain his balance, Zhang Jun dove forward, saving the ball to Walton. In the process, he collided with the front-row spectators. Well done. That was impressive. Zhang Jun's determination shone through. The fans were electrified as the intensity of the game reached a fever pitch. Chapter 20. The rain falls just so, Zhang Weiping exclaimed. This play showcases Zhang Jun's enthusiasm. He has executed yet another steal, and this time with an acrobatic save. Oh dear, Zhang, do be careful not to get injured. Su Jiqing remarked. The Lakers' double team was perfectly timed, preventing Iverson from continuing his scoring spree. Walton swiftly advanced the ball into the front court. After Zhang Jun fell, he got back up and briefly acknowledged the audience in the front row before hastening back into the game. Walton passed the ball to Odom, who assessed the situation as Zhang Jun began to position himself. Zhang Jun made a diagonal cut from the right side, while Bynum set a screen on his path. The 76ers reacted promptly, with Iguodala chasing after Zhang Jun. As Zhang Jun reached the three-point line on the left, Odom quickly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Zhang Jun did not shoot immediately. Instead, he feigned a move. Iguodala, just a step behind, leaped to contest Zhang Jun's shot. Anticipating the block, Zhang Jun calmly pulled the ball back. With Iguodala airborne, he could no longer defend effectively. Zhang Jun then executed a swift three-point shot, the ball tracing a magnificent arc through the air. Swish. The sound of the ball brushing the net was music to the ears. With consecutive three-pointers, the point difference between the two teams widened once again. Chick's frustration was palpable as he called for a timeout, exclaiming, "Andre, you must guard his three-pointer. His shot is far too easy." Iguodala nodded in acknowledgement. Although Zhang Jun was nominally matched up against Iverson, Chick had lost faith in Iverson's ability to contain Zhang Jun and opted against further communication with him. Iguodala panted heavily, feeling the pressure Zhang Jun imposed. If he were up against a physically dominant player who attempted to overpower him every play, Iguodala would not be fazed. However, Zhang Jun's continuous movement made him a challenging opponent to defend against, leaving Iguodala uncertain as to when Zhang Jun would shoot or drive. On the Lakers' side, Zhang Jun's teammates celebrated with high fives. No one had anticipated that, following Kobe's injury, the Lakers would maintain a steady advance in their performance. Zhang Jun's contributions during this period had proven crucial. He was the type of player who could effortlessly sink a shot whenever he found himself open. His shooting ability instilled confidence in his teammates, leading them to pass the ball to him whenever he was free. Phil Jackson observed Zhang Jun's popularity with a contemplative expression. The team dynamic seemed different in Kobe's absence. In the TNT studio, Barkley asked, "Reggie, what distinguishes Zhang from other shooters?" Barkley perceived Zhang Jun as a shooter, yet his impact appeared to transcend mere shooting prowess. After some reflection, Miller replied, "He seems tireless, continuously running on the court. He is not a stationary shooter. He can drive with the ball, and while many might be impressed by his shooting, a closer look reveals his impressive ball handling skills, making it even more challenging for opponents to defend against him." Barkley inquired, "Do you believe anyone can contain him?" Miller responded, "Certainly, but it appears that no one on the 76ers can do so at the moment." As the announcers conversed, the game continued. Iverson brought the ball past half court, passing it to Weber. After taking a dribble, Weber returned the ball to Iverson. Weber set a screen for Zhang Jun, allowing Iverson to penetrate from the right side against Bynum, where he executed a quick stop-and-pop jumper. Bynum leaped to block, but was unsuccessful, and the ball found its way through the hoop. Swish. Turning back, Zhang Jun continued his relentless movement on the court. This time, it was Iguodala closely tailing him instead of Iverson. Zhang Jun attempted to shake off Iguodala through his off-ball movement, but the 76ers employed a relentless switching defense, ensuring that any screen resulted in a change of defender, keeping pressure on Zhang Jun. Fortunately for the Lakers, they displayed remarkable patience, waiting for Zhang Jun to find his position before initiating their attack. After Bynum and Odom set screens for him, Zheng Jun received a pass from Walton on the right side. Zheng Jun feigned again, with both Iguodala and Korver lunging toward him. He collected the ball and sliced between them. Weber, stepping out from the paint to provide help defense, was not quick enough, granting Zheng Jun some space. Clearly, the 76ers were willing to concede mid-range shots to Zheng Jun, as they perceived his three-point shooting as the more lethal threat. Zheng Jun halted at the free throw line, launching a mid-range jumper. His release was lightning quick, and the ball arced beautifully through the air. Swish! The ball nestled snugly within the net, producing a crisp sound. Weber, witnessing Zheng Jun's accuracy, muttered a curse under his breath. The atmosphere in the arena fell silent for a moment. Zheng Jun turned to high-five Bynum in celebration. Iverson dribbled past half-court, once again penetrating from the right against Zheng Jun, who maintained his defensive position. Iguodala cut in from the opposite side, and Iverson passed to him. Iguodala attempted a contested layup, but Bynum's interference was too significant, causing Iguodala to miss. However, he had drawn defenders away, allowing Weber to leap for an offensive rebound and easily convert the putback. The Lakers' offense resumed. Zheng Jun continued his fervent movement. Bynum and Odom set successive screens. But this time, Iguodala anticipated the play and maneuvered around the screens, persistently chasing Zheng Jun. Walton passed the ball to Zheng Jun at the arc. Another feint, and Iguodala, not jumping this time, rushed towards him. Realizing the danger, Iguodala reduced his speed, concerned about a potential foul. As Iguodala adjusted his stance, Zheng Jun accelerated to the right. His drive was effortless, and this time, Delembert positioned himself in the paint. Zheng Jun, however, refrained from forcing his way inside. Instead, he found his rhythm between the free throw line and the three-point line, stopping for another mid-range shot. The timing was impeccable, and his touch was gentle. The ball traced a beautiful arc once more. Swish! It found the net precisely. 94-84. Zheng Jun's mid-range game remained steadfast. Iverson's expression grew serious. The 76ers struggled to gain momentum in their pursuit of points. Continuing in this manner posed a considerable risk. Iverson executed a pick-and-roll with Weber, driving into the lane while challenging Bynum. Bynum was cautious, having already committed 3 fouls against Iverson that night, wary of further penalties that could grant Iverson free throws, which he had been converting with ease. Iverson managed to finish with a layup amidst the contact. The Lakers' offense surged once more. Odom held the ball at the top of the arc while Zheng Jun feigned interest in an outside shot. Once Bynum set the screen, Zheng Jun quickly cut in from the side toward the free throw line, with Iguodala momentarily delayed and Delembert coming to provide support. Odom passed the ball to Zheng Jun, while Delembert's movements were sluggish. Zheng Jun, with a low dribble, swiftly seized an opportunity to shoot from his left side. He executed a quick mid-range shot. With a flick of his wrist, he released the ball, which sailed over Weber's head and swished through the net. Previously, he had made consecutive three-pointers. Now, he was hitting mid-range shots with equal finesse. Goodness, this fellow's shooting is astonishing. How does he achieve such precision? With 3 consecutive shots, any defensive lapse is swiftly capitalized upon. The 76ers fans gasped in astonishment. Barkley exclaimed, "OMG, this guy's shooting consistency is terrifying. It seems he can seize any opportunity that arises." Miller added, "His touch is exceptionally soft, and his ability to find opportunities is remarkable. Indeed, he possesses a strong knack for capitalizing on these chances." On the court, Bynum approached Zheng Jun for a high five, saying, "Dude, your shooting is so steady. Teach me someday." Zheng Jun chuckled, "If you're going to shoot, what do you need me for?" In the distance, Iguodala's gaze towards Zheng Jun was complex. Before the game, he had considered Zheng Jun merely a slightly stronger rookie who could shoot. However, after facing him tonight, he realized Zheng Jun was not just slightly stronger, but frighteningly so. Whenever he found space, his shooting consistency outmatched others. His shots were not merely opportunities created by others. He could create chances for himself as well. His dribbling and rhythm adjustments during movement showcased his uniqueness. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't contain such a player. How could he defend against him now? Iguodala felt overwhelmed. The 76ers launched their offense again, this time passing the ball to Iverson. Zheng Jun and Walton immediately pressured Iverson as he prepared to attack. Iverson was forced to pass the ball inside to Weber. Facing Odom, Weber attempted a layup after a feint. However, he underestimated the defense as a shadow darted in. Bynum emphatically swatted the ball against the backboard. Weber, with age on his side, lacked the explosive athleticism of the current Bynum. The rebound bounced to Zhang Jun. Iverson was visibly frustrated with his teammates, feeling that if he wasn't scoring, the team struggled to maintain a steady offensive flow. Exhaustion set in, not just physically, but mentally as well. After bringing the ball to the frontcourt, Zhang Jun passed to Odom, who held the ball at the top of the arc while Zhang Jun continued to move around screens. After running a considerable distance, he received the ball outside the three-point line on the right side. Chasing him was Iverson, who guarded closely, remembering Zhang Jun's long-range shots and unwilling to give him space. Iverson's drive against Zhang Jun was straightforward, but Zhang Jun's drive against Iverson was slightly more complex, yet not difficult. After receiving the ball, Zhang Jun faked a shot and then exploded past Iverson on the right. Once he broke through, Zhang Jun didn't rush to find a scoring opportunity inside. Instead, he used his back to block Iverson's path. This is how one plays with their back to the basket. Stronger guards often employ this tactic. With Iverson's slender build, Zhang Jun saw a rare opportunity to exploit his physical advantage. Iverson, blocked in his pursuit, grew anxious and attempted to swipe at the ball. However, he failed. As Iverson reached for Zhang Jun's hand, he could not steal the ball. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Jun collected the ball and pushed for a shot. The rhythm seemed slightly off. Beep. Yet, he still released the shot, which traced a graceful arc swish. An N1, 98-86. Upon seeing the ball drop through the hoop, Zhang Jun celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. He silenced the 76ers home crowd. Iverson shook his head. For consecutive mid-range shots, such efficiency was alarming. In the CCTC broadcast room, Su Jiqing remarked, "Zhang, what are your thoughts on Zhang Jun's recent explosion?" Zhang Weiping replied with a smile. The 76ers are eager to close the gap, but Zhang Jun is unwilling to grant them any chances. The Lakers have also adjusted their tactics, actively creating shooting opportunities for Zhang Jun, and he is seizing them, making it increasingly difficult for the 76ers to catch up. Su Jiqing continued, "Indeed, the head coach and teammates are placing more trust in Zhang Jun. Zhang, what do you think the 76ers should do to contain him?" Zhang Weiping stated, "The 76ers should consider double-teaming him. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly challenging to contain Zhang Jun." On the court, Zhang Jun calmly made his free throw. 99-86. Iverson advanced the ball, initiating a pick-and-roll with Weber. After the pick, Iverson penetrated once more. Iguodala cut inside, drawing defenders away, and Iverson, having attracted the defense, assisted Iguodala, who smoothly finished at the rim. 99-88. The Lakers' offense resumed. Odom brought the ball past half-court. Zhang Jun continued to maneuver on the right side, leading Iguodala in the process. As the commentator noted, it was not just one player paying attention to Zhang Jun. Others were poised to assist Iguodala in double-teaming him at any moment. Odom maintained his observation, remaining patient. Zhang Jun's movement on the court was agile and varied. He constantly interwove and backran, searching for an opportunity to receive the ball. Finally, with Vujasic setting a screen for him, Zhang Jun reached the top of the arc to receive Odom's pass. After catching the ball, he executed a shooting fake, causing Delembert, who had switched on to him, to leap in vain. Zhang Jun opted not to shoot from beyond the arc. Instead, he stepped inside. Zhang Jun's presence attracted defenders, drawing them closer. However, Korver and Iverson's defense posed little threat to him. Zhang Jun chose to send the ball toward the right side of the hoop. Unattended, Bynum soared in the paint, catching Zhang Jun's pass and emphatically slamming it home. Swish. 101-88. Bynum clung to the rim, bouncing with exuberance. The Lakers bench erupted, each member performing theatrically in celebration. Chapter 21. An explosive 44 points, the premier rookie of the season. The crowd and commentators alike fell into silence. Zhang Jun's performance rendered the Lakers unrecognizable. Previously, this team had evoked comparisons to the 76ers, led by the legendary Kobe Bryant, a remarkable scorer. Often, their play lacked cohesion. However, with Kobe absent, the Lakers now embodied a true team spirit. Los Angeles. In Kobe's villa, still recuperating from his injury, Kobe did not accompany the team on their away game. Nevertheless, he remained attentive to the Lakers' matches. Following his injury, the Lakers had secured 3 consecutive victories, and the prospects for this 4th game appeared promising. Kobe observed as Zhang Jun delivered an alley-oop to Bynum, contemplating the profound impact of a skilled point guard. He had long believed that the responsibilities of a point guard, which he could also fulfill, were merely to advance the ball past half-court and pass it to him. Throughout his career, Kobe had never collaborated with a top-tier point guard. Zhang Jun's emergence, however, instilled in Kobe a fresh perspective. Zhang Jun could facilitate the ball and play without dominating possession. Collaborating with such a point guard seemed exceedingly comfortable. In Kobe's eyes, he had already accepted Zhang Jun as the Lakers' starting point guard. Eagerly, Kobe anticipated his return. In this quarter, his three-point shooting was precise, and his mid-range shots were equally accurate. The assertion that he could surpass Jordan no longer seemed like mere bravado. Zhang Jun's aim was to draw on the naysayers and conquer them one by one. His accuracy was terrifying. Even the fans at the 76ers home court had to marvel at Zhang Jun's astonishing shooting percentage. Essentially, every time he took a shot, it signified a score. This shooting prowess was intimidating. Subsequently, Iverson maneuvered into the paint and dished out the ball to Korver on the perimeter. Korver released a three-pointer, sending the ball on a beautiful arc swish. A perfect shot. The 76ers had also sunk a three-pointer. As for the Lakers' offense, Zhang Jun brought the ball past half-court and continued to feed Odom. Zhang Jun incessantly moved without fatigue. Iguodala persistently contested Zhang Jun, who had become the focal point of the 76ers' defense. Odom, exhibiting intelligence, recognized that the defensive attention had shifted away from him due to Zhang Jun. He seized the opportunity to drive past Weber. Weber's defense was lax, allowing Odom to penetrate. Odom executed a three-step layup, scoring amidst the contact. 103-91. The 76ers' offense resumed. Iverson brought the ball to the front court. After a series of passes, the ball returned to Iverson. He executed a pick-and-roll with DeLambert. Iverson drove in, drawing a defensive foul from Zhang Jun. Iverson stepped up to the free-throw line, converting both shots effortlessly. 103-93. The Lakers' offense continued. Odom advanced the ball. Zhang Jun remained tireless in his movement. Phil Jackson, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly fond of Zhang Jun. His relentless running significantly enhanced the success rate of their strategies. Odom again initiated a slow three-step drive, passing to the cutting Vujasic. Vujasic's layup attempt missed. Odom, on the opposite side, secured the rebound and passed to Zhang Jun on the perimeter. Zhang Jun received the ball at the arc, faked a shot. Both Iverson and Iguodala jumped in response. Zhang Jun retracted, dribbled low and drove in, elevating for a mid-range shot from the free-throw line. He released it. Swish. Another score. 105-93. Zhang Jun's shooting ability captivated both his teammates and opponents alike. Incredible. He was on fire, scoring effortlessly. The 76ers' defensive pressure was insufficient. Zhang Jun dismantled their loose defense entirely. There was simply no defense against him. The 76ers' defense was truly abysmal. Zhang Jun single-handedly overwhelmed the 76ers. If the first three quarters had seen Iverson dominate over Zhang Jun, the fourth quarter showcased Zhang Jun's supremacy over Iverson. Zhang Jun was remarkable. He was unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with. From this point forward, I was a fan of Zhang Jun. Before the game, many critics of Zhang Jun among fans and media had prepared to uncover his shortcomings. Regrettably, Zhang Jun's on-court performance was so sensational that it left those critics speechless. This brash rookie appeared to possess genuine talent. Fans who had not seen the previous 3 games eagerly sought information about Zhang Jun. Has a guard of such caliber emerged in our country? When did this happen? Despite the 76ers' frantic efforts to close the gap, their endeavors bore little fruit. The tone of the game had been firmly established. On the road, the Lakers maintained a strong grip over the 76ers. Ultimately, the score settled at 118-108, with the Lakers triumphing by 10 points. Zhang Jun played for 38 minutes, achieving 8 of 14 from two-point range, 7 of 13 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 7 of 7 from the free-throw line, totaling an impressive 44 points, 8 assists, and 4 rebounds. It was his first career game scoring over 40 points, and he had now amassed at least 30 points in 4 consecutive games. After the match concluded, Zhang Jun bowed in appreciation to the fans in attendance. Clearly, it was a gesture of defiance. This rookie was quite irritating. How dare he provoke us? Winning had made him arrogant. The crowd erupted in boos once more. After celebrating with his teammates, Zhang Jun approached Iverson. "Hey, I'm a fan of yours. May I swap jerseys with you?" "Of course," Iverson replied graciously. Despite losing, he did not display any pettiness, exchanging jerseys with Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun's performance had led Iverson to regard him as an equal. Iverson admired Zhang Jun's ascent from humble beginnings. "Rookie, I appreciate your spirit. I hope you maintain it," Iverson remarked after the jersey exchange. "I will stay true to myself," Zhang Jun nodded. Staying true to oneself is no easy feat. One encounters numerous challenges and pressures along the way. Your performance tonight was commendable, but it remains insufficient. Consistency is required in every game, Iverson noted, seeing a reflection of himself in Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. I will strive to do so. Zhang Jun was beginning to relish the game, enjoying the thrill of defeating his opponents. While Iverson may grapple with personal issues, he remained intensely focused on basketball. Following their brief exchange, Zhang Jun turned to head towards the player tunnel. Iverson cast a complex gaze at Zhang Jun's retreating figure, foregoing high fives with teammates or interactions with fans, and directly returning to the locker room. Before Zhang Jun reached the player tunnel, he was intercepted by reporters. Once again, it was Erin Andrews from ESPN. Today, she donned a striking red dress. Her golden locks and bright red lips resembled a vibrant cherry, soft and inviting. Erin had been assessing Zhang Jun for some time. He was undoubtedly the standout player of the evening, with even Iverson's 42 points dimmed in comparison. Erin flashed a sweet smile at Zhang Jun, who responded with a nod. Zhang Jun privately mused about her alluring figure. Zhang Jun did not reveal his innermost thoughts. Otherwise, the journalist would likely have highlighted the scandal between the two. It is not a matter of personal opinion towards her, but rather the impression left on Zhang Jun by the media is rather unfavorable. Aileen inquired, Zhang, prior to this match, you proclaimed your ambition to surpass Michael. Many perceive this as arrogance. Would you still assert the same now? This question was somewhat provocative. Zhang Jun replied, of course, this is my professional goal. I still maintain that I aspire to surpass Michael on the NBA stage. There is no shame in that. If a person lacks goals or even fears to establish them, they are inherently weak. Zhang Jun's attitude remained resolute. However, his firmness was not a sign of disrespect towards others, but rather a call for everyone to respect dreams. Aileen then asked, what are your thoughts on Iverson? Zhang Jun responded, he is a fighter, incredibly tenacious, and I relish the opportunity to compete against him. Aileen continued, Andre Iguodala claimed you wouldn't score over 20 points, yet you achieved 40. How do you wish to respond to him? Zhang Jun stated, I have nothing to say. He*s just a flea. Zhang Jun's attitude towards Iguodala was one of complete disregard, a consistent dismissal. Would a lion concern itself with the bites of fleas while pursuing its prey? No, the lion remains solely focused on its quarry. Aileen observed Zhang Jun's expression and tone, feeling a sense of admiration. He possessed talent, good looks, and a commanding personality. Such a man was undeniably impressive. Aileen then asked, you have scored 30 points in 4 consecutive games, and even became the first rookie this season to score 40. How did you accomplish this? Zhang Jun replied, their defense was lax, granting me ample space. That is not a wise defensive choice. Aileen pressed further, the coach continues to have you come off the bench. Do you feel dissatisfied? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Jun was momentarily speechless. Even if he felt discontent, he could not publicly express it. He said, my playing time is equivalent to that of a starter. I am indifferent to when I enter the game. I have always maintained trust in the coach regarding rotations. After the interview concluded, Aileen signaled for the camera to leave. She put down the microphone and approached Zhang Jun, whispering, would you like to join me at a nightclub tonight? Zhang Jun shook his head, replying, I must travel to New York with the team. The Lakers' next game was an away match against the Knicks, and Zhang Jun declined her invitation. Aileen said, my apologies, I forgot about your game. Well, let's exchange contact information. It will be more convenient for future work. Zhang Jun nodded, okay. He provided his number to Aileen. As Zhang Jun's fame continued to grow, the number of individuals wishing to connect with him increased, both on and off the court. In the domestic realm, Zhang Xiang had just finished lunch, his gaze drifting away from the large television in the cafeteria. Zhang Xiang is Zhang Jun's father and a physical education teacher at a high school in the country. He was Zhang Jun's first basketball coach and had set the goal of becoming a professional player for him from a young age. Zhang Jun's opportunity to challenge the NBA was also attributable to his father's guidance and nurturing abilities. Zhang Jun's mother, Liao Fong, is an English teacher at the same high school. From Zhang Jun's elementary school years, she had been teaching him to converse entirely in English, a skill that aided his communication upon arriving in the United States. Both parents were educators, and their primary method of support was through guidance. Zhang Xiang reminisced about a conversation they had 2 weeks prior, on the eve of a game where Zhang Jun was on the verge of being cut from the Lakers. Jun, you should have thought this through. At this stage, your abilities and talents are insufficient to make it to the NBA. Passion alone is not enough to play in the NBA, Zhang Xiang's words were as direct as ever, urging his son to recognize reality. Ajun, your mother and I do not oppose you pursuing your dreams, but you must also consider your future. We only have you as our son. If you cannot make it to the NBA, we would prefer you to return home. Your mother does not require you to achieve monumental success. She only hopes you will be closer to us. Liao Feng spoke gently. I have arranged for you to try out for a CBA team when you return home. Given your abilities, it should not be too difficult for you to secure a rotation spot there, Zhang Xiang added. Their words were somewhat disheartening, but realistic. They had provided Zheng Jun with considerable support, yet support does not equate to blind indulgence. Thank you, Dad, but... Zheng Jun paused. I don't want to give up so easily. I wish to try again. I don't want to regret it when I grow old. Reflecting on the conversation with his son from 2 weeks ago, Zheng Xiang felt a wave of emotion. For games, he watched as his son established himself in the NBA over the course of those matches, holding his own against Iverson. Old Zheng, your son has been performing remarkably. He scored 44 points against Iverson today. He should be on the national team soon, right? A fellow teacher from the same school approached Zheng Xiang. Not yet. He still needs to stabilize his performance, Zheng Xiang replied, a hint of pride in his humble tone. Please have your son return to give a talk to the younger students, the vice principal suggested. That's no issue. I will mention it to him, Zheng Xiang affirmed. Now, Zheng Jun had begun to instill a sense of pride in his father. Upon arriving at the hotel in New York, it was already late at night. Zheng Jun declined the invitations from Odom and Bynum to join them at a nightclub. Unlike them, who had secured their positions on the team and could afford to indulge, he had to continue striving for success. The media fervently reported on the game. Zheng Jun dazzles with 44 points against Iverson. The rookie who boldly claims to surpass Jordan has an explosive breakout. Zheng Jun leads the Lakers to a 4-game winning streak, just 1 victory shy of the playoff spots. Kobe injured, Zheng Jun seizes the opportunity. The prodigious star explodes against the 76ers with his shooting. Zheng Jun's duel with Iverson silenced many who wished to see him schooled. Faced with a renowned superstar, the rookie Zheng Jun did not falter. Instead, he delivered an outstanding performance and led his team to victory. Chapter 22. Achieving Unparalleled Defense. Marbury, I don't know him. By the time they arrived at the hotel in New York, it was already deep into the night. Zheng Jun declined the invitation from Odom and Bynum to join them at a nightclub. Unlike them, who had secured their positions within the team and could afford to indulge, Zheng Jun felt the need to continue striving for improvement. He resolved to enjoy such leisure only once his status became more stable. In a spectacular showdown against Iverson, Zheng Jun exploded with a remarkable 44 points to assert his worth. He boldly proclaimed his intention to surpass Jordan as a rookie, leading the Lakers to a 4-game winning streak, with the team now just 1 game away from the playoff spots. With Kobe injured, Zheng Jun seized the opportunity to step up. The prodigious newcomer obliterated the 76ers with his shooting prowess. Major media outlets were abuzz with reports of this thrilling match. Zheng Jun's duel with Iverson silenced those who anticipated his humiliation at the hands of the established superstar. Rather than being overwhelmed, the rookie delivered an outstanding performance, leading his team to victory. The encounter was merely a battle of explosive talent between them. The Lakers were scheduled to face the Knicks the day after tomorrow, and Zheng Jun arrived at the team's rented training facility at 9 a.m. the following morning. He was the first to arrive, with the other Lakers players still absent. Zheng Jun was aware that, although there was a team rule prohibiting visits to nightclubs during away games, Odom and Bynum had likely spent the previous night indulging in such activities, leaving them unable to rise at this hour. In the absence of a collective training session organized by the Zen master, their discipline appeared to falter. Undeterred by the actions of his teammates, Zheng Jun remained resolute in his belief that focusing on his own endeavors would yield rewards. Instead of immediately engaging in shooting practice, he opted to begin with defensive footwork and strength training. Through his matchup with Iverson, he recognized the flaws in his defensive approach. While his shooting was already formidable, he understood the necessity to enhance his defensive skills. Zheng Jun possessed commendable speed. However, Iverson could easily bypass him in a single stride. Such defensive vulnerabilities would likely be exploited in more physically demanding encounters, potentially resulting in him being targeted for isolation plays. There are several fundamental methods by which NBA players train their defense. Core strength training is paramount, regardless of one's experience or technique. Effective defense hinges on a solid core. Following this, lateral movement drills are essential, allowing players to maintain defensive positioning through alternating movements and slides. Next comes one-on-one defensive practice, where pairs take turns dribbling and defending, enhancing players' defensive abilities and reaction times. Alternatively, there are passing drills where one player passes the ball to a teammate, who immediately steps forward to intercept, requiring the defender to be swift and coordinated. Zhang Jun proceeded to the weight room for core strength training. After 30 minutes, he sat down, breathless. Following a brief respite, he resumed his training. He felt a distinct advantage in his physical endurance. Even during high-intensity training, his stamina remained robust. A typical person might struggle to endure these exercises for more than 10 minutes. After an hour of strength training, Zhang Jun shifted to practicing lateral movement. He reserved shooting practice for last, viewing it as a form of rest. However, the volume of training he undertook today was notably high. After engaging in strength and lateral drills, his energy levels waned significantly, leading him to spend more time on shooting practice. Zhang Jun trained diligently throughout the day, accustomed to such a rigorous regimen. Upon returning to the hotel and lying on his bed, he heard a system notification. Ding! The host has comprehended basic defensive techniques during training, acquiring the ability Super Defense LV1, upgradable, max level 10. Super Defense. All defensive-related attributes are enhanced by 2. In games, there is a small probability of a momentary boost, increasing defensive attributes by 100 for specific plays. What are the upgrade conditions? Zhang Jun inquired. Earn reward cards. Engage in sustained training, or gain insights through game experience. Okay. Does the attribute boost stack with steals? It does not stack. When activated, the higher boost will apply. With a max level of 10 for this defensive skill, I am currently at level 1. However, even at level 1, a 2 increase in attributes is better than nothing. And that momentary boost is quite intriguing. It effectively doubles all attributes. Yet, it is clear that with such a rudimentary ability, the probability of achieving a momentary boost must be low. Zhang Jun felt content. He could sense his gradual improvement, which further fueled his motivation. In the TNT studio, Barkley, Smith, Kerr, and Miller discussed Zhang Jun. Barkley remarked, "Let us talk about the Lakers' hot rookie." Smith asked Charles, "Having watched so many of Zhang's games, what do you think his ceiling is?" Barkley replied, "I maintain my view. I believe he might develop into a shooter akin to Ray Allen. However, his defense may not match Allen's caliber, and his defensive capabilities could render him a liability for a team." Barkley's perspective was fluid, and upon hearing it, Miller couldn't help but chuckle. During game commentary, Barkley often claimed that Zhang Jun would surpass Jordan. Miller added, "Zhang's offensive strength lies in his shooting, whether from three-point range or within the arc. His shooting is remarkably consistent. However, his ability to drive to the basket and finish strong is somewhat lacking, which limits his ceiling. He cannot become a primary ball handler in critical moments." Barkley continued, "As opponents observe his shooting prowess over these games, they will inevitably ramp up physicality against him. Given his build, he may struggle with high-intensity contact, leading to a decline in shooting percentage. This is why I believe his highest potential is to become a shooter like Ray Allen. That said, I acknowledge that his shooting is indeed exceptional." Kerr interjected, "I do not share that view. Your analysis seems to confine him to the shooting guard role. Evaluating a player cannot be detached from their team context. Especially for a rookie, their development is intricately linked to the team's progression." Kerr appeared to have his own insights. Barkley asked, "Oh, Steve, what is your take?" Kerr replied, "Let us first examine the Lakers roster. Currently, Phil has placed him on the bench, deploying him as a combo guard. The decision to have Zhang Jun come off the bench is not due to a lack of ability, but rather the Lakers require a scoring option from the second unit. Although he is a reserve, his minutes in the last 2 games have been the highest on the team, and he frequently fills in as a point guard, which demonstrates Phil's trust in him." Miller inquired, "Can you be more concise?" Kerr continued, "You seem to overlook a key figure, Kobe. Once Kobe returns, the Lakers' lineup and strategy will transform entirely. Will Zhang still be a bench player? Could he become the starting point guard for the Lakers? Given the current situation, Zhang might be the most suitable candidate to partner with Kobe as the starting point guard." Smith agreed. "Indeed, if we view Zhang as the Lakers' point guard, he diverges from traditional point guards, not dominating the ball while exerting significant defensive pressure, potentially easing the defensive burden on Kobe." Kerr smiled. "I eagerly anticipate the collaboration between Zhang and Kobe. Regardless of whether it is Zhang Jun or Kobe, both possess formidable defensive prowess." Upon Kobe's return, The Lakers may ascend to another echelon, making them a team worthy of anticipation. The following day, at the pre-game press conference between the Lakers and the Knicks, both teams engaged in a verbal sparring session. A reporter inquired about the all-star player, Stephen Marbury, the nominal leader of the Knicks. Stephen, the Lakers' Zhang Zhan has claimed he aims to surpass Michael Jordan. What are your thoughts? This question served as a catalyst for media sensationalism. Marbury replied with an air of arrogance, "Sorry, I've never heard of this guy." His demeanor was one of disdain. As a four-time All-Star and two-time All-NBA selection, he had little regard for a rookie. Although he was undoubtedly aware of Zhang Zhan's name, he feigned ignorance, confident in his ability to dominate the newcomer. Marbury's personality can be characterized as rebellious and independent. Having been burdened with high expectations from a young age, he often found himself at odds with teammates. While they may have held a dislike for him, the media relished his provocative nature, recognizing the attention he garnered. Another reporter emphasized, in the last game, he scored 44 points against AI. Marbury retorted, "There are plenty of players who can score 40. I can't remember every one of them." The media seemed invigorated by this exchange. They sought out another Knicks player, Eddie Curry, who, since joining the Knicks, had ballooned in size but remained confident. "If that rookie dares to come into the paint, I'll send him packing without hesitation. But judging by his style, he probably won't dare to," he chuckled. The reporters continued to revel in the banter. Despite Zhang Zhan's commendable performances, earning respect from opponents proved challenging. Many believed those tasked with defending him had been too lenient. The consensus was that defending a shooter required merely staying close and denying them opportunities. Their theoretical understanding was sound. Quickly, the journalists relayed Marbury's comments to Zhang Zhan and disseminated them online. When asked how he would respond to Marbury's claim of not knowing him, Zhang Zhan smiled and said, "He doesn't know me, but I know him, the so-called lone wolf, right?" With that, the battle was on. This rookie was quite endearing. The reporters delighted in the exchange. Growing more fond of Zhang Zhan, who naturally attracted attention and never shied away from confrontation. He adhered to the principle of reciprocity and respect. If treated rudely, he would respond in kind without resorting to high emotional intelligence. At Madison Square Garden, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, with many Chinese faces among the crowd. Zhang Zhan's stellar performances in the NBA instilled pride in many within the Chinese community. Conversations often revolved around his exploits on the court. Thus, despite the relatively high cost of watching the Knicks play in New York, these fans remained enthusiastic supporters. This season has been particularly unique for the Knicks. From a roster perspective, the team boasts talent with players like Allen Houston, Marbury, Curry, Davis, and Crawford, creating a balanced lineup. However, injuries and internal conflicts have hindered their performance, leaving them languishing near the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Financially, the Knicks' payroll has soared to $120 million, exceeding the league's salary cap. The high-priced contracts of Houston and Marbury have rendered the team less adaptable in trades and acquisitions. In essence, while individual capabilities exist, their collective integration has faltered. In the locker room, after warming up, Zhang Zhan began donning his gear. As he passed by, he inadvertently brushed against the leg of Smush Parker, who let out a discontented grunt, clearly displeased with Zhang Zhan. Although Zhang Zhan offered a verbal apology, Parker remained visibly upset, prompting Zhang Zhan to disregard him. Despite his brashness in interviews, Zhang Zhan possessed emotional intelligence. He sensed Parker's irritation and understood the underlying cause. The crux of the matter lay in self-interest. Parker had previously enjoyed a stable average of 35 minutes on the court with the Lakers, but since Zhang Zhan's emergence, his playing time had dwindled to 25 minutes. Zhang Zhan's presence had evidently encroached upon Parker's interests. Aware of the reason, yet unwilling to alter his approach, Zhang Zhan embraced the competitive nature of the NBA, where the strong prevail. During the grand entrance ceremony, Zhang Zhan marveled at the opulence of Madison Square Garden. Although the Knicks' performance had been subpar, their attendance was robust, with a full house for this game. Numerous celebrities were present, many drawn by the allure of Zhang Zhan, the star of Los Angeles. The local media's accolades and promotions of him were considerable, and those who enjoyed basketball were eager to witness the rising star in action. Nevertheless, during the entrance ceremony, Zhang Zhan was met with a chorus of boos. His audacious claim of surpassing Jordan had made a significant impact, prompting many of Jordan's fans to attend in hopes of witnessing his downfall. Chapter 23. The Still Scorching Shooting Touch. Swish, swish, swish. TNT also arrived to broadcast the live event. Barkley, Kerr, and Miller took their seats. The Knicks have recently regained their form, securing 2 consecutive victories. Eddie Curry and Stephon Marbury seem to have discovered their synergy on the court, both scoring 20 points in the last game. Although the Lakers have achieved a 4-game winning streak, they have also revealed numerous issues. Following Kobe's injury, the highest scorer turned out to be a rookie from the bench, while the other starters lacked consistent scoring ability. Although Ji Zhang's offense was commendable, his defense remains a concern. In the previous game, he allowed Iverson to score 40 points. And in this match, Marbury is likely to target this weakness aggressively. Charles, do you think Ji will be overwhelmed? Of course, he will. Marbury won't let him off easy. Their pre-game banter was quite entertaining. The 3 commentators continued their lively discussion. At this moment, the pre-game ceremony concluded, and both teams entered the final tactical preparation phase. Zen Master addressed Ji Zhang. Ji, you will step onto the court after the halfway mark of the first quarter, playing the point guard position. I expect you to limit your opposing player's effectiveness. The Zen Master's primary dissatisfaction with Ji lies in his defense. At times, he struggles to contain players with strong one-on-one skills. Ji nodded. Understood, I will strive to improve. The Zen Master has granted Ji numerous opportunities, and Ji must continuously absorb knowledge and learn on the court. Soon, the game commenced. Knicks Marbury and Eddie Curry executed successful plays utilizing pick and rolls. Once considered a lone wolf, Marbury showcased his playmaking ability tonight with numerous assists. The defensive efforts of Smush Parker and Kwame Brown were evidently insufficient, with Eddie Curry finishing plays or Ariza finding opportunities on the perimeter. The Lakers relied primarily on Odom to orchestrate their offense, and Vujacic had a commendable shooting night, sinking 2 three-pointers. The Knicks' defense was lacking, often leaving players unguarded, prompting Larry Brown to vocally express his frustration from the sidelines. Yet immediate changes were elusive. Under Odom's leadership, the Lakers maintained a fluid offensive rhythm. Marbury had many assists, but his personal scoring performance was modest, taking only 2 shots in the first half of the opening quarter, making one. With 3 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Ji Zhang made his entrance. The score stood at 17-17, with both teams tied. The Lakers' second unit comprised Ji Zhang, Vujacic, Walton, Odom, and Bynum, while the Knicks' second unit featured Marbury, Crawford, Ariza, David Lee, and Channing Frye. Crawford, a 6th-man caliber guard, possesses a diverse scoring arsenal. Ariza is a 3D player, skilled in three-point shooting and competent defense. David Lee is a versatile forward with a wealth of offensive techniques and solid fundamentals, while Channing Frye is a big man capable of stretching the floor with his three-point shooting. The Knicks' second unit is not significantly weaker than their starters. In fact, they often spearhead the scoring chase, compelling the Zen Master to remain vigilant. Hence, he retained 3 starters on the court, only substituting Ji and Bynum. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the Lakers initiated their offense. Upon crossing half court, Ji Zhang passed the ball to Odom at the free throw line and quickly repositioned himself. Marbury closely shadowed Ji. Despite claiming not to know Ji, Marbury remained vigilant, applying pressure. Odom had more playmaking responsibilities than Ji, executing various passing techniques including long passes, short passes, bounce passes, and penetrating passes, often positioned as a point guard for the Lakers. As Ji approached the arc with Marbury in pursuit, Odom made a quick handoff pass to Ji. Following the pass, Odom effectively screened Marbury. The Knicks' help defense failed to respond, as David Lee's awareness faltered. Ji found a brief opening at the top of the arc. Upon receiving the ball, he sprang upwards, swiftly launching a shot. The basketball soared over David Lee's head, propelled by Ji's remarkably gentle wrist strength. The ball traced a beautiful arc, swishing through the net. Swish. The sound of the ball brushing against the net was crisp and melodious. The score shifted to 20-17. Well executed. The crowd of Chinese fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers. Odom inquired, Ji, how did you perfect that quick and accurate three-pointer? Having witnessed many shooters in the league, Odom found Ji particularly reliable. Ji jested, with no distractions in my heart, my shots come swiftly and accurately. Odom chuckled, recalling his nightlife in New York over the past 2 evenings, while Ji had dedicated his time to training. Turning back to the Knicks' offensive play, Marbury dribbled the ball up court. Ji Zhang immediately began to guard Marbury closely from the backcourt. Marbury maneuvered his way across half court with a series of dribble moves. Ji sensed his super defensive abilities flickering into action, eager to gauge his defensive progress. Marbury, averaging around 15 points per game, lacked the offensive prowess of Iverson. leading Ji to believe that defending him would not be as challenging. As Marbury reached the top of the arc, he taunted Ji, "Rookie, your defense poses no threat to me." Ji ignored Marbury as trash talk, extending his arms for an earnest defense. While Ji enjoyed banter, he preferred to reserve it for moments of advantage to maximize its impact on his opponent. Marbury signaled for space, intent on isolating Ji. The Knicks players spread out, granting him room. Compared to his matchup with Iverson, Ji appeared far more at ease against Marbury. With a swift and pronounced change of direction, Marbury drove towards Ji's left. Yet, Ji swiftly shifted his feet to intercept. Bang! Ji thwarted Marbury's attempt to penetrate, prompting Marbury to adjust his footwork and execute a behind-the-back dribble to shift right. Seeking to break through again, Ji's reflexes and speed had notably improved since before, while Marbury's pace was evidently slower than Iverson's. Once more, Ji successfully impeded Marbury's advance. Marbury, undeterred, continued to pivot, yet he could not uncover any gaps in Ji's defense. Frustrated, he opted for a lateral dribble and decisively launched a three-pointer against the defense. As Marbury released the shot, he propelled himself upward, but Ji evaded the contact. "Damn, that was close," Ji muttered. The ball clanged off the rim, ricocheting upwards after striking the hoop. Bynum secured the rebound inside. That defense wasn't half bad, not completely exposed. Did this rookie just hold his ground? Fans speculated. Miller commented, "Ji's defense isn't entirely lacking. There's a hint of capability." However, in his last game against Iverson, the contrast between his offense and defense was stark, leading to misconceptions about his defensive skills. Kerr added, "Indeed, his defensive tenacity is commendable, which is crucial. Keep it up, rookie." Most of the Lakers bench players were fervently cheering for Zhang Zhun. In the previous game, they were intimidated by Iverson, believing that Zhang Zhun's defense was inadequate. However, it appears that Zhang Zhun is not as lacking as they initially thought. Bynum passed the ball to Odom, who dribbled across half-court, orchestrating the tactical movements. The Lakers' interior players were synchronously creating opportunities for Zhang Zhun, while the forwards were actively seeking chances to penetrate the defense. Zhang Zhun found himself positioned beyond the three-point line on the right side, and Odom delivered the ball to him. Marbury was still in pursuit of Zhang Zhun. Upon receiving the pass, Zhang Zhun executed a feint, causing Marbury to lose his balance. Zhang Zhun quickly stepped left, driving into the lane. Inside, Knicks' David Lee and Fry were on high alert. As Zhang Zhun broke through, he began to adjust his rhythm, taking a long two-pointer from the free throw line. He pulled up for a jump shot. David Lee rushed over, but it was already too late. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net, an arrow to the heart. Marbury and David Lee exchanged glances, saying nothing. The fans at Madison Square Garden began to recognize Zhang Zhun's prowess. This rookie's shooting was remarkably precise. His catch, drive, and jump shot flowed effortlessly, seemingly impossible to disrupt. In these two plays, he was indeed unstoppable. Knicks fans were abuzz with discussion. On the court, Marbury advanced the ball, with Zhang Zhun continuing to apply pressure. Marbury passed to Crawford, who, after a change of direction, broke through Vujasic's defense. He encountered Bynum's help defense and passed the ball to David Lee in the paint. Odom maintained his position, making it difficult for Lee to score. Lee then kicked the ball out to Marbury on the perimeter. The moment Marbury received the ball, he intended to drive and succeeded. But he did not completely shake off Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun was unperturbed by Marbury's foray into the paint, confident in Bynum and Odom's interior defense. Zhang Zhun anticipated that Marbury would opt for a mid-range shot, which proved accurate. Marbury slowed down, preparing to gather the ball. Just as he was about to do so, Zhang Zhun dashed over, directly cutting off his passing lane. With a resounding clap, Zhang Zhun swatted the ball away. The basketball bounced on the floor before Odom regained control. Steal accomplished. Odom passed to Zhang Zhun, who swiftly pushed the ball up the court. Zhang Zhun sought an opportunity for a transition three-pointer, but found none. So he opted to settle into a half-court offense. Once Bynum established position inside, Zhang Zhun delivered a bounce pass to him. Bynum, with a significant advantage, drew Marbury's double team, allowing Zhang Zhun to cut into the paint. With no space to maneuver, Bynum passed to Zhang Zhun at the top of the key. Without any hesitation, Zhang Zhun rose straight up, executing a quick one-handed floater. This shot, taken from the front, was of considerable difficulty. Defending him was David Lee, whose outstretched hand could not reach the ball's apex. The floater was a technique employed by shorter players to evade taller defenders. It was sudden, and the release point was notably high. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, swish. The impact was accompanied by a follow-through that sent David Lee tumbling to the ground. Beep. The referee emphatically signaled with 2 fingers, indicating the shot counted, along with an additional free throw. Well done. Excellent play. The Chinese fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers. Zheng Jun made an immediate impact upon entering the game, significantly boosting their spirits. Bynum and Odom lifted Zheng Jun up, praising him. Great job, man. That was incredible. Bynum playfully patted Zheng Jun on the back, eliciting a grin through Zheng Jun's grimace of pain. He stepped to the free throw line. Swish. On the sidelines, the Knicks coach found himself in an awkward position, uncertain whether to call a timeout. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the first quarter, Larry Brown hesitated before finally calling for a stoppage. Meanwhile, on the Hoopu Forum, fans were buzzing with excitement. Zheng Jun's scoring ability was undeniably impressive. Within just 2 minutes, he had scored 8 points. His touch was remarkably soft, almost frighteningly so. No one knew when Zheng Jun's extraordinary performance would cease. If Kobe were to return, how splendid the Lakers' perimeter shooting would be. Marbury was struggling. He could not explode past Zheng Jun as Iverson did. The fans continued their lively discussions. Barkley, observing Zheng Jun's highlights, remarked, "Zheng Jun is in fine form tonight, hitting shots consistently." "Steve, what do you think his shooting ability is at this level?" Kerr responded, "His shooting ability is top tier. The fluidity of his movement, catch, and release surpasses that of many seasoned shooters. Although Zheng's shooting form is unconventional, it does not hinder his ability to make challenging shots." Miller added, "Indeed. Especially the third shot. The distance on that floater was quite far. A standard jump shot would have been more appropriate. But Zheng opted for the floater to enhance his release speed, and it was a perfect swish, showcasing his individual skill." Barkley asked, "Can you both do that?" Kerr shook his head, "I cannot." Miller concurred, "Neither can I. This guy's touch is somewhat terrifying." To elicit such high praise from these 2 sharpshooters prompted Barkley to cease his earlier critiques of Zheng Jun. Before long, the game resumed. Upon returning from the timeout, the Knicks initiated their first play. Crawford received the ball and dribbled past half court, passing to David Lee in the paint. Clearly, the Knicks had adjusted their strategy, refraining from allowing Marbury to continue shooting from the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, David Lee bumped into Odom and executed a hook shot along the baseline. Swish. A precise connection. If they managed to feed the ball inside more effectively, the Knicks players certainly possessed some individual talent. For the Lakers' offense, Zheng Jun dribbled the ball up the court and passed to Odom. Zheng Jun continued to weave through, drawing the defensive attention. Walton set a screen for Odom, who penetrated the lane from the right side. Meanwhile, Bynum slipped under the basket, seizing an excellent opportunity as Odom passed the ball to him. Bynum delivered a powerful 2-handed dunk, 27-19. In the following 2 possessions, both teams scored, but Zheng Jun did not register any additional points, instead serving to distract the opposing players. 29-21. Zheng Jun's final half-court 3-pointer missed the mark. With no time remaining, he launched the ball from the backcourt, and the basketball grazed the backboard. Nonetheless, even this near miss startled the Knicks fans. Zheng Jun's attempts at such long-range shots underscored that his precision was not merely a matter of good fortune. Chapter 24. The best 6th man gone wild. During the intermission, Bynum proactively offered a shoulder massage to Zheng Jun, with teammates gathered around him, sharing laughter. The camera continued to capture this moment, a recurring scene that symbolized Zheng Jun's elevated status. As soon as Zheng Jun stepped onto the court, the score began to widen. The Lakers played with ease, as most of the players favored such a game. On the other side, Knicks coach Larry Brown shouted at Marbury, "Contain him, do not allow him to shoot. Keep up with his movements, and call for switches when encountering screens. Do not act on impulse." Marbury, panting, remained silent. Brown continued, "Avoid isolation plays. Move the ball quickly and focus on exploiting mismatches. Everyone on the court needs to communicate. Switch on screens." Larry Brown is a coach who believes in playing basketball the right way. Clearly, the manner of play in the closing minutes of the first quarter was not correct. Brown's basketball philosophy revolves around freely sharing the ball. He prefers a quick, fluid ball movement and emphasizes defense. He typically sets a tone for the team, ensuring they maintain focus and enthusiasm throughout the game. He places great importance on team culture, hoping players can support and motivate one another. However, the current state of the Knicks left Larry Brown feeling helpless. The team lacked unity, resembling a disjointed assembly. While they could coordinate at certain moments, Maintaining focus throughout an entire game proved challenging. Such sporadic teamwork is insufficient for victory. After a brief tactical discussion, Brown privately addressed Marbury. "Stephen, I understand your desire to reclaim your stature against this rookie, but now you must remain calm and rational. You are the brain of the team. You need to uplift everyone." The rookie had successfully defended against Marbury's attempts, and Brown observed clearly from the sidelines that while Marbury might exploit the rookie on a few possessions, he could not do so on every play. The rookie's defense was not as lacking as one might assume. His attitude and fundamentals were commendable. Marbury nodded. "Okay, I know what to do." The second quarter commenced swiftly, with the Knicks on the attack. Marbury remained composed, opting not to isolate, but instead passing the ball to David Lee in the post. Lee was in good form today. He backed down Odom, then executed a step-back fake, pivoting to find space and successfully converting the layup. Odom appeared somewhat disoriented, as if lost in the nightlife of New York, clearly fatigued. The Lakers' turn on offense followed. Zhang Zhun dribbled the ball up court, passing it to Odom, who then fed Bynum in the paint. Bynum went to work against Fry. Bam! Bam! The sound of solid contact echoed as Fry fell to the floor. The referee blew the whistle, calling an offensive foul, granting possession to the Knicks. Fortunately, when Marbury attempted to pass to Lee, a mishap occurred. Lee fumbled the ball, which was intercepted by Devin George, allowing the Lakers to regain possession. George handed the ball to Odom, who sought out Zhang Zhun. The entire Lakers roster was aware of Zhang Zhun's current form and continuously set screens for him. Zhang Zhun utilized George's pick to create an opportunity for a catch-and-shoot from the right side at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Marbury and Fry quickly closed in on him. The Knicks were clearly wary of Zhang Zhun. Unfazed by the defensive pressure, Zhang Zhun executed a feint and, without dribbling, delivered a pass to the cutting Bynum. Bynum had his hands raised, and Zhang Zhun noticed. Bynum seized the ball and, without hesitation, leaped for a powerful two-handed dunk. The rim shook violently, as if it might be torn down. Zhang Zhun's assist showcased his burgeoning playmaking skills. Knicks fans were momentarily stunned, impressed by Zhang Zhun's passing ability. Phil Jackson observed calmly from the sidelines, contemplating how to integrate Kobe's return into the team's dynamics. This pass indicated that Zhang Zhun could indeed play the point guard position. Yet Jackson hesitated to commit to this transition. Zhang Zhun's scoring efficiency made Jackson reluctant. Ideally, he preferred Zhang Zhun to occupy the shooting guard role. In Jackson's tactical framework, the point guard need not possess dominant scoring abilities, particularly when the shooting guard position is occupied by Kobe, currently the league's premier scorer. Jackson found himself in a predicament. As Bynum landed, he rushed over to high-five Zhang Zhun in celebration. "Dude, whenever you have the chance, just throw it up there. I can finish it with an alley-oop," Bynum exclaimed. Zhang Zhun chuckled. "I was just worried you might miss it." Bynum laughed heartily. "You think I'm Lamar?" "Huh." Odom, passing by, shot an annoyed glance at Bynum, who sheepishly scratched his head, while Zhang Zhun joined in the laughter. In the Knicks' ensuing possession, Marbury advanced the ball and passed it to Ariza, who then lobbed it to David Lee. Odom, this time, stood firm, and after a strong move, Lee attempted a layup, only to have it swatted away by Odom. The ball fell into George's hands. Zhang Zhun sprinted down court, and George quickly fed him the ball. Zhang Zhun took a dribble, positioning himself about a meter beyond the Knicks' three-point line. This was a fast break, and Knicks players had not yet closed in on him. Zhang Zhun found himself with an open shot, and without hesitation, he opted to take it. This is an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The fans in attendance gasped in astonishment. The shot was unconventional. While most players would take a step forward to shoot, Zhang Zhun opted for a straightforward push shot. Amidst the fan shock, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! An arrow piercing the heart. Zhang Zhun celebrated with an archery gesture as he retreated on defense. The Knicks' defense was chaotic, unable to exert significant pressure on him. Another offensive blunder from the Knicks occurred when David Lee blatantly pushed Odom aside in the post, resulting in an offensive foul called by the referee. The Lakers' offense continued. Odom advanced the ball past half court. Zhang Zhun maneuvered around Bynum's screen, cutting into the paint as Odom delivered the ball to him. The Knicks' defense converged on Zhang Zhun, creating an opening for Vujasic in the corner. Zhang Zhun, in motion, passed the ball to Vujasic, who found himself in absolute space. Vujasic launched a three-pointer. The ball sailed through the air. Swish! The score extended to 37-25, widening the gap to double digits. The Knicks attempted to respond. After a series of passes, Marbury found himself in a one-on-one with Zheng Jun. This time, Marbury sought to take on Zheng Jun himself. Bang! Bang! Marbury, with a series of crossovers, managed to gain a slight positional advantage. He stepped right and executed a jump shot. Zheng Jun's wingspan was impressive, and he anticipated Marbury's jump, quickly contesting the shot. Clang! Marbury's mid-range jumper missed the mark. The rebound was secured by Bynum, who passed it to Odom. Odom dribbled while surveying the court, recognizing a gap in the Knicks' defense, and without feeling pressure, he drove straight into the paint, finishing effortlessly at the rim. 39-25, timeout. The Knicks called for a break in the action. Upon resuming, the Knicks managed to regain some control, with the score differential oscillating between 10 and 14 points. During this stretch, Zheng Jun faced increased defensive attention, slightly stifling his performance. The first half concluded swiftly, with the Lakers leading by 12 points as they headed to the locker room. Although the Lakers were not a top-tier team, their substantial lead over the Knicks highlighted the latter's issues. Just when everyone assumed the game would proceed smoothly, Crawford erupted at the start of the second half. Positioned at the top of the arc, he sank consecutive three-pointers from the left side, then charged in for a layup, bringing the score to 21. The second quarter had seen Zheng Jun's emergence as a sixth man, but now it was Crawford's turn to shine. The point differential quickly narrowed, with the score at 60-57. The atmosphere in Madison Square Garden ignited, with fans fervently cheering. The Lakers felt the mounting pressure, and Coach Jackson promptly called a timeout to strategize. However, the momentum clearly shifted in favor of the Knicks during the third quarter. Zheng Jun's outside shooting faltered as he missed two consecutive three-point attempts. The Knicks intensified their defensive pressure on Zheng Jun, forcing him to pass the ball. Other Lakers players struggled to provide substantial support, making Zheng Jun's efforts increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, Ariza and Channing Frye began hitting three-pointers after Crawford established his presence, with Crawford suddenly stepping up as the Knicks leader, rallying the team in a resurgence. Fortune smiled upon the Knicks as Crawford consistently made miraculous shots, whether it was a buzzer beater or a contested shot, while losing his balance. The Lakers held firm with Bynum and Odom's tenacity inside. With 4:33 left, the Lakers found themselves trailing as the score reached 73-75. The noise in Madison Square Garden was deafening, as Knicks fans seemed ready to shatter the arena's roof. Zheng Jun received a pass from Walton beyond the arc, but Marbury quickly attached himself to Zheng Jun, denying him any shooting space. Instead of seeking an isolation opportunity, Zheng Jun immediately called for a screen. Bynum, familiar with Zheng Jun's style, quickly set a pick, blocking Marbury and rolling to the basket. Zheng Jun was forced into a one-on-one against Frye. Bang! Bang! Zheng Jun executed a series of low dribbles against Frye, who closely followed his rhythm, aware of Zheng Jun's exceptional shooting ability. After several crossovers, Zheng Jun deftly found space on Frye's right side and drove in. Eddie Curry came to help defend, but he appeared cumbersome. Zheng Jun executed a smooth spin move off Curry, finishing with a high bank shot. Curry seemed immobilized, unable to contest Zheng Jun's shot, which ricocheted off the backboard and into the basket. Swish. 75-75. Curry wore a look of frustration, having previously claimed he would dominate Zheng Jun. Yet, this moment was undeniably a slap in the face. Zheng Jun's finesse around the basket was remarkable, showcasing his exceptional skills. The defense against him felt as insubstantial as air. Fans buzzed with conversation. On the court, the Knicks pressed forward. Marbury advanced the ball and passed to Crawford, who was in excellent form and adept at ball handling. Crawford dished it to David Lee. As other Knicks players moved dynamically, Zheng Jun switched onto Crawford. After a step-back move, Lee returned the ball to Crawford. Crawford engaged in a series of crossovers against Zheng Jun, who maintained his defensive position, his agility preventing him from being easily shaken off. However, Crawford executed a forceful sidestep, and despite Zheng Jun's interference, Crawford launched a three-pointer. Swish. 75-78. Zheng Jun felt a sense of helplessness as his opponent scored. The NBA is filled with players who can defy logic. Given the opportunity, regardless of defensive pressure, they can find a way to make the shot. Chapter 25. A series of spectacular logo shots. 5 three-pointers in a single quarter. As the action resumes, the Lakers initiate their offense. Odom dribbles past half-court. Zheng Jun begins to position himself inside, leveraging Bynum's build to navigate around his opponent, David Lee. Upon receiving a handoff from Odom, Zheng Jun swiftly releases a three-point shot. Odom's frame effectively shields Zheng Jun from the final defender. Zheng Jun's shot, executed with a drift, presents a considerable challenge. Yet, he finds his rhythm. Swish. The ball pierces the net, tying the game at 78. On the Knicks' offensive end, Crawford brings the ball past half-court, still guarded by Vujasic. After a series of fakes, Crawford attempts a three-pointer, but it clangs off the rim. The rebound is secured by Bynum, who quickly passes it to Zheng Jun. Zheng Jun advances the ball, with Odom and Bynum providing simultaneous screens. Stoudemire finds himself double-teamed. Zheng Jun drives right, while Bynum cuts down the middle and Odom retreats. The Knicks' defense shifts its focus towards Zheng Jun, forcing David Lee and Eddie Curry to apply pressure. Zheng Jun navigates around Curry, delivering the ball to Bynum, who rises majestically for a dunk over Curry. Bam! 80-78. A beautifully orchestrated play, celebrated by a high five between Bynum and Zheng Jun. Zheng, breathing heavily, nods in approval. Fortunately, the Lakers' interior play remains somewhat reliable, ensuring they convert such opportunities. As the game progresses, Crawford's shooting touch wanes, and the Knicks rely more on drawing fouls for points. Meanwhile, the Lakers stabilize their offense, with Zheng Jun focusing on creating opportunities for his teammates, exerting considerable influence on the defense, though his individual scoring remains modest. The third quarter concludes with a score of 86-84, the Lakers narrowly maintaining their lead. Alas, Zheng Jun finds himself overwhelmed today, not due to his own shortcomings, but due to Crawford's exceptional prowess. The Lakers' performance has been disappointing. Few expected such a lackluster display. While the Knicks possess talent, their inconsistency hampers their effectiveness. The Lakers miss a second reliable scoring option, and when Zheng Jun faces adversity, the others struggle to initiate offense. If only Kobe were present. Fans engage in lively discussions on forums. In the CCTV studio, Su Jiqing inquires, "Coach Zhang, what strategy should the Lakers employ moving forward?" Zhang Weiping responds, "They should continue to create offensive opportunities for Zheng Jun, allowing him to lead the team's offense while others remain focused on finishing plays." Bynum performed well in the third quarter and is one of the few bright spots for the Lakers. In the fourth quarter, Zheng Jun rests for 4 minutes, during which the Knicks capitalize, taking the lead. Odom struggles significantly today, appearing sluggish on the court, unable to keep pace defensively, often exploited by Lee and Curry. Upon returning, Zheng Jun finds the score at 91-94, the Knicks demonstrating resilience at home. Zheng Jun is immediately met with double-team pressure by the Knicks, forcing him to pass the ball to Walton. Walton drives into the paint, but encounters help defense from Lee. Quickly, he dishes the ball out to Zheng Jun, who begins to dribble low against Marbury's defense. As Ariza approaches to double-team, Zheng Jun finds his rhythm, retreating and releasing a swift three-pointer. The shot's difficulty is considerable, yet the ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. Zheng Jun ties the game with another three-pointer. The Knicks respond, with Marbury advancing the ball. He calls for a pick from Lee, and as Zheng Jun navigates around Lee, Marbury finds space to drive towards the basket. Yet, Zheng Jun remains relentless in his defense, successfully swiping the ball at a critical moment. The ball skitters toward the sidelines, but Zheng Jun leaps to save it, returning it to Walton. A splendid play. Phil Jackson gives Zheng Jun a supportive pat on the back as he quickly re-enters the fray. Walton, spotting Zheng Jun sprinting, passes him the ball. The Knicks falter in their defense, failing to account for Zheng Jun's presence. Positioned just a meter from the three-point line, Zheng Jun shoots without hesitation. Another long-range three-pointer arcs through the air, finding the net with precision. Swish. Zheng Jun's consecutive three-pointers propel his team to a lead, prompting an Archer's celebration. Despite a lackluster shooting display in the third quarter, Zheng Jun maintains unwavering confidence in his abilities. If there's an opening within his range, he will take the shot. Barkley observes, if Zheng Jun can establish momentum, the Knicks will face significant challenges. It remains to be seen whether they can sustain their third-quarter intensity. Miller queries, if they maintain their third-quarter performance, will the Knicks' record suffer as a result? Kerr states, the team's chances of victory are closely tied to their consistency. On the court, the Knicks initiate another offensive play. Crawford and Lee execute a pick-and-roll. Following the screen, Crawford attacks the paint, with Odom rushing to help. Crawford passes to Lee, who attempts a thunderous dunk. However, Bynum springs into action, swatting the ball away, which inadvertently lands in Zheng Jun's hands. Quick to react, Zheng Jun intercepts the ball, but Marbury attempts to steal it, resulting in a foul. The referee promptly calls the infraction, awarding the Lakers a reset. Zheng Jun resumes orchestrating the offense, using Bynum's screen to navigate the defense. Despite being double-teamed, he delivers a bounce pass to Bynum, who drives against Lee for a layup. Although unsuccessful, Walton follows up with a putback, extending the score to 99-94. The Lakers swiftly regain control of the game. Under Zhang Zhun's guidance, the Lakers' offensive tempo flows seamlessly, characterized by rational shot selection. Timeout. The Knicks call for a halt. Zhang Zhun approaches the bench, celebrating with his teammates. After briefly losing their lead, the Lakers reassert their advantage. Zhang Zhun's three-point shooting has been exceptional, earning him praise from the Zen master. Zhang Zhun nods in acknowledgement. At this moment, the large screen at Madison Square Garden continuously showcased highlights of Zhang Zhun's remarkable performances. His precise shooting and soft touch near the basket revealed his unique talent. Alas, why do the Knicks lack such a rookie? This newcomer's three-point shooting is astonishingly accurate. It borders on the unbelievable. Indeed, it is exceptionally precise. No wonder he dares to claim he surpasses Jordan. This player possesses undeniable skill. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping remarked with a smile, Zhang Zhun has finally regained his three-point shooting touch in the fourth quarter, consistently applying pressure on the Knicks' defense and forcing them to alter their defensive formation. Su Jiqing added, "Let us see if the explosive Crawford can respond to such an offensive onslaught in the upcoming third quarter." The timeout concluded swiftly. Marbury dribbled past half-court, passing the ball to Crawford before positioning himself. Initially, Zhang Zhun anticipated that Marbury aimed to take the shot himself, but he was instead passed the ball. Nevertheless, Zhang did not ease his defensive grip and continued to closely challenge Marbury. Attempting to run for a catch, Marbury found himself unable to receive the pass, while Crawford opted for a pick-and-roll with Eddie Curry. After the screen, Crawford penetrated the defense. As Crawford approached the basket, he confronted Bynum's defense. This time, Bynum was unable to stop him. Crawford's footwork was agile, allowing him to maneuver past Bynum with ease. Crawford soared for a layup, successfully scoring. He remained the Knicks' most effective player today, in stark contrast to the invisible Marbury. Zhang Zhun couldn't help but taunt Marbury beside him. "Are you truly the leader of this team?" To Zhang, Marbury seemed to lack presence today, with his scoring barely reaching single digits. Marbury disregarded Zhang's comments. This season, his performance had indeed declined rather rapidly. The Lakers launched an offensive. Odom dribbled the ball into the front court. Zhang Zhun continued his frantic movement off the ball. He emerged from the right corner, receiving the ball just beyond the three-point line. As soon as he caught the ball, Marbury rushed to defend him. Zhang Zhun displayed no intention of isolating himself. Instead, he sought a screen. Bynum stepped up to set the pick, allowing Zhang Zhun to execute a low dribble while changing direction. Thump, thump. Zhang Zhun's dribbling rhythm was exceptionally varied, leaving Eddie Curry, who switched onto him, struggling to keep pace. Zhang opted to plant his feet and retreat, creating space between himself and Eddie Curry. His rhythmic movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a gentle stream. Eddie Curry nearly stumbled as Zhang Zhun faked him out. After making a slight adjustment just beyond the three-point line, Zhang released a shot. Swish. The basketball smoothly found its way into the basket. The score read 102-96. Zhang Zhun's shooting continued to inflict damage on the Knicks, showcasing remarkable consistency. Double-team him. Deny him any opportunities. Don't allow him to shoot like that. Larry Brown bellowed from the sidelines. The impact of Zhang Zhun's three-point shooting was terrifying. Once he connected, it was a barrage. Zhang celebrated his shot with a bow and arrow gesture while retreating on defense. Eddie Curry looked at Zhang, panting heavily. He simply could not keep up with this rookie. Knicks fans were left speechless. Each time they thought they could catch up, Zhang Zhun would thwart their momentum. This rookie was infuriating. Damn it, he just keeps shooting. It's maddening. They lamented. How did he manage to maintain such accuracy after continuous adjustments? The fans' frustration was palpable. Zhang Zhun relished the sensation of sinking threes, fully aware that many Knicks fans loathed him, yet they were powerless to stop him. Barkley commented, Zhang excels in one-on-one mismatches. He can effortlessly create space against larger opponents and get a shot off. Smith remarked, now it's up to the Knicks to respond. On the court, the Knicks initiated their offense. Marbury executed a pick-and-roll with Eddie Curry. After the screen, Marbury drove towards the basket. Zhang Zhun pursued him, but Marbury paused, attempting to draw a foul. However, Zhang reacted swiftly, sidestepping him. In midair, Marbury searched for an open teammate, passing to Crawford on the opposite side. Crawford then dished out to Ariza, who found himself wide open. He launched a three-pointer. Swish. Trevor Ariza, DJ shouted. The fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers, delighted to witness their team's unwavering effort. However, this momentum was short-lived. Zheng Zhen swiftly dribbled past half-court, sensing the impending double team. Without hesitation, he stepped back behind the logo and launched an extraordinarily long three-pointer. His shot was executed with conviction. Gasps filled the arena. Phil Jackson widened his eyes in astonishment. Were it not for Zheng Zhen's reliable three-point shooting, he would have immediately voiced his displeasure. The basketball arced through the air, tracing an impressive trajectory. Swish. A perfect shot. 105-99. It was madness. He was shooting with abandon. This was outrageous. Who could withstand such three-point shooting? As long as he was open, he would shoot. Beyond half-court was his range. His shooting prowess was astonishing. Domestic fans also went wild. Isn't he being double-teamed? Well, I'll just shoot from beyond half-court. Zheng gestured towards the floor, indicating that the Knicks defenders were simply too short. The pressure on the Knicks players was palpable. Every time they believed they had made a strong defensive effort, they found it utterly inadequate against such elite shooting. The Knicks offense continued. Crawford faced off against Fujasic, executing a series of dazzling moves, ultimately creating space to step back beyond the three-point line. Positioned in an open area, Crawford took a decisive shot from three-point range. But this time he missed. The ball clanged off the front rim. Odom secured the rebound and immediately passed to Zheng Zhen. Zheng pushed the ball forward at high speed, with the Knicks double team waiting for him as he crossed half-court. Just as the defense closed in, Zheng once again launched a shot. The basketball soared through the air with grace. Swish. It found the net. 108-99. A breathtaking sequence of logo threes, his fifth three-pointer of the quarter. Chapter 26. With an astounding 46 points and 10 assists, he once again shattered his career high, as countless fans witnessed Zheng Zhen's successive three-pointers through live broadcasts. They were engulfed in a frenzy. Incredible, simply incredible. Zheng Zhen has truly outdone himself. This match, my goodness, 10 three-pointers. It was my first time watching a game with such fervor. I am utterly impressed. Zheng Zhen's three-point shooting is indeed remarkable. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Haha, just let him shoot. Ah Zhen, don't hold back." Su Jiqing chimed in with a grin. Ah Zhen's three-pointers are truly exhilarating. I believe many fans share my sentiments, struggling to articulate the emotions of this moment. Throughout the quarter, Zheng Zhen executed several long-range three-point shots, creating a tremendous visual spectacle when they swished through the net. Fans at Madison Square Garden were left awestruck. Damn, how can this rookie be so formidable? I can't help but think he might surpass Jordan. He has made the long-range three-pointer a standard weapon. Many neutral fans in the arena grew fond of Zheng Zhen's style, with numerous individuals searching for information about him. The Lakers bench players rose to their feet, brimming with excitement. Some even dancing in jubilation. The Zen master, seated, couldn't suppress his laughter. He didn't perceive the long-range three as a regular weapon for Zheng Zhen, but rather viewed it as an impromptu flourish from a shooter in the zone. Nevertheless, such shots undeniably bolster team morale. Imagining a scenario where Kobe returns to team up with Zheng Zhen, creating open looks for him to shoot three-pointers, brought a smile to the Zen master's face. Although Zheng Zhen did not hit any more three-pointers after that, the Lakers ultimately secured victory, concluding the match with a score of 120-112, triumphing over the Knicks by an 8-point margin. Even though the home team lost, the fans thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, as Zheng Zhen's three-pointers were nothing short of thrilling, with his consecutive logo shots making the ticket price worthwhile. The visual impact of such long-range three-pointers on fans was immense, offering ample entertainment. Miller remarked, "Zheng's three-point shooting is phenomenal. His range surpasses that of myself and Ray Allen. This young man will undoubtedly reshape the NBA." Kerr added, "I have never witnessed a shooter like him. His shooting touch is remarkably soft, his release rapid, and his range is simply extraordinary." Indeed, Zheng Zhen's emergence has redefined the perception of shooters among the three commentators. In this era, shooters primarily rely on spot-up shooting, often waiting for teammates to pass the ball before attempting a three-pointer. Few players shoot from three while dribbling, typically reserved for superstars. However, for Zheng Zhen, finding opportunities to shoot three-pointers while dribbling has become a fundamental skill. Wow, this game was exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. What a triumphant match, defeating the Knicks in the basketball sanctuary. I can hardly wait to see how the Lakers perform when Kobe returns. The Lakers' backcourt configuration is likely the most potent in the league. Zhang Zhan is the most impressive rookie I have ever witnessed. Fans from across the nation engaged in lively discussions on forums. The television screen continuously displayed Zhang Zhan's statistics for the day: 46 points, 10 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 steals, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. Not only did Zhang Zhan break his career scoring high, but he also achieved his first career double-double. Besides Zhang Zhan, the Lakers' Bynum contributed with 20 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks, delivering an impressive performance. Following Kobe's injury, the Lakers have brought significant joy to their fans. The standout player has been Zhang Zhan, closely followed by Bynum. Bynum frequently collaborates with Zhang Zhan, whether through screens set for him or Zhang Zhan delivering various easy baskets. The duo appears to possess the maturity of seasoned veterans rather than young players. On the court, Zhang Zhan celebrated the victory with his teammates before returning to the locker room. Throughout the game, he paid no attention to Marbury, who finished with 10 points and 6 assists, having been thoroughly outperformed by Zhang Zhan. Fans could clearly see that Marbury no longer belonged in the same league as Zhang Zhan, as his performance had declined too rapidly. Eddie Curry, who had provoked Zhang Zhan before the game, wore an awkward expression afterward. Although he managed 16 points and 8 rebounds, he failed to block Zhang Zhan and was repeatedly outplayed, creating a rather comical scene. Eddie Curry now realizes that if he intends to trash-talk a player, he should first assess their capabilities. Marbury, with his head down, returned to the locker room, visibly disheartened. At the post-game press conference, a Chinese reporter inquired of Marbury, "Stephen, do you recall what you said before the game? Do you now recognize Zhang? Following this match, what advice can you offer him for his continued improvement?" This reporter had previously asked Marbury a question, hoping to hear him praise Zhang Zhan, only to be ridiculed. After watching the game, the reporter felt vindicated and pressed Marbury for answers. The media relishes such moments of humiliation, and it was evident that the Chinese reporter had been harboring frustration. Marbury's expression visibly fell, but he couldn't retaliate on camera. "Damn, he scored 46 points in front of me. What more can I say?" Although he felt discontent, Marbury had developed a newfound respect for Zhang Zhan, no longer viewing him as a weakling. After speaking, Marbury turned to leave, evidently unwilling to face the camera any longer. The sting of being proven wrong after his pre-game bravado was palpable. When Zhang Zhan was interviewed, the beautiful reporter Aaron asked, "What did you think of Stephen Marbury's performance tonight?" Zhang Zhan replied, "I didn't pay much attention. Jamal played exceptionally well and put us under a lot of pressure." Aaron continued, "You made 10 three-pointers tonight and once again broke your career scoring high. How do you feel about that?" Zhang Zhan responded, "I was just focused on scoring during the game. I didn't pay much attention to the numbers. When my teammates told me about it, I felt really happy." Zhang Zhan smiled, reminiscing about his previous sporadic scoring. Now, with such high points, he felt elated. During the match, he was indeed oblivious to his individual scoring, fully concentrated on securing the victory. High scores seemed to come naturally to him now, rather than focusing on personal statistics. Zhang Zhan was eager to relish the thrill of winning. Aaron asked, "You made several long-range three-pointers tonight. Could you share how you achieved that?" Zhang Zhan explained, "I intentionally practice long-range shooting during my training because I believe that if I have an open look, I should take the shot." Aaron then inquired, "There's talk of a Zhang whirlwind sweeping through the league due to your sudden rise in the NBA, leading the Lakers to consecutive victories and garnering media and fan attention. What are your thoughts?" Zhang Zhan replied, "I think they are merely curious about a player of Asian descent making waves in the NBA, and I believe this phenomenon will continue to grow." Aaron asked, "After your 5-game winning streak, you will be challenging the Boston Celtics next. Do you have any comments?" Zhang Zhan remarked, "The rivalry between the yellow and green teams continues to thrive, and I eagerly anticipate becoming a part of it. We shall triumph in tomorrow's clash." The yellow-green rivalry refers to the competition between the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers. In the last century, this match was not merely a contest between two teams. It was also a battle among legendary athletes. During the 1980s, the emergence of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird escalated the rivalry to its zenith. In the 1987 finals, Magic Johnson executed the famed skyhook in Game 4, leading his team to victory. Throughout the history of this rivalry, both teams have been graced by numerous legendary players. This rivalry is woven into the very fabric of NBA history. Reflecting on this legacy instills a sense of responsibility in Zhang Zhan. After the interview concluded, a throng of journalists raised their hands. Zhang Zhan gestured towards a Chinese female reporter, indicating for the public relations personnel to arrange her interview. The domestic female reporters possess a notable charm, and Zheng Jun found her quite appealing. Before the reporter could pose her question, Zheng Jun, in Mandarin, suggested, "Please ask in Mandarin, not in English." The reporter appeared somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement. She inquired, "Zhang, congratulations on surpassing your career high once again. I would like to ask if you will represent the national team in the future?" Zheng Jun nodded affirmatively, stating, "Certainly. It would be an honor for me and my family, and I look forward to receiving an invitation." Zheng Jun is a man of deep national pride and would never refuse to compete for his country. The reporter continued, "The domestic fans are closely following your performance. Do you have anything to say to them?" Zheng Jun replied with a smile, "I will continue to strive for excellence. Please keep watching and trusting me. Thank you for your support." The reporter then asked, "Aside from basketball, what do you enjoy doing?" Zheng Jun responded, "I enjoy watching movies and listening to music. Beyond basketball, I am quite like most ordinary people." The reporter queried, "You have faced much criticism in the past. What was your mindset during those times?" Zheng Jun replied, "Not just in the past, I still receive criticism quite often. I can impress many in the NBA, but I cannot silence the critics. I later realized that they might be venting their frustrations from their own lives, so I choose not to pay them much heed." In New York, the media presence is substantial, and it was half an hour after Zheng Jun completed his interview that the Lakers players had been waiting in their cars for quite some time. However, they were accustomed to this, as Kobe often faced similar situations. Now, Zheng Jun was merely enjoying the same level of media attention as Kobe. The Lakers did not linger in New York, but promptly headed to the airport, bound for Boston. Their schedule was arduous, facing the Celtics back-to-back, and throughout the journey, all players entered a state of rest. Meanwhile, it was daytime back home. In a high school classroom, a group of students gathered around a classmate with a mobile phone, engaging in conversation. Although mobile phones were prohibited, some students managed to sneak theirs in. Most were engrossed in text updates. Nevertheless, these updates were enough to leave many in awe. Today, Zheng Jun was sensational. 10 three-pointers, 46 points, and 10 assists. "He was phenomenal," exclaimed a student with acne-scarred cheeks. "I have watched him play before, and honestly, I never expected him to excel like this now. I hear that in America, they are calling this the Zing whirlwind period." Another student adjusted his glasses and added, "Zheng Jun has scored over 30 points in 5 consecutive games and 40 in 2. Even Kobe never did that. Kobe was incredible. I can't wait for him to return and team up with Zheng Jun. If Zheng Jun continues this way, he will have a lot to brag about," another remarked. "Zheng Jun is so cool. He even nailed a logo three-pointer consecutively. I'll have to try that this afternoon." "Logo three-pointer? Haha, you'll definitely miss." After class, the group of students mostly headed to the basketball or soccer fields rather than internet cafes to play games. Gradually, more students became familiar with the name Zheng Jun, and many began to emulate his style of play. Li Tao continued to edit Zheng Jun's highlights and post them online. Every score, assist, rebound, steal, and block was compiled. Notably, the 2 logo three-pointers were replayed multiple times. The logo three-pointer makes its appearance in the NBA. This is Zheng Jun's signature weapon. While Zheng Jun's 46 points might not seem extraordinary compared to superstars who routinely score over 50, the fact that he is a rookie and a Chinese guard combined to create a sensation both domestically and internationally. After viewing his edits, Li Tao felt an even greater admiration for Zheng Jun. He frequently watched the NBA and understood the challenges faced by Asian players in a league dominated by physical prowess. Even now, Zheng Jun faced considerable skepticism. Yet, he consistently silenced critics with his performances. Having witnessed Zheng Jun's growth firsthand, Li Tao took immense pride in his accomplishments. After posting the highlights, his thread became increasingly lively. Li Tao was among the first to convert his column into one dedicated to Zheng Jun, resulting in a flood of fan comments. In this era, many lack the time to sit in front of a television or search for game footage. Highlights offer a convenient alternative. Jun is amazing. 66-66, that's how it's done. The first NBA caliber guard to emerge from China. Absolutely incredible. I love watching Zheng Jun play. Shooting is indeed the foundation for yellow race players to establish themselves in the NBA. Players like Yao Ming are the exception. The fans continued to engage in lively discussions. Chapter 27, Starting Lineup, Battling the Celtics. Today as top 5 plays, at 5th place, features Zheng Jun launching a three-pointer from an extraordinary distance, striking true and leaving the Knicks in despair. In 4th place, The remarkable sharpshooter Zheng Jun unexpectedly breaks through to the basket, playfully outmaneuvering Eddie Curry, who had boasted before the game, effortlessly scoring off the backboard. In second place, as the saying goes, the young man on the white horse with a red gun, Zheng Jun, from the logo spot, draws back his bow and hits the target once more. This moment leaves Knicks owner Dolan utterly bewildered, casting a reproachful glance at Marbury, as if to say, "Why provoke him?" Claiming the top spot in today's highlights, Zheng Jun dazzles once again from the logo. Does Marbury remember me now? On the domestic leaderboard for the top 5 plays, Zheng Jun remarkably dominates with 4 out of 5 spots, a true spectacle. The following day at noon, during the tactical briefing for the game against the Boston Celtics, Zen Master Jackson announced, "Zheng, Andrew, you two will be starting tonight." His words invigorated most of the Lakers players. Zheng Jun and Bynum had been performing exceptionally well on the court, and their inclusion in the starting lineup would significantly enhance the team's strength. However, not everyone shared their enthusiasm. Smush Parker and Kwame Brown were evidently displeased, as Zheng Jun and Bynum had taken their positions. While Bynum, having previously started, felt indifferent, Zheng Jun nodded excitedly. Starting for the Lakers was something he had never dared to dream of before. From the brink of being cut to now earning a starting position after just 5 games, such rapid progress was remarkable. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Zheng Jun composed himself. This was simply the natural course of events. Although most players were perplexed by Zheng Jun's sudden elevation to the starting lineup, a few seasoned veterans recognized the underlying reason. Kobe was nearing his return. The Zen Master was preparing for Kobe's comeback. The Zen Master continued, "Zheng, I expect you to orchestrate the team and fulfill the responsibilities of the point guard. Of course, while facilitating. Do not forget to shoot a few three-pointers to keep them on their toes." Laughter erupted among the players. Zheng Jun replied, "Okay, I will do my utmost to help the team secure victory." Zheng Jun's starting position was not met with discontent. His recent performance had utterly eclipsed Smush Parker, averaging 30 points per game, with his scoring ability surging to 40 in the last 2 games. An astonishing feat, particularly with his three-point threat. Zheng Jun often sank 8 or 9 three-pointers in a single game, occasionally surpassing that. Such shooting prowess instilled fear in opponents, and his teammates appreciated his ability to create space. After establishing the starting arrangement, the Zen Master outlined several tactical plays, focusing on creating opportunities for Zheng Jun to shoot three-pointers. As it was a back-to-back game, the players appeared somewhat fatigued, leading the Zen Master to discuss theory rather than engage in practical drills. "Ding. You have been assigned to the starting position. Reward, 5 D-grade attribute cards. Please check." "Not bad," Zheng Jun mused upon hearing the system's reward. His new starting role seemed to be an acknowledgement of his progress, thus meriting a reward. This bounty was quite generous. He decided to use all 5 cards to enhance his blocking attribute. "Ding. Usage successful. Blocking attribute increased from 42 to 47. Zheng Jun aimed to bolster his defensive capabilities. Although a 5-point increase would not drastically enhance his blocking ability, progress must be gradual. The current phase was distinct from the initial integration period. Daily improvements would eventually lead to significant transformations. After the tactical meeting, Zheng Jun enjoyed a nutritious meal and shared a brief respite with his teammates in the training facility. At 4 p.m., the entire Lakers team boarded the bus to the Celtics' home ground, the TD Garden. Upon arrival, reporters swarmed the bus. The Lakers vs. Celtics matchup never lacked intrigue, and Zheng Jun remained the focal point for the media. A local Boston reporter prompted Zheng Jun to discuss the upcoming game. Zheng Jun confidently stated, "The Celtics are a good team, but we are the better team, so we will defeat them." His assertion conveyed a sense of confidence. Although the Celtics had a better record than the Knicks this season, they were still struggling to make the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. The Lakers were in better form than the Celtics. The Celtics star players included Paul Pierce and Ricky Davis, with Pierce averaging 26 points, 6, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, while Davis contributed 20 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. When asked about his recent scoring streak of 40 points in the last 2 games, Zheng Jun replied, "That depends on whether I can help the team win. If I can, then I will strive to do so." His interview was relatively formal, and today, the reporters seemed less antagonistic towards him. Zheng Jun's on-court performance earned him respect, softening the media's criticism. Meanwhile, Paul Pierce was interviewed by reporters, who inquired about the Lakers' recent winning streak. Pierce responded, "They are playing well, but they are up against us. We are prepared to take them down at home." When asked about Zheng Jun, Pierce flashed a bright smile, saying, "I think after I take him one-on-one, I will welcome him to the NBA." Though Zheng Jun shot accurately, Pierce perceived him as too slender, believing he could exploit mismatches to challenge Zheng Jun without feeling significant pressure. At the pre-game press conference, no explosive statements emerged from either team, as the Celtics seemed uncertain about their ability to defeat the Lakers. The media discerned this, understanding that the Celtics' record was inferior to the Lakers. Unlike the Knicks, the Celtics players were not overly self-assured. They feared the possibility of an upset, thus maintaining a more subdued demeanor. While the Celtics players were mild-mannered, the fans were anything but. Reporters approached a group of Celtics fans donned in team jerseys. When asked how they would welcome the Lakers, one male fan seized the microphone and exclaimed, "We will tear them apart. We won't let them leave alive. Beat LA." The fans were highly emotional, quickly rallying around him. "Beat LA! Beat LA!" echoed throughout the arena, stirring the 18,000 strong crowd into a fervor. The Lakers warming up were momentarily taken aback by the intensity. Suddenly, an excited fan rushed onto the court, but security swiftly apprehended him before he could reach the players. For safety reasons, the Lakers concluded their warm-up early. In the domestic broadcasting studio and online streaming rooms, hundreds of thousands of fans eagerly awaited the commencement of the game. As Zheng Jun continues to excel, an increasing number of fans are turning their attention to the Lakers games. Previously, they watched solely for Kobe, but now they also seek to witness Zheng Jun's performance. "I'm eager to see Zheng Jun play. I hope he continues to score 30 points in the 6th game. Ha ha ha. Zheng Jun is simply extraordinary. Go Lakers, let's achieve 6 consecutive victories." A newcomer asks, "Can we see Kobe make a comeback tonight?" Unfortunately, not yet. It will take a few more games. As the fans engage in discussion, the starting lineups for both teams are displayed on the screen. Lakers starters: Zheng Jun, Vujacic, Walton, Odom. Bynum. Celtic starters: Ricky Davis, Delonte West, Paul Pierce, Gomez, Rafe LaFrentz. Zhang Weiping, upon seeing the starting lineup, chuckles and remarks, "I never expected Zen Master to promote Zheng Jun to the starting lineup so swiftly. It seems he is preparing for Kobe's return." Su Jiqing adds, "Sasha Pavlovich's individual offensive capabilities certainly do not match Zheng Jun's, and this arrangement is intended to enhance the starting lineup's offensive power, preventing the team from encountering early difficulties. Let us observe how well Zheng Jun adapts to the starting role." Amidst the commentators' chatter, the game commences. Bynum jumps against LaFrentz. LaFrentz, now 30 years old, stands at 2'11 meters, playing as either a center or a power forward. Once a Rookie of the Year and an All-Star, his current form has diminished, averaging 11 points and 7 rebounds this season, solidifying his status as a quintessential blue-collar player. Bynum jumps too early, and the ball is directly tipped to Ricky Davis by LaFrentz. The Celtics initiate their offense. As the offense begins, the crowd erupts in thunderous cheers. This away game atmosphere is unfamiliar to Zheng Jun. It seems the fans here harbor a particular disdain for the Lakers. Ricky Davis advances the ball past midcourt, with Zheng Jun defending against him. The Celtics are currently in dire need of a well-organized guard, and Ricky Davis is merely a makeshift solution. Although it is his first start, Zheng Jun remains composed, primarily because the starting lineup is also the core lineup. Ricky Davis passes the ball to Pierce in the paint. The Celtic strategy revolves around Pierce, who pauses to assess the situation. Pierce is an offensive virtuoso, possessing numerous scoring options in the low post. As he observes his teammates' positioning, he backs into Walton, executing a series of hesitation dribbles. He drives forward, using his strength to push Walton back a step before turning to take a jump shot. Walton keeps pace with Paul Pierce's rhythm, but fails to contest the shot effectively. The ball strikes the backboard and drops through the net. 0-2, over 18,000 fans at the North Shore Garden roar in excitement. Just a standard regular season basket, yet the crowd's response is fervent. Bynum mutters, "It's too loud here." Zheng Jun comments, "These people might be a bit unhinged." Odom adds, "They're only like this towards us." The Lakers' offense begins. Zheng Jun receives the ball and, facing Ricky Davis's defense, moves past midcourt. The crowd continues to jeer and hurl insults. Zheng Jun remains calm, directing his teammates from the arc. Odom positions himself from the paint to the free throw line, and Zheng Jun passes the ball to him before swiftly initiating his movement. Zheng Jun's speed is remarkable. He easily outmaneuvers Ricky Davis. West quickly closes in, and Bynum sets a timely screen to block West. Zhang Jun emerges from the left 45-degree angle, ready to receive the ball. At that moment, the ball rotates to Walton, who promptly passes it to Zhang Jun. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Jun executes a quick shot fake. Paul Pierce, who is defending him, is completely faked out. Zhang Jun then sidesteps to the right, creating space for a three-point attempt. The ball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish. 3-2. Zhang Jun's first three-point shot of the night is a success, slightly quieting the crowd. Zhang Weiping exclaims, "This is our familiar Zhang Jun-style three-pointer. The fake and lateral step display his solid fundamentals, a feat not easily replicated by ordinary players." Su Jiqing concurs, indeed. While it may seem a simple move, it encapsulates the nuances of anticipating the opponent's defense and adjusting one's rhythm. They will find it challenging to contain Zhang Jun's outside shooting. Paul Pierce and West shake their heads in disbelief. It is clear that Zhang Jun's rapid ascent is well-deserved. Next, the Celtics' offense unfolds. West dribbles past midcourt, orchestrating the movements. Zhang Jun defends against West, while Lafrentz steps up to set a screen. Zhang Jun is momentarily obstructed, allowing West to drive past him, with Bynum providing help defense. West passes the ball back to Paul Pierce in the paint. Walton continues to contest Pierce, but to little effect. Pierce spins and lays the ball in. 3-4, the North Shore Garden crowd erupts once more. The Lakers initiate their offensive play. Zhang Jun advances the ball into the frontcourt, and this time, he chooses not to pass to Odom, instead delivering the ball to Walton. Walton smartly feeds it to Bynum in the paint. The Lakers players spread out, and Zhang Jun positions himself beyond the arc. The Celtics' defensive strategy is man-to-man. They switch on screens. Yet Zhang Jun still struggles to find an opening. Today, the quality of the Lakers' screens is subpar, allowing defenders to navigate around them, while the Celtics remain highly aggressive, closely shadowing Zhang Jun. Bynum attempts to back down Lafrentz. Lafrentz, seasoned and adept, lowers his center of gravity. Although Bynum possesses a slight advantage, it is not pronounced enough to be decisive. Unable to overpower him, Bynum opts for a jump shot from the front. Bynum is still unaccustomed to this maneuver. His delicate hook shot is overly forceful, striking the rim with a resounding clang. The basketball ricochets off the hoop. Lafrentz adeptly secures the rebound and passes the ball to West. After crossing half court, West delivers it to Paul Pierce in the low post. Pierce continues to engage in a one-on-one against Walton, employing a series of tentative steps before making a decisive drive to the right, followed by a swift mid-range jump shot. The ball traces a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. It finds its mark with precision. The score stands at 3-8. Pierce, having made all three of his attempts, accumulates 6 points early in the game. Walton wears an expression of despair. Pierce showcases his prowess, dominating in isolation. What an impressive display. Let's maintain this pressure and defeat the Lakers. The Lakers begin the match with diminished momentum, yet the Zen master refrains from calling a timeout, allowing his players to self-correct. In their offensive play, Zhang Jun advances the ball to the front court, with Odom struggling to establish position at the free throw line, opting instead to come out for the pass. Zhang Jun hands the ball to Odom, who, after a few dribbles, realizes the opportunity is lacking and returns it to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun shifts to the right, with Bynum setting a screen, while Lafrentz fails to close the gap in time. After Bynum effectively blocks West, Zhang Jun seizes a narrow opening. He steps in and effortlessly pulls up for a high mid-range jumper. The rhythm is fluid, and the release is lightning quick. The ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. The score is now 5-8. Despite this remarkable two-point shot, the crowd erupts in jeers. Zhang Jun senses a wave of frustration. Playing away from home often brings about this disheartening lack of positive reinforcement, as even successful shots are met with boos. In the Celtics' offensive sequence, West brings the ball to the front court and passes to Pierce, who is now closely guarded by Walton. Pierce dishes the ball to the cutting Gomez. Odom's footwork falters slightly, allowing Gomez to receive the pass and soar for a layup. The shot connects smoothly. The score is 5-10. Zhang Weiping remarks. The Lakers players appear somewhat lethargic today, particularly in their defense. Odom should not have allowed that easy cut. Su Jiqing adds, physically, the Lakers seem at a disadvantage. Yet the game has only just begun. This fatigue issue appears rather severe. Chapter 28. The gravitational pull of the past. The Lakers' offense was met with the Celtics' defensive strategy of a 1-on-4 approach, with West assigned to guard Zhang Jun. The Celtics players, while not exceptionally gifted, possessed a wealth of experience and a keen understanding of defensive positioning. Raef Lafrentz, once renowned for his exceptional shot-blocking skills as a center, had in recent years been unable to replicate his former prowess due to injuries, relying instead on his experience and awareness to compete. The Lakers executed a continuous perimeter ball movement, each player seeking offensive opportunities. However, their physical limitations made it challenging to penetrate, leaving Zheng Jun as the sole viable option for both driving and shooting. Yet, Zheng Jun's drives were hindered by the Lakers' insufficient perimeter spacing. Rather than attempting to break through, Zheng Jun passed the ball to Odom, who observed from the right side post as Zheng Jun continued to navigate around screens in search of an opening. The Lakers players consciously set screens to aid Zheng Jun. Walton provided a screen, enabling Zheng Jun to find a receiving opportunity in the corner for a three-point shot. Odom delivered the ball, and Zheng Jun, catching it, faked a shot. West, slightly out of position, lunged to defend, losing his balance. Instead of shooting the three, Zheng Jun drove along the baseline. LaFrentz attempted to help, but Zheng Jun launched the ball high. The basketball soared to the right side of the rim, where Bynum caught it with one hand and slammed it down. Bang! The score was now 7-10. Zheng Jun and Bynum executed a splendid connection, igniting celebrations on the Lakers bench. This drive disrupted the Celtics' defense, showcasing Zheng Jun's substantial gravitational pull on defenders. His three-point shooting was formidable. Any open look seemed destined to find the net, instilling fear in the opposition. There was speculation among fans about whether Kobe's return would jeopardize Zheng Jun's emerging status. Bynum and Zheng Jun's collaboration yielded the highest efficiency, as Bynum effortlessly found opportunities in the paint, primarily due to Zheng Jun's magnetic appeal as a scorer and his willingness to pass, a stark contrast to Smush Parker. Meanwhile, the match continued with the Celtics on offense. West brought the ball up court, orchestrating the play. Zheng Jun persistently guarded West, staying tightly engaged. After circulating the ball, West regained possession. Walton moved to defend Pierce, preventing West from passing. As West sought to drive past Zheng Jun anticipated the ball's trajectory, executing a swift steal. The ball was secured by Vujasic, who advanced it to Walton. The Lakers transitioned rapidly, catching the Celtics off guard. Pierce lagged behind Walton, who charged forward. Zheng Jun also sprinted ahead, and as Walton drove, he encountered the defensive support of Ricky Davis. Davis's positioning was impeccable. Walton's aggressive play could easily result in an offensive foul. Lacking the talent to successfully finish a Eurostep layup, Walton decisively passed the ball back to Zheng Jun, who positioned himself at the arc, ready to shoot. Without hesitation, he launched the ball, which traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, the sound echoing in the arena. Zheng Jun was knocked down by the pursuing West as the referee's whistle finally pierced the air, awarding him an additional free throw. The score was now tied at 10, and the atmosphere in the North Shore Garden quieted considerably. The Zen master on the sidelines gave a thumbs up, recognizing Zheng Jun's potential to become an all-star. His shooting was simply terrifying. If he found an open shot, the likelihood of scoring was significantly high. This scoring ability was undeniable, and his release was extraordinarily quick. Celtics fans murmured in discontent. As Zheng Jun was lifted by Odom and Bynum, they playfully patted him on the head and back. Even Smush Parker, though not entirely pleased, had to concede that Zheng Jun's offensive prowess surpassed his own. In such high-pressure shooting situations, Zheng Jun maintained a level of stability not every player could achieve. As he stepped to the free throw line, he confidently sank the additional shot, allowing the Lakers to take the lead. West, bringing the ball across midcourt, called for a timeout. The first 4 minutes had been fiercely contested. Although the Lakers led by a narrow margin, spirits were high. Given the Celtics' explosive start, remaining competitive was uplifting, especially with Zheng Jun contributing points and assists from the outset, showcasing the impact he could have as a starter. Celtics head coach Doc Rivers felt the pressure. Zheng Jun was a difficult point to defend, either scoring or facilitating assists. Unlike Kobe's isolation-style offense, Zheng Jun's constant movement and use of screens made him far more challenging to contain, necessitating a high level of coordination from the defensive team to avoid yielding opportunities. Rivers urged his team to be more aggressive and quicker, asserting that limiting the rookie would curtail the Celtics' offensive options. With stronger physicality, Zheng Jun's slender frame would struggle under pressure, diminishing his effectiveness. The Celtics players responded affirmatively, feeling the frustration of being consistently scored upon by Zheng Jun. On the Lakers' side, the Zen master encouraged Zheng Jun, advising him to play his game and shoot whenever he felt inclined. This unexpected show of confidence from the Zen master towards a rookie raised eyebrows. He had never granted such freedom to a newcomer before. It was clear he did not wish to restrict Zhang Zhan, even willing to structure the team around him. What would happen upon Kobe's return? After the timeout, the Celtics resumed their offensive efforts. West dribbled into the front court, relaying the ball to Pierce, who continued to post up against Walton. After a series of physical confrontations, Pierce spun to face the basket. He faked a shot, prompting Walton to leap, and then Pierce moved in, resulting in a foul as Walton's defensive effort came too late. Pierce approached the free throw line, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The Lakers took possession, and Zhang Zhan, undeterred by the jeers, advanced the ball past half court. He passed to Bynum in the post, who attempted to go one-on-one but found the opportunity lacking, opting to return the ball to Walton. The other Lakers, exhausted, had nearly ceased their movement, with Zhang Zhan remaining the only active player. Walton passed back to Zhang Zhan, who faced West's defense. With West's quickness and agility, Zhang Zhan found it challenging to exploit a one-on-one situation. Calling for Bynum's screen, Bynum stepped up, effectively taking West with him and leaving LaFrentz to contend with Zhang Zhan. It was a classic case of small versus big, and Zhang Zhan waved his teammates to spread out, executing the play with precision. Zhang Zhan faced off against Rafe LaFrentz in a one-on-one duel. LaFrentz exhibited significantly less agility. Zhang began a series of dribbling maneuvers, deftly changing direction. With a thud, LaFrentz remained vigilant, positioning himself defensively to deny Zhang any opportunity for a three-point shot. Zhang's continuous changes of direction, combined with his signature moves, created openings as he edged to the right. LaFrentz swiftly turned to pursue, but Zhang's velocity was too formidable. He could not keep pace. Zhang's drive drew the attention of the Celtics defense, with Paul Pierce and Gomez converging to thwart his shot. However, their aggressive defense left the paint vulnerable. Zhang executed a bounce pass to Bayless, who, upon receiving the ball, was elated to find himself unguarded. Bayless leaped, delivering a powerful slam dunk. The rim quaked under the impact, emitting a painful creak. Bayless sprang off the ground, and Doc Rivers' expression darkened. In the presence of the home crowd, such a dunk signified a troubling situation. The rookie was a formidable force, not only capable of shooting but adept at creating space for his teammates. Each offensive play seemed to attract multiple defenders. It was a compelling gravity. The Celtics sensed impending trouble, while they could attempt to stifle Zhang's shooting. Halting his passing was a Herculean task. Zhang retreated, a smile gracing his face. With each game played, he grew increasingly aware of Stephen Curry's remarkable abilities. Though Curry could be contained, his offensive prowess was undeniable. When paired with off-ball movement and screens, defending against him became a daunting challenge. It seemed that every opponent sought to limit him, inadvertently granting his teammates abundant opportunities. Zhang did not believe the current Celtics lineup possessed a defensive scheme capable of containing him. On the Celtics offense, Ricky Davis advanced past half court, with Vujasic eagerly engaging in defense, only to commit a foul. Play resumed as Ricky brought the ball into the front court, orchestrating the offense. Following a series of strategic plays, Pierce found himself mismatched against Zhang. In the low post, Pierce executed his moves. Thud. Zhang struggled to defend against Pierce's overpowering physicality. Pierce spun for a jumper. Zhang leapt to contest, but inadvertently struck Pierce's hand. Pierce earned another trip to the free throw line, converting both attempts effortlessly. The score stood at 13-14. For the Lakers, Odom advanced the ball. Zhang continued to navigate around the defense, displaying newfound patience among his teammates. Odom passed to Vujasic, who, unable to penetrate, dished the ball back to Zhang. Positioned beyond the arc against West's defense, Odom provided a screen, blocking West once more. Zhang executed a low dribble, changing direction and penetrating the paint. After drawing attention, he passed to Odom at the free throw line. Unmarked, Odom opted for a mid-range jumper, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. Zhang recorded yet another assist. On the sidelines, Rivers frowned, urging his team to cut off Zhang's passing lanes, preventing him from facilitating others. The Celtics intensified their defensive efforts against Zhang, yet he chose to create opportunities for his teammates. Odom acknowledged Zhang with a nod. Zhang Weiping remarked, Zhang increasingly embodies the essence of a point guard. His play is marked by reason. Su Jiqing added, his offensive threat is immense. As long as opponents continue to double-team him, his teammates will find ample open looks. The Celtics mounted another offensive assault. Ricky Davis pushed the ball, as the crowd surged with excitement. Despite the Lakers' apparent momentum, the Celtics were equally formidable, frequently finding success in their attacks. Ricky passed to Pierce, who signaled for West to set a screen. Pierce aimed to isolate Zung, hoping to draw a foul that could sideline him. West stepped up for the screen, but Zung switched on to Pierce. Pierce began to assert his strength on Zung in the vicinity of the free throw line. Thud, thud. Zung exerted considerable effort to guard Pierce, who felt the pressure. As Pierce attempted to leap for a foul, Zung's quick reflexes allowed him to evade contact, resulting in a challenging shot for Pierce. The ball clanged against the rim and bounced away, with Bayless securing the rebound. Pierce protested to the referee, claiming a foul, but to no avail. Barkley noted, Zung isn't entirely a defensive liability. He displays intelligence and patience. Miller added, such acumen will extend his time on the court. The Lakers initiated their offense once more. Zung propelled the ball forward, this time facing Ricky Davis. Although taller and more robust than Zung, Davis lacked his speed. Zung dribbled from left to right, then unleashed a burst of speed, evading Davis. He penetrated the interior, but, realizing his explosion lacked the power to challenge the Celtics' front line, opted to slow the tempo, keeping Davis at bay. With his back to the basket, Zung surveyed the court. Davis, wary of committing a foul, attempted to navigate around him, but Zung's lateral movement thwarted his efforts. Having recently delivered several assists, the Celtics' interior defenders hesitated to double-team him. After outmaneuvering Davis, Zung seized the opportunity for a floater in the paint. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. Another three-pointer, piercing through the defense. Davis sighed in resignation, feeling a pressure greater than he had experienced even during his time with the Cavaliers facing LeBron James. Chapter 29. Scoring 18 points in a single quarter, showcasing personal brilliance. After completing his play, Zhang Zhun gradually retreated on defense. As long as the opponent did not double-team him, he had a significant probability of concluding the offense himself. To Zhang Zhun, the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean. The cameras continually focused on him, and those fans who had previously booed him finally understood why his reputation had surged during this period. Zhang Zhun was undeniably formidable on the court, and it was difficult to find flaws in his performance. While he often took shots, they consistently found their mark. How could one criticize that? The Celtics' offense was initiated by Ricky Davis and Raef LaFrentz executing a pick-and-roll. After the play, Bynum failed to switch defense in time, allowing Davis to seize an opportunity from mid-range. He decisively released the ball. Swish. The crowd erupted in cheers. Despite the Celtics' offensive struggles this season, they seemed invigorated against the Lakers tonight, finding success in their attacks. On the Lakers' offensive end, Odom brought the ball up the court. Zhang Zhun continued to move without the ball, with Ricky Davis closely trailing him. Davis applied significant physical pressure, even tugging at Zhang Zhun's jersey. The referee, however, did not notice such minor infractions. These subtle actions disrupted Zhang Zhun's rhythm, leading Odom to pass the ball to him. After establishing a position against his defender, Zhang Zhun attempted a challenging shot. The ball clanged off the rim. Upon landing, Zhang Zhun fell to the floor, shouting at the referee, "He fouled me," but received no response. Davis taunted him, "You only complain to the refs? Can't handle a bit of intensity? You're too soft." Ignoring Davis, Zhang Zhun quickly returned to defense. The foul was evident, yet the referee's silence left him powerless. The crowd erupted in cheers, relishing the spectacle. "Rookie, don't just rely on drawing fouls. Your play is too soft. Go home and call your mom for help, softy. You go down at the slightest contact. Unacceptable." The Celtics' offensive play resumed. Davis dribbled past half-court and passed to LaFrentz at the free throw line. Bynum, unable to defend effectively, watched as LaFrentz opted for a mid-range shot. Swish. LaFrentz, a sizable player with shooting capability, found a stable scoring method. Bynum shook his head, not out of unwillingness to defend, but due to fatigue. On the Lakers' side, Odom advanced the ball. Zhang Zhun, frustrated, ceased his movement and demanded the ball directly from Odom. Surprised, Odom complied, signaling for spacing. Once again, Zhang Zhun found himself in a one-on-one confrontation with Davis. The crowd's boos and jeers intensified. Davis, arms wide, shouted at Zhang Zhun, "Rookie, I was careless before, but you won't get past me this time." His fierce demeanor and loud voice conveyed seriousness. Yet, with a swift, agile dribble, Zhang Zhun maneuvered to the left. Davis, caught off guard, was like a statue, unable to respond. Zhang Zhun's use of screens did not preclude him from exploiting one-on-one opportunities. He recognized Davis's defensive lapses. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed to the free throw line, where Lafrentz approached to help defend. Zheng Jun, however, released the ball before Lafrentz could close in. The shot, delicate and precise, arced beautifully through the air, swish. The score was 21-20, igniting excitement among fans watching on television. Well done. That is how it's done. They cheered, thrilled by Zheng Jun's performance. While watching Yao Ming play was undoubtedly enjoyable, Zheng Jun's display was equally captivating. The prospect of Zheng Jun teaming up with Yao for the national team filled fans with joy. On the Lakers bench, the players were lively and animated. With Kobe absent, they felt free to express their excitement. The Celtics' offense resumed, with West bringing the ball up and passing to Pierce. Pierce then fed to cutting Gomez, whose attempt at a layup was thwarted by Bynum. Bynum quickly regained control of the rebound and passed to Zheng Jun. West rushed over to deny Zheng Jun any space for a three-pointer. Zheng Jun, standing at the logo, surveyed the court as his teammates spread out. West's speed surpassed that of Davis, and Zheng Jun's attempt to break through on the right was thwarted. Swiftly, he dribbled the ball between his legs to the left, but West remained resolute. "You can't get past me, rookie," West taunted. After successfully defending against Zheng Jun's advance, West gained confidence. Undeterred by West's jeers, Zheng Jun pressed on toward the left. West shifted again, and Zheng Jun momentarily paused the ball in his hand. In an instant, he dribbled to the right, causing West to lose balance. With a behind-the-back dribble, Zheng Jun accelerated left, eluding West's defense. The ball-handling skills of this player are simply mesmerizing. It seems as though the basketball is an extension of his very being. Delonte, keep pace with his rhythm. The fans are in a fervor. West is also visibly irritated. Zheng Jun's dribbling is full of variations and rhythmic changes. A slight misstep could leave one behind. As Zheng Jun drives into the paint, Lafrentz quickly steps in to assist on defense. However, Lafrentz's defensive movements are rather clumsy, allowing Zheng Jun to swiftly change direction to the right and slip past him. He then executes a delicate bank shot. Bang! Swish! The ball ricochets off the backboard and falls into the hoop. 23-20. The Celtics mount another offensive. This time, West seizes a one-on-one opportunity against Zheng Jun. Bang! Bang! West maneuvers around Zheng Jun, who is momentarily caught off guard. West makes his move, but Zheng Jun, with commendable tenacity, quickly pivots and pursues. West is taken aback by Zheng Jun's return. His shot is thwarted. The rebound is collected by Odom. Zheng Jun accelerates down the court. Odom passes the ball to him. Zheng Jun surges forward with vigor. The Celtics' defense is quick to recover. Zheng Jun's drive draws the defenders, allowing Walton to cut inside, and Zheng Jun lofts the ball high. Walton cannot complete a thunderous alley-oop, yet he effortlessly lays it in. 25-20. Walton excitedly waves to Zheng Jun in celebration. Rivers, seeing the ball go in, helplessly calls for a timeout. Zheng Jun's performance tonight is nothing short of electrifying. His presence and influence felt throughout the court. Under his leadership, the seemingly fatigued Lakers are putting up a commendable fight. As Zheng Jun exits the game, his teammates eagerly high-five him and pat him on the back. Initially, he found it odd to be subjected to such enthusiastic gestures from a group of men. Yet he gradually grew accustomed to it. Zen Master smiles as he observes Zheng Jun leaving the court, surprised by the favorable outcome of starting him. After the timeout, Zheng Jun continues to work diligently on the court. With a minute and a half left in the first quarter, he sits out due to his second personal foul. Zheng Jun finishes the first quarter with an impressive tally of 18 points and 5 assists, aiding the Lakers to a lead of 38-30 over the Celtics. During the intermission, Walton chuckles and remarks to Zheng Jun, "Buddy, it seems you're better suited for the starting lineup. This way, we won't fall behind from the outset." Zheng Jun merely smiles in response, refraining from suggesting that the coach's player selections could use a bolder approach. The fans at the North Shore Garden expressed their discontent over the Celtics' inability to defend, lamenting that a rookie scored 18 points in a single quarter. "Our defense is as flimsy as paper. We must reinforce our lineup for the next season," they complain. "They allowed 38 points in the first quarter. How can we continue like this? It's infuriating. He merely shoots. Why can't we defend against him?" Zheng Jun's efficient performance leaves the Celtics fans, who initially booed him, feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, these fans persist in their jeers and insults from the sidelines, while, conversely, domestic fans celebrate wildly. Wow! Zheng Jun is on track for a third consecutive game with 40 points tonight. Perhaps 40 is a bit modest. Those daring enough might predict 50. They exclaim. Zhang Zhun is truly remarkable. His shooting prowess is extraordinary. If this continues, the Celtics may find themselves in peril. The Celtics' defense appears paper-thin against Zhang Zhun. The television broadcasts highlights of his first quarter performance. Zhang Weiping remarks, Zhang Zhun played aggressively in the first quarter. I believe this is his way of proving to the Zen master that he is capable of starting. Su Jiqing adds, Pierce also performed admirably today, scoring 15 points and providing 3 assists in the first quarter, successfully executing multiple isolation plays, including 2 that caused Zhang Zhun to foul out. Zhang Weiping concurs, indeed. Zhang Zhun needs to ensure he remains on the court as much as possible to contribute effectively to the team. Su Jiqing inquires, can you predict how many points Zhang Zhun might score tonight, Zhang Laoshi? Zhang Weiping responds, it's hard to say. Zhang Zhun has 2 fouls, so we must see if the Celtics will exploit this. Given Zhang Zhun's aggressive start, his stamina might become an issue, potentially leading to a decline in efficiency later on. Su Jiqing asks, what do you think the Lakers' chances of winning this game are? Zhang Weiping replies, it's difficult to say. Despite the Lakers leading now, they faced numerous challenges, back-to-back games, playing away, core players troubled by fouls, and the Celtics demonstrating strong offensive form. If they maintain this efficiency and add a spark, a comeback is certainly feasible. Just as Zhang Weiping predicted, at the start of the second quarter, the Lakers' efficiency took a significant hit in Zhang Zhun's absence. The Lakers appeared fatigued, their defense lackluster, allowing the Celtics to capitalize on nearly every offensive opportunity. The Celtics' second unit showcased even greater intensity. Tony Allen made consecutive steals from Smush Parker, leading to easy layups. Smush Parker, chastised by the Zen master on the sidelines, feared he might not even see time as a substitute. After 4 minutes, the score stood at 41-40, with the Lakers barely clinging to a 1-point lead. The Zen master promptly called a timeout. The atmosphere at the North Shore Garden reached a fever pitch once again, the roars of the crowd amplifying the pressure on the Lakers. The camera frequently focused on the Lakers' rookie number 5. Everyone knew that the Zen master was about to bring him back into the game. Chapter 30. The Unforeseen Showdown Against Tony Allen. Zhang, you're up. Without a hint of surprise, the Zen master called out Zhang Zhun's name. Having been prepared for this moment, Zhang Zhun swiftly discarded his towel, stood up, and approached the sidelines to hear the tactical instructions. Zhang, once you get in there, score as quickly as possible. We need to stabilize the situation. The others will provide cover and create opportunities for you to shoot, the Zen master instructed. Okay. The Lakers nodded in agreement. The Lakers' issues had become glaringly apparent. Their offense lacked potency, and their defense was unable to hold firm. The Zen master understood that suddenly elevating their defensive capabilities would be a formidable challenge, yet enhancing their offensive performance would be relatively more feasible. Although Zhang Zhun was merely a rookie, the Zen master had already positioned him as a core player of the team. On the Celtics side, Rivers turned to Tony Allen, saying, Tony, that rookie is your responsibility. Is that all right? With unwavering confidence, Tony Allen replied, of course, I'll handle him. Standing at 193 meters. Tony Allen played as a shooting guard, averaging only 7 points and 2 assists this season. However, he was a crucial rotation player for the Celtics, renowned for his defensive prowess. Frequently, during critical moments, Tony Allen would be tasked with guarding the opposing team's offensive spearhead. Soon, the game resumed. As Zhang Zhun stepped onto the court once more, the crowd transformed their cheers into jeers. Rookie, you're useless. You'll be obliterated. There's no hope for you. You're destined to lose. The home fans howled. Tony Allen glared menacingly at Zhang Zhun. Noticing Tony Allen, Zhang Zhun sensed that this opponent would be a formidable challenge. The scouting report had indicated that his defensive skills were of all-defensive team caliber. As the Lakers initiated their offensive play, Zhang Zhun dribbled the ball up the court and passed it to Odom. Tony Allen quickly closed in on Zhang Zhun, who attempted to utilize Bynum's screen to shake him off, but to no avail. Just as Zhang Zhun had anticipated, Tony Allen proved to be a tough adversary, possessing both speed and high defensive intensity. As Zhang Zhun stopped on the left side, Tony Allen taunted him, Rookie, you can't shake me off. I want to let you score in front of me. Ignoring Allen's words, Zhang Zhun focused on finding a more suitable route for his movement. Odom continued to direct the play. Zhang Zhun ran from the left to the right, finally managing to evade Tony Allen with the help of a double screen from Walton and Bynum. Confronting Zhang Zhun was LaFrentz, who quickly fell for Zhang Zhun's feigned shot motion. LaFrentz was left off balance as Zhang Zhun accelerated into the paint. The lane was clear, allowing Zhang Zhun to effortlessly complete a layup in 3 steps. Quickly switch on defense. The others need to help. Rivers shouted from the sidelines. Zhang Zhen's score came far too easily. LaFrance was caught off guard, and there was no interior help. After scoring, Zhang Zhen shrugged at Tony Allen as he passed by and shouted, "What was that? I didn't quite catch what you said earlier." Tony Allen's face flushed with embarrassment. He had just claimed Zhang Zhen wouldn't score, yet here Zhang Zhen was, having done precisely that. "Do you dare to take me one-on-one?" Tony Allen challenged. Zhang Zhen retorted, "Did your elementary school coach not teach you how to play? Or is your basketball IQ in the negatives?" The two exchanged barbs as they retreated to the Lakers' backcourt. On the Celtics' offense, Ricky Davis brought the ball past half court, promptly passing it to Pierce. As the Celtics' core, Pierce was their most reliable scoring option. The Lakers had assigned Odom to guard Pierce. Odom had the height advantage, and given Pierce's lack of speed, it posed a challenge for Pierce to score against him. After a feint, Pierce dribbled past Odom and attempted a layup, which was contested, causing the ball to clang off the rim. Odom secured the rebound and passed it to Walton for a fast break. However, West quickly returned on defense, causing Walton's layup attempt to fail. Turning back, West regained control of the ball and passed it to LaFrance. LaFrance leaned into Bynum, attempting to pivot for a hook shot, but his movements were too sluggish. Zhang Zhen, closing in, swiftly stripped the ball from LaFrance's grasp. A center's slower movements made it easier to snatch the ball away. Zhang Zhen's steal was secured by Bynum, who quickly fed the ball back to Zhang Zhen. Not halting his momentum, Zhang Zhen continued to pass to Walton. As Walton dribbled up the court, Zhang Zhen, with Tony Allen in tow, maneuvered to the three-point line on the right side. Zhang Zhen attempted to shake off Tony Allen but was unsuccessful. Leaning with his left hand against Tony Allen, he called for the ball from Walton. Seeing Zhang Zhen in position, Walton passed it to him. "Tony, go for it. Take him down. He doesn't have strong isolation skills." The crowd roared in excitement. Tony Allen shouted back, "This time, don't call for a screen, you softy." Zhang Zhen signaled for an isolation play, and the Lakers players quickly spread out. Tony Allen, wary of Zhang Zhen's three-point threat, closed in tightly. Zhang Zhen deftly evaded Allen's relentless pressure, and after several directional adjustments, found an opening, stepping past Tony Allen on the right side. This was not due to a lack of defensive skill from Tony Allen, but rather the significant three-point threat posed by Zhang Zhen, which forced Allen to intensify his pressure, leaving defensive gaps. Even as he was bypassed, Tony Allen did not relent and immediately pursued Zhang Zhen. Sensing Allen's pursuit, Zhang Zhen executed a sudden stop, leaning into a forward shooting motion that drew contact with Tony Allen. The ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. The referee emphatically signaled for the score to count. Zhang Zhen toppled to the ground, bellowing towards the arena ceiling. The cameras captured this moment with perfect clarity. Tony Allen protested to the referee, asserting that he merely made incidental contact, not a foul, but the officials dismissed his claims. Odom and Bynum helped Zhang Zhen to his feet, and he confidently stepped to the free throw line, making the additional shot. The score was now 46-40. As Zhang Zhen passed by Tony Allen, he remarked, "How's that?" "Just as you wished." Tony Allen gritted his teeth in frustration, but chose not to respond. Zhang Zhen had just succeeded in an isolation play. Zhang Weiping commented, "Zhang Zhen is capable of isolation plays. He simply rarely opts for them." Tony Allen's defense is indeed more tenacious than others, and Zhang Zhen struggles to evade through off-ball movements. Su Jiqing added, "Forcing an isolation play would also heavily tax Zhang Zhen's stamina." The Celtics initiated their offense once more. Pierce executed an isolation against Odom, finally finding success. With a swift spin, Pierce evaded Odom, driving directly to the basket for a scoop shot that found its mark. Bynum's attempt to contest was merely a token gesture, failing to create significant disruption. As the Lakers resumed their offensive efforts, Tony Allen again provoked Zhang Zhen for a one-on-one duel. However, Zhang Zhen chose to ignore his taunts. Dribbling past half court, Zhang Zhen received support from Odom. He passed the ball to Odom and swiftly repositioned himself. Odom returned the ball to Zhang Zhen in a handoff, executing a solid screen. This screen effectively blocked Tony Allen, allowing Odom to roll towards the basket while Allen was forced to follow, leaving Pierce to defend Zhang Zhen. Pierce spread his arms wide, his expression serious. Bang! Bang! Zhang Zhen executed a series of low dribbles, seamlessly intertwining them with rhythmic changes. Pierce, in an attempt to thwart Zhang Zhen's penetration, found his footwork inadequately adjusted. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zhen swiftly pushed off the ground and retreated, creating space between himself and his defender. He released a quick shot from beyond the three-point line. Alas, it clanged off the rim. However, Walton was tenacious, seizing the offensive rebound and promptly dishing it back to Zheng Jun. Upon receiving the ball, Zheng Jun performed a deceptive feint. His fake was so convincing that Pierce was left floundering. Without taking a dribble to adjust, Zheng Jun launched another three-pointer from his position. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! The cheers from the crowd erupted once again. Walton celebrated alongside Zheng Jun, who nodded in acknowledgement, their synergy palpable. Walton had developed a profound trust in Zheng Jun's shooting prowess, knowing instinctively to pass the ball to him immediately upon gaining possession. As the Celtics mounted their offense, Pierce opted to bring the ball up himself. This time, the Lakers' defense faltered, allowing Gomez to lose Walton with a backdoor cut into the lane. Pierce, spotting Gomez, quickly passed the ball, leading to a soaring layup that found its mark. With the intensity of the defense escalating, Zheng Jun shouted for his teammates to elevate their effort. Yet the Lakers appeared fatigued, offering little response. Realizing he could not rely on his teammates' defense, Zheng Jun resolved to take matters into his own hands. On the Lakers' offensive end, Zheng Jun advanced the ball up court. Tony Allen, tauntingly, shouted, "Come on, let us see what you've got, softy." Ignoring Allen, Zheng Jun passed to Odom at the free throw line. Odom assessed the situation before delivering a pass to Bynum in the post. Bynum attempted to exploit LaFrentz, but failed to complete his move, missing a hook shot after contact. Nonetheless, Zheng Jun's quick reflexes allowed him to anticipate the rebound's trajectory, and he snatched the offensive board. With too many defenders in the paint, Zheng Jun opted to retreat to the perimeter. Once again facing Tony Allen's defense, Zheng Jun attempted a change of direction to penetrate, but was thwarted as Allen adeptly cut him off. Calling for a pick, Bynum stepped up to set a screen. After successfully blocking Allen, Zheng Jun dribbled laterally and exploded towards the lane. Both Allen and LaFrentz converged on him, effectively closing off his shooting angle. Yet, Zheng Jun spotted Bynum beneath the basket and deftly passed the ball around LaFrentz's waist. Bynum caught the pass and soared for a thunderous dunk. The rim nearly buckled under the force of his slam, followed by his triumphant roar. Zheng Jun turned to Allen and proclaimed, "Use your brain while playing, clearly. You lack one." In response, Allen charged towards Zheng Jun, retorting, "Rookie, what are you shouting about?" Zheng Jun shot back, "You're nothing but a waste." The two were nearly nose to nose, exchanging heated words, prompting the referee to intervene swiftly. Fortunately, neither resorted to physical confrontation, and the situation diffused without further escalation. The referee refrained from issuing any penalties, allowing the game to continue. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Ricky Davis brought the ball across half court and swiftly moved it around. Their ball movement was quick, with Tony Allen cutting to the basket. Pierce passed the ball, and Zheng Jun found himself defending against Allen. With determination, Allen prepared to drive for a layup. Zheng Jun executed a timely swipe, deflecting the ball off Allen's knee and out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air, causing confusion as Allen assumed a foul had been called against him. However, the referee dramatically pointed to his own knee, awarding possession to the Lakers. The crowd responded with boos, but the referee stood firm in his decision, having seen nothing amiss from his vantage point. On the Lakers' next offensive possession, a miscommunication occurred between Zheng Jun and Bynum. Zheng Jun's bounce pass was intercepted by Allen, who gleefully reveled in his successful steal. The Celtics transitioned into offense, executing a series of passes until the ball reached Pierce. Zheng Jun was tasked with defending Pierce, who employed low dribbles. Despite Pierce's seemingly leisurely pace, Zheng Jun found it challenging to secure a steal. Pierce, with his robust physique, leaned into Zheng Jun, creating space before stepping back for a three-pointer. Although Pierce's shot was not executed with great speed or elevation, he had managed to create enough separation to release it effectively. The basketball traced a low arc before hitting the rim and dropping in. Score, 51-47. Zheng Jun shook his head, while his defense had improved. Containing a player of Pierce's caliber remained a formidable challenge. Though not yet a superstar, Pierce was an all-star, renowned for his diverse offensive arsenal. After the basket, Pierce gestured provocatively towards Zheng Jun, nodding in taunt. Upon returning to the Lakers' offensive end, Zheng Jun passed to Odom. The Celtics intensified their defensive efforts, thwarting Odom's attempts to orchestrate ball movement. Zheng Jun found himself closely guarded by Allen. With only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, the ball swung back to Zheng Jun's hands. Allen, believing he could successfully defend this possession, taunted, "Come on, don't be scared." Zhang Jun remained composed, opting not to force a shot against Allen's defense. Instead, he began to dribble, searching for an opportunity. Left, right, through the legs. Allen followed Zhang Jun's movements, struggling to keep pace. With just 2 seconds remaining on the clock, Zhang Jun discovered a minuscule opening. Feigning a right-side drive, he noticed Allen's weight shift slightly. In an instant, Zhang Jun pushed off and retreated, creating space for a rapid release. Although Allen lunged forward to contest, Zhang Jun's shooting speed was extraordinary. The basketball soared through the air just as the shot clock expired. Swish! A clutch shot at the buzzer. The crowd erupted once more. And even the Celtics fans could not deny Zhang Jun's remarkable shooting ability. Chapter 31. The first dunk, silencing the away crowd. After scoring, Zhang Jun celebrated by mimicking the gesture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. His excitement was palpable, for the shot was indeed a challenging one. The cheers of the home fans abruptly ceased, confirming the effectiveness of the away team's silencing tactics. What an impressive shot it was. Executed just as the offensive clock was winding down. How could one even defend against such prowess? Some Celtics fans began to feel a sense of despair. Tony Allen had exerted himself to the utmost, yet still could not contain Zhang Jun. It was a frustrating situation, leaving Allen breathless. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Ricky Davis brought the ball past half court, signaling his teammates to spread out. He intended to take on Zhang Jun one-on-one. Physically, Davis held an advantage over Zhang Jun. Since being traded from the Cavaliers to the Celtics, he had seldom played in this manner. Now, he sought to assert himself against this rising star. The crowd rallied behind Davis, hoping for someone to respond to Zhang Jun's display. Once the space was created, Zhang Jun remained vigilant, closely mirroring Davis's movements. He rapidly recalled the scouting report and game footage on Davis. The latter primarily utilized 2 offensive maneuvers, jump shots, which constituted over 80 of his scoring methods. In the dying moments of a game, a significant portion of the shots were often entrusted to him, as evidenced by statistics showing that 40 of his attempts occurred in the last 3 seconds, with a commendable success rate. Aside from shooting, he occasionally drove towards the basket. Though such attempts had become infrequent, Davis tried to elude Zhang Jun with a change of direction, seeking to carve out space. However, Zhang Jun's lateral quickness thwarted him, and Davis's explosiveness seemed diminished, preventing him from getting past. Realizing he could not outmaneuver Zhang Jun, Davis opted for a physical confrontation. With a thud, he collided with Zhang Jun, creating a bit of space. Seizing the opportunity, Davis launched a mid-range jumper. Zhang Jun's defense was slightly delayed in response. Swish! Ricky, that was splendid. Keep it up. Davis's jump shot ignited fervor among the crowd. Zhang Jun felt again the sting of being outplayed due to insufficient defensive strength. His defensive attributes still required enhancement. However, he understood that improving defensively was not an overnight endeavor. To secure victory, scoring more points remained paramount. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Zhang Jun dribbled into the front court, with Bynum trailing closely behind. In the previous second unit, Bynum had enjoyed ample offensive opportunities, but now they were largely directed towards Zhang Jun. Bynum bore no grievances. He recognized that Zhang Jun would share the ball when the moment arose. Zhang Jun advanced to the top of the arc, where Bynum set a screen. Following the screen, Allen was momentarily dispatched by Bynum, and Zhang Jun found himself being guarded by the interior player, Raef LaFrentz. Facing LaFrentz was far more favorable than contending with Allen. Zhang Jun began a series of swift dribble moves against LaFrentz. Thud, thud. Despite LaFrentz's close proximity, Zhang Jun continued with his agile dribbling. LaFrentz attempted to swipe the ball from Zhang Jun, but his movements were consistently a beat too slow. Their respective rhythms were entirely misaligned. Zhang Jun spotted an opening and accelerated explosively to the right. LaFrentz was easily outmaneuvered, quickly pivoting to give chase, but Zhang Jun executed a swift double step, creating space between himself and LaFrentz. He then halted abruptly and released a mid-range shot. The attempt encountered little interference, tracing a magnificent arc through the air. Swish! Another arrow through the heart. Zhang Jun's scoring exhibition persisted, as he continued to breach the Celtics' defense. After scoring, Zhang Jun unabashedly celebrated, fully aware of his fiery performance that evening. LaFrentz's defensive intensity was insufficient to contain him. As long as LaFrentz remained his defender, Zhang Jun felt confident in his ability to score at will. The fans at the North Shore Garden felt the immense pressure. What kind of rookie possessed such offensive firepower? Just a hint of shooting space allowed him to release the ball, and each shot seemed destined for success. Each time Zhang Jun shot, the crowd was left with a tingling sensation of anticipation. The Celtics resumed their offense. After orchestrating a series of passes, Ricky Davis signaled for space, intent on isolating Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun's defense remained tenacious. Although he was not overly aggressive, his effort was commendable. Davis continued to use his right shoulder to bump against Zhang Jun, attempting to carve out space on the right side. Zhang Jun was determined in his defensive efforts. The ball. Davis's shot ricocheted heavily off the rim. Bynum leaped to secure the rebound, confidently collecting it. Bynum passed the ball to Odom, who brought it past half court. Odom orchestrated the offense from the top of the arc, awaiting Zhang Jun's movement. Zhang Jun, running alongside Allen, received a signal from Odom to move. As Zhang Jun approached, Odom delivered a handoff pass and set a screen to block Allen. The defender now became Paul Pierce. The distance between them widened once more. Even though Pierce's defense was formidable, the crowd exhibited trepidation at the sight of Zhang Jun with the ball, uncertain of when he might suddenly launch a shot. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Jun continuously shifted direction, attempting to maneuver past Pierce. His absolute speed was not particularly swift, and Pierce managed to thwart him on several attempts. Observing this, Bynum did not remain idle. He swiftly moved to set a screen. Zhang Jun took advantage of Bynum's pick and shifted to the right. LaFrentz and Pierce converged on Zhang Jun simultaneously. Zhang Jun executed a bounce pass to Bynum, who was making a cut to the basket, now guarded by Allen. Despite Allen's exceptional defensive skills, he was powerless against Bynum in this position. Bynum caught the ball with both hands and leapt, delivering a powerful slam. Bang! 58-49. Bynum let out a triumphant roar, fiercely yanking on the rim, causing his body to sway. Upon landing, he gestured towards Zhang Jun, signaling their camaraderie. Bynum now understood the importance of maintaining a positive rapport with Zhang Jun, sensing that Zhang Jun was a more suitable partner for him than Kobe. Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. The Celtics initiated their offense once again. Ricky Davis brought the ball past half court and executed a pick and roll with LaFrentz, who stepped up to block Zhang Jun. Davis maneuvered laterally, prompting Bynum and Zhang Jun to switch defensive assignments. Lacking confidence in his ability to take on Bynum, Davis quickly passed the ball to LaFrentz at the free throw line, creating a mismatched scenario against Zhang Jun. LaFrentz, originally a shooting-oriented player, found himself too closely guarded by Zhang Jun to release a shot, fueling his frustration from previous encounters. With a sudden burst, LaFrentz drove towards Zhang Jun, colliding with great force. Zhang Jun was knocked back by the impact. LaFrentz adjusted his footing and scored with a delicate layup. However, the referee's whistle erupted in a flurry of calls. Beep, beep, beep. The official made an exaggerated motion, indicating that LaFrentz had committed an offensive foul. LaFrentz spread his hands, offering no defense for his actions. After the collision, he felt a sense of relief. Zhang Jun lay on the ground, catching his breath. His ability to withstand physicality still required improvement. While LaFrentz was not a particularly powerful interior player, he could still deliver a jarring impact. LaFrentz had no qualms about the referee's call, but the fans were incensed, shouting accusations of biased officiating. "Rookie, you're too soft. You go flying with just a touch." The Celtics players expressed their fury. The referee, however, did not reverse the call. LaFrentz's expanded cylinder movement was quite evident. The Lakers initiated their offense. With Odom dribbling past half court, Zhang Jun maneuvered to the right, running plays with Tony Allen. As Zhang Jun grew accustomed to Allen's defense, he devised various strategies to counter it. He aimed to minimize dribbling when facing Allen. Bynum set a screen for Zhang Jun, prompting LaFrentz to switch defensive assignments. Odom swiftly passed the ball to Zhang Jun, who now faced LaFrentz in a mismatch. Sweat beaded on LaFrentz's forehead as he felt the mounting pressure. With a series of quick movements, Zhang Jun tugged and pulled, darting left and right. He skillfully exploited the gaps in LaFrentz's defense, penetrating to the right. After breaking through, Zhang Jun executed a feigned pass, completely deceiving Pierce, who anticipated a dish rather than a direct drive to the basket. However, this time Pierce's judgment faltered. Zhang Jun opted not to pass. LaFrentz, undeterred, turned to pursue him. Zhang Jun appeared to be heading straight for the rim, prompting LaFrentz to prepare for a block. Yet, Zhang Jun's speed proved superior, and the Celtics' interior defense was left vulnerable. As Zhang Jun approached the basket, he initially intended to finish with a layup. However, sensing that a layup might be thwarted, He chose instead to grasp the ball with one hand and slam it down. The rim reverberated, though this dunk lacked ferocity. It marked Zhangzhen's inaugural NBA in-game dunk. After completing the dunk, he grasped the rim before landing gracefully. Turning back, he celebrated with outstretched arms and a smile. No wonder Bynum relished roaring after a dunk. The exhilaration was undeniably more intense than sinking a three-pointer. Celtics fans watched in astonishment as the Lakers guard executed such a smooth and decisive dunk. The Celtics defense, while not particularly formidable, had been caught completely off guard. Lakers players erupted in excitement, leaping from their seats. Some screamed, others waved their jerseys, and many joined in the raucous cheer. They, like the fans in the stands, had never witnessed Zhangzhen's dunk in a real game before. That dunk was effortless. Haha, I could pull that off in high school. I could do it in middle school. Someone exclaimed. He fooled everyone. No one can stop this guy. The offensive firepower is overwhelming. The Lakers players continued to celebrate, and the crowd at the sidelines finally quieted down. A timeout was called. Despite only a minute left in the second quarter, Rivers signaled for a stoppage. Zhangzhen had been phenomenal this quarter, three-pointers, assists, and even a dunk. The Lakers players were visibly fatigued, their defensive effectiveness waning. Yet Zhangzhen's solo offensive display nearly shattered the Celtics' defense. Tony Allen's expression was one of distress. If Zhangzhen had merely overpowered him in one-on-one situations, he would have had no excuse, but Zhangzhen was slippery, evading him effortlessly. Each pursuit was thwarted by screens, leaving Allen unable to exert any force in his defense. Back home, fans were equally exhilarated. It seemed Zhangzhen was destined for greatness. If the All-Star voting hadn't concluded, I'd definitely support Zhangzhen for the All-Star game. Wow, Zhangzhen's scoring streak is explosive. It was no wonder he favored shooting three-pointers. His dunks were not particularly impressive. Zhangzhen's physical attributes rank below average in the NBA, making it unlikely for him to deliver aesthetically pleasing dunks. The Prince of Layups, the Carter of Los Angeles. Upon returning to the bench, Lakers players surrounded Zhangzhen, congratulating him with high fives. Zhangzhen smiled as he caught his breath, aware that while his stamina was formidable, this flurry of offensive actions had taken a toll. After the timeout, Zhangzhen found no opportunities to attack. The Celtics relentlessly double-teamed him, forcing him to pass. This defensive strategy proved effective. Once Zhangzhen relinquished the ball, the Lakers' scoring efficiency plummeted. The first half of the game swiftly drew to a close, the score settling at 63-55, with the Celtics having narrowed the gap during this stretch. Chapter 32, A Drizzle Falls. In the third segment of the match, Zhangzhen continued to be a starting player. The Zen master endeavored to bestow upon Zhangzhen additional responsibilities, for he had become the Lakers' most reliable performer. In the initial 3 minutes of the second half, Zhangzhen faced relentless double-teaming, severely restricting his offensive capabilities. Fortunately, Odom managed to regain a modicum of form in the paint, helping the team maintain their lead. On the Celtics side, the standout performer was Pierce, who either drew fouls or exploited mismatches in the paint. The score gap remained stubbornly stagnant. With 8 minutes and 22 seconds remaining, Zhangzhen, after a series of well-executed movements, finally seized an opportunity. He made a backdoor cut from beyond the arc, and Odom delivered a precise bounce pass to him. Zhangzhen shot in the face of LaFrence's defense. Thud! Zhangzhen collided with LaFrence and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Beep! The referee called a foul on LaFrence. The home crowd booed, believing it to be an offensive foul. Undeterred, Zhangzhen stood at the free throw line. He dribbled once, adjusted his rhythm, and then released the shot. The basketball, amidst the crowd's jeers, swished through the net. Swish. For the second free throw, swish. Zhangzhen's free throw execution was crisp and decisive. During the free throw sequence, LaFrence exited the game. Although LaFrence had often been singled out for individual practice by Zhangzhen, his defensive prowess remained superior to that of the other Celtics centers. With him off the court, Bynum and Odom found it easier to maneuver. Zhangzhen's formidable perimeter shooting stretched the Celtics' defense, creating ample room for interior plays without excessive effort. Moreover, Zhangzhen frequently drew the attention of two Celtics defenders, rendering their defensive strategy reactive. Remarkably, he seemed tireless, ceaselessly running. Hamilton's three-point shooting was genuinely formidable. The cacophony of boos and jeers from the North Shore Garden reverberated, as the fans recognized Zhangzhen's prowess. With 3 minutes and 33 seconds left in the third quarter, the score stood at 86-78, with the Celtics still trailing by 8 points. Rivers called another timeout. In truth, the Celtics' offense was not lacking. They had been scoring consistently. However, the Lakers were equally relentless. Zhang Zhun's unanswerable shooting forced the Celtics' defensive system to adapt around him. One-on-one defense from Tony Allen posed no issue, yet Zhang Zhun often evaded such singular defense by utilizing constant movement and screens to find openings. Rivers instructed Allen and West to apply immediate double teams upon Zhang Zhun receiving the ball, emphasizing the need to disrupt his passing. He lacked strong capability to break through double teams. They must not allow him to ignite the team's momentum, as that would lead to complications. Despite Zhang Zhun's modest scoring in the third quarter, Rivers still regarded him as the Lakers' linchpin. Zhang Zhun effortlessly orchestrated defensive shifts, leaving the Celtics defenders scrambling. Following his defensive remarks, Rivers stressed the need for their offense to be more resolute, urging them to capitalize on open shots and fast breaks without hesitation. He noted the Lakers' defensive footwork appeared sluggish, believing the Celtics could perform better. On the Lakers' side, the Zen master refrained from imposing excessive demands. Given the back-to-back nature of the games, he opted for a more measured approach. He merely advised, if fatigue sets in quickly, refrain from unnecessary risky maneuvers to avoid injury. This cautionary note was directed at Zhang Zhun. Having expended considerable energy in the first 3 quarters, Zhang Zhun occasionally exhibited excessive lateral movements or engaged in substantial physical contact with opponents, causing the Zen master some concern. Zhang Zhun understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiated their offensive possession. West advanced the ball past half-court, passing it to Ricky Davis. The Celtics employed a small ball lineup, featuring 3 guards alongside Pierce and LaFrentz. LaFrentz effectively blocked Fujasic, allowing Ricky Davis to swiftly exploit Bynum's delayed help defense, executing a long-range jumper with precision. The basketball traced a beautiful arc 86-80. Lakers turned to attack. Zhang Zhun dribbled over half-court, passing to Odom, who attempted to isolate Pierce but turned the ball over due to a lapse in reaction, allowing Pierce to snatch it away. After securing the steal, Pierce quickly advanced the ball to Davis, who received it just before the baseline. Though Zhang Zhun rushed back on defense, Davis leveraged his physicality to evade Zhang Zhun's attempt at a steal, converting a reverse layup. Swish. In the next possession, Zhang Zhun faced another double team and passed to Bynum, whose hook shot against LaFrentz failed to find the mark. LaFrentz secured the rebound and passed to Pierce. The Lakers' defensive positioning was a beat slow, as Walton had not fully returned to his position. After dribbling past, Pierce decisively launched a transition 3. Clank. Swish. The Celtics unleashed a 7-0 run, closing the gap to just 1 point. The atmosphere at North Shore Garden reached a fever pitch. The cheerleaders swayed in unison, rallying behind their team. We're on the verge of a comeback. Keep pushing, they're exhausted. That rookie can't handle the double team, they shouted. In stark contrast to the Celtics' mounting momentum, the Lakers' spirit visibly waned. The Zen master, seated at the sidelines, refrained from calling a timeout, yet his piercing gaze indicated his displeasure with the unfolding situation. Domestically, a chorus of disgruntled fans erupted in criticism. What on earth are the Lakers doing? Zhang Zhun is being restrained from shooting, they lamented. The Zen master needs to adjust the tactics post-haste. Zhang Zhun was stellar earlier, but now he is faltering. As the Celtics intensified their offensive onslaught, Zhang Zhun took the initiative, signaling to his teammates to remain composed. Receiving the ball in the backcourt, he advanced past half-court before passing to Bynum, who adjusted his position. Hesitating to relinquish the ball, Zhang Zhun circled around Bynum, receiving a handoff pass that alleviated the defensive pressure. Arriving at the right wing at a 45-degree angle, Zhang Zhun faced an impending double team from Allen and West. However, Zhang Zhun's release was swift. Before they could fully converge, he launched his shot. The basketball soared like a bullet from a sniper's rifle, directly targeting the hoop. Swish. It cleanly passed through the net. 89-85. Following his three-pointer, Zhang Zhun exhibited no celebratory gestures, but instead radiated determination, promptly pressuring Ricky Davis, who was about to receive the ball. Davis, nearly stepping out of bounds, leaped to pass to Pierce. Upon receiving the ball, Pierce decisively attacked the basket, though his speed was lacking. His layup was thwarted by the pursuing Odom, who blocked it against the backboard. Zhang Zhun returned to secure the rebound, swiftly bringing the ball past half-court. At that moment, the Celtics' defense appeared to wane, creating an opportunity. Originally, Tony Allen, who was tasked with defending Zhang Zhan, was momentarily delayed by Odom, and others failed to provide immediate support. Zhang Zhan found himself with a significant opening just beyond the three-point line. With determination, he seized the ball and launched a long-range shot. The Celtics fans sensed an ominous turn. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! With 2 consecutive three-pointers. Zhang Zhan signaled his triumphant return after a brief period of silence. He celebrated with a head-shaking gesture, momentarily silencing the boos from the crowd. The Celtics initiated their offense. Reed Davies used his body to drive past Zhang Zhan, who continuously retreated but maintained pressure. Reed Davies passed the ball to the corner, where Pierce received it. This time, Pierce opted against charging toward the basket. Instead, he faked a shot, cleverly evading Odom's defense. He sidestepped and launched a three-pointer. Swish! The score now stood at 92-88. Pierce's three-point shooting was remarkably reliable, with a career average of 37, which is impressive for a forward. Moreover, his shooting touch tonight was exceptional. For the Lakers' offense, Zhang Zhan dribbled into the frontcourt and passed the ball to Bynum, who stepped outside to receive it before passing to Odom. Bynum then set a screen for Zhang Zhan. Odom advanced, continuing the handoff. Once again, the Celtics' defense was disrupted. After receiving the pass, Zhang Zhan swiftly released a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc swish. The score was now 95-88. Oh, 3 consecutive three-pointers. Magnificent. Phil Jackson on the sidelines wore an expression of disbelief. In the current league, scoring has become increasingly challenging, with few instances of such a flurry of three-pointers. Yet, Zhang Zhan often exhibited this kind of shooting prowess, igniting fervor within the Lakers' ranks. On the court, Zhang Zhan continued to celebrate, exchanging high-fives with Bynum and Odom. His exuberance only intensified the frustration of the opposing fans, who found themselves powerless to counteract it. As the Celtics' offense faltered, the Lakers concluded the quarter leading by 7 points. Scoring 88 points in 3 quarters was commendable for the Celtics, yet they were hindered by Zhang Zhan's extraordinary three-point shooting. During the intermission, the atmosphere among the fans grew subdued. This rookie's three-point capability was indeed formidable, akin to possessing a built-in targeting system. It seemed that if he were allowed to shoot freely, he could very well seal the game. His shooting was simply sensational, rendering defensive efforts futile. Rivers harbored deep concerns regarding Zhang Zhan. He was acutely aware that once Zhang Zhan found his rhythm, the Celtics would face considerable trouble. If he continued to shoot effectively into the fourth quarter, the game could slip away from them. On the Lakers bench, teammates rushed over to celebrate with Zhang Zhan. Dude, you're a monster. They can't stop you. Haha, your three-pointers are terrifying, even more so than Ray Allen's. I love partnering with you. Are you a god tonight? Odom playfully embraced Zhang Zhan's head. Meanwhile, domestic fans were equally ecstatic. Haha, that was incredible. Zhang Zhan's three-pointers in the final quarter were phenomenal. Keep it up. Zhang Zhan was on the verge of breaking his personal scoring record. Comments on his forum quickly surged. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping could hardly contain his laughter, stating, Zhang Zhan has showcased the essence of a rising sharpshooter, executing flawless shots that have put the Celtics on a hot seat. Su Jiqing remarked, this is one of the most impressive rookie performances I have witnessed in recent years. The last rookie to be this dominant was Iverson. As the fourth quarter commenced, Phil Jackson opted not to deploy Zhang Zhan immediately, allowing him a brief respite. Although Zhang Zhan's stamina was commendable, it was not limitless. If he continued to expend energy at this rate, he might lose potency later in the game. Despite Zhang Zhan's absence, his presence had invigorated his teammates, who began to elevate their intensity. The Lakers' second unit ramped up the defensive pressure, while the Celtics' offense began to stall. However, the Lakers' efficiency waned as both teams vied for a narrow margin of 6 to 8 points. Rivers watched anxiously from the sidelines. If the Celtics struggled to close the gap while Zhang Zhan was off the court, they would be in dire straits once he returned. With 9:11 remaining, Rivers called a timeout, rallying his players with fervent words, focus. This is our home court. Look at the fans around you. We cannot afford to lose this game. We may concede defeats to other teams, but not to them. We are rivals. Rivers, known for his motivational prowess, pointed to a group of fervent elderly fans, each one animatedly cheering. Come on, guys, let us fight. Pierce led the charge, chanting, fight, fight, for the Celtics. The Lakers were indeed an opponent they could not afford to lose against. Following the timeout, Pierce galvanized the Celtics to mount a counterattack. The Lakers' fatigue became evident once more. as the Celtics repeatedly penetrated the Lakers' defense, scoring with ease. As time dwindled to 6:45, the score shifted to 103 to 104, with the Celtics taking the lead. Phil Jackson called another timeout, sensing the deflation in his team's morale. Goodness, Jackson's strategy seems flawed. We need to bring Zhang Jin back. The Celtics' momentum surged, and only Zhang Jin could rein them in. Frustrated Lakers fans expressed their outrage, believing Jackson was too rigid in not substituting Zhang Jin sooner. Jackson himself felt somewhat helpless. He merely wished to grant Zhang Jin a bit more rest, but found himself in this predicament. What bad luck. Zhang Jin, without waiting for Jackson's cue, stood up and declared, "Coach, let me in." He could no longer bear the sight of a potential loss. Jackson simply nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 33, A Fearsome Rival. Zhang Jin returns. The Lakers' offense. Odom, with the ball, surveyed the court, while Zhang Jin continually shifted positions. The Celtics fans were entirely focused on Zhang Jin, their greatest concern being his potential shot. They incessantly attempted to disrupt him with their words. With great effort, Zhang Jin managed to utilize Bynum's screen to find an opening. Receiving a pass from Odom at a 30-degree angle on the left. Almost instantaneously upon catching the ball, he released a shot. Tony Allen, Gomez, and LaFrentz all rushed toward him, creating considerable disturbance. The ball. It struck the rim with a heavy thud and ricocheted away. Zhang Jin's shot missed, and the crowd collectively sighed in relief. However, Odom seized the offensive rebound, as the Celtics' interior defense appeared vulnerable. Odom effortlessly laid the ball into the basket. Zhang Weiping remarked, Zhang Jin's ability to draw defensive attention is unparalleled. When the Celtics defenders commit, it opens numerous opportunities for the Lakers' other players inside. Su Jiqing added, indeed, Odom's pursuit for that rebound was superb. He capitalized on the opportunity. The Celtics' offense resumed. West dribbled into the front court and passed to Pierce, who signaled for Ricky Davis to set a screen. Davis understood immediately and moved to provide the pick. Zhang Jin switched on to Walton, creating a one-on-one situation between Pierce and Zhang Jin. Clearly, this was part of the Celtics' strategy, as Pierce aimed to exploit Zhang Jin's defensive weaknesses. With a notable physical advantage, Pierce leaned into Zhang Jin, attempting to push his way through. Bang! Bang! Yet, Zhang Jin's resolve was markedly stronger than Pierce's. Despite Pierce's repeated charges, he could not overpower Zhang Jin, who understood that further aggression could easily lead to an offensive foul. Pierce swiftly attempted to pivot past Zhang Jin, but his speed was insufficient to shake him off. Instead, Pierce's ball was left exposed. Zhang Jin reacted quickly, snatching the ball before Pierce could regain control. With a swift motion, he dove to the ground, clutching the ball and sliding it to Odom, denying the Celtics any chance of a counterattack. The crowd erupted. OMG. He was intercepted. Damn, Paul, that was poorly executed. Zhang Jin slid to the Lakers bench, where teammates eagerly helped him up. He dashed back to the front court, again drawing defensive attention. Odom, with a deft change of direction, maneuvered past Gomez. After drawing LaFrentz into the paint, Odom passed to Bynum, who executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Bang! 107 to 104. Well done, Zhang Jin shouted. Bynum's emphatic dunk lifted the spirits of the Lakers. The camera frequently focused on Rivers, whose expression was grim. Although it appeared that the Lakers' Twin Towers had scored in succession, Rivers recognized that Zhang Jin's presence had disrupted the Celtics' defense. Zhang Weiping smiled, stating, Odom and Bynum both contributed to widening the gap, and we must acknowledge that Coach Zin's timely introduction of Zhang Jin revitalized the Lakers' offense. Su Jiqing glanced at Coach Zhang and agreed. Indeed, Zhang Jin's defense is crucial. His ability to intercept is exceptionally swift. The Celtics returned to offense. Pierce sought to isolate himself again, this time opting to attack Walton directly. Bang! Bang! After drawing the defense, Pierce passed the ball to West on the perimeter. Bynum, rotating to defend the perimeter, was faked out by West, who drove into the lane. As West approached the basket, Zhang Jin had already positioned himself outside the 3-second area. Bang! West collided with Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin fell. Beep! Beep! The referee called an offensive foul. Zhang Jin had maintained excellent positioning. Bynum and Walton helped him up. Great defense, man, Zhang Jin responded, clutching his chest. These guys hit too hard. He winced in pain. The Lakers' offense began again, with Zhang Jin dribbling into the front court and passing to Odom. Odom then fed Walton on the right. While Zhang Jin moved, Walton and Bynum executed a pick and roll, with Walton driving inside. Facing a double team, Walton dished the ball to Zhang Jun on the perimeter. With Allen pressing too close, Zhang Jun deftly sidestepped him. Entering the paint, Zhang Jun swiftly switched the ball to his left hand, noticing Lafrentz positioned in the 3-second zone. He opted for a left-handed floater. Lafrentz's outstretched arms were too slow to contest. Zhang Jun released the shot smoothly, and it swished through the net. 111-106. This shot showcased Zhang Jun's exquisite touch. The crowd's noise diminished further. Focus on defense. Zhang Jun called back to his teammates. No problem, Bynum replied excitedly. However, in the subsequent possession, Bynum failed to defend effectively. The Celtics' offense continued. West passed to Lafrentz at the free-throw line. Bynum moved to defend, but Lafrentz opted for a mid-range shot over Bynum's defense. Swish. 109-106. Ignoring the defense, he scored effortlessly. Bynum, looking awkward, turned to Zhang Jun and said, "I was there." Yet Zhang Jun was too preoccupied to respond. The Lakers' offense resumed. Zhang Jun dribbled past half-court and handed the ball to Odom. Odom passed to Walton on the right. As Zhang Jun repositioned, Walton and Bynum initiated a pick-and-roll, with Walton penetrating the lane. Under pressure from the defense, he passed to Zhang Jun on the perimeter. Allen was too close, and Zhang Jun, receiving the ball, maneuvered past him. Entering the paint, Zhang Jun swiftly switched the ball to his left side, observing Lafrentz in the 3-second area. He opted for a floater with his left hand. Lafrentz's defense was a moment too late. Zhang Jun's shot was executed with grace, finding its mark. 111-106. The shot was beautifully taken, demonstrating Zhang Jun's delicate touch. The crowd's volume quieted even more as the Celtics faced escalating pressure. Zhang Jun's offensive prowess invigorated the bench, with Lakers players cheering fervently. Barkley remarked, "The pressure has shifted to the Celtics. Zhang Jun is showcasing the leadership qualities of the Lakers during Kobe's absence. Let's see if anyone can respond." Miller added, "Paul Pierce has already scored 37 points. If there's anyone who can respond, it's him." The Celtics returned to offense. Pierce, posting up against Walton, initiated a series of aggressive drives that drew a foul against Walton. Pierce confidently sank both free throws. 111-108. Just as Miller indicated, under Pierce's leadership, the Celtics remained tightly in contention with the score. As time swiftly approached the final 1 minute and 55 seconds, the score stood at a tense 120-120, with both teams locked in a stalemate. The Lakers' fatigue issues became glaringly apparent during this critical juncture, as they struggled to contain the Celtics' relentless offensive assaults. This situation allowed the Celtics to score on nearly every possession, prompting the fans at the North Shore Garden to rise to their feet, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The players on the court were equally tense, each one eager to overpower the opponent. In the Celtics' offensive play, Pierce continued his assault on Walton from the low post on the right side. With a sudden pivot, Pierce executed a jump shot. Clang. The shot missed, but on the opposite side, Bynum failed to box out Lafrentz, who surged in for a powerful putback. The score shifted to 120-122, with the Celtics now holding a slender lead. The Lakers' offense commenced as Odom brought the ball up the court and passed it to Zhang Jun. Although Zhang Jun lacked Kobe's formidable one-on-one skills, Odom regarded him as a proficient ball handler. The Lakers' strategy revolved around allowing Zhang Jun to orchestrate the play. Tony Allen, arms outstretched, incessantly harassed Zhang Jun, taunting him to take him on without a screen. Undeterred, Zhang Jun called for a pick from Bynum. Bynum stepped up, effectively shielding Allen, yet Lafrentz applied significant pressure, pushing Zhang Jun to retreat. Zhang Jun cleverly maneuvered to evade this pressure, while Odom, recognizing the inadequacy of Bynum's screen, swiftly moved to provide assistance. After a deft change of direction, Zhang Jun positioned himself to Odom's left, utilizing the screen to his advantage. Following this, Zhang Jun executed a low, deceptive dribble, penetrating toward the basket. After contending with Pierce's defense, he launched a high bank shot. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and fell through the net. The score was now tied at 122. Pierce's defensive pressure had been intense, causing Zhang Jun to tumble to the floor. Despite the dramatic nature of the play, the referees opted not to call a foul, deeming the contact as part of the natural flow of the game. Phil Jackson, on the sidelines, protested to the officials, but to no avail. In the aftermath, Zhang Jun inadvertently collided with a courtside cameraman, quickly regaining his footing and rejoining the fray. This play exemplified Zhang Jun's brilliance in exploiting the screens set by both Bynum and Odom to the fullest extent. The Lakers players erupted in jubilant celebration, marveling at Zheng Zhun's remarkable touch around the rim. "Can you believe this rookie?" they exclaimed. "His finesse under the basket is extraordinary. Truly impressive." Smashed Parker sat in a daze, witnessing Zheng Zhun's outstanding performance, which starkly contrasted with his earlier struggles. Zheng Zhun's scoring prowess suggested that he had indeed evolved from his previous shortcomings. After Zheng Zhun's basket, Rivers, visibly frustrated, called a timeout. Once the players gathered on the sidelines, Rivers admonished them, "Increase the intensity. Don't give him any room to dribble, force him to pass. He should not be allowed such an easy drive. The help defense needs to be swifter. Tony, can you guard him? If not, I will substitute you." Tony Allen, facing Zheng Zhun, found himself at a loss. Despite his attempts to provoke Zheng Zhun, he remained unfazed. "I can defend," Allen retorted, though his voice lacked conviction. He had never encountered such difficulty against any player before, not even against the likes of Kobe or Iverson. Zheng Zhun's reliance on screens was reminiscent of another LeBron, whose game was similarly dependent on pick and rolls. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhun was gasping for breath on the Lakers bench, the exertion of the game taking its toll on him. The fatigue of his teammates had made it impossible to establish a solid advantage. Surely, Kobe endured this level of exhaustion every night, tirelessly compensating for his teammates' shortcomings, a truly arduous endeavor. In the central television broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping remarked, "This match may not embody a clash of titans, yet the intensity is palpable, and the spectacle is undeniably captivating." Zheng Zhun's driving layup was pivotal in allowing the Lakers to equalize. Su Jiqing added, "The downside for shooters is that they often struggle to find open looks in the closing moments. Fortunately, Zheng Zhun possesses the ability to penetrate, which serves him well." Zhang Weiping continued, "While Zheng Zhun's drives may not be particularly sharp, he could encounter challenges against more formidable defenses. However, it is unreasonable to expect him to perform any better, as his stamina is evidently waning." Su Jiqing observed, "At this juncture, both teams are battling on sheer willpower. The Lakers' physical condition is deteriorating. Let us see if their determination can carry them through to victory." Zhang Weiping concluded, "Tonight, Zheng Zhun's resolve appears unwavering. Let's take a look at his statistics." As the commentators deliberated, the television screen displayed Zheng Zhun's score for the evening, 50 points. 50 points. "This marks the highest score by a Chinese athlete in the NBA," Su Jiqing exclaimed. "Incredible. Zheng Ge has achieved a remarkable feat. Yao Ming never had such a dominant performance in his early NBA career. Yao is a consistent player, while Zheng Zhun is explosive. This match has been thrilling to watch." Zheng Zhun had assumed the scoring mantle from Kobe within the Lakers. It was the first time one could feel that China could produce a superstar. The critics had nothing left to say. Zheng Zhun's 50-point performance brought tears of joy to countless fans, who sensed a resurgence of hope for the Chinese men's basketball team. On the court, play resumed promptly. The North Shore Garden erupted in cheers, rallying behind their home team. Pierce, with deliberate pace, brought the ball past half court. As the leader of the Celtics, he was entrusted with the ball during these crucial moments. Walton was tasked with defending Pierce, persistently harassing him without relent. While Pierce was not at risk of being stripped, the constant pressure was discomforting. Once reaching the front court, Pierce passed to LaFrentz, then maneuvered to the free throw line to receive the ball again. LaFrentz found Ricky Davis, who in turn delivered the ball back to Pierce. Establishing a low post position against Walton, Pierce executed a series of probing steps. With solid fundamentals, he opted to pivot left and sidestep before executing a quick mid-range shot. Despite Walton's defensive efforts, which seemed to contest Pierce's shot at the apex, the ball swished through the net, 122 to 124. Chapter 34, a stunning 55-point game-winning performance. The arena erupted in thunderous applause as fans erupted in ecstatic shouts. "Paul Pierce," echoed through the North Shore Garden, as the DJ enthusiastically called out Pierce's name. This fervor placed immense pressure on the Lakers. Paul Pierce brazenly directed taunts at the camera, his confidence soaring with such a momentous shot. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant watched the game from home, yearning to be on the court. His injury still kept him sidelined, with a few more days before he could return. Kobe could hardly believe that the Lakers had managed to win all these games in his absence. The camera then focused on Zheng Zhun, eliciting a smile from Kobe. In an offensive play for the Lakers, Zheng Zhun received the ball in the backcourt, closely pursued by Tony Allen. Despite Allen's attempts to steal the ball, Zhang Jun advanced past the half-court line, but struggled to shake off the aggressive defense. Allen's one-on-one defense indeed posed significant challenges for Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun passed the ball to Lamar Odom, who orchestrated the play while observing the movements. Andrew Bynum set a screen for Zhang Jun, who utilized it to drive inside. Although Zhang Jun had possession, he found no opportunity to shoot as opponents blocked his path. Unlike Kobe, Zhang Jun preferred not to force his way through multiple defenders. Instead, he passed the ball back to Odom. With time running out, Odom received the ball and executed a powerful step around Raef LaFrentz, completing a difficult layup. For the Celtics, Ricky Davis, after bringing the ball past half-court, swiftly maneuvered past Zhang Jun's defense, evading Bynum's help and scoring with a challenging glide. The Celtics' offensive efficiency surged in the closing moments, while the Lakers, including Zhang Jun, appeared sluggish, unable to keep pace with their defensive rhythm. As the clock dwindled to 38 seconds, the Lakers pressed forward without calling a timeout. Zhang Jun dribbled into the front court, with Bynum and Odom laboring to set screens for him. Zhang Jun, using the screens, shifted laterally as LaFrentz provided help defense. He penetrated the paint, launching a floating shot as Pierce contested. Pierce's defense was adept, yet he could not leap high enough to impede Zhang Jun's shot. Swish. The score was now tied at 126. Zhang Jun fell to the ground, and the Celtics immediately called for a timeout. Rising to his feet, Zhang Jun roared in triumph. The difficulty of the shot was overshadowed by his determination to win. Fans in the North Shore Garden were left speechless as they beheld Zhang Jun's highlight reel on the big screen, having scored an astonishing 52 points. Their respect for the rookie was undeniable. Pierce sighed, acknowledging that he had done his utmost to position himself defensively. However, his teammates had allowed Zhang Jun too much freedom, enabling him to find his rhythm. Pierce believed the Celtics' defensive lapses had contributed to Zhang Jun's ease in scoring. The timeout concluded, and Ricky Davis controlled the ball as he advanced. With 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he passed to Pierce, who received the ball confidently at the free throw line. Pierce accelerated, using his powerful frame to push past Walton to the right. Vujacic attempted to trap him. Clap. Pierce was fouled. Beep. The referee decisively called the foul, and the crowd erupted in cheers, signaling that Pierce would have 2 free throw attempts. Vujacic, holding his head in disbelief, realized his recklessness. As Pierce stepped to the free throw line, the Lakers players felt the weight of tension. Swish. Swish. In a clutch moment, Pierce showcased his cool composure, making both free throws. With 6 seconds remaining, Zen Master called for a timeout. In the TNT studio, Barkley remarked, "The Lakers are in trouble. Their defense has faltered significantly, allowing them to remain passive despite their offensive success." Miller added, "This relates to Zhang Jun's struggles, as he cannot effectively contain Pierce in one-on-one situations during critical moments." Barkley continued, "At this juncture, we realize Kobe's importance. Had he been on the court, he would have taken it upon himself to limit Paul Pierce." On the Celtics bench, Rivers emphasized defense. "We cannot allow 3-point shots. We can afford to encourage 2-point attempts. However, be wary of their potential in one place. Even if they score 2 points, we can still force overtime. Control your movements and avoid fouls. We are at our limit." Rivers incessantly reiterated the importance of defensive discipline, aware that anything could happen in the final moments. On the Lakers bench, Lamar prepared to inbound the ball, while Andrew set a low-post screen for Zhang Jun. Zone. Cut from the right corner to the top of the arc. Once you receive the ball, you can fake a shot. They will surely be drawn to your 3-point threat. Gauge your rhythm. If a shot opportunity arises, take it. If not, pass to an open teammate. Prioritize seeking a 3 before a 2. The Zen Master's strategy placed the initiative firmly in Zhang Jun's hands, as he instructed Walton and Vujacic to prepare for possible passes. The Lakers were fatigued, and their chances of winning in overtime were slim. The timeout concluded swiftly. Odom inbound the ball to Zhang Jun, stationed near the baseline on the right. The Celtics were now acutely aware that preventing Zhang Jun's 3-point shot was paramount. The referee handed the ball to Odom, initiating the countdown. Bynum stationed himself at the free throw line. Zhang Jun feigned movement towards the right corner before executing a cut towards Bynum. Bang! Tony Allen, in pursuit of Zhang Jun, was once again obstructed by Bynum. Pierce and Gomez quickly rotated to defend Zhang Jun. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Jun hesitated, faking a shot before passing to Walton, who was open. Instead of shooting, Walton advanced a step and handed the ball back to Zhang Jun, effectively forming a barrier against the defense. Zhang Jun navigated past Walton to receive the pass. Help defense. Quick, don't let him shoot. Rivers recognized the Lakers' strategy before Walton could deliver the ball. But the Celtics' defensive cohesion faltered, and they failed to close the gap in time. As Zhang Zhan received the ball, his body was in a state of drift. Yet, his rhythm was remarkably comfortable, requiring almost no effort to locate the basket. He glided, deftly maneuvering the ball for a shot, engaging in a battle of wrists. The fans at the North Shore Garden held their breath in anticipation, astonished by the Lakers' resolute three-point attempt. Buzz. Just as the basketball soared through the air, time expired. The ball descended like a meteor entering the Earth's atmosphere. Swish. It crisply swished through the net. A buzzer beater. 129 to 128. In that moment, the entire North Shore Garden fell silent. Lakers players sprinted towards Zhang Zhan, but he disregarded his teammates, instead striding towards the scorer's table. He leaped up and bowed to the audience. Afterward, he jumped down and waved a cheeky goodbye to the Celtics bench. Click, click, click. A series of Zhang Zhan's audacious taunts were captured by the cameras. This moment will undoubtedly become one of the defining highlights of his career. Zhang Zhan roared with fervor. Throughout the game, the Celtics fans had been booing him. These gestures were his response. Damn, it's over. They've been eliminated. Celtics fans gazed in astonishment at the Lakers' number 5. Despite Zhang Zhan's numerous provocations, they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Zhang Zhan's buzzer beater was utterly soul-crushing. Back home, on the Hoop forum, fans had gone completely wild. Zhang Zhan is incredible. Brother Zhang, 66,666. No one can compare. Zhang Zhan is the one. That buzzer beater, wow, so commanding. The essence of a buzzer beater is decisiveness, and Zhang Zhan delivered spectacularly. Fans flooded the comments with various emphatic expressions. In the CCTV studio, Director Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Zhan utilized screens to create an opportunity. Oh, he shot. It's in, it's in. Zhang Zhan has hit this game-winning three-pointer. Su Jiqing added enthusiastically. Zhang Zhan scored 55 points tonight, while also hitting the game winner. He has once again crafted a legendary evening. Not only has he shattered his single-game scoring record, but he has also become the highest-scoring rookie since modern basketball statistics began in 1984. Zhang Weiping exaggeratedly remarked, "At this very moment, countless Chinese fans must be as exhilarated as I am. We can proudly say that we have superstar players too." Su Jiqing noted, Zhang Zhan's physical attributes may not be exceptional, but he has sacrificed so much to establish himself in the NBA. I believe his spirit is something we all can learn from. In a university cafeteria, countless students were joyfully shouting, "Wow, Zhang Zhan's buzzer beater. That three-pointer was lethal." His celebration was so audacious, haha. Completing a buzzer beater at the Celtics home court. Just think about how delightful that is. After watching the game, I can only say that from today onward, I am a fan of Zhang Zhan. Don't talk to me about Kobe or Jordan. I just like Zhang Zhan. His charisma is simply irresistible. This was a match that allowed us to hold our heads high. Wow, well done. The male students turned the cafeteria into a cacophony. A passing female student was startled and remarked, "What's wrong with these people?" Until she saw the replay of Zhang Zhan on the television and quietly said, "He really is impressive." The large screen at North Shore Garden continued to replay the moment. Zhang Zhan's game-winning three-pointer was executed with such precision. His movements, running, utilizing screens, receiving the ball, and shooting, were all flawlessly executed, completely dismantling the Celtics' defense. On the court, after Zhang Zhan's series of flamboyant celebrations, his teammates gathered around him. Bynum embraced Zhang Zhan tightly, exclaiming, "Zhang, damn, you really took them down. Unbelievable. Bro, you did it. You are one of the greatest rookies in NBA history. Your three-pointer was simply too cool." Lakers players clustered around Zhang Zhan as they made their way back to the locker room, while the Celtics players dejectedly walked away. Paul Pierce, who scored 46 points, felt particularly glum. This match left him feeling helpless. The team's defense was still too poor. Scoring 128 points, yet failing to win felt utterly frustrating. Back in the locker room, a Los Angeles reporter approached Pierce's locker for an interview. "Paul, do you have any advice for Zhang Zhan?" Paul Pierce bluntly replied, "Damn, he scored 55 points on us and hit the game winner. What advice could I possibly give?" These reporters were incredibly irritating. Their questions seemed designed to provoke. The reporter felt a thrill, realizing that every time Zhang Zhan performed well, he would ask opposing stars for advice. Such inquiries always managed to infuriate the interviewees. Although Pierce's response conveyed annoyance, he did not truly lose his temper. He understood that the more upset he became, the more excited the reporters would be. Pierce forced himself to remain calm and continued with the interview. Meanwhile, Zheng Jun was in the locker room, resting and catching his breath. The exertion of the night had been immense. As Zheng Jun rested, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Break the rookie scoring record. Achieve your first career buzzer beater. Reward. 1-star ability upgrade card. Would you like to use it? Yes. Please select the star ability to upgrade. As the system prompted this, Zheng Jun contemplated carefully. He possessed several abilities, primarily offensive and defensive. Abilities like Super Three-Pointer and Logo Shot fell under offensive skills, whereas Super Steal and Super Defense were defensive skills. During this time, Zheng Jun had realized that offensive abilities did not trigger every possession. Specific conditions needed to be met. For instance, the Logo Shot required a shot taken at the logo, and the Super Three-Pointer necessitated some high-difficulty movements beyond the three-point line. Defensive abilities, on the other hand, were consistently in use while defending. Offense was his strength, while defense remained a weakness. Zheng Jun was merely contemplating whether to continue enhancing his strengths or to shore up his weaknesses. After some reflection, Zheng Jun decided to focus on improving his defense. Upgrade Super Defense. The upgrade was successful, elevating Super Defense from level 1 to level 2. Please continue to strive harder. As opponents grew more familiar with his play, they began to exploit his defensive shortcomings, which was quite troublesome for Zheng Jun. No one wished to be singled out for attacks in every match. Zheng Jun was confident he would swiftly elevate his weaknesses. Chapter 35. Aftermath of the match in the post-game press conference. The beautiful ESPN reporter Aaron posed a sharp question. Zheng, you executed a game-winning shot at the Celtics home court tonight. Afterward, you bowed and waved. Could you elaborate on the significance of these gestures? Her inquiry was indeed incisive, and her gaze was resolutely intent. Zheng Jun replied, throughout the match, I faced incessant boos, and even endured various racial slurs. At that moment, I merely wanted to vent my emotions, and of course, I shall not apologize for it. Aaron pressed on. How does it feel to have made the decisive shot? Zheng Jun responded, it feels exhilarating. We have a historical rivalry with them, and we take pride in wanting to defeat one another. Zheng Jun remained indifferent to whether the reporter was inciting controversy. The Lakers' victory over the Celtics in such a storied confrontation required no delicate expressions of emotion. Aaron inquired further, you have led the team to 6 consecutive victories. Do you believe you will continue this winning streak? Zheng Jun replied, certainly, until we lose. His answer was somewhat trivial, as he yearned to return to rest. Subsequently, other reporters posed a few questions, which Zheng Jun deftly navigated before departing the arena and returning to the long-awaited bus. On the bus, Zheng Jun donned large headphones, retreating into his own world. After the game, he resembled an ordinary person, indulging in his personal hobbies and life. Soon, the bus arrived at the airport, and they promptly boarded the plane, taking off into the night sky, bound for their next destination, Indianapolis, the Lakers' final stop on this road trip. Zheng Jun fell into a deep slumber in his seat. For him, rest was paramount. In an opulent villa in Indianapolis, Danny Granger remarked to Steven Jackson, who was engrossed in a game of 2K, Steven, Zheng has improved since before. We need to be extra vigilant when we face him the day after tomorrow. Steven Jackson responded while continuing to play, he's just a soft player who can shoot. I'll show him what real basketball is, just as I dominated him in practice. Danny Granger chuckled. Many have been making bold claims against him lately, yet those individuals were all left embarrassed after the game. At this, Steven Jackson set down his controller, rubbed his fists together, and asserted, I'm not like those guys. They're genuinely weak. I know that guy's true capabilities. Danny Granger smiled, dismissing Zheng Jun as a serious concern. After a night passed, news about Zheng Jun spread across the internet like wildfire. Headlines proclaimed, 55 points in a single game, a legendary performance. Game-winning shot establishes the most powerful rookie. Zheng Jun enters the rookie rankings top 3. The Yellow-Green Clash, a historic rivalry, culminates in a game winner. No one anticipated this would be a wild match. Zheng Jun bowed at the North Shore Garden. 55 points with a game-winning 3, Zheng Jun achieves the pinnacle for rookies. A legendary performance, Pierce left speechless. The Lakers are set to have the strongest perimeter in the league. Zheng Jun transforms the Lakers from playoff contenders to championship aspirants. Kobe's imminent return. No one wants to face such a Lakers team. For the first time, a Chinese player scores 50 in the NBA. Zheng Jun's popularity surged. With more and more compatriots hearing his name, and seeking to learn about him. Unlike the prodigious Yao Ming, who entered the NBA under a flood of attention and with the privilege of being a top draft pick, Zhang Zhun was once a wanderer in the NBA, even coming close to being cut from the Lakers. His remarkable turnaround now appeared profoundly inspirational. This was not Zhang Zhun's first visit to Indiana. The last team that had released him was the Pacers. As time passed, his memories of that period grew hazy. He recalled the Pacers had offered him a 10-day contract, but he essentially spent that time in the training facility, receiving not even a minute of playing time. His abilities were unrecognized not only by his teammates, but also by the coaching staff, who doubted his capacity to survive in the NBA. While that was the reality then, a lingering sense of indignation still burned within him as he reflected on those days. Zhang Zhun's recent rise to fame had also drawn scrutiny towards the Pacers' general manager, Walsh, with many media outlets and fans calling for his dismissal and the reinstatement of Larry Bird. After all, Bird had departed from the Pacers not due to a lack of operational acumen, but rather due to some ill-timed comments, which seemed trivial compared to the Pacers' current decline. Following the victory over the Celtics, the Lakers had only a day's rest before facing the Pacers. The Lakers, already fatigued, appeared even more drained. The NBA schedule often entailed such grueling stretches of 4 games in 3 nights. During his brief respite, Zhang Zhun remained industrious, diligently studying recent game footage of the Pacers. The Pacers were a playoff-caliber team in the East, currently holding a record of 21 wins and 14 losses, consistently hovering around the 4th or 5th position. Their roster was remarkably stable, featuring Stephen Jackson, Jermaine O'Neal, Peja, and Danny Granger. Had it not been for Artest's constant disruptions, this lineup might have had a genuine shot at the championship. Presently, the leader of the Pacers was Jermaine O'Neal, who was averaging 20 points and 9 rebounds this season. The second leading scorer was Peja, contributing approximately 19 points per game with a 43-point shooting accuracy. Zhang Zhun understood that he would likely be matched up against either Danny Granger or Stephen Jackson in the upcoming game. It was improbable that Jamal Tinsley would be tasked with guarding him. Both Granger and Jackson were tenacious defenders, often assigned to shadow the opposing team's primary forwards and guards. Overall, the current Pacers boasted superior overall depth compared to the Lakers, and they also held an advantage in stamina. Thus, the Lakers found themselves at a disadvantage against the Pacers. However, the Lakers did possess an edge in their momentum, riding a 6-game winning streak that bolstered their morale. After reviewing the game footage and analyzing the scouting report, Zhang Zhun realized he had exhausted his options. If he desired, he could venture out to a nightclub with Odom and Bynum, who would likely welcome the opportunity. Yet, after some contemplation, Zhang Zhun opted to forego such distractions, unwilling to squander his energy and stamina in frivolous pursuits. Despite his newfound status, he still craved more. Zhang Zhun began texting his friends instead. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Shui, Zhao Na, and many old friends and classmates had sent him messages. Among them, Zhao Na had sent the most texts, sharing snippets of her daily life, such as what she had done that day, her meals, watching games, and studying. Zhang Zhun's phone buzzed with messages, and he had not paid much attention to them until now. In his mind, Zhao Na was a girl of decent figure and looks, not strikingly beautiful, but possessing an endearing charm, with a gentle demeanor and soft-spoken manner. Her sisters were equally lovely. Upon seeing Zhao Na's last message asking what he was doing, he replied, "Just finished watching game footage, resting at the hotel." Zhao Na quickly responded, "He Zhun, I didn't expect you to reply to me. I thought you wouldn't respond anymore, and I'm so delighted. My phone receives numerous messages daily, and sometimes I overlook them. My apologies. It's all right. I understand you are quite busy preparing for the competition. Feel free to reply when you have the time. So, Zhun, what do you enjoy eating?" "Braised pork ribs. I know how to make that dish. I will prepare it for you when you return." "Great, thank you. No need to be so polite." Their conversation meandered through various trivial matters. Zhun and Zhao Na chatted for over an hour. Later, Zhao Shui also replied to Zhun's message, and he engaged in a brief exchange with her. Compared to Zhao Na, Zhao Shui's demeanor was more reserved. Her messages to Zhun were quite formal, lacking the casual nuances of speech. Engaging with her required Zhun to exercise extra caution. On January 16th, the Lakers faced the Pacers at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Zhun, Vujasic, Walton, Odom, and Bynum. Zen Master continued to have Zhun in the starting position. The Pacers' lineup included Jamal Tinsley, Danny Granger, Peja, Stephen Jackson, and Jermaine O'Neal. The Pacers boasted a notably tall frontcourt, which served to alleviate some of the defensive pressure on O'Neal. As the game commenced, both teams struggled with their shooting percentages. Jin found himself alternately guarded by Granger and Jackson, limiting his scoring opportunities. The Lakers primarily focused on Bynum and Odom. Yet O'Neal faced considerable challenges against the Lakers' Twin Towers. After 4 minutes of play, Jun was substituted out. The Pacers mainly utilized pick-and-roll plays with Granger and O'Neal, while Jackson occasionally secured offensive rebounds amidst the crowd. As the game progressed, the Lakers' stamina issues became increasingly apparent, making it arduous for them to contain the Pacers' offense. The Pacers played with fervor, and even when they missed their shots, they often reclaimed the rebounds to score. The atmosphere in the Banker S Live Fieldhouse reached a fever pitch. Zen Master, from the sidelines, repeatedly admonished Bynum to secure the rebounds. Bynum, however, felt helpless as the Lakers struggled to maintain defensive control against their opponents. As the first quarter drew near its conclusion, the score stood at 12-23, with the Pacers leading by 11 points. Zen Master called a timeout. A familiar scene unfolded. It was time to turn to Jun. The Lakers often placed Jun in challenging situations. His initial performance had been lackluster, and it remained to be seen how he would fare upon re-entering the game. The Pacers were indeed a stronger opponent than the Celtics, and their forwards posed significant problems for the Lakers' interior defense. With Jun's performance gaining attention, more fans were tuning in to watch him play through various channels. Zen Master opted to substitute Bynum and Smush Parker, bringing Jun and Kwame Brown onto the court. Jun re-entered the game. In the CCTV studio, Zhang Weiping excitedly remarked, "Dear viewers, Jun is back on the court. He just scored 55 points and hit a game winner in the last match. Let us see if he can carry that momentum forward in this game." Su Jiqing added, "Jun didn't contribute much at the start before being substituted. It's evident that Zen Master has his strategic considerations, aiming for Jun to shine with the second unit." Zhang Weiping continued, "Jun has earned Zen Master's trust and is currently held in high regard." Su Jiqing noted, "This esteem has been rightfully earned by Jun, who recently led the NBA in a whirlwind of excitement." As the timeout concluded, the Pacers also rotated their lineup, yet Granger and Jackson remained on the floor, while Peja and O'Neal took a break. The Pacers' backup point guard was Anthony Johnson. His name seemed impressive, but he was merely a role player, averaging 5 points and 2 assists per game. Jun recognized him. They had once waved towels together during their time with the Pacers. Johnson had a pleasant personality. On the Lakers' offensive play, Jun dribbled past half-court. Anthony Johnson remarked, "Jun, I didn't expect to run into you here." Jun laughed, "You haven't been cut yet?" Johnson replied, "Hey, I guess I'm a bit luckier than you, still hanging on." As Johnson spoke, Jun swiftly changed direction and penetrated into the lane. Upon entering the paint, he faced a double team from Jackson and 13-meter-tall backup center David Harrison, who aimed to thwart Jun's advance. Rather than forcing his way through, Jun keenly observed the unfolding situation and deftly passed the ball between the two defenders. Kwame Brown, waiting down low, received the ball and leaped, slamming it home with both hands. Bang! 14-23. Kwame roared towards the heavens, his energy palpable. Having played limited minutes, he was brimming with vitality. Jun and Kwame exchanged high-fives in celebration. Anthony Johnson quipped, "Jun, you just ambushed me." Jun shot back, "You must stay focused during the game. Just like we did when waving towels, as you said, haha." With that, Jun retreated on defense. From that offensive play, Johnson sensed a significant change in Jun compared to before. He had indeed grown stronger. Jun's penetration was sharp, effortlessly gliding past defenders. He delivered the assist with ease. Meanwhile, viewers at home engaged in discussions about the game. As the Pacers initiated their offense, Johnson brought the ball past half-court and passed it to Granger. Jun didn't need to guard the opposing team's primary scorer. He merely needed to stay with his assigned opponent. Granger, a rookie standing at 2.03 meters and weighing 102 kilograms, showcased exceptional shooting skills, boasting an impressive 46% shooting percentage as a forward. He had already begun to display potential, and many Pacers fans viewed him as the team's future. Granger called for Harrison's screen, successfully blocking Walton. Walton was momentarily hindered, prompting Kwame to step up for help defense. But Danny Green executed a rapid change of direction to the left. Granger chose not to continue dribbling, but rather opted for a decisive jumper from the free throw line. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. 14-25. Granger was indeed in fine form, having scored 8 points, all from mid-range jumpers. The Lakers resumed their offense. Kwame passed the ball to Jean, who advanced past half-court. In the second unit, Jean enjoyed the freedom to shoot at will. Zen Master had also devised numerous plays tailored for him. Granger was assigned to defend Jean, positioned at the top of the arc. Vujasic and Walton spread out on either side, not making any movements, simply awaiting an opportunity for an open shot. Jean signaled, and Kwame quickly moved up. Granger was momentarily obstructed, and David Harrison switched to guard Jean. Although David Harris's lateral speed is commendable within the paint, it pales in comparison to Zhang Zhun's swiftness. Zhang Zhun executed a deft low-hand dribble, swiftly transferring the ball from his right to his left. He then surged forward with remarkable acceleration. Zhang Zhun's offensive maneuvers were strikingly realistic, prompting Stephen Jackson and Granger to continue their defensive pressure on him. Without even glancing, Zhang Zhun passed the ball to the left corner where Vujasic awaited. Vujasic remained stationary, anticipating Zhang Zhun's delivery. He received the pass and executed a quick jump shot with impeccable timing. Swish. Beautiful pass, man, Vujasic exclaimed. Granger and Stephen Jackson exchanged glances. The current Zhang Zhun was a far cry from the player they had known during his time on their team. He appeared remarkably relaxed on the court, demonstrating astute judgment against their defensive strategies. After all, Zhang Zhun had spent 10 days with the Pacers, gaining a solid understanding of their tactical framework and players. In the Pacers' offense, Anthony Johnson brought the ball across half-court and passed it to Granger. Instead of seeking a screen from the interior, Granger signaled for Johnson to set a pick. Following the pick and roll, defensive assignment switched, placing Zhang Zhun against Granger. Although they had been teammates, Zhang Zhun and Granger were not personally acquainted. Granger, a first-round draft pick, had previously looked down on Zhang Zhun, who was merely a temporary player. Now, however, Zhang Zhun's rookie ranking surpassed Granger's, igniting a competitive fire within Granger to face him. Zhang Zhun pondered Granger's technical traits, having studied him and knowing that Granger favored crossovers from right to left. This time was no exception, as Granger attempted to execute a crossover to bypass Zhang Zhun. However, Zhang Zhun anticipated Granger's intent, and with a decisive move, he confronted Granger and swiped the ball. Bang! Zhang Zhun maintained his balance during the confrontation, successfully executing a precise steal, showcasing a slight improvement in his defensive capabilities. The ball was dislodged, and Walton dove for it. Passing to Kwame Brown just before Stephen Jackson hit the floor, Brown swiftly relayed the ball to Zhang Zhun, who, instead of holding on, sent a quick pass to the advancing Odom. Odom sprinted forward, executing a powerful stride against Stephen Jackson to secure the basket. Zhang Zhun continued to distribute assists, and Odom acknowledged him with a wave. As a larger player, Odom possessed remarkable speed and strong counterattack abilities. As long as Zhang Zhun delivered the ball accurately, he was likely to convert in one-on-one situations. In the Pacers' next offense, Granger, upon receiving the ball, opted against a hasty attack and instead facilitated a pass. The Pacers' ball movement was fluid, lacking a singular offensive focal point. Granger passed to the interior's David Harrison. Harrison, merely a blue-collar player averaging 6 points per game, faced Kwame Brown's defense with tenacity. Harrison collided with Brown, who was incensed. While he could tolerate being overpowered by a superstar, being challenged by a blue-collar player was intolerable. After backing down to the basket, Harrison attempted a dunk without shaking off Brown. Wham! Brown executed a powerful block, sending the ball flying. Zhang Zhun confidently secured possession. As the Lakers commenced their offense, Zhang Zhun dribbled into the front court. Granger continued to guard him, but this time retreated rather than applying intense pressure. Upon crossing half-court, Zhang Zhun realized Granger's defense was no longer tight. He slowed his pace to gather the ball, then launched a long-range three-pointer from just beyond the arc. Granger, realizing too late as he retreated that Zhang Zhun was about to shoot, lunged forward in vain. The crowd at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse gasped at the sight. This rookie's confidence was astonishing. Swish! A perfect shot. Wow! Numerous spectators couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Zhun had just made his first three-pointer of the night. Following the shot, he celebrated with an exaggerated bow and arrow gesture, exuding bravado. This rookie had quite the personality. I admire his flair. The audacity of his long-range shot was remarkable. I heard he had previously been with our team, but had not seen any playing time. How could the Zen Master permit such a shot? The camera then shifted to a close-up of the two head coaches on the sidelines. Coach Carlisle looked bewildered, unable to fathom how the rookie he once deemed unfit for the NBA could now display such ferocity. The Zen Master, however, wore a smile as he observed the game. He was beginning to appreciate Zhang Jun's style. His shooting range extended to half-court logo territory. Stephen Jackson turned to Granger and said, "Do not give him any space. If you can't handle it, I will." Granger nodded, "I can manage." In the Pacers' offense, Granger brought the ball over half-court. Upon reaching the front court, he and David Harrison executed another pick. After the screen, Granger took a shot. Kwame Brown, having switched defensively, made a concerted effort to contest the shot. Clang. Granger's shot was disrupted, yet Odom in the interior failed to secure the rebound. Stephen Jackson once again seized the offensive rebound. With a second-chance opportunity, he faked Odom, creating space for a smooth layup. Jackson showcased solid offensive skills and tenacious rebounding instincts. In the Lakers' next offense, Zhang Jun dribbled into the frontcourt and passed to Walton. Walton maneuvered laterally, with Zhang Jun setting a screen. Walton attempted to penetrate the lane, but Zhang Jun's screen was insufficient, allowing both Stephen Jackson and David Harrison to converge on Walton. At that moment, Zhang Jun had already moved to the free throw line. Walton quickly passed the ball to Zhang Jun, who, with remarkable speed, released his shot almost instantly after receiving it. Granger's attempt to block was too late. Swish. Zhang Jun's shot was crisp and accurate. This score marked the final points of the quarter for both teams. Chapter 36. How did we fail to retain Xinjiang? In the second quarter of the match, the Pacers introduced Shaquille O'Neal. Carlisle aimed to exploit a tactical advantage during Bynum's absence. The Lakers substituted Walton for Devin George. George's shooting style is unpredictable. It can be exhilarating or infuriating. When shooting from beyond the arc, his chances of scoring are nearly non-existent under pressure. While open shots depend largely on his rhythm, his ability to penetrate the defense is modest, yet his offensive rebounding instincts are exceptional. He was responsible for nearly all of the Lakers' follow-up dunks last season. His robust physique, evidenced by his muscular build, enhances his balance during confrontations. The Pacers initiated their offense. After a series of ball movements, the ball found its way to Shaquille O'Neal. He signaled for space in the low post, aiming to isolate Kwame Brown. The Pacers players dispersed, and Odom hesitated before deciding not to assist, leaving Brown to handle O'Neal alone. Instead of backing down, O'Neal faced the basket with the ball. After a feint to the right, he drove left. Brown failed to keep up initially, allowing O'Neal to claim position under the basket. Following a vigorous confrontation with Brown, O'Neal banked the ball in. The Pacers' interior assault continued, showcasing O'Neal's dominance. On the Lakers' side, Granger focused intently on defending Xinjiang's long-range shooting. Upon crossing half-court, Xinjiang faced tight coverage. He passed the ball to Odom, who directed the play from the top of the arc, signaling Brown to set a screen for Xinjiang. Brown moved up and executed the pick, while Xinjiang made a sharp cut to the left corner. His movement drew the attention of the Pacers' defense, allowing Odom to exploit a moment of distraction and drive past Stephen Jackson for a mid-range jumper. Swish. The score stood at 26-29. Odom's basket, aided by Xinjiang's influence on the defense, slightly dampened the atmosphere at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse. The Pacers continued to revolve their strategy around O'Neal. This time, he positioned himself against Brown in the low post. Brown struggled to contain O'Neal, losing his footing as Odom quickly moved in for a double team. O'Neal passed to Granger, who swiftly released a mid-range shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim before dropping in, making the score 26-31. As the Lakers pushed the ball up court, Odom dribbled with Xinjiang already making his move in the backcourt. Granger's relentless defense forced Xinjiang into a physical challenge, one that drew a foul from the officials. After a brief stoppage, Odom passed the ball to Xinjiang. Despite Xinjiang's reputation, the Pacers remained somewhat complacent, believing he was still the same player they had previously faced. Xinjiang reached the top of the arc, with only Granger persistently shadowing him. Xinjiang passed to Devin George, who bulldozed toward the paint before returning the ball to Xinjiang. Xinjiang attempted to shake off Granger in a one-on-one scenario, but found it challenging. Undeterred, he called for a screen. Brown stepped up, using his substantial frame to block Granger. The switch put O'Neal on Xinjiang, who appeared lackadaisical in his defensive effort. After a lateral move, Xinjiang found an opening and confidently launched a three-pointer. The shot had a slight drift, suggesting difficulty, yet the rhythm was impeccable. The ball arced beautifully through the air. Swish. The score was now 29-31. The Pacers underestimated Xinjiang. He was not the same player they had previously dismissed. O'Neal's defense seemed to be an invitation for Xinjiang to score. Observers noted O'Neal's astonishment. He had not anticipated such assertiveness from the rookie, contrasting sharply with his prior experiences of Xinjiang, who had been deemed an expendable player in the NBA. O'Neal remained unperturbed, but Coach Carlisle was visibly anxious. He shouted for tighter defense, urging his players not to give Xinjiang any room to shoot. Carlisle recognized that Xinjiang had evolved, now possessing a newfound confidence in his shooting, a confidence born from consistent success on the court. The Pacers resumed their attack. Granger advanced the ball over half court, while O'Neal continued to post up Brown. Granger initiated the play, quickly feeding the ball to O'Neal. The Pacers adhered to their tactical discipline, and as O'Neal received the ball, his teammates began to cut and move. As O'Neal leaned into Brown, Xinjiang opportunistically swiped the ball away, disrupting O'Neal's rhythm. Forced into a difficult shot, O'Neal's attempt clanged off the rim. Odom leaped to secure the rebound and advance the ball. Xinjiang continued to maneuver, dragging Granger along with him. Granger's defense was commendable, yet Xinjiang's offensive prowess was difficult to contain. He darted from the right side into the paint, maneuvering past O'Neal. With Granger momentarily hindered, Xinjiang found himself at the three-point line. Odom quickly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Xinjiang faked a shot, leaving O'Neal off balance and momentarily airborne. Xinjiang then stepped back for another three-pointer. This attempt, however, ricocheted off the front of the rim, yet demonstrating excellent offensive awareness. Xinjiang anticipated the ball's trajectory and dashed in for the offensive rebound. He tossed the ball skyward toward the rim. Who would benefit from this? Brown soared, catching the ball with one hand and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. The score was tied at 31-31. Timeout. Carlisle decisively called for a break in the action. The Pacers had played well, yet they were continuously being caught up to. The energy within the Bankers Life Fieldhouse waned once more, with the rookie leading the charge. The Lakers seemed transformed. Brown approached Xinjiang, exclaiming, "Buddy, your passing is phenomenal, even better than Nash's." Brown was exuberant, determined to forge a strong bond with Xinjiang. Xinjiang smiled. Remaining modest, he had witnessed Nash's artistry firsthand and believed he had yet to reach such heights. Their playing styles were distinctly different. Meanwhile, fans back home were buzzing with excitement over Xinjiang's recent performances. Zhang Zhun's performance has been nothing short of impressive, leaving the Pacers to ponder their decision. After an astounding 55 points in the previous game, one can only speculate how many he might score this time. Kobe's return is likely to leave him bewildered, as it seems the team has undergone a significant shift in leadership. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Zhun has demonstrated remarkable maturity on the court. Even when his three-point shots falter, he adeptly creates space for his teammates. My faith in Zhang Zhun's potential to surpass Jordan is increasingly solidified. While many admire him, I remain unconvinced, finding him somewhat lacking in fortitude. Physical limitations may prevent Zhang Zhun from achieving superstar status, yet he possesses the capability to be a competent starter. Following a timeout, the Pacers replaced their entire starting lineup, while the Lakers remained composed, buoyed by their morale. As the Pacers initiated their offensive play, Tinsley brought the ball across half court, with Zhang Zhun defending him, though Tinsley was not the primary offensive threat. Displaying wisdom, Tinsley signaled for Granger to set a screen. Granger obstructed Zhang Zhun, prompting Vujacic to switch onto Tinsley, while Zhang Zhun took on Granger. Tinsley passed the ball to Granger in the left corner, who had a height and strength advantage over Zhang Zhun. Choosing to engage Zhang Zhun physically, Granger delivered a series of forceful moves. However, Zhang Zhun stood his ground, matching Granger's physicality with his own. Realizing the difficulty of advancing, Granger opted for a turnaround jumper, yet Zhang Zhun's defense remained disruptive. The ball clanged off the rim, and Zhang Zhun seized the rebound, fortuitously landing in his hands. He passed the ball to Odom to orchestrate the offense. Although Zhang Zhun nominally played the point guard position, he seldom initiated plays himself, deferring to Odom, who relished in such responsibilities. As Zhang Zhun maneuvered, Odom fed the ball to Vujacic in the corner. Vujacic took a lateral step and launched a three-pointer, which struck the rim and bounced back. Devin George's explosive play led him to tap the ball back out. Zhang Zhun received the ball beyond the right three-point line, faking out Granger before dribbling closer. As O'Neal rushed to help defend, Zhang Zhun swiftly changed direction to his left, evading O'Neal as well. Arriving beneath the basket, Zhang Zhun executed a reverse layup, the ball bouncing in after contact. Goodness, this rookie did it again. The home crowd's disdain for Zhang Zhun was tempered by his previous tenure with the Pacers. He had not left the team of his own volition but had been cast aside. He embodies the spirit of an inspirational athlete. The Pacers' offense was formidable. In this instance, O'Neal drew Zhang Zhun's double team in the low post, passing to Granger. After attracting defensive attention, Granger dished the ball to Peja, who found himself unguarded and effortlessly launched a three-pointer. Swish. The score was now 33-34. After the Lakers regained the lead, the Pacers swiftly stabilized the game. The cheers from the Bankers Life Fieldhouse resonated once more, as Peja celebrated by raising 3 fingers. For him, making such a shot was hardly a challenge. Miller remarked that allowing Peja to be open would cost the Lakers dearly. Barkley added that it was not a deliberate oversight. The Lakers' defensive issues persisted, granting their opponents ample opportunities. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Kwame Brown was fouled while setting a screen for Zhang Zhun. Coach Phil Jackson seized the moment to substitute in the other starters. Odom inbounded the ball, passing it to Zhang Zhun, who stood just outside the three-point line. This time, Granger did not rush to defend, but instinctively retreated to the arc, observing Granger's defensive stance. Zhang Zhun boldly opted for a three-point attempt. As the ball left his hands, he turned to retreat on defense, preemptively celebrating. Granger's defense lagged slightly, as he was caught off guard by Zhang Zhun's audacity. The shot was unapologetically bold, lacking any setup, and Granger could only watch as the ball soared through the air. Swish. It cleanly found the net, bringing the score to 36-34. Chapter 37. So what if Stephen Jackson comes to defend? They are all overwhelmed. Wow, this rookie is so pretentious. Celebrating prematurely can lead to embarrassment. If one possesses skill, flaunting it is indeed impressive. A successful shot is a highlight, while a miss becomes a blunder. How amusing. The fans in attendance engaged in lively discussions. On the court, Zhang Zhun turned to glance at Peja after his celebration. Peja, a native of Yugoslavia, with his dark hair and fair skin, bore a resemblance to Asians. His shooting ability is among the best in history, which made Zhang Zhun quite wary. Peja's expression reflected surprise, evidently taken aback by Zhang Zhun's long-range three-pointer. On the sidelines, Carlisle was visibly dissatisfied with Granger's defense. "Stephen, go guard Zhang," Carlisle shouted. Stephen Jackson replied, "Okay." He had been anticipating this directive, as he too was dissatisfied with Granger's defense. "Buddy, let me teach you how to defend against this guy," he said. Granger shrugged, opting for silence this time. Acknowledging his inadequate defense, he did not doubt his defensive prowess. Rather, he believed Zhang Zhun's offense was simply too formidable. Granger also harbored doubts about Jackson's ability to contain Zhang. The Pacers' offense commenced. Tinsley dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Granger. After a pick and roll with Shaquille O'Neal, Granger drove inside. Both Bynum and Odom rushed to defend him, blocking Granger's path. Granger passed the ball out to Tinsley, who then fed it to Peja. Zhang Zhun, responsible for defending Peja, showed no hesitation as Peja launched a three-pointer right in Zhang's face. Swish. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and fell through. Peja's consecutive three-pointers ignited the crowd. Pacers fans erupted in cheers. Zhang Weiping exclaimed, "It's a showdown. Peja and Zhang are going head-to-head, and Peja just hit a three right in Zhang's face." Su Jiqing remarked, "Now the game has become exciting. Let's see if Zhang can respond." On the court, Zhang Zhun remained unfazed by Peja's successful three-pointer over his defense. It was impossible to completely contain his opponent. The only option was to trade baskets. Zhang Zhun was confident in his offensive capabilities. The Lakers' offense unfolded with Stephen Jackson charging in to challenge Zhang. Zhang executed a behind-the-back dribble, shifting to his left to secure possession. Jackson's defense was more aggressive than Granger's. After dribbling forward, Zhang received an immediate screen from Bynum. Utilizing the pick, Zhang maneuvered laterally, effectively blocking Jackson in the process. Frustrated, Jackson could not fathom that Zhang was not engaging him head-on. As Shaquille O'Neal came to apply pressure, Zhang decisively passed the ball inside to Bynum. Bynum caught the ball with one hand, took a step, and soared toward the basket with a powerful slam. Swish. 38-37. Zhang Zhun continued to draw the defense away, allowing Bynum to dunk with ease. Zhang was playing astutely, quickly releasing the ball after encountering such defensive pressure. Bynum possessed exceptional finishing ability near the rim. Once he was under the basket, the score was practically guaranteed. Kwame Brown's finishing efficiency paled in comparison to Bynum's. With a player of Bynum's caliber, Zhang felt remarkably at ease. Bynum signaled to Zhang, and their chemistry grew stronger. Bynum enjoyed partnering with Zhang. When Zhang was on the court, he rarely faced double teams, as Zhang absorbed most of the defensive attention. The Pacers' offense resumed. Tinsley brought the ball across half court, controlling the tempo and directing defensive positioning. Tinsley dribbled over and passed to Granger to initiate the offense. Zhang Jun switched to defend against Vujasic. Granger signaled for a one-on-one, and Zhang indicated that he would not double-team. Zhang felt his defensive abilities had improved. His skills were indeed not without merit. Granger recognized the space and began to dribble, changing directions. Thud, thud. No matter how Granger shifted, Zhang focused on defending his strong side. Granger attempted to overpower Zhang, but failed this time. After being nudged back a step, Zhang quickly regained his defensive position. Zhang persistently attempted to swipe the ball. As Granger tried to adjust his direction with a crossover, Zhang knocked the ball away. Smack! Zhang secured the ball once again. Granger was left speechless, unable to comprehend how his dribbling could be intercepted by Zhang. Zhang's reaction speed was astonishing. The crowd fell silent. Zhang's defense was not as lacking as rumored. At least, he was not someone anyone could easily take on one-on-one. Phil Jackson was visibly pleased from the sidelines. While Zhang's defense might not be exceptional, it was still commendable compared to his offensive prowess. Underestimating his defense could lead to costly mistakes. Zhang dribbled to the top of the arc. This time, Odom and Bynum set a horn screen together. Shaquille O'Neal and Steven Jackson were momentarily delayed. Zhang opted not to shoot from beyond the arc. Instead, he dribbled low, changing direction to penetrate toward the foul line. He halted abruptly, leaning forward, and released a mid-range shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc swish. A perfect strike, 40-37. Zhang's release was exceptionally quick. By the time Jackson maneuvered past the screen, the shot had already been taken. Well done. Teammates passing by Zhang congratulated him with high fives. Zhang matched Page's intensity. His scoring capability was undeniable. His accuracy from the perimeter was remarkable. The Pacers' defense was decent, yet Zhang was simply too strong. No one anticipated that Zhang's offensive prowess would dismantle the Pacers' defense. When Zhang was on the court, the Lakers' offensive efficiency peaked. It was rumored that Kobe would return for the next home game. Even upon his return, Zhang would remain the starting point guard. After Kobe's comeback, the Lakers would boast the most luxurious perimeter in the NBA. Zhang Weiping began to extol the partnership of Zhang and Kobe, relishing the prospect. The Pacers' offense resumed. In this possession, the Pacers, through a series of precise passes, found themselves back with Peja. Zhang continued his defense against Peja, who feigned a shot before rising to take the real one. This time, Zhang raised his hands to contest the shot, opting not to lunge forward. Wary of committing a foul on a three-point attempt, the ball clanged off the rim and bounced away. Odom secured the rebound, dribbling up the court. Zhang began to sprint with fervor. He led Steven Jackson into the paint and then executed a quick change of direction. Bynum set a screen to block Jackson. Zhang moved to the right side beyond the three-point line to receive the pass. As O'Neal rotated to defend, Odom dished the ball to Zhang and cleared out. Zhang found himself with a mismatch against O'Neal. Holding the ball face up, Zhang executed a series of probing steps. O'Neal, tightly guarding against Zhang's three-point shot, moved closer, allowing Zhang to easily find an opening. Zhang accelerated past O'Neal and, from just above the foul line and three-point line, he halted and elevated for a jump shot. O'Neal struggled to keep up. Zhang's shooting rhythm was impeccable, and the basketball traced a beautiful arc once more. Swish, 42-37. The mid-range shots continued to find their mark. Defense. Someone shouted. Stay close to his shots. The fans in the Banker Life Fieldhouse watched in disbelief as Zhang Jun mercilessly tormented their home team with an array of shots. Everyone knew he was going to shoot. It was simply a matter of preventing him from doing so. The fans' thoughts were straightforward. Little O'Neal spread his hands toward Carlisle, not out of reluctance to defend, but rather an admission of defeat. He no longer underestimated Zhang Jun. The moment space was given, Zhang Jun would score, a capability that left Little O'Neal feeling quite troubled. As the Pacers mounted their offense, Steven Jackson was equally frustrated. He was tasked with guarding Zhang Jun, yet he too found himself thoroughly outmatched. This embarrassment made him realize why Granger faced scrutiny regarding his defensive prowess without offering any rebuttal. Against a player like Zhang Jun, it was nearly impossible to contain him completely. The Pacers advanced again. Tinsley brought the ball to the front court and passed to Granger. Granger, facing Vujasic's defense, called for a screen. Little O'Neal stepped up, and Granger, using the screen, sidestepped and took a decisive three-pointer. Clang. It was a missed shot. But Steven Jackson displayed a more aggressive pursuit for the rebound than Odom, leaping to secure it. He quickly converted on a second-chance opportunity. Phil Jackson, observing from the sidelines, shouted at Odom, "Lamar, box out." This was not the first time Odom had failed to secure such a defensive rebound, and it visibly irritated Jackson. Odom patted his bald head, indicating that the responsibility fell on him. Bynum passed the ball to Odom, who dribbled past half-court. Zheng, having sprinted from the left corner to the right, received the ball. Zheng was increasingly understanding why Odom was hailed as the left-handed magician. His passing awareness among the big men was exceptional. Zheng found himself matched up against Stephen Jackson once more. Every Lakers offensive play revolved around Zheng, and everyone could perceive his influence on the court, as fans anticipated Zheng to set a screen. He instead made a swift lateral move and executed a precise jump shot from beyond the arc, launching the ball almost directly against Jackson's defense, who found himself slightly off balance. Just a sliver of space created a breathtaking arc as the ball swished through the net. Oh yeah, what a shot. Incredible. The Lakers bench erupted in cheers. Zheng's scoring spree had ignited once more, and he celebrated with a bow and arrow gesture. The crowd behind the Banker Life Fieldhouse fell silent. Coach Carlisle wore a grim expression on the sidelines, unable to fathom how Granger and Jackson, both renowned defenders, had been so thoroughly defeated. They simply could not keep pace with Zheng. Zheng retreated with an air of ease, fully aware that it was not merely his disregard for Jackson's defense that allowed him to succeed. Rather, it was Jackson's unfamiliarity with Zheng's rhythm on the defensive end. This discomfort was not exclusive to Jackson. Nearly every defender struggled to adapt to Zheng's tempo. His style allowed for immediate shooting as long as he found an open look, with his range extending past half-court. This rhythm was difficult to anticipate. Moreover, Zheng had only recently gained notoriety in the NBA. Aside from those who had directly matched up against him, other teams encountered a completely foreign style. Watching video and studying scouting reports could not fully prepare them for his game. Only through constant matchups would defenders accumulate the necessary experience. The Pacers launched their offense anew. Tinsley passed to Granger, who then fed the ball to Little O'Neal in the low post. Little O'Neal matched up against Bynum and chose to spin toward the basket. Following a feint that tricked Bynum, Little O'Neal moved in closer. Beep. He drew a foul. At the free throw line, Little O'Neal confidently sank both shots. The Lakers initiated their offense. Zheng dribbled across half-court and passed to Odom, who continued orchestrating the play while Zheng made frenetic cuts. Zheng's movement drew considerable defensive attention from the Pacers. As he ran toward Odom, anticipating a handoff pass, Odom instead took a quick step aside and surged forward, breaking through the defense. Odom effortlessly finished with a layup after 3 quick steps. What a play! Brilliant execution. This collaboration drew exclamations of excitement from domestic fans watching the live broadcast. Zheng celebrated with a high five to Odom. This tactical maneuver had been devised between the two, a fake handoff, followed by a genuine drive to the basket. The strategy capitalized on Zheng's gravitational pull, allowing Odom to execute a sudden attack and complete the finish. Chapter 38. In a critical moment, LeBron wants. The Pacers' offense. Tinsley brought the ball to the front court, first passing it to Peja. Peja, seeking an opportunity to shoot, found none and transferred the ball to the post, where O'Neal awaited. O'Neal backed down against Bynum. As players from both teams spread out, O'Neal attempted a one-on-one move, although he lacked the advantage in strength. As he spun to fake out Bynum, he tried to leverage his position again. However, this time Bynum was not fooled. He raised his hand high to disrupt the shot. O'Neal's hook shot was awkward, clanging off the rim and bouncing out. Bynum leaped, turning to secure the rebound. He swiftly passed the ball to the accelerating Zheng on the right side. Granger and Tinsley rushed to block Zheng, intent on thwarting his advance. Zheng received the ball without dribbling, forcefully bouncing it to the left side where Vujacic had a better opportunity. Vujacic caught Zheng's pass, took a step, and soared for a layup, successfully scoring. 49-41. After completing the fast break, Vujacic brushed his long hair back, smiling and nodding at Zheng. The timing of Zheng's pass was impeccable. The opportunity was fleeting. Had it been missed, the Pacers players would have returned to defense. Zheng also gave him a thumbs up. Vujacic's fast break was exceptionally swift. Timeout. Carlisle called for a halt to the game once again. A timeout was necessary as the point difference was approaching double digits. The Lakers' offensive rhythm was exceptionally smooth, and despite the Pacers having their starting players on the court, they were unable to contain them. Carlisle's timeout did not involve significant tactical adjustments. It was primarily to halt the Lakers' momentum. The Pacers' offense resumed. Tinsley dribbled into the front court, closely shadowed by Zhang Jun. Although Tinsley's offensive prowess was modest, Zhang Jun remained vigilant. Tinsley signaled for O'Neill's screen. O'Neill moved up, blocking Zhang Jun while Bynum switched to guard Tinsley. O'Neill surged forward, and Tinsley passed the ball to him. Bam! O'Neill pushed Zhang Jun aside and, with a few deliberate steps, made a layup. Zhang Jun failed to intercept the ball during the mismatch, allowing O'Neill to score. The fans at the Banker S Life Fieldhouse erupted in cheers, relishing the moment of Zhang Jun's struggle. He had delivered them a fair share of disappointments today. The Lakers, opting for a quick throw-in, advanced rapidly. Zhang Jun charged forward, but the Pacers players quickly returned to their positions, denying him an opportunity. Although they were back in place, Zhang Jun found himself matched against O'Neill, a mismatch indeed. Having just been scored on by him, Zhang Jun intended to retaliate. O'Neill, wary of Zhang Jun's shooting range, defended him from a distance. Zhang Jun initiated with his left hand, then deftly dribbled the ball through O'Neill's legs, maneuvering past him. With a seamless transition, he reached the basket, facing help defense from Stephen Jackson. Zhang Jun took off, nearly jumping simultaneously with Jackson. No way. Jackson, with all his might, aimed to block Zhang Jun's shot. Just as he seemed poised to succeed, Zhang Jun grasped the ball with both hands and, pulling it down, soared to the opposite side for a layup. This was a reverse layup off the glass. The ball rebounded and dropped into the net. Whack! Jackson even made contact with Zhang Jun's arm. Beep. 51-43. The whistle blew as the shot counted, and Zhang Jun would also be awarded a free throw. In making this basket, he fell to the ground, appearing to have landed hard, though he had controlled his fall. It was not a significant issue. Bynum and Odom quickly helped Zhang Jun to his feet. At this moment, the assistance from teammates proved far less taxing than rising alone. Zhang Jun's score had also quieted the crowd considerably. The Pacers fans were astonished to realize that Zhang Jun not only possessed shooting skills, but also exhibited impressive driving ability. Even against the taller Jackson, he managed to find scoring opportunities. The Pacers' formidable defenders seemed ineffective against him. Why wasn't he on our team? Damn. Many longtime Pacers fans expressed their frustration. Zhang Jun stepped to the free throw line, confidently sinking the additional shot. Swish. Barkley remarked, "The Pacers are in trouble at home. They are facing the most challenging rookie." Miller added, "Zhang's offensive skills are remarkably mature. His decision-making on the court belies his rookie status." Barkley queried, "Reggie, who do you think his prototype is?" Miller responded, "It's hard to say. He doesn't fit the traditional mold of a shooting guard. Nor does he resemble a typical point guard. His performance on the court stands out compared to others. Perhaps he will not have a prototype, but become one himself." Barkley noted, "Zhang's performance is enough to warrant resignation letters from the GMs of the teams that overlooked him. This guy could have been signed by any team." Miller remarked, "One could only say the Lakers are incredibly fortunate." Although Zhang Jun is still perceived as having a low ceiling, both commentators acknowledged his immediate impact. His efficiency on the court was undeniably remarkable. On the court, the Pacers' offense continued. After orchestrating a series of passes, Tinsley found a small opening at the top of the arc. He decisively launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net. The game turned into a tug-of-war. Zhang Jun faced relentless double teams from Pacers players, continually dishing out the ball. Yet, his teammates' finishing efficiency was average, with several open shots failing to find the mark. The Pacers, meanwhile, sustained their offense through methodical ball movement, consistently exploiting mismatches to score inside. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Zhang Jun was substituted out. The score remained tightly contested, neither team able to pull ahead. In the third quarter, Zhang Jun erupted again, displaying immense energy on the court. However, the Pacers' physical advantage began to manifest as the Lakers' defensive rotations lagged. The Pacers frequently attacked the paint, their forwards slicing through with ease. The game reached its climax in the final 28 seconds, with the score standing at 112-114. The Lakers, playing away, trailed by 2 points. Zhang Jun had already amassed an impressive stat line of 34 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds. Bynum recorded 26 points and 13 rebounds, while Odom achieved a triple-double with 18 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds. In a crucial moment, Phil Jackson called a timeout. The cacophony of the Banker S Life Fieldhouse nearly shook the arena to its core. Jackson signaled for everyone to gather around, and all Lakers players listened intently to his tactical directives. Lamar, you will inbound. Zhang, you will handle the ball. Andrew, set a screen for Zhang. Sasha, Luke, You two take corners and await your opportunity. Zhang, penetrate, and based on the situation, choose your offensive approach. Either take the shot or pass to the corner. The final moment strategy mirrored the previous game, revolving around allowing Zhang Zhan, the most adept ball handler, to initiate the offense, with others providing support. Jackson sketched a tactical diagram that was slightly different in position from the last game. Any questions? Jackson inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhang Zhan. If Kobe were here, he would undoubtedly take the final shot. But with Kobe absent, Zhang Zhan became the alternative choice, perhaps in the final moments. It was indeed challenging for Zhang Zhan to find an open position, yet the Zen master believed it prudent to allow Zhang to learn how to handle critical plays. In the previous match, Zhang performed admirably. It's all good. No worries. The Lakers nodded in agreement. Zhang felt a tinge of pressure, but more so, an exhilarating thrill. Following his buzzer beater in the last game, he relished that sensation. Saving the team single-handedly in dire straits was an intoxicating feeling. Of course, Zhang remained rational. He understood that he must not prioritize personal glory over the team's interests. He knew he could not force plays he could not handle. On the Pacers side, Coach Carlisle was somewhat troubled. He was aware that the Lakers would likely set Zhang up for an offensive play in the final moments. The pressing question was how to defend against him. A hasty double team could leave other players open. Normally, allowing those players a chance would be inconsequential. But in the closing moments, it could jeopardize the entire game. After a moment's hesitation, Carlisle decided to double-team Zhang to force him to pass the ball. Meanwhile, in the domestic broadcasting studio, Su Jiqing remarked, "Director Zhang, do you think Zhang will have the opportunity to execute another game winner tonight?" Zhang Weiping replied, "That could pose significant difficulty. Carlisle will undoubtedly intensify his efforts to contain Zhang. He is not a player who excels in one-on-one situations, and the interference on his shot in critical moments will be substantial." Su Jiqing continued, "If Kobe were here, would the ball have been designated for him?" Zhang Weiping responded, "Certainly, but Zhang and Kobe are not of the same ilk." Fans watching the game were thoroughly impressed by Zhang's continued brilliance, three-pointers, mid-range shots, penetrating drives, and assisting teammates. Zhang exhibited exceptional prowess in orchestrating offensive plays. With tonight's performance, he had already scored 30 in the last 7 games. His scoring ability was beginning to evoke comparisons to Kobe's legacy. If Zhang had erupted a bit earlier, would the Lakers have dominated the scoring charts? Zhang was phenomenal, scoring 30 once more. I admire Zhang's tenacious style and approach. He has ushered in a refreshing atmosphere for the Lakers. With Kobe injured, had Zhang not emerged, the Lakers might have faced a streak of defeats during this period. Zhang's performance was growing increasingly stable. One could only wonder if he would achieve consecutive game winners. Such a feat would be nothing short of remarkable. The Lakers captured significant attention, with fans well aware of the players' tendencies. Most of them were seasoned veterans, for whom winning or losing mattered little. Only Kobe was fiercely dedicated to the championship. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game resumed. Odom approached Zhang, saying, "Zhang, just do what you did in the last game. Don't feel pressured. Focus on what you do best." Odom understood that without Zhang's consistent performance tonight, they would struggle to keep pace with the Pacers. Zhang nodded, affirming, "I understand. I know what to do." Odom, as the elder statesman of the Lakers, though often light-hearted and playful, commanded respect on the court. Zhang felt the weight of responsibility keenly. The referee handed the ball to Odom, and the countdown began. Met with a chorus of boos from the audience, the fans rose to their feet. The final moments were palpable with tension and excitement. It was a clash of starting players. Zhang was closely guarded by Granger, who even wrapped his arms around him. Zhang's receiving position was under heavy scrutiny. Vujasic made a run to receive the ball, slightly diverting the Pacers' defensive attention. Zhang navigated around Walton's screen to receive a handoff from Vujasic. Without wasting time, he quickly dribbled, moving laterally to survey the options. Granger remained glued to Zhang, denying him a shot opportunity. Zhang did not linger on the ball and passed it back to Odom. Positioned at the free throw line, Odom feigned an attack, but merely executed a fake, opting instead to move the ball sideways before returning it to Zhang. After passing the ball, Odom set a screen for Zhang, effectively obstructing Granger's path. Stephen Jackson rushed in to impede Zhang's progress. Zhang, with the ball, leaned left to drive, while Jackson swiftly adjusted his weight and direction to pursue. However, Zhang stepped back, leading Jackson to believe he would retreat. Seizing the moment, Zhang drove right, completely evading Jackson. Entering the paint, Zhang was met with defenders converging from all sides. At this juncture, He spotted Vujasic wide open in the corner, his sweet spot. Zung sent a long pass, unburdened by the psychological weight that might accompany such a moment. Vujasic, ready in shooting stance, received Zing's pass, leaping to shoot as he released the ball. The Pacers could not interfere with Vujasic's shot. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air. Lakers players surged towards the basket, prepared to contend for an offensive rebound should the shot miss. Pacers players desperately tried to prevent the Lakers from advancing. The chaos beneath the hoop was palpable. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. It was an exquisitely executed near buzzer beater. With just 16 seconds remaining, the arena fell almost silent. Beautiful play. Excellent pass. Vujasic approached Zung for a celebratory high five, his excitement akin to that of a child. "Dude, that pass was incredible," he exclaimed. Zung responded, "You were in the perfect position. I couldn't let such an opportunity go to waste." Vujasic's three-point shooting percentage hovered around 36 this season, not particularly stable, but making such a shot required immense composure. Chapter 39. Consecutive game winners, first in the league. The Pacers did not call a timeout. Instead, they immediately launched an offensive assault. Carlisle's tactics were enigmatic, leaving the Lakers unable to capitalize on a fast break opportunity. After Tinsley brought the ball past half court, he passed it to Granger. Granger, after a lateral dribble, initiated a pick and roll with Shaquille O'Neal. Vujasic defended tenaciously, promptly switching onto O'Neal after the screen. Granger decisively fed the ball to the advancing O'Neal, who powered past Vujasic, effortlessly barreling toward the basket. Bynum leapt to contest the shot, yet O'Neal executed a high floater. The basketball sailed over Bynum's outstretched hand, descending accurately into the hoop. Only 4 seconds remained. The score swung in favor of the Pacers once again, sending the fans at the Banker S. Life Fieldhouse into a frenzy. Vujasic felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His hard-fought chance at a game winner had vanished, as the opponent managed to score. With no timeouts left, the Lakers pressed on. Odom opted to quickly pass the ball to Zung Jun, who received it just a meter from the half-court line. "Do not foul," Carlisle shouted to his players. With the foul count maxed out, a foul on Zung Jun at this moment would mean gifting a game winner. The Pacers instinctively shied away from physical confrontation with Zung Jun upon hearing Carlisle's call. Sensing minimal pressure, Zung Jun made a swift move to his right, bypassing Granger. Crossing the half-court line, and with Tinsley yet to arrive, Zung Jun leaned forward and launched a shot from 2 meters beyond the three-point arc. Distance was inconsequential. He found his rhythm and executed a smooth push shot. A logo shot. The basketball flew like a missile equipped with radar, directly aimed at the hoop. Buzz. Swish. Simultaneously as the clock expired, the ball pierced the net. 118 to 116, a buzzer beater. 2 consecutive game winners. Zung Jun stood firm, 3 fingers raised towards the heavens. The entire Lakers team rushed to encircle him in jubilant celebration. Click, click, click. The camera immortalized this moment. Undoubtedly, this night would be etched in legend. A rookie, achieving back-to-back buzzer beaters in the NBA. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping erupted in excitement. That shot by O'Neal was crucial. It turned the tide. The Pacers seized the lead in a critical moment. Odom passed the ball to Zung Jun, who maneuvered past Granger. Crossing midcourt, everyone awaited how Zung Jun would handle the ball. He shot it. Oh, Zung Jun launched a long-range three-pointer. Yes, yes, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, rising from his seat. Su Jiqing understood Zhang Weiping's fervor. After all, while Yao Ming was consistently reliable, such emotionally charged moments were rare. Moreover, this was not Zung Jun's first game winner. Such plays sent adrenaline surging. Su Jiqing remarked, back-to-back game winners, 7 consecutive games scoring 30 points. Zung Jun has achieved an unprecedented miracle in the NBA, a rookie leading his team to such exhilarating moments. The television screen repeatedly replayed the game-winning shot. At this moment, it felt as though every Lakers fan had reached a euphoric peak. A game winner. He truly did it. Consecutive buzzer beaters, and it was him again. Wow. I was on my knees watching, exclaimed a fan. It was utterly insane. Another game with 37 points. Watching Zung Jun play, one could only say 2 words. Incredible. I knew the Pacers were in trouble when they hesitated to physically challenge Zung Jun in the final moments. His long-range logo shot was nothing short of phenomenal. While others might have been lucky, Zung Jun was undoubtedly exceptional. Fans across the country flooded forums with their excitement. This was a match that left fans exhilarated. Zheng Jun's performance was truly uplifting. A Chinese guard with yellow skin, making waves in the NBA by scoring 30 points in 7 consecutive games and delivering 2 game winners. What could be more thrilling for basketball enthusiasts than witnessing such a spectacle? Kobe's game winners? T-Mac's clutch moments? None could compare. In a certain high school classroom in China, a student, engrossed in the live text broadcast, couldn't contain his excitement and shouted out, only to have his phone swiftly confiscated by the teacher. This kind of performance saw Zheng Jun's fanbase explode in numbers. Long had seasoned fans awaited the emergence of a super guard like Zheng Jun. They finally felt that China could produce a superstar guard. Zheng Jun, through his series of electrifying games, was proving wrong all those who doubted his potential. Their views were misguided. His future was boundless. His ceiling remained a mystery. Bravo! Phil Jackson hadn't displayed such intense emotion in ages, and tonight's game deeply stirred him, prompting him to embrace Zheng Jun tightly. Back-to-back game winners. With such a point guard, Jackson believed the Lakers could aim for the championship this season. Progressing to the playoffs would be effortless. The key would be determining how far they could advance. Once Kobe returned, the Lakers' offense would ascend to new heights. The entire Lakers squad patted Zheng Jun on the back, celebrating before bouncing back to the locker room. On the way back, Zheng Jun heard the system reward chime. Ding! Outstanding performance this match. Awarded 2 Steel Attribute Enhancement cards. Would you like to use them? Yes. Steel Attribute increased from 72 to 74. Ding! Due to the host's overall defensive attribute enhancement, defensive evaluation improved, currently rated B. Hearing the cascade of system rewards, Zheng Jun's smile blossomed like a flower. He had been in excellent form lately, accumulating numerous rewards, which significantly accelerated his defensive development. Zheng Jun checked his personal statistics once more. Host: Zheng Jun, age: 19, height: 195 centimeters, weight: 82 kilograms, wingspan: 210 centimeters, position: guard. Integrated star: Stephen Curry. Star abilities: Super 3-point shooter, LV1, upgradable to LV3. Court Wizard LV1, upgradable to LV3. Layup Elite LV1, upgradable to LV3. Logo Shot, LV1, upgradable to LV3. Super Steal LV2, upgradable to LV3. Super Defense LV2, upgradable to LV10. Strength Range, SSSS, Agent, Jeff Schwartz, Spouse, none. Owned cards, none. Personal attributes, Speed, 89 Strength, 49 Post Play, 31 Close Shot, 88 Layup, 94 Mid-Range Shot, 94 Long-Range Shot, 94 Movement, 96 Stop and Pop, 88 Steal, 72 Rebound, 44 Agility, 96 Jump, 72 Dunk, 60 Pass, 84 Ball Control, 96 Block, 47 Draw Foul, 82 Stamina, 97 Offensive Overall Rating. Can reach SSS during explosive moments. Defensive Overall Rating, B. Zheng Jun noticed some improvements in his personal attributes compared to his last review. Such clear progress in the data motivated him to work even harder. At the post-game press conference, the reporter inquired of the master, "Coach, how would you evaluate Zheng's performance during this period?" The master replied, "MVP, he is an MVP caliber player. Without him, our 7-game winning streak would not exist." The reporter then asked, "With Kobe's imminent return, will you arrange for Zheng to start alongside him?" The master responded, "There is no doubt about it. I would never place an MVP on the bench, haha." The master was not merely flattering Zheng, but genuinely praising him. Zheng's recent performances justified such commendation. Averaging 39 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds, with a remarkable streak of 7 consecutive games scoring over 30 points. In the last 2 games, he delivered back-to-back game winners, leading the team to 7 straight victories, a feat not achieved by the Lakers since Shaquille O'Neal's departure. The reporter asked Zheng, how do you feel about the coach's words? Zheng smiled and replied, "It is an honor. The team's winning streak cannot be attributed solely to me. The coach's guidance is impeccable, and my teammates are incredibly hardworking." The reporter continued, "All right, let's discuss the thrill of those 2 game winners." Zheng chuckled, "I believe every player relishes that feeling. To be able to step up and save the team when in peril, it's exhilarating. When the ball was in my hands at the final moment, I knew exactly what I had to do." The reporter pressed on, "You completed the game winner with a long 3-pointer. Do you often practice such shots?" Zheng affirmed, "Of course. It is part of my offensive arsenal." The reporter queried, "Stephen Jackson mentioned before the game that he could contain you. What are your thoughts? Zheng laughed. I'm accustomed to being underestimated, and then my opponents often find themselves embarrassed. He was familiar with such moments of vindication, noting that some individuals simply deserve it. The reporter asked, with Kobe returning in the next game, do you think you and he can find chemistry? Zheng replied, I can collaborate with anyone. His confidence shone through. His style was adaptable to any system. If Kobe needed the ball, Zheng would play off-ball. Although Kobe favored isolation plays, Zheng believed he would adjust for the sake of victory. On the Pacers' side, Stephen Jackson was reluctant to give an interview. Carlisle addressed the reporters. We must admit, we underestimated them. They played exceptionally well and put in tremendous effort. Our players did not perform optimally on defense, which granted them the opportunity to defeat us. Such a game winner should not have occurred. Zheng had changed the dynamics. Carlisle sighed. The reporter asked, what do you think of Zheng's shooting technique from beyond the arc? Carlisle pondered before responding. His three-point range exceeds our expectations. He can make those shots, which is astonishing. We need to reevaluate our defensive strategy against him. The reporter further inquired, what do you envision as Zheng's future potential? Carlisle stated, he will become an all-star. I cannot fathom a scenario in which he does not. By the time Zheng returned to the team bus, half an hour had passed. Previously, he would apologize to his teammates for making them wait. However, he discovered that his teammates were indifferent, and he no longer felt the need to apologize. The Lakers players had grown accustomed to this. Kobe had often kept the bus waiting, and now it was Zheng. Such is the price of popularity. Zheng's status continued to rise. He not only maintained excellent relationships with several core players, but also led the team to victories. Players of his caliber garner immense admiration from fans and media alike. For many fans, this night was exhilarating, but for the players, their excitement had waned. No matter how thrilling the game, it was merely one of many in an ordinary season. Everyone's thoughts were focused on returning home. The Lakers had been on this road trip for quite some time. Chapter 40, Kobe's Comeback, a thrilling showdown against the Heat. When Zheng Jun returned home to Los Angeles, the house was enveloped in darkness. His immediate thought was that the three sisters must be asleep, as it was already 4 a.m. Just as he was about to tiptoe back to his room, the living room lights flickered on. Zhengge, you're back. A crisp and familiar voice echoed. Zheng Jun instantly recognized it was Zhao Na. They had exchanged quite a few conversations during this period, and seeing her now felt far less foreign than before. Zhao Na, clad in a loose silk pajama set, though oversized, subtly revealed her graceful silhouette. Oh, you're still awake? Zheng Jun inquired, puzzled. I took a short nap and just woke up. I figured you'd be back around now, so I waited for you, Zhao Na replied softly. She didn't mention that she hadn't really slept at all. Please, take a moment to rest. I'll make you some noodles, Zhao Na offered. You don't have to go through all that trouble. You should get some rest yourself, Zheng Jun insisted. Although he felt a touch of gratitude, he believed it was somewhat excessive for Zhao Na to prepare a midnight snack for him, especially since they weren't in a committed relationship. It's no trouble at all. Just put your luggage there, and I'll help you with the laundry later, Zhao Na said, already cracking eggs as she spoke. Her demeanor warm and welcoming. Zheng Jun didn't want to impose, and instead took it upon himself to unload his clothes and place them in the washing machine on the balcony. His garments were numerous and reeked of sweat, and it would be unfair to expect Zhao Na to tidy up after him. Observing Zhao Na's industriousness, Zheng Jun found himself no longer contemplating moving out. While living independently offered more freedom, he realized it lacked the warmth of companionship. He preferred the company of others over solitary moments, especially when sharing a space with three stunning women was a tempting prospect. Before long, Zhao Na returned with a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, a shy smile gracing her face. Zhengge, try my cooking. It's just a simple dish, so don't be too critical. How could I? Thank you, Zheng Jun replied, placing the bowl on the table. As he accepted it, their hands brushed, and he noted the elegance of her long fingers. Let us not be so formal, Zhao Na chuckled. Among the three sisters, she was the one with culinary skills. Although not on par with professional chefs, her cooking was commendable. In no time, Zheng Jun polished off the bowl of noodles. Upon seeing him finish, Zhao Na remarked with a smile, just leave it there. I'll take care of it later. You've been through a lot recently, so rest up. Zhao Na, you're incredibly capable. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate, Zheng Jun praised. Zhao Na blushed at his compliment, her gaze dropping shyly. Oh, it's nothing, she murmured. Quickly rising to tidy up, Zheng Jun chose not to linger and returned to his room, where he washed up briefly before collapsing onto his bed. Utterly exhausted from the recent road trip, he fell into a deep, restful slumber. The next day was entirely free. Zhang Jun opted out of training at the gym, allowing his body the necessary rest. After freshening up around noon, he decided to prepare a meal for himself, only to discover a note left by Zhao Na on the dining table. Jinggu, I noticed you were still resting this morning, so I took the liberty of hanging your clothes out to dry. I've also made lunch and left it in the pot. I'm off to school now. I have classes in the afternoon. Enjoy your day. Zhang Jun felt touched by her thoughtfulness. Zhao Na had prepared a dish of stir-fried beef with radish and an eggplant casserole. Though simple, it was delicious. He savored every bite, finding the flavors reminiscent of his mother's cooking. At 3 p.m., while reviewing footage of his upcoming opponent, Zhang Jun's phone chimed with a message. Zhang, are you free at 8 p.m. tonight? Let us grab a bite. The sender was Kobe. Zhang Jun quickly replied, sure. Kobe not only owed him dinner, but likely wished to discuss strategies before the game. Before long, Kobe sent over an address for a steakhouse in Hollywood. At 7:45 p.m., Zhang Jun arrived at the steakhouse, donned in athletic wear and sunglasses. The owner personally greeted him, indicating that Kobe was already waiting in a private room. Upon entering the room, Zhang Jun spotted Kobe, who was dressed casually. The moment they met, Kobe enveloped Zhang Jun in a warm embrace. Buddy, your recent aggressive play has been fantastic. I love seeing this style from you. Zhang Jun replied, thanks for the compliment. How is your injury? Kobe responded, it's all good now. I can't wait to team up with you to chase that championship. Despite the Lakers enjoying a 7-game winning streak, several matches had been hard-fought. Kobe had been itching to return to the court, and Zhang Jun's recent performances were a delightful surprise during his recovery. Haha, I feel the same way, Zhang Jun laughed. Though there was an age gap between them, they conversed like old friends. Kobe had transitioned from indifference to recognition and admiration for Zhang Jun, a respect earned through his outstanding play. During dinner, Kobe shared stories from his playing days and delved into various technical details. Zhang Jun seized the opportunity to ask Kobe how to enhance his one-on-one skills. Zhang, you need to maintain confidence in your abilities. I've watched most of your games, and your fundamentals are exceptional. You can easily get past defenders and finish from various positions. The essence of basketball is to find ways to get the ball in the hoop, and you excel at that. There's no need to force one-on-one situations. Just continue playing the way you are. Kobe saw Zhang Jun's court presence as that of a seasoned player rather than a rookie, effortlessly marrying skill with physicality. You need to work on your one-on-one capabilities and your judgment of opponents' defensive habits, Kobe elaborated. Zhang Jun then inquired about improving his defense. Kobe emphasized the importance of attitude, never giving up on defending an opponent. Then it's all about training, reviewing footage, studying scouting reports, and familiarizing yourself with your opponent's skill set. Of course, attention to detail is crucial. Zhang Jun was profoundly impressed by Kobe's insights. Kobe was a player who had honed his skills to perfection, and when discussing basketball, he had an abundance of wisdom to share with Zhang Jun. Despite Zhang Jun's current stellar performance and impressive statistics, he remained eager to learn, aspiring to become an exceptional and legendary player. Opportunities to learn from someone of Kobe's caliber were rare, as very few players in the NBA could command Zhang Jun's respect. Kobe was undoubtedly one of them. Zhang Jun eagerly absorbed the wisdom shared, and the two indulged in a lengthy meal that spanned over 4 hours. As their conversation approached its conclusion, Kobe took the initiative to wrap up the dinner and graciously picked up the tab. Zhang Jun attempted to offer to pay, but Kobe retorted, when dining with the boss, it's only proper for the boss to settle the bill. Indeed, despite Zhang Jun's impressive performance with the Lakers during this period, neither he nor anyone else would claim that he was the leader of the team. That title still unequivocally belonged to Kobe. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhang Jun was met with a flurry of flashing lights as a throng of reporters converged on him. The lengthy meeting between Kobe and Zhang Jun had evidently piqued the media's interest, and they had been waiting outside for quite some time. The moment Zhang Jun appeared, the reporters erupted with excitement. Clearly, Kobe possessed greater experience in dealing with the press. As Zhang Jun attracted their attention, Kobe swiftly slipped away from behind. Zhang Jun chose to ignore the group of journalists at the entrance and headed straight for his car. However, the exuberant reporters surrounded his vehicle, refusing to yield. Reluctantly, Zhang Jun rolled down his window and stated, 3 questions, and then I must depart. The eager journalists quickly inquired, Zhang, what did you discuss with Kobe tonight? Zhang replied, we talked about the future of the team and some technical details. The reporters pressed on, can you share your feelings about this exchange? Zhang responded, Kobe is a magnificent player with a wealth of experience. I have many questions I wish to ask him. It was a wonderful opportunity to learn from him, and I consider it an honor. They then asked, how will you divide responsibilities on the court? Zhang replied, we will play our game and work together to help the team win. He is Kobe. He knows how to play. After answering, the reporters finally parted, allowing Zhang Jun to drive home. On the very night that Zhang Jun dined with Kobe, the league announced the Player of the Week award for the previous week, and Zhang Jun was named the Western Conference Player of the Week. In the annals of NBA history, it is a rarity for a rookie to garner such acclaim. The last rookie to achieve this distinction through a series of dominating performances was Shaquille O'Neal, who, upon entering the league, delivered a resounding lesson to his peers with an average of 15 points in his initial games, figures that stood favorably in comparison to Zhang Jun's. The Player of the Week title is awarded only twice a week, and while it may not be a hardcore honor, it carries significant weight. Zhang Jun's receipt of this accolade indicated that his personal performance had surpassed that of many all-star players in the West during that week. Upon learning of his achievement, Zhang Jun was elated. The following day, his Lakers teammates congratulated him on the award, and General Manager Kupchak even took the time to converse with Zen Master Phil Jackson about Zhang Jun's progress. Kupchak also had a few words with Zhang Jun, emphasizing that such honor is not bestowed upon everyone. However, Smush Parker was intensely envious of Zhang Jun's success, feeling utterly powerless against his formidable performance. Rumors began to circulate on social media regarding potential trades involving Parker. At the pre-game press conference, a swarm of media gathered around Kobe, who exchanged playful jabs with Shaquille O'Neal. For once, Zhang Jun was not the focal point of the game, and he felt a sense of relief. Upon entering the interview hall, he swiftly retreated to the locker room. Today, Kobe was set to make his homecoming debut, a newsworthy event that sent shockwaves through the fan base in Los Angeles. With Zhang Jun at the helm, the Lakers had been performing extraordinarily well. One could only wonder how much stronger they would become with Kobe back in action. On January 18, 2006, at 7 p.m., just half an hour remained before the Lakers were to face off against the Miami Heat. The long-standing rivalry between Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe added an extra layer of intrigue to this matchup. Kobe's return was a carefully considered decision, as he aimed to secure a victory against the Heat. Lakers fans waved their tickets, chanting enthusiastically, while Hollywood celebrities in the front rows joined in the excitement, amplifying the lively atmosphere. The energy in the arena was electric, causing the Heat players warming up to feel somewhat anxious. Dwayne Wade jested with O'Neal, "Shaq, it seems you are not too popular here in Los Angeles." O'Neal responded, "That's just the cheers for the labor negotiations." Wade laughed, "Just don't get into a scuffle with Kobe. Let us keep some decorum." Though Wade admired both O'Neal and Kobe, he found himself in a delicate position, as O'Neal was now his teammate. While banter off the court was acceptable, he hesitated to intervene in their on-court rivalry. O'Neal asserted, "If it comes to blows, I can handle him on my own." O'Neal's frustration with Kobe was palpable, yet he also bore a sense of pride, as the Heat's record had surpassed that of the Lakers, indicating their potential to break through in the Eastern Conference. Conversely, the Lakers were in dire straits. Had it not been for a recent winning streak, their record would have been significantly worse compared to the Heat. Zhang Jun was acutely aware of the tensions between Kobe and O'Neal. The root of their discord stemmed from their differing approaches to training and their contrasting personalities. Kobe was an ambitious, driven player with high standards for his training and performance. His relentless pursuit of perfection in basketball propelled him to continually enhance his skills through hard work. In contrast, O'Neal focused more on results during games and adopted a more laid-back attitude toward training, leading to numerous conflicts and dissatisfaction between the two. Additionally, Kobe was perceived as highly competitive and self-assured, constantly striving for excellence, while O'Neal had a jovial, humorous demeanor, preferring to approach both basketball and life with a lighthearted attitude. This collision of personalities inevitably resulted in misunderstandings in their interactions. The tension reached a boiling point in 2003 during the Kobe Bryant Eagle County incident, where he was accused of assaulting a 19-year-old hotel employee. Although he was ultimately acquitted, the incident stirred significant controversy and became the focal point of sports news at the time. Kobe was discontented with O'Neal for not publicly supporting him, leading to the explosive remark, "Shaq did it too." This further complicated O'Neal's situation. As a result, the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal grew increasingly strained. Their chemistry on the court diminished, and conflicts became more frequent. In 2004, the Lakers suffered a defeat in the finals against the Pistons, who were considered underdogs, which led to O'Neal's subsequent trade to the Heat. Soon, the players from both teams took to the court. The Heat's introduction was met with deafening boos, with O'Neal receiving the loudest jeers. Now representing the Heat, many Lakers fans rallied behind Kobe. Following a series of away games, the home crowd was evidently more fervent, with numerous fans donning Zhang Zhun's number 5 jersey. Moments later, the Lakers players emerged, with Zhang Zhun leading the way. His appearance elicited an immediate roar of approval from the crowd, as many Los Angeles fans continued to support him. He was the architect of the Lakers' recent winning streak. Zhang Zhun's remarkable efficiency on the court provided another compelling reason for fans to watch. Kobe was the last player to enter, and his arrival sent the excitement levels soaring to new heights. In the front row, individuals such as Nicholson, Beckham, and Paulino were engulfed in screams. At that moment, Los Angeles had but one superstar, Kobe Bryant. Chapter 41. The Shark Strikes, Lightning Assault. Zhang Zhun profoundly felt the magnetic allure of Kobe in Los Angeles. Although he had performed admirably over the past 7 games, he knew he was still far from matching Kobe's popularity. Cameras incessantly focused on Zhang Zhun and Kobe, as Lakers fans eagerly anticipated the synergy between the two. Remarkably, Zhang Zhun's average points per game during this stretch surpassed that of Kobe. Following the introduction ceremony, Zhang Zhun and Kobe embraced in front of the cameras, offering each other words of encouragement. Kobe asserted, "Zhang, shoot at your rhythm, and I will pass you the ball." His tone was resolute, signaling a desire to alter his previous playing style. Kobe aimed to maintain the team's rhythm, prioritizing victories over personal statistics. Zhang Zhun nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of their collaboration. The night before, they had engaged in a detailed discussion about their roles on the court, united in their goal to win. Both were prepared to make sacrifices for the sake of triumph. The Lakers commentator, Van Gundy, remarked, with Kobe's return, the Lakers now possess the league's most luxurious backcourt pairing. Let us see if they can achieve remarkable chemistry in this game. His brother, Van Gundy, added, indeed, not every point guard can seamlessly partner with Kobe. After their embrace, Kobe briefly conversed with Wade, while he ignored Shaquille. Shaquille, in turn, sought out some former Lakers to chat, equally disregarding Kobe. Cameras captured this intriguing moment, revealing the public rift between Kobe and Shaquille, a spectacle that fans relished. Supporters rallied behind Kobe, criticizing Shaquille for his perceived laziness, with Riley echoing similar sentiments. As the broadcast replayed Kobe's highlights from the season, the Lakers congregated around coach Phil Jackson. Kobe's return injected a sense of tension into the atmosphere. The previously lighthearted ambience had dissipated. Regardless of their feelings, everyone needed to focus on the game. The starting lineups were displayed on the screen. Lakers, Zhang Zhun, Kobe, Walton, Odom, Bynum. Unsurprisingly, with Kobe's return, Vujacic returned to the bench, and Phil Jackson paired Zhang Zhun with Kobe. Heat, Jason Williams, Wade, James Posey, Haslam, Shaquille. Zhang Zhun surveyed the formidable Heat lineup. Jason Williams, known as White Chocolate, stood at 6 feet 1 inch and averaged 13 points and 5 assists this season, capable of delivering unpredictable passes. Wade, at 6 feet 4 inches, nicknamed Flash, averaged 27 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds, making him one of the league's elite shooting guards. Posey, at 6 feet 8 inches, was a versatile forward known for both offensive and defensive prowess. Haslam, the heart and soul of the Heat, stood at a modest 6 feet 8 inches as a shorter interior player. Shaquille, although showing signs of decline, still averaged 20 points and 9 rebounds this season, often overpowering other big men on the court. The Heat represented Zhang Zhun's toughest opponent in recent games. He glanced at Kobe, feeling reassured that he would not be fighting this battle alone. Soon, after a brief respite, the players took the court. Shaquille flashed a grin at Bynum, who appeared intimidated as he faced the real Shark. Growing up watching Shaquille's games, Bynum had joined the Lakers only after Shaquille's departure, which left him feeling daunted. The cheers from the Staples Center crescendoed. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Both Shaquille and Bynum leaped to claim it. Shaquille, shedding his previous lethargy, leapt with vigor, directing the ball to Wade. Wade, upon receiving the ball, executed a behind-the-back bounce pass to the awaiting Jason Williams. As Williams dribbled past half-court, Zhang Zhun took on the defensive assignment against him. Shaquille set a screen, and Zhang Zhun navigated around it, pursuing Williams. Shaquille positioned himself to receive a pass, creating space. Williams launched the ball with great force. But Shaquille secured it with both hands, then used his formidable physique to bulldoze Bynum. The impact sent Bynum sprawling to the ground. Shaquille transitioned to a one-handed dunk, the rim twisting under the force of his slam. The score stood at 2-0, the rim reverberating as Shaquille disdainfully regarded the fallen Bynum, flexing his bicep toward the cameras as if to declare the inadequacy of their center. The Staples Center echoed with the roars of Shaquille's fans, who cheered wildly at the spectacular dunk, even as Bynum endured the humiliation. Zhang Zhun, witnessing Shaquille's dominance, felt a pang of sympathy for Bynum, who had to contend with such a formidable opponent. Odom and Walton rushed to help the disheartened Bynum to his feet. Barkley commented, "Bynum has held his own in recent games, averaging 20 and 10, but facing Shaquille has exposed his youth." Miller added, "Shaquille will undoubtedly give his all tonight, especially against the Lakers. Let us see if their perimeter players can present any challenges for the Heat." Barkley continued, "Kobe will be directly guarded by Wade. The key will be whether Jason can contain the explosive rookie." Miller noted, "Theoretically, Zhang's style should complement Kobe's. It will be intriguing to see how their partnership unfolds." On the court, the Lakers initiated their offense. Zhang Zhun skillfully dribbled past half-court, eliciting cheers from the Staples Center crowd. Once in position, he signaled for the ball to be passed to Kobe. Zhang Zhun maneuvered laterally, delivering a pass to Kobe, who was stationed against Wade in the post. Having not played in a while, Zhang Zhun hoped Kobe would quickly find his rhythm. Kobe's low-post offensive skills had matured with age, becoming a vital weapon in his arsenal. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe wasted no time, launching an attack. With a series of powerful moves, Kobe attacked Wade from the right side. Despite Wade's strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. After a couple of aggressive drives, Kobe pivoted and executed a mid-range jumper toward the baseline. Wade leaped to contest, but his efforts proved futile. Kobe's fadeaway was a thing of beauty, and the ball swished through the net. The score was now 2-2. Observing Kobe's effortless execution, Zhang Zhun felt a twinge of envy. Despite his own shooting prowess, he lacked Kobe's core strength and physicality. Had he attempted a similar move against Wade, he would likely have been blocked. Kobe Bryant. The DJ fervently shouted Kobe's name, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Kobe flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth, as he provocatively nodded at Wade. Wade, shaking his head in resignation, understood how Kobe would attack, but found himself unable to defend against it. The Miami Heat initiated their offense, with Jason Williams dribbling past half-court. Williams was not one to force a drive immediately, so the defensive pressure on Zhang Zhun was relatively light. The ball swiftly transitioned to Wade. Wade called for a screen from Shaquille O'Neal, who positioned himself to block Kobe. Wade surged to the right, challenging Bynum directly. Bynum's defensive footwork faltered slightly, allowing Wade to seize the advantageous position. As Wade approached the basket, he momentarily paused, leaning into Bynum for a brief confrontation before attempting his layup. Bam! Beep! Swish! Wade not only drew a foul from Bynum, but also managed to score. The score stood at 4-2, and the crowd's cheers subsided. It was a battle of titans. Wade immediately retaliated with a response of his own, showcasing his immense physical prowess. Domestic fans marveled at how Wade, utilizing the screen, adeptly forced Bynum into a foul. Bynum, holding his head in frustration, realized that his once prized talent was no longer an advantage against O'Neal and Wade. Zhang Zhun could only express admiration for Wade's remarkable play. If he were in Wade's position, he would have to navigate around the interior, while Wade confronted it head-on. Such strength was astonishing. Swish. The score became 5-2 as Wade confidently converted the free throw. From the very outset, the Heat displayed formidable intensity, leaving the Lakers under immense pressure. Chapter 42, The Alliance of Zhang Zhun and Kobe. The Lakers' offense. Zhang Zhun dribbled the ball into the front court, while Kobe continued to position himself in the paint. Zhang Zhun passed the ball to Walton, who then distributed it further. Kobe engaged in a one-on-one with Wade. After a probing step, Kobe opted to take a contested shot from the right side after a dribble. Wade maintained his position, forcing Kobe into a difficult attempt. The ball struck the rim with a thud and bounced back. This time, the rebound was seized high by O'Neal. Although Kobe verbally promised to assist Zhang Zhun, his body language suggested a lingering discomfort. Instinctively, he still yearned to initiate the offense himself. The Heat's offense. White Chocolate dribbled past half-court, with Zhang Zhun applying pressure defensively. White Chocolate passed the ball to Wade, who, holding it on the right side against Kobe, executed a pick and roll. O'Neal set a screen to block Kobe, and Wade, after a lateral dribble, exploded towards the basket. As Wade drove in, Kobe successfully navigated the screen. But Wade hesitated to charge into the paint, decisively kicking the ball out instead. James Posey received it in the corner, faked a shot, and left Walton in his wake. He then launched a three-pointer with conviction, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. A perfect shot. 8-2, the Heat commenced the game with 3 consecutive hits, showcasing their formidable aggression. The Lakers' defense crumbled, and the cheers within Staples Center were muted. Barkley commented, "The Heat have executed their opening plays with remarkable rationale, creating exceptional scoring opportunities that their players have capitalized on." Miller added, "The Lakers appear sluggish. Zhang Jun and Kobe have yet to establish effective synergy. It will be intriguing to observe their subsequent play." The Lakers' offense. The camera focused on Zhang Jun. Clearly, the cameraman noted the stark contrast in the Lakers' style today compared to previous games. Zhang Jun seemed intent on finding Kobe. As he brought the ball up the court, White Chocolate continued to apply pressure. White Chocolate was acutely aware of Zhang Jun's prowess. In the previous 7 games, Zhang Jun had averaged an impressive 39 points, a scoring ability that rivaled even Kobe's. Especially notable were his 2 game-winning shots that highlighted his distinction from other rookies. Prior to the game, White Chocolate had meticulously studied Zhang Jun's every performance, and the more he learned, the more formidable Zhang Jun appeared. His shooting ability was phenomenal, leaving no room for error. As White Chocolate defended, he taunted, "Rookie, I won't let you hit a 3. Zhang Jun dismissed this meaningless banter. Kobe was engaged in a battle with Wade, then reached out for the ball. This time, Zhang Jun withheld the pass, opting instead to dribble left while extending his right hand to signal Kobe to clear space. Kobe instinctively bristled at the thought of not receiving the ball, but upon recognizing Zhang Jun, he held back, allowing Wade to pull the defense towards the right side. Observing that both teams' players had spread out, Zhang Jun did not seek a screen but swiftly changed direction, accelerating to the left. White Chocolate was left behind. He quickly pivoted to chase. Yet Zhang Jun did not drive in. Instead, he stepped back to the arc, instantly creating distance. Zhang Jun released a step-back 3. The ball sailed through the air, tracing yet another beautiful arc swish. A perfect arrow. 8-5. Within the rhythm of the game, he had found an opening for the 3, concluding the play with finesse. Kobe's expression transformed from seriousness to a broad smile, momentarily forgetting that he wasn't the sole offensive threat on the team. Zhang Jun possessed considerable scoring ability as well. Kobe flashed a thumbs up to Zhang Jun, reminding himself to trust the rookie and facilitate his scoring opportunities. On the court, Zhang Jun opened his arms, striking a bow and arrow celebration pose, prompting cheers from the Staples Center crowd. Zhang Jun's fanbase had rapidly expanded, with numerous supporters donning the number 5 jersey adorning the venue. Many young women sported Zhang Jun's jersey, while men favored the allure of powerful dunks and fierce interior clashes. The women were captivated by Zhang Jun's handsome appearance and stylish gameplay. As they witnessed his celebratory gesture, many began to sway with enthusiasm. "I love you, Zhang. I want to have your children. You're so cool. Truly handsome. I like you." Numerous female fans unabashedly expressed their admiration for Zhang Jun. Barkley remarked, "Zhang's female fanbase is substantial. His playing style resonates with women." Miller chuckled, "Haha, young ladies prefer Zhang's flashy shooting over your rugged masculinity." On the court, the Heat initiated another offensive play. White Chocolate dribbled past half court, with Zhang Jun quickly closing in on him. With Zhang Jun's defensive capabilities having improved, he now exuded greater confidence. White Chocolate attempted to pass to Wade, but Zhang Jun effectively sealed off the angle. Wade struggled to shake off Kobe's defense to receive the ball. White Chocolate, skilled in execution, directed a play, signaling for Haslam to come set a screen. As White Chocolate handed the ball to Haslam, he intended for him to facilitate the transition. However, just as White Chocolate passed the ball, Haslam had not yet fully controlled it. Zhang Jun, like a swift fish, anticipated the pass and intercepted the ball. The ball was dislodged. After successfully stealing the ball, Zhang Jun prepared to surge forward. Yet, White Chocolate, seasoned in experience, quickly wrapped his arms around Zhang Jun to thwart the fast break. It was crucial, as the Heat lacked defensive coverage in the backcourt. Had he hesitated, Zhang Jun would have capitalized on the opportunity. Beep. The referee quickly blew the whistle. "Hey, that rookie is impressive," Wade remarked to Kobe, who merely acknowledged Wade with silence, moving to celebrate with Zhang Jun with a high five. "Well done," Kobe commended Zhang Jun. who nodded and took a few deep breaths, needing to regulate his breathing after the sudden burst of energy. Incredible, a steal. With an average of 3 steals per game, Zhang Zhen is doing quite well. Though his physique was somewhat slender, his speed and reflexes were exceptional, allowing him to thrive in stealing situations. The crowd buzzed with excitement over his impressive play. The game resumed swiftly. Odom passed the ball to Zhang Zhen. This time, Zhang Zhen opted not to isolate, but instead passed to Odom and swiftly repositioned himself. Kobe continued to demand the ball in the low post, and Odom delivered it. Upon receiving the ball and backing into Wade, Kobe attracted a double team from Posey. Rather than forcing the shot, he redirected the ball to Walton. At this moment, Zhang Zhen sprinted towards Walton. As Walton executed a handoff pass, he simultaneously set a screen. Walton's screen, however, was ineffective against the pursuing Haslam, who barged through. Yet, as Zhang Zhen caught the handoff from Walton, he sprang into action. Spotting Haslam approaching, he initiated contact. Haslam, realizing Zhang Zhen's intention to draw a foul, attempted to evade but was unsuccessful. Bang! Haslam collided with Zhang Zhen, sending the ball sailing out of bounds. Beep! Zhang Zhen had executed the most advantageous play to score. The referee unhesitatingly signaled 3 fingers. Oh yeah, well done. Good play. The Lakers fans erupted in cheers. Kobe swiftly approached Zhang Zhen alongside Odom, giving him an encouraging pat on the backside. Well done, Kobe smiled. He had come to fully grasp the transformative reason behind the team's recent resurgence. Zhang Zhen was a player who utilized his intellect on the court. On the sidelines, Heat head coach Pat Riley scratched his head. For the first time, he realized that containing Kobe might not be the Heat's primary focus tonight. That rookie was formidable as well. Zhang Zhen merely nodded at Kobe before stepping up to the free throw line. He took his shots. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 free throws were neatly converted. 8-8. Zhang Zhen's consecutive 6 points instantly drew the spotlight upon him. Barkley remarked, "Haha, the Heat seem to have overlooked Zhang. He is another offensive weapon for the Lakers. It's no longer sufficient to just focus on stopping Kobe." Miller added, "Zhang's playing style is astute. He leverages Kobe's intimidation factor to create opportunities for himself." On the court, the Heat initiated their offense. Wade and Shaquille O'Neal executed a pick and roll once more. After the screen, Kobe doggedly pursued Wade, while Bynum valiantly attempted to obstruct Shaq. Wade lofted the ball to O'Neal, who bulldozed his way to the basket against Bynum. Bang! The rim. O'Neal aimed to dunk over Bynum, but missed. Beep! The referee blew the whistle, signaling a foul against Bynum. With 2 fouls, Bynum held his head in despair as Phil Jackson signaled for Kwame Brown to substitute in. Bynum had barely played a few minutes before being pulled. O'Neal glared at Bynum and declared, "Little one, tonight I shall be your nightmare." Just then, a serious expression crossed O'Neal's face as he remembered he had to shoot free throws. The crowd erupted into a cacophony. Zhang Zhen stifled a laugh. He could sense O'Neal's trepidation regarding free throws. For his first attempt, O'Neal, visibly anxious, released the ball. The rim, swish. The basketball precariously bounced twice on the rim before finally dropping in. 9-8. For the second attempt, O'Neal gained a modicum of confidence. He took a quick glance and ended up with an air ball. Soft touch. Beep. A free throw violation. He would shoot again. Many fans in the Staples Center chuckled at the sight. No matter how ferocious O'Neal appeared on the court, he always had a humorous side. The Lakers' offense resumed. Zhang Zhen dribbled past half court and passed to Odom while continuing his relentless movement. White Chocolate, defending Zhang Zhen, seemed to echo the strategies of players from previous games. How could this guy run so much? Odom passed the ball to Kobe on the right. Zhang Zhen sprinted past Wade, who was momentarily distracted. Kobe seized the opportunity, bursting past Wade for a mid-range shot. The help defense from O'Neal was too late. Kobe's mid-range game was on point. Swish. 9-10. Zhang Zhen approached Kobe and remarked, "Kobe, they can't contain our pick and roll." Kobe nodded, understanding Zhang Zhen's intentions. Barkley commented, "When 2 players averaging 30 points engage in a pick and roll, your defense loses focus. If you relax on either player, they will exploit it." Miller added, "Defending a pick and roll requires intense concentration. Zhang is clever. By initiating the screen with Kobe, he forces the Heat's defense into a quandary." Barkley noted, "Wade switched on to Jason, and while Wade can handle Zhang one-on-one, Jason cannot contain Kobe. Zhang is exploiting this dynamic." The Heat's offense pressed on. White Chocolate dribbled past half court and handed the ball back to Wade. Under Riley's guidance, The Heat were a disciplined team, unfazed by the Lakers' offensive prowess. In the front court, White Chocolate continued to feed Wade. Facing Kobe on the right, Wade opted not to force the issue but instead passed to O'Neal in the post. Upon receiving the ball, the entire Heat team spread out. The Lakers tightened their defense, with Zhang Jun swiftly moving to double-team. Kwame Brown faced immense pressure against O'Neal. Bang! Bang! O'Neal backed down low. Zhang Jun approached for the double-team. O'Neal, sensing the pressure, spun baseline and executed a little hook shot. Swish! The Lakers' offense resumed. Zhang Jun dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Kobe, who faced Wade. He sought to find Zhang Jun, but White Chocolate relentlessly shadowed him, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. Kobe opted to return the ball to Odom. Kwame Brown stepped up to set a screen for Odom, but O'Neal switched onto him. Odom was knocked off balance by the switching O'Neal and rushed his pass, which Wade anticipated perfectly. After Wade intercepted the ball, he surged forward like a cheetah on the hunt. His speed was unparalleled. Neither Zhang Jun nor Kobe could keep pace with the current Wade. With unwavering determination, Wade made a decisive three-step drive into the paint, soaring with one hand to deliver a thunderous slam dunk. The rim reverberated. Timeout. The Zen master called for a halt to the game. Zhang Weiping remarked, "The flash, this is Wade's velocity." In the blink of an eye, he executed a counterattack following the steal. Zhang Jun and Kobe exerted themselves to pursue, yet they remained unable to catch him. Su Jiqing commented, "Kwame Brown should not have made that play. His screen was ill-timed." Odom is not a player who relies on screens to break through. His movements are considerably slower compared to those of a guard. During this timeout, the Zen master did not make any personnel changes, but instead emphasized the importance of safeguarding ball movement. The Heat's prowess lies not only in their formidable offense, but also in their equally robust defense. Chapter 43. Igniting the Arena. The power of two super scorers united. Upon resuming after the timeout, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. Kobe Bryant drove through the defense and passed the ball to Walton stationed in the corner. Walton found himself in an open position as the defenders were drawn towards Kobe and Zhang Jun. He took a shot from beyond the arc. Bang. The ball struck the rim with a heavy thud. Shaquille O'Neal secured the rebound. The Heat launched their attack. White Chocolate passed the ball to Haslam, who then fed it into the paint for O'Neal. O'Neal caught the ball, pivoted, and shielded Kwame Brown behind him. With a single-handed grip, he lifted the ball and slammed it down. Bang! 7 minutes had swiftly elapsed in the game. During this time, the Lakers displayed an overall lackluster performance. Conversely, the Heat benefited from a stronger synergy between Dwayne Wade and O'Neal, with the latter showcasing his formidable presence in the paint, effortlessly accumulating 14 points. While the Heat's defense against Kobe and Zhang Jun was somewhat average, their dominance in the paint instilled a greater sense of confidence within the Heat players. With 4 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Coach Phil Jackson called for another timeout. The score stood at 26-17, with the Lakers trailing by 9 points on their home court. Despite the deficit, the Lakers remained composed. In their past 7 games, they had often faced adversity, rarely enjoying a comfortable lead. These experiences had honed their mental resilience. Moreover, with Kobe and Zhang Jun on the court, there was a palpable sense of hope. Neither Kobe nor Zhang Jun had yet found their rhythm, still displaying a degree of selflessness. Phil instructed, "Kobe, you take the ball and run the pick and roll. The others should either cut to the basket or position themselves beyond the arc." Kobe replied, "Phil, perhaps we should let Zhang start." He displayed a willingness to facilitate, a sentiment that Zhang Jun found somewhat disconcerting, sensing Kobe's rapid shift in attitude. Phil reassured, "That's fine. I don't mind who plays. One of you must step up." Both Zhang Jun and Kobe nodded in agreement. The timeout concluded. The Lakers resumed their offensive play. Kobe held the ball at the top of the arc. Zhang Jun set a screen, momentarily delaying Wade. Although Zhang's screen wasn't particularly effective, it caused just enough disruption. As the Heat players hesitated on whether to defend Kobe or Zhang Jun, Kobe executed a low dribble, maneuvering past O'Neal and penetrating the paint. James Posey leaped, attempting to block Kobe's shot, while Wade and O'Neal retreated. What were they thinking? The ball handling Kobe warranted defensive attention. Zhang Jun moved to the right corner. In midair, Kobe located Zhang and deftly passed the ball. Zhang Jun found himself in a rare moment of space, with no defenders within 2 meters. He was prepared as he received the pass and took a decisive shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc swish. It found the net with an elegant finesse. The score was now 26-20. Pat Riley watched in dismay, Problems arose for the Heat's defense whenever Kobe and Zhang Zhun executed the pick and roll. The Heat retaliated. Wade initiated a pick and roll with O'Neal, who, having dominated the quarter, was visibly fatigued. Wade, however, managed to pass to Posey in the corner. Posey received the ball and quickly sidestepped Walton along the baseline. He executed a sudden jump shot from a close range, with Odom's defense falling short. Swish. It was good. 28-20. Turning back, the Lakers mounted their offense. Kobe exchanged glances with O'Neal. Tonight was a battle of pride between them, and Kobe was determined not to succumb. He wished to prove that he could triumph without O'Neal by his side. O'Neal, too, shared a similar conviction. With a shooting guard like Kobe or Wade, he could lead them to victory. Kobe once again initiated a pick and roll with Zhang Zhun. Despite the quality of Zhang's screen being less than ideal, Kobe used his agility to penetrate the defense. Wade relentlessly pursued him. As Kobe approached the basket, confronted by 3 defenders, he opted to pass to Zhang Zhun positioned at a 45-degree angle. White Chocolate attempted to block Zhang. Upon receiving the pass, Zhang faked a shot, successfully outmaneuvering White Chocolate's defense. He swiftly stepped to the side and took a quick 3-point shot. Zhang's release was rapid, and by the time Posey lunged to contest, it was too late. The ball sailed past Posey's fingertips, heading straight for the basket. Swish. The sound of the net echoed. Zhang Zhun had hit consecutive 3-pointers. Kobe beamed with joy, as if he had scored himself, fully aware that Zhang was his ideal ally. Zhang Zhun celebrated with a bow and arrow gesture. The Staples Center DJ ignited the crowd, fervently chanting Zhang Zhun's name. The fans erupted with excitement, their cheers growing louder. In the first quarter, the Lakers had been largely overwhelmed by O'Neal and Wade's dominance in the paint, yet they were responding vigorously from the perimeter. The Lakers supporters were elated. Zhang Zhun's prowess shone brightly. No matter the adversity, Zhang Zhun remained unfazed. In the following possession, Wade attempted to break into the paint for a layup. However, he hadn't completely shaken off Kobe, who pursued him closely, effectively disrupting the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Kobe leaped to secure the rebound, then dribbled past half-court, aiming to execute another pick and roll with Zhang Zhun. This time, the Heat were keenly aware of the impending pick and roll. The initial attempt faltered as Zhang failed to set a solid screen. Upon receiving the ball from Kobe, Zhang still struggled to shake off White Chocolate. Kobe sought to initiate another pick and roll, but Zhang gestured for him to refrain. He directed Kwame Brown to set a screen instead. Kwame stepped up, effectively blocking White Chocolate. Zhang Zhun shifted right to create space from O'Neal. Noticing that O'Neal wasn't closing in, Zhang decisively launched a 3-point shot. The ball soared gracefully through the air. Swish. Another successful attempt. 28-26. The Heat, who had once enjoyed a near double-digit lead, now found their advantage reduced to a mere 2 points. Timeout. With 2 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first quarter, it was Pat Riley's turn to call for a stoppage in play. The atmosphere in Staples was electric. Entirely invigorated by Zhang Zhun's 3-point shooting, fans leapt to their feet, cheering and shouting. Lakers players high-fived Zhang Zhun as Kobe approached him for a celebratory chest bump. Kobe said, "Zhang, I've told you, don't concern yourself with my feelings. Play at your own pace." Zhang smiled and replied, "Then I shall not hold back." Kobe nodded, appreciating the presence of such a capable ally. On the sidelines, Smush Parker sat despondently, his expression growing increasingly forlorn. Outside the Staples Center, countless fans bore witness to Zhang Zhun's spectacular 3-point shooting. This rookie was remarkable, and it seemed that he and Kobe made an excellent pairing. He had even led the team to 7 consecutive victories during Kobe's injury. The Lakers had finally found a reliable shooter, and with Zhang Zhun alongside Kobe, the latter's burden would undoubtedly lighten. Although he possesses great strength, I find his playing style unappealing. I am not fond of shooting. Rather, I admire the straightforward, powerful dunks akin to Shaquille O'Neal's approach. If his rhythm is deciphered, will he be effectively restrained? His average score during this period has been commendable. I hope it is not merely a fleeting moment, as this would alleviate any trade demands from Kobe. Lakers fans are abuzz with discussion. Barkley remarked, "Zhang Zhun has showcased his shooting prowess, piercing through the Heat's perimeter." Miller added, "This is what he must do, playing alongside Kobe. He will find numerous open opportunities for 3-pointers, as opponents will focus on containing Kobe." Upon returning from the timeout, Kobe exited the game. Under Zhang Zhun's leadership, the Lakers engaged in an electrifying contest with the Heat. The first quarter concluded with both teams tied at 33. The Lakers' second unit held an advantage over the Heat's reserves. Once O'Neal departed, the Heat's dominance in the paint dissipated. The second quarter commenced with Zhang Zhun taking a breather while Kobe led the team. Wade spearheaded the Heat, and the two battled evenly. Having just returned from injury, Kobe's close-range shooting felt solid, though his three-point shooting was lacking, prompting him to frequently drive to the basket. Wade's style was equally aggressive, relentlessly attacking the rim. Both teams' interior defenses struggled against the onslaught of these two guards. With 8:11 remaining, the score reached 41-41. The starting players re-entered the fray. On the first offensive play, Zhang Zhun brought the ball up and executed a pick-and-roll with Bynum. After the screen, O'Neal and White Chocolate converged on Zhang Zhun. Bynum's cut drew Wade's attention, leaving Kobe open for a backdoor cut. As Zhang Zhun advanced, he spotted Kobe in motion and lofted the ball towards the basket. Kobe leaped, effortlessly converting it into a powerful dunk. The crowd erupted in Staples Center as Lakers fans, long subdued, celebrated the connection between Zhang Zhun and Kobe that allowed them to take the lead. Kobe gestured appreciatively towards Zhang Zhun, acknowledging the beauty of the pass. Neither O'Neal nor White Chocolate anticipated such a pass from Zhang Zhun, leaving them momentarily stunned. O'Neal's expression hardened, and White Chocolate could feel O'Neal's simmering anger. On the sidelines, Pat Riley shouted, "Get the ball to Shaq." Barkley noted, beyond his three-point shooting, Zhang Zhun's passing is exceptional. Miller concurred, indeed. The Heat cannot solely focus on restricting his three-point shots while neglecting his passing. While he may not orchestrate the entire game, he can effectively facilitate at critical moments. As the Heat initiated their offense, White Chocolate dribbled past half court, passing to Wade, who then fed the ball to O'Neal in the post. O'Neal, backing down Bynum, found space as the other players cleared out. Bynum hesitated to contest O'Neal, who, after a powerful turn, attempted a dunk. However, a figure swiftly appeared on the other side. Thwack! Kobe emphatically blocked O'Neal's dunk. O'Neal, now slower than in his prime, fell victim to Kobe's keen instincts. The rebound was seized by Odom. Kobe, in a moment of exuberance, shouted towards the camera, ripping his jersey in celebration. O'Neal, seething with frustration, found himself powerless. Zhang Zhun, observing Kobe's defensive prowess, wiped the sweat from his brow. Clearly, Kobe's defensive skills rank among the elite for guards. Even as Bynum relinquished his defense, Kobe seized the opportunity, fully denying O'Neal's attack. Zhang Zhun recognized his own limitations in blocking such a formidable opponent, yet Kobe succeeded. He resolved to seek Kobe's insights on defense in the future. Odom advanced the ball, passing to Kobe. The moment Zhang Zhun saw Kobe receive it, he began to move. Zhang Zhun's first quarter shooting had left a lasting impression on the Heat's defense. White Chocolate and Wade were likewise drawn to Zhang Zhun's movement. Observing this, Kobe executed a lateral move and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. With a backward lean, Wade was too late to contest the shot. Swish! The ball ricocheted off the backboard and through the hoop. Following the basket, Kobe shouted at Wade, "Hey, don't lose focus when you're matched up against me." Wade, chewing on his mouthguard, could hardly help but be distracted. Zhang Zhun's precision was undeniable. Kobe had just sunk his first three-pointer of the night, and the atmosphere in Staples Center reached a new pinnacle. Zhang Weiping chuckled. Kobe must have relished seeing his opponent momentarily dumbfounded by his defense. Su Jiqing remarked, "Zhang Zhun's movement is highly intuitive. The Heat's defensive focus has been disrupted." Zhang Zhun called out to Kobe, "Keep shooting, don't hold back, old man." Kobe smiled, shaking his head. He was only 28, yet Zhang Zhun dubbed him old man. Reflecting, he realized he had been in the league for a decade. In the next possession, Wade delivered a bounce pass to the cutting James Posey, who then fed it into the paint for O'Neal. O'Neal, using his size to push Bynum aside, cautiously banked the ball into the basket. His movements were more restrained. Wary of Kobe's relentless defense, O'Neal understood that even if he managed to shake Kobe off, he could not afford to let his guard down. In the following possession, the Lakers sought to respond. Zhang Zhun dribbled past half court, passing to the right side where Kobe awaited. Zhang Zhun noticed Kobe regaining his rhythm. Wade, familiar with Kobe's tendencies, anticipated that once he found his shooting touch, he would continue firing. Receiving the ball, Kobe executed a probing dribble, then swiftly moved laterally into a jump shot from three-point range. Although Wade was close in defense, Kobe leaped high, incorporating a backward lean. Zhang Zhun admired Kobe's talent, acknowledging the extraordinary core strength he possessed. While Zhang Zhun could maneuver around defenders for a shot, He could not replicate Kobe's ability to launch a contested three-pointer. The form was still mesmerizing. Swish. Another three-pointer swished through the net. The fans leapt to their feet, erupting in cheers. The Lakers bench joined in the exuberance, shouting with enthusiasm. Barkley exclaimed, "Kobe, Kobe, he is our scoring champion this season. His scoring ability is truly explosive." Miller added, "The difficulty of that shot was immense, but he is Kobe, and that is simply his style of offense." On the court, Zhang Jun teased Kobe, "I thought you would keep setting me up for three-pointers." Kobe flashed a bright smile. "I forgot. I'll set you up next time." As they retreated on defense, both players reveled in the benefits of having a formidable teammate. Chapter 44. The Logo Show takes flight. The Miami Heat's offense commenced with White Chocolate dribbling into the frontcourt. Dwayne Wade, executing an off-ball cut, utilized Udonis Haslam's screen to penetrate the defense. Without glancing at his target, White Chocolate delivered the ball to Wade. Upon receiving, Wade skillfully executed a Eurostep, evading Lamar Odom and soaring to the basket for a graceful finish. Wade's speed was remarkable, leaving Odom with little reaction time. Wade's relentless scoring kept the Heat from being suffocated by the Lakers' perimeter pressure. The Lakers' offense unfolded as Zhang Jun brought the ball up, passing it to Kobe Bryant. Kobe's approach against Wade remained straightforward. He drove hard to the right, launching an over-the-shoulder three-pointer after a powerful step back. Having just landed 2 consecutive shots, Kobe exhibited unwavering confidence in his shooting touch. However, this attempt proved too ambitious, as Wade maintained his defensive position. The ball clanged off the rim, resulting in a chaotic scramble between Odom and Andrew Bynum beneath the basket. Shaquille O'Neal failed to secure the rebound, allowing Odom to deftly tap the ball to Kobe on the perimeter. This time, Kobe opted for ball movement rather than forcing a shot. Finding Zhang Jun at the top of the arc, Zhang feigned a three-pointer, and though White Chocolate remained grounded, his center of gravity shifted. Sensing an opportunity, Zhang exploded to the right, leaving White Chocolate trailing. O'Neal stood resolute in the Heat's paint. Zhang chose to decelerate at the free-throw line before quickly releasing a jumper. The basketball arced beautifully, like a vibrant rainbow. Swish. The Staples Center erupted with excitement. This mid-range shot extended the Lakers' lead to 6 points. As Wade passed by, he puffed out his cheeks, observing Zhang. He had anticipated an evening of rivalry against Kobe, only to find Zhang stealing the spotlight. White Chocolate wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the authenticity of Zhang's recent feint. Had he not committed to the defense, White Chocolate believed it would have been a genuine attempt. Nevertheless, he reasoned that allowing a two-pointer was preferable to a three-pointer. White Chocolate now viewed Zhang's perimeter shooting with trepidation. In his mind, he had always associated Chinese athletes with mastery in table tennis rather than basketball. Having faced many Asian players, he noted their reliance on height in the paint, while Zhang's skill set as a guard was decidedly unique. Most guards he had encountered lacked foundational skills. The Heat's offense resumed with Wade and O'Neal executing a pick-and-roll. After the screen, Wade passed to O'Neal, who faced off against Odom, charging resolutely towards the basket. He positioned himself against Odom and unleashed a thunderous dunk. The rim reverberated with the force of the impact, and Odom was left sprawled on the floor. "Oh my goodness, the Shark remains as fearsome as ever," the fans at the baseline cheered. O'Neal pounded his chest toward the camera. Zhang shook his head, witnessing the Lakers' interior defense being dismantled so ruthlessly for the first time. In previous matchups, Odom and Bynum had held their own against other teams, aided by Zhang's exceptional performances, leading to a 7-game winning streak. Yet tonight, against O'Neal, Odom and Bynum appeared utterly outmatched. O'Neal stepped to the free throw line, missing the additional free throw. Clang. Kobe soared to secure the rebound. He advanced the ball across half court before passing it to Odom, who surveyed the court from the arc. Zhang was constantly moving, and Bynum set a screen for him. Zhang received the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side, with O'Neal unable to close the gap. Zhang was already prepared to shoot as he caught the ball, releasing it with remarkable speed. So swift was his shot that even O'Neal looked bewildered. O'Neal felt he had exerted himself adequately, yet it seemed insufficient. As Zhang capitalized on a slight opening to release his shot, the basketball traced a delightful arc through the air. Swish. After the ball went in, O'Neal remained in a state of confusion, realizing that Zhang's three-point shot appeared far easier than his own dunks. Zhang's release was lightning fast, as if he could score with the slightest of openings. How could one defend against that? O'Neal felt overwhelmed by the pace of the game. The Heat's offense continued, with White Chocolate once again engaging in a pick-and-roll with O'Neal. Following the screen, White Chocolate executed a low-handed dribble, deftly maneuvering past Bynum and Zhang's defense. Kobe stepped in to assist White Chocolate, who delivered a behind-the-back pass to Wade on the perimeter. Despite Wade's inconsistent three-point shooting, he confidently took the open shot. Swish. Wade responded with a three-pointer of his own against the Lakers. The Lakers' offense resumed with Zhang bringing the ball up and passing it to Kobe. Wade's defense on Kobe was exceptional this time. Kobe, unable to force his way through, promptly returned the ball to Zhang after a series of unsuccessful drives. Zhang raised his hand, signaling for a pick. Bynum set the screen, drawing O'Neal's attention. Bynum rolled to the basket, leaving White Chocolate behind. Haslam maintained solid positioning, ready to double-team Bynum if Zhang passed him. Zhang opted to exploit his mismatch against O'Neal. The big man played close, unwilling to allow Zhang another open shot. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang faced off against O'Neal in a fierce battle. While he lacked a significant advantage over smaller guards, he found success against the lumbering center. Zhang executed a low-handed shot as O'Neal lunged forward. Zhang sidestepped, evading both defenders' rhythm. He launched another three-pointer, and O'Neal, unable to contest effectively, watched as the basketball arced through the air. Swish. Another perfect shot found its mark. Zhang Weiping remarked, "Play him like that, don't hold back." Su Jiqing added, "O'Neal is too cumbersome against Zhang. He simply cannot keep up with his pace. If given the chance, Zhang should exploit his mismatches against O'Neal." Zhang Weiping concurred. O'Neal cannot defend him. He struggles to keep pace with Zhang, allowing him to find open looks easily. Su Jiqing suggested, "Let us see how the Heat responds." Zhang is simply toying with O'Neal. Their rhythms are entirely misaligned. Zhang may not surpass many players one-on-one, but he has no trouble against O'Neal. This performance was splendid. Domestic fans buzzed with excitement. The Heat's offense continued as White Chocolate sought to execute a change of direction move against Zhang. His dribbling was dazzling, but Zhang managed to establish position. White Chocolate reached the free throw line, where Zhang applied pressure. At that moment, O'Neal cut into the paint, and White Chocolate delivered the ball inside. O'Neal, with a powerful elbow to protect the ball, rose for another emphatic dunk. The tempo today was defined by the Heat dominating the Lakers' interior, while the Lakers exploited the Heat's perimeter. After completing the dunk, O'Neal grasped the rim tightly, exerting force that caused the net to warp. Fortunately, following multiple instances of O'Neal shattering the backboard, NBA suppliers had upgraded the entire hoop system. O'Neal roared in release, and as he landed, he shot a fierce glare at Zhang. Zhang Zhun shot a glare at O'Neal, who remained unfazed, as he was not required to play inside. The Lakers' offense unfolded. Zhang Zhun dribbled past half-court, with Kobe requesting the ball on the right side, but Zhang Zhun refrained from passing. Instead, he raised his hand to signal O'Neal for a military drill. Understanding the cue, Bynum swiftly moved to set a screen against White Chocolate, then promptly vacated the area to draw White Chocolate away. O'Neal advanced to guard Zhang Zhun, using his body to apply pressure. However, with a resounding thud, Zhang Zhun showcased his nimble dribbling skills despite O'Neal's encroachment. O'Neal was too close, and Zhang Zhun executed a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly changing direction to evade O'Neal. He drove towards the basket, drawing Haslam's double team aimed at Wade. At that moment, Walton cut in along the baseline from the opposite side. Zhang Zhun delivered the ball directly to Walton, who effortlessly scored with a layup. It was a military drill for O'Neal, as Zhang Zhun repeatedly outmaneuvered him. Incredible. That is how the game is played. Kobe, casually smoking on the sidelines, watched as Zhang Zhun schooled O'Neal. O'Neal was suffering, as if Zhang Zhun was simply crossing the street. The fans buzzed with excitement. On the sidelines, Pat Riley appeared increasingly troubled. O'Neal was virtually invincible in the paint today. Yet defensively, he was being targeted by Zhang Zhun. O'Neal struggled to defend from the perimeter. What a headache. In the ensuing minutes, Zhang Zhun slightly reduced his offensive role, allowing Kobe to take charge. Kobe's efficiency was mediocre. Meanwhile, the Heat struggled to close the gap, failing to generate a scoring surge. Soon, the first half concluded with a score of 60-67. Zhang Zhun had amassed 27 points, shooting 7 of 9 from beyond the arc, alongside 5 assists. Kobe contributed 20 points. Their explosive performance enabled the Lakers to maintain a 7-point advantage at halftime. For the Heat, Wade scored 20 points while O'Neal recorded 24 points and 8 rebounds. As the players' statistics flashed on the screen, the fans erupted with excitement. This was a spectacular clash of titans. It was truly remarkable, beyond imagination. Both team superstars were on fire. No one expected Zheng Jun's scoring prowess to surpass that of Kobe. Primarily, Zheng Jun controlled the ball and exhibited excellent shooting from the perimeter today. Despite having the fewest free throws, he achieved the highest score, primarily due to his remarkable accuracy. After watching numerous games featuring Zheng Jun, it seemed as if his three-point shots would never miss. The synergy between Kobe and Zheng Jun was exceptional. One focused on scoring while the other created space. Zheng Jun played with the poise of a seasoned veteran, exuding an imposing presence on the court. On the sidelines, many Chinese fans cheered and screamed, filled with pride for Zheng Jun's outstanding performance. It is worth noting that in the United States, individuals of Asian descent are often looked down upon in such fiercely competitive arenas. Yet, Zheng Jun played like a superstar in the NBA. In Los Angeles, many amateur players, both black and white, discussed Zheng Jun's performance whenever they encountered individuals of Asian descent. Zheng Jun had ignited a frenzy in America. During halftime, as Zheng Jun passed by the sidelines, Jessica Alba excitedly reached out to high-five him. Clap. They celebrated with a jubilant slap. Zheng, be sure to give me one of your signed jerseys later, Jessica Alba exclaimed, her iconic smile brightening the moment. Zheng Jun recognized Jessica Alba, a household name in America, at just 23 years old. Her beauty was widely acknowledged, embodying a fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics, combining an air of mystery with elegance. Her facial features, including her shape, eyes, nose, lips, and skin tone, resonated with the ideals of both cultures. All right, come find me in the players' tunnel after the game. Zheng Jun nodded in agreement. Jessica Alba's smile left Zheng Jun somewhat enchanted. He was, after all, a typical man who appreciated beauty of such caliber. Of course, it was merely a primal attraction. With cameras flashing, Zheng Jun exchanged a few words before retreating to the locker room. In the CCTV broadcast studio, the two commentators noted Zheng Jun's statistics. Zhang Weiping wiped his brow with a tissue, commenting, Zheng Jun's three-point shooting percentage is astonishing, which has propelled his scoring significantly. Su Jiqing added, scoring 27 points in the first half is an explosive performance that any superstar would be proud of. Zhang Weiping remarked, Zheng Jun's rise has been meteoric. No one anticipated he could outscore both Kobe and Wade. Su Jiqing continued, if Zheng Jun puts in the effort in the second half, he might have a shot at reaching 50. Meanwhile, on foreign social media platforms, some racially biased fans expressed disdain towards Zheng Jun. Why isn't anyone challenging this guy? Let him shoot so easily. I despise three-point shots. He should go inside and face Shaq. With that small frame, he'd be knocked over by Shaq. Huh. He's just a softie. I prefer Kobe and Dwayne. Once the Heat ramps up their defensive intensity in the second half, he'll falter. Pass the ball to Kobe. Enough with the shooting. In the visitors' locker room, Pat Riley applauded and addressed the team. We played exceptionally well inside in the first half, but our perimeter defense was lacking, leading to our deficit. Thus, we must elevate our perimeter defensive intensity in the second half. We need to contain Kobe and that rookie. Pat Riley shot a stern look at White Chocolate and Wade. If the Lakers continued to rain threes on them, it would deal a significant blow to the Heat. All right. Wade was the first to respond. No problem. White Chocolate chimed in. O'Neal sat silently in front of his locker, appearing fatigued. It was no small feat to simultaneously defend both Kobe and that rookie. In the Lakers' locker room, Kobe addressed his teammates. Zheng, your outside shooting is incredibly reliable. Keep it up in the second half. We need those three-pointers. Bynum and Odom exchanged surprised glances at Kobe's praise, as he seldom complimented others, usually opting for strict guidance. Zheng Jun smiled and nodded. Coach Zin chimed in. Well done. Keep shooting like that, and we will win the game. With the encouragement from the team leader and the coach, Zheng Jun felt a surge of confidence in his shooting. The feeling of being trusted was exhilarating. Even if he missed a few shots afterward, his teammates would be more forgiving, alleviating pressure on him. Coach Zin continued, although we have a lead, we must remain vigilant. They are the best team in the East, and their inside game poses a significant threat. We must maintain our defensive intensity in the second half. Understood. The players responded enthusiastically, the lead lending a more relaxed atmosphere. As the second half commenced, both teams fielded their starting lineups once again. The Heat's dual superstars faced off against the Lakers' formidable duo. Some fans affectionately referred to Zheng Jun and Kobe as the King Bomb combination, suggesting that if both were to explode in scoring simultaneously, no team in the league could withstand them. Kobe's scoring prowess was indisputable, while Zheng Jun had demonstrated terrifying three-point capabilities in previous games. However, it was evident that Zhang Zhun's current status and accolades were still somewhat inferior compared to the other three true superstars. Thus, fans who embraced such nicknames were relatively few. The Lakers' starting frontcourt is encountering difficulties with fouls, as both Odom and Bynum are burdened with 4 fouls on the court. Alas, Shaquille O'Neal is proving to be exceedingly dominant in the paint today. The game commences. The Lakers initiate their offense. Zhang Zhun advances the ball past half court and passes it to Kobe Bryant. Kobe then delivers the ball to Odom at the free throw line. After a probing dribble, Odom faces Haslam and attempts a mid-range shot. The ball clangs loudly against the rim and bounces out. O'Neal outmuscles Bynum to secure the rebound. Now, the Heat take their turn on offense. White Chocolate brings the ball up the court. The Lakers adopt a man-to-man defense. Zhang Zhun continues to guard White Chocolate. White Chocolate first passes the ball to Dwayne Wade. Wade, closely guarded by Kobe, attempts to drive but is thwarted, returning the ball to White Chocolate. White Chocolate has not had many scoring opportunities in the first half, primarily focusing on passing. This time, he executes an audacious behind-the-back dribble combined with a low-hand change of direction to penetrate right. Zhang Zhun nearly gets beaten again, but this time he adjusts his footwork to keep pace. Zhang Zhun forces White Chocolate back. While he successfully defends against White Chocolate's personal offense, White Chocolate deftly delivers a one-handed pass through traffic to the basket. This play is exceptionally stylish, swift, and precise. James Posey cuts along the baseline, aided by a screen from O'Neal. Posey receives the pass and effortlessly finishes with a layup. The score stands at 62-67, eliciting a fervent cheer from the Staples Center crowd. Oh, Zhang Zhun shakes his head in resignation. His defense is diligent, yet containing White Chocolate's passing is an arduous task. White Chocolate's passes often defy predictability, though prone to occasional errors. When executed, they are exquisite. In terms of pass aesthetics, White Chocolate ranks among the elite in the league. Barkley remarks, "What a marvelous pass." Zhang was outsmarted. As White Chocolate observes his teammate's score, he nods at Zhang Zhun in a provocative manner. Zhang Zhun chuckles, brushing it off. It is impossible to entirely neutralize White Chocolate's plays. He cannot deliver such assists every possession, or his average assists would surely exceed 5. Such plays are a rarity. The Lakers' offense resumes. Zhang Zhun advances the ball across half court and passes to Kobe. Instead of passing to Odom, Kobe returns the ball to Zhang Zhun, signaling him with a gesture that suggests encouragement to respond. This face-to-face challenge necessitates a sharp retort. Zhang Zhun comprehends Kobe's intent. Failing to respond would invite disdain. Zhang Zhun receives the ball near the logo, with White Chocolate maintaining standard defense. Zhang Zhun fakes a drive to the right, prompting White Chocolate to instinctively shift his weight. However, Zhang Zhun opts for a swift and decisive long-range three-point shot. White Chocolate's rhythm is disrupted, and he merely raises a hand in response, unable to close the gap in time. The ball arcs gracefully through the air, reminiscent of a perfect circle drawn by a math teacher, ultimately swishing through the net. Swish. A logo shot. The Staples Center erupts in a roar. Kobe reveals a bright smile, transitioning from bewilderment to elation. Having previously viewed Zhang Zhun's logo three-pointer in game footage, witnessing it live is even more exhilarating. Kobe believes that such shooting stability from that distance is beyond his own capabilities. Wade wears a bemused expression. On the sidelines, Jessica Alba stands excitedly, blowing Zhang Zhun a kiss. Zhang Zhun draws back his left hand as if to pull a bow, while his right hand strikes a celebratory archery pose. Kobe approaches, playfully slapping Zhang Zhun on the back, exclaiming, "Zhang, that shot was impressive." Zhang Zhun responds with a grin. "Care for a bet on another three-pointer?" Kobe laughs, "Forget it. I concede." For Kobe to concede is no small feat. Wade observes the camaraderie between Kobe and Zhang Zhun with a hint of envy. Why is his offensive prowess not as formidable? Why couldn't the Heat secure such an undrafted talent? While White Chocolate's passes may dazzle at times, they do not galvanize the team to the same extent as Zhang Zhun's influence does. Chapter 45. Kobe and Zhang Zhun are both on fire. The Heat's offense is in full swing. White Chocolate continues to face Zhang Zhun, executing a series of dazzling dribbles. With a sudden burst of speed, he maneuvers past Zhang Zhun once more. Despite being beaten, Zhang Zhun doesn't relent. He pursues White Chocolate relentlessly. Feeling the pressure, White Chocolate passes the ball to Shaquille O'Neal in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Bynum hesitates to make a move. O'Neal, undeterred, drives against Bynum and scores. The score is now 64-70, with O'Neal flexing his muscles in triumph. The Lakers advance on offense. Zhang Zhun brings the ball up court. The Heat have switched defenders, and Wade steps up to guard Zhang Zhun. Kobe, noticing White Chocolate is defending him, quickly calls for the ball. James Posey, observing the situation, moves to switch on a White Chocolate. As Posey settles into position, Zhang Zhun delivers the ball to Kobe. Upon receiving it, Kobe takes a step, employing a series of shoulder fakes coupled with deceptive movements. Posey remains unfazed, yet Kobe elegantly executes a fadeaway jumper. Despite Posey's vigorous defense, Kobe remains largely unaffected, maintaining a steady rhythm as the ball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish! The crowd erupts as Kobe, with a flourish, gestures while retreating on defense. In one-on-one situations, Kobe believes no one can truly contain him. Such plays are simple. There is no need for reasoning with the opponent. The fans in Staples Center continue to cheer loudly, their excitement palpable. Kobe supporters are in high spirits. The recently recovered Kobe is in remarkable form. Zhang Zhun approaches Kobe for a high five, inquiring how he managed to score amidst such interference. Kobe replies, "Come to my house at 4 tomorrow, and I'll share the secret." Zhang Zhun responds, "But we have practice at 4 in the afternoon." Kobe flashes a bright smile, saying, "I meant 4 in the morning." The Heat's tempo is slow, and Zhang Zhun does not worry about them launching a fast break. He ponders Kobe's words, unsure if they were serious or not. Is 4 o'clock not the early morning? Is such fervor truly necessary? He decides to wait for tomorrow. Zhang Zhun quickly transitions back on defense. The Heat's offense resumes. This time, White Chocolate attempts to get past Zhang Zhun but fails, passing to Wade instead. Wade and Haslam execute a pick and roll, momentarily delaying Kobe, while Odom switches onto Wade. Wade drives toward Odom, who remains cautious. Once under the basket, Wade uses the backboard to score. Zhang Zhun watches Wade's talent with admiration. As a shooting guard, Wade's shooting skills are mediocre, but he boasts an explosive athleticism that accounts for his high scoring average. Even with a torn meniscus, he effortlessly drives to the basket. The Lakers' interior defense, though competent, struggles to contain him. The Lakers' offense continues. Zhang Zhun advances the ball, passing to Odom at the free throw line. This time, Wade does not switch on a White Chocolate. He remains focused on Kobe. Wade adopts a semi-wraparound defense, making it challenging for Kobe to receive the ball. Odom passes to Zhang Zhun, who finds himself one-on-one with White Chocolate. White Chocolate, fearing Zhang Zhun's ability, quickly closes the gap, but selective defense is crucial. If he applies too much pressure, Zhang Zhun's explosive drive becomes difficult to contain. Zhang Zhun bursts left, gaining position. Instinctively, White Chocolate turns to chase him down, but Zhang Zhun feints a drive, then steps back after a brief contact, causing White Chocolate to lose his balance. White Chocolate stumbles and falls to the floor as Zhang Zhun retreats to the three-point line. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhun takes a three-point shot. The ball seems to have an innate precision as it soars toward the hoop. Swish! The score is now 66-75, and the cheers in Staples Center grow even louder. Kobe and Zhang Zhun are both on fire, exchanging shots in a thrilling display of skill. Zhang Zhun successfully fakes out White Chocolate with a smooth step-back maneuver, showcasing his refined technique. Fans chatter excitedly. "Zhang, I love you, look here." Jessica Alba exclaims enthusiastically, her arms forming a megaphone. Zhang Zhun, passing by, hears her shout and smiles, which only amplifies her excitement. Western fans express their emotions candidly. Joy is vocalized openly. Barkley remarks, "An unbelievable move. He completely faked out Jason, and the Heat's perimeter defense is struggling tonight." Miller adds, "The most impressive part is that after such intricate moves, he maintains his shooting consistency." On the court, White Chocolate, having been faked out by Zhang Zhun, is not pleased, but he knows he must keep his composure. He brings the ball up court and passes to Wade. Wade, facing Kobe, continues the pick and roll with Haslam, who momentarily slows Kobe down. Wade drives in, drawing a double team before passing to Posey in the corner. Posey releases a three-pointer. Swish! Posey's shooting touch is remarkably consistent. Tonight, he is reliable both inside and out. The Lakers' offense resumes. This time, White Chocolate pressures Zhang Zhun right from the backcourt. Bynum opts to pass to Odom, allowing him to facilitate the offense. With Zhang Zhun and Kobe carrying the load, Bynum and Odom face minimal pressure on the offensive end. They merely need to fulfill their roles. Odom passes the ball back to the hot-handed Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun, just outside the three-point line, executes a step-back move, feigning a shot. His feint is convincing. Yet White Chocolate dares not relax his defense. As White Chocolate's balance shifts, Zhang Zhun seizes the opportunity to drive left once more. However, this time, aware of Zhang Zhun's step back, White Chocolate is less aggressive in his pursuit, wary of being faked out again. Zhang Zhun drives to the free throw line, attracting O'Neal's attention. He deftly dishes the ball to Bynum, who is unguarded under the basket. Bynum catches the ball with both hands and slams it into the hoop with exuberance. The rim shakes as he hangs on the basket, embodying a pendulum in motion. Bynum roars, releasing his pent-up frustration. Scoring against O'Neal tonight has proven to be a rare feat after landing. He gestures to Zhang Zhun in acknowledgement. The Heat's offense unfolds. White Chocolate passes to Wade, who then feeds the ball to Posey in the low post. Posey, unable to find an ideal shot against Walton, quickly passes it back out. White Chocolate receives the ball, swiftly executing a change of direction to secure his position. White Chocolate's ability to navigate past defenders is impressive, though Zhang Zhun struggles to contain him. Nevertheless, the primary distinction between White Chocolate and Zhang Zhun lies in their finishing ability. White Chocolate lacks the same level of effectiveness under pressure. As White Chocolate sought to pass the ball to O'Neal while racing forward, his intentions were thwarted by Bynum, who deftly tapped the ball, altering its trajectory. The basketball barely grazed O'Neal's fingertips before veering out of bounds, a costly turnover for the Heat. O'Neal cast a reproachful glance at White Chocolate, who acknowledged his mistake with a pat on his chest. White Chocolate's propensity for errant passes contributed to the perception that he was not an adept point guard. A playmaker's passes must not only be visually appealing, but also facilitate team momentum. Meanwhile, the Lakers' offense thrived, with fans at the Staples Center erupting in cheers. Odom passed the ball to Kobe, who executed a swift crossover and penetrated the paint, only to encounter O'Neal's defensive presence. Kobe quickly dished the ball to Zhang Zhun, who received it and effortlessly maneuvered past White Chocolate. Zhang Zhun, holding the ball on the right, charged forward as Wade approached from the opposite side for support. Aware that a direct confrontation could lead to Wade's defense, Zhang Zhun slowed his pace, altering his rhythm as he dribbled within the paint. Subsequently, Zhang Zhun feigned a pass, drawing Wade closer before executing a deft move to evade him once more. With O'Neal stationed beneath the basket, Zhang Zhun circled around him, releasing a turnaround jumper that descended into the net with precision. The point difference between the two teams swelled into double digits. Zhang Zhun's execution was nothing short of elegant, having outmaneuvered 3 defenders and toyed with the Heat's defensive setup. Neither Wade nor O'Neal could contain him. A timeout was called by Pat Riley, who bellowed for more physicality in defense. His frustration was palpable as he could not tolerate Zhang Zhun's fluid navigation through the paint. O'Neal felt similarly constrained, yearning to impose physicality on Zhang Zhun, yet the latter's agility continually eluded him. Wade shared this sentiment, while everyone recognized Zhang Zhun's average physicality. Engaging him directly proved to be a daunting task. Zhang Zhun was acutely aware of his weaknesses and tactfully avoided confrontations. Zhang Zhun, DJ roared, as the large screen replayed Zhang Zhun's highlights, eliciting waves of applause from the crowd. Kobe approached Zhang Zhun, embracing him and praising, "Zhang, splendid work." Kobe had not experienced such ease against formidable opponents in a long time. Previously, he had been the focal point of defenses, lacking support. Now, he relished the benefits of having a formidable ally by his side. Upon returning to the bench, Zhang Zhun was met with celebration from his teammates. Odom and Walton enthusiastically congratulated him, exclaiming how impressively he had toyed with the defenders. The Lakers players were animatedly demonstrating the moves that had just transpired. On social media, fans erupted with excitement, marveling at Zhang Zhun's dexterity and flair as he bewildered White Chocolate, evaded Wade, and outmaneuvered O'Neal. Incredible, simply incredible, was the unanimous expression of astonishment among the fans. While White Chocolate possessed remarkable ball-handling skills, Zhang Zhun's subsequent decision-making eclipsed him. Zhang Zhun's flashy moves were not just for show, they were effective in securing points. Pat Riley's frustration was evident as he struggled to contain Zhang Zhun's unexpected breakout performance. Zhang Zhun was on the verge of reaching a remarkable 50 points that night, while Kobe appeared almost invisible alongside him. Fans continued to flood social media with their reactions. As the timeout concluded, the Heat initiated their offense with a pick and roll involving White Chocolate and O'Neal. Following the switch, Bynum and Zhang Zhun exchanged defensive assignments. White Chocolate delivered the ball to O'Neal, who found himself positioned between the free throw line and the paint, ready to assert dominance. However, Zhang Jun opted to foul, sending O'Neal to the charity stripe. O'Neal, frustrated by the foul, attempted to retaliate against Zhang Jun, but to no avail. He missed his first free throw, while the second grazed the rim before falling through. The Lakers' offense surged as Zhang Jun and Bynum executed a pick and roll. Zhang Jun attempted to pass to Bynum, but the latter was unprepared. O'Neal then collided with Bynum and intercepted the ball. Wade made a cut from the opposite side, and O'Neal delivered the ball to him. Wade swiftly finished with a layup, converting the opportunity. With the Heat tightening their defense, Zhang Jun consciously reduced his offensive frequency, deferring to Kobe for scoring. Kobe drove into the paint, executing a layup with composure. After a couple of possessions, Zen Master substituted Zhang Jun for a breather. Kobe continued to generate offense, sinking a mid-range jumper following a pick. His performance remained consistent, ensuring the Lakers retained their lead even in Zhang Jun's absence. The Heat maintained a significant advantage in the paint, as Odom and Bynum found themselves schooled by O'Neal, who dominated inside. Time swiftly progressed to the final 3 minutes of the third quarter. Following a timeout called by Zen Master, Zhang Jun re-entered the game, replacing Kobe. The score stood at 82-87. Returning from the timeout, both teams deployed their second units. The Heat substituted O'Neal and White Chocolate for Mourning and Payton. Had these two been in their prime, the Lakers, with both Zhang Jun and Kobe, would have faced a formidable challenge. However, both players were now in the twilight of their careers. With Kobe off the court, the Heat felt an air of relief, even though Zhang Jun's prowess was formidable. His presence lacked the intimidation that Kobe had long instilled. The Lakers introduced Smush Parker, who found himself in a precarious position with reduced playing time. Zen Master had designated him to facilitate for Zhang Jun. Parker knew that failure to execute the game plan could lead to his dismissal. As the Lakers advanced, Parker orchestrated the offense while being guarded by Payton, whose influence had waned significantly. With retirement looming after the season, Payton found it relatively easy to defend Parker, who struggled with organizational skills and found it challenging to create effective offensive plays. Nevertheless, the Lakers didn't require him to act as the primary initiator. Zhang Jun used Kwame Brown's off-ball screen to shake off Wade's defense, receiving the ball in transition. Mourning had switched to guard Zhang Jun, and the crowd erupted in cheers at the prospect of this matchup. "Zhang, take him on. No mercy," the fans chanted, urging Zhang Jun to exploit the mismatch. Mourning, fully aware of the stakes, approached the encounter with caution, refraining from any banter. As he observed from the sidelines, he found it challenging to contend with Zhang Jun. Had he been a few years younger, he might have managed to hold his own, but now, he felt even less assured. Zhang Jun executed a probing dribble, attempting to shift Mourning's center of gravity. Mourning extended his arms, pressing towards Zhang Jun, hoping to impose some physical pressure. With a sudden clash, Zhang Jun lost a semblance of control over his body. He barely maintained possession of the ball, quickly pivoting and accelerating past Mourning. Both Wade and Posey aimed to sandwich Zhang Jun, yet before they could complete their encirclement, he lofted the ball high into the air. Kwame Brown surged along the baseline, seizing the basketball with a single-handed grip and forcefully slamming it down. The rim reverberated. Zhang Jun continued to deliver successful assists. The score stood at 82-89. "Well done, just like that. A splendid performance." Kobe rose from the sidelines, cheering for Zhang Jun. With Zhang Jun on the court, Kobe felt significantly more at ease. Unlike before, when his absence would lead teammates to dig their own graves. Mourning, too, felt a tinge of frustration. He had not anticipated how effortlessly Zhang Jun could dismantle the Heat's defense. Although the Heat had managed to stifle Zhang Jun's scoring in this possession, they failed to contain his passing. Kwame Brown approached Zhang Jun to celebrate with a high five. Chapter 46. Various strategies to overwhelm the Heat's defense. Zhang Ku and his partner display their might. The Heat's offense commenced with Payton dribbling the ball into the front court. Rather than orchestrating tactical plays, he directly passed the ball to Wade. Faced with Zhang Jun's defense, Wade momentarily dribbled to the left before swiftly changing direction to the right, powering through Zhang Jun. Anticipating Wade's attack route, Zhang Jun quickly shifted to his position. However, with a resounding thud, Wade forcefully created space with his body, making his way to the basket. He then confronted Kwame Brown, executing a strong layup to score. The score read 84-89. As Wade retreated on defense, he remarked to Zhang Jun, "Rookie, you need to toughen up, you're too weak." In Wade's eyes, Zhang Jun was merely a novice, someone he felt compelled to mentor. Zhang Jun shrugged and replied, Thanks for the reminder. Wade smiled, sensing the contrast between Zhang Jun and Kobe's personalities. Although Wade and Kobe maintained a seemingly amicable relationship, their on-court exchanges were filled with competitive banter. In contrast, Zhang Jun exhibited a more amiable demeanor. Nonetheless, Wade recognized that Zhang Jun's easygoing nature did not imply a lack of ferocity when it came to the game. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Smush Parker advanced the ball across half-court without needing to dribble, thus slightly conserving Zhang Jun's energy. Zhang Jun continuously moved, with Wade closely trailing him. Zhang Jun signaled for an off-ball screen, and Odom attempted to block Wade but was unsuccessful. Kwame Brown managed to set a solid screen, allowing Zhang Jun to receive the ball from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Mourning switched to defend against Zhang Jun. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Jun executed a quick fake for a three-point shot. Despite having just been outmaneuvered by Zhang Jun, Mourning instinctively rushed to contest. Zhang Jun feigned the shot, dribbled right, and easily surpassed Mourning. Zhang Jun's drive was instinctive, and Wade's help defense was delayed. Zhang Jun confronted the rim against Posey. He took a step and leaped, with Posey synchronously jumping to contest. Posey aimed to swat the ball, but Zhang Jun deftly evaded him, gliding to the left for a layup using a reverse bank shot. The ball spun off the backboard and swished through the net. The score changed to 84-91. Zhang Jun fell to the ground upon completing the shot, but quickly rose to transition back on defense. As he passed by Wade, he quipped, "Your defense needs improvement. Getting past you feels like crossing a street." Wade felt somewhat embarrassed, recognizing that this was Zhang Jun's retort to his earlier comment. The Staples Center fans erupted in cheers for Zhang Jun's impressive bank shot. Mourning had once again been outplayed, now feeling the pressure of being isolated by Zhang Jun. It seemed no center would relish facing Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun excelled at exploiting mismatches, leaving Mourning with little dignity. Fans speculated on the situation, with Su Jiqing commenting, "Coach Zhang, Mourning's defensive skills should be commendable. Why is he being so easily outmaneuvered by Zhang Jun?" Zhang Weiping replied, "It's primarily because of Zhang Jun's intimidating three-point shooting. As soon as he feigns a shot, Mourning has to commit. And any shift in Mourning's balance is an opening for Zhang Jun. Furthermore, Mourning's athleticism has declined." Su Jiqing remarked, "Zhang Jun isn't known for his speed. Why does he appear so quick?" Zhang Weiping explained, "Zhang Jun's speed may not match that of many elite guards, but his explosiveness is commendable, coupled with exceptional agility and ball handling skills. Thus, exploiting mismatches against Mourning feels effortless. Zhang Jun holds the advantage in such matchups." As the commentators spoke, the game continued. The Heat's offense resumed with Payton dribbling into the frontcourt and passing the ball to Wade. This time, Wade aimed to outmaneuver Zhang Jun immediately upon receiving the ball, but was thwarted by Zhang Jun's quick defense. Mourning stepped up to set a screen, allowing Wade to slip past Zhang Jun. Wade's speed faltered as he used his body to shield Zhang Jun, backing down in search of an opportunity. As Mourning rolled, Wade delivered a low pass to him. Mourning hesitated momentarily, faking before attempting to rise for a shot against Kwame Brown. However, Zhang Jun swiftly intercepted the ball with remarkable speed. As a single player, Zhang Jun exhibited astonishing hand speed, cleanly stealing the ball. Odom regained possession and advanced it over half-court. Positioned at the top of the arc, he signaled for a play, with Zhang Jun moving to receive the handoff. Wade was once again drawn away by Odom, leaving Haslem to defend Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun signaled for an isolation play, prompting the players on both sides to spread out. Haslem clapped his hands, raising them towards Zhang Jun, declaring, "Rookie, if you dare drive, I will bring you down." Although Haslem had always been a role player, he played with great tenacity, embodying a strong personality and serving as a leader in the Heat's locker room. As the team faced adversity, Haslem sought to lead by example. Zhang Jun disregarded Haslem's words and began to dribble, changing direction. With a series of rapid dribbles, Zhang Jun increased his pace, forcing Haslem to adjust his balance. Haslem was uncertain whether Zhang Jun intended to drive or shoot, leaving him on edge. Zhang Jun dribbled to the left, with Haslem shadowing him, before swiftly switching to the right. In a display of agility, Zhang Jun executed a swift crossover. Haslem was a beat too slow and failed to keep up with Zhang Jun's rhythm. Zhang Jun accelerated past Haslem on the right side. Haslem attempted to grab him but came up empty, watching helplessly as Zhang Jun drove into the lane. Unyielding, Zhang Jun faced Mourning and executed a floater. Had it been the younger Mourning, Zhang Jun would have hesitated to attempt such a shot, fearing rejection. However, recognizing Morning's diminished vertical leap, Zhang Jun confidently released the ball, which gracefully arched over Morning's fingertips and sank into the basket. Swish. The score shifted to 84-93, with the Staples Center's DJ exuberantly announcing Zhang Jun's achievement. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, with Kobe once again waving a towel in celebration. Zhang Jun's scoring efficiency was remarkable. His scoring style contrasted with Kobe's reliance on creating contact for fouls. Zhang Jun instead utilized technical prowess to create space for his shots. This method allowed him to accumulate points swiftly. Even in Kobe's absence, the Lakers maintained their lead under Zhang Jun's guidance. As time dwindled to 33 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Heat's offense resumed. Payton dribbled into the front court, managing the clock. With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Payton executed a bounce pass to the cutting Wade. Zhang Jun maintained his position, yet Wade surged forward, drawing the attention of Odom's help defense. Wade quickly passed the ball to the opposite side, finding Haslam, who finished with a swift layup. The Lakers prepared for their next offensive possession, with 12 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Odom was poised to inbound the ball from the baseline. Zhang Jun dribbled the ball into the front court, aware of the ticking clock. With just 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he sprang into action, seeking an opportunity to penetrate the defense. Shifting to the right, Zhang eluded the defender Payton and broke through to the paint, drawing the help defense. He then passed the ball to Odom, who swiftly transferred it to Smush Parker. Completely unguarded, Parker took a mid-range shot that ricocheted off the rim, his long absence from shooting evident. In the final second, Kwame Brown escaped Morning and leaped from the ground. Reaching for the basketball, with a gentle tap, the ball swished through the net. The Lakers entered the final quarter with a 9-point lead. Zhang's personal tally soared to 42 points, marking an exceptionally efficient offensive display. His stellar performance ensured that even in Kobe's absence, the Lakers maintained their lead. As Zhang returned to the bench, his teammates greeted him with high fives, and a smile graced Kobe's face. Everyone understood that even with Kobe back on the court, Zhang could still shine. Rather than being an obstacle, Kobe's presence allowed Zhang to play with greater ease than in the previous 2 or 3 matches. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Zen Master opted to give Zhang a brief respite, handing the reins over to Kobe. The Heat, unable to substitute Wade, kept him in the game, with O'Neal also returning to the court. Right from the start of the fourth quarter, O'Neal drew back-to-back fouls on Odom, who, already with 4 fouls, was unable to be replaced before being fouled out. Without Odom, the Lakers found themselves in a situation where Kobe had to go it alone. The Heat, resolute in attacking the interior, reaped rewards on nearly every possession. With 8 minutes and 12 seconds left, the score stood at 96-100, shrinking the Lakers' lead to just 4 points. Following a timeout called by Zen Master, Zhang and Bynum were brought back onto the court. Zhang dribbled into the front court, signaling for a screen from Bynum. However, Bynum inadvertently knocked down the defender, leading to a foul call. Frustrated, Zen Master swiftly pulled Bynum from the game, as he had already accrued 5 fouls and could not return until the last 5 minutes. Bynum was exasperated. The Lakers' interior defense had been excessively foul-prone. With Odom out, and Bynum also in foul trouble, Kwame Brown was the only option left. O'Neal's might was undeniable, especially with Wade repeatedly driving in and drawing fouls, which put immense pressure on the Lakers' interior defense. Zhang and Kobe needed to ignite a scoring spree, otherwise, the game could slip away. The fans at home grew anxious watching this unfold. Kwame Brown could hardly believe he had just been substituted out, only to be called back in. Luckily, he still had 3 fouls remaining. Kobe's expression was grim. Without a strong presence in the paint, the game would be challenging. Zen Master chose not to position Kwame at center, but instead brought in Chris Mim, a 13-meter-tall, 125-kilogram role player with average offensive efficiency and defense. Initially, he had averaged 8 points and 6 rebounds per game before a prolonged injury kept him out of rotation in recent matches. The Heat commenced their offensive play. White Chocolate dribbled up the court and passed to Wade, who faced Kobe one-on-one. Wade struggled against Kobe's elite defense, attempting to penetrate but failing. He then passed back to White Chocolate, who attempted to drive past Zhang. However, White Chocolate underestimated the challenge. His physicality paled in comparison to Wade's. Zhang stood firm against the confrontation, executing a clean steal with precision. His long wingspan and sharp instincts made for an impressive defensive display, as he thwarted White Chocolate's efforts. The fans at Staples Center applauded Zhang's vigorous defensive attitude. Though his physique was somewhat slender, he was far from a defensive liability. He proved a formidable challenge for any opponent. The game continued, and after successfully stealing the ball, Zhang opted not to push for a fast break, recognizing the Heat's swift transition defense. As he advanced, the Heat's players heightened their alertness, fully aware of Zhang's burgeoning prowess. Although not yet an all-star, he exuded the intimidating aura of one. Upon reaching the front court, Zhang faced White Chocolate's outstretched arms. He attempted to maneuver past but failed. As Mim and Kwame Brown moved up to support, White Chocolate found himself trapped. Zhang, with the ball on his right side, penetrated the defense, drawing Wade's attention and leaving Kobe open. Zhang delivered a pass to Kobe, who capitalized on this rare opportunity for an unpressured shot. Kobe executed a lateral dribble and launched a mid-range jumper that rattled the rim before falling through. The score shifted to 96 to 102, and Zhang's assist drew Kobe's acknowledgement as he waved his finger in appreciation. As time elapsed, Kobe's satisfaction with Zhang's performance grew. Despite Zhang's remarkable scoring efficiency, he remained unselfish, seizing opportunities to pass. Their synergy quelled the Heat's momentum, which had been gaining steam. Zhang Weiping remarked that this was the connection fans had long awaited, both players leveraging their prowess to create opportunities for each other. Su Jiqing concurred, noting Kobe's exceptional ability to capitalize on such chances, which he hadn't enjoyed in a while. The Heat resumed their offense. White Chocolate, now wary, opted against challenging Zhang directly. Instead, he lobbed the ball to Wade in the low post, who went up against Kobe. Wade executed a turnaround jumper, but Kobe managed to disrupt the shot, which hit the rim. Mim successfully boxed out O'Neal, allowing Kwame to secure the rebound. He passed to Kobe, who brought the ball up the court. Zhang, positioning himself on the opposite side, drew significant defensive attention. This allowed Kobe to exploit a one-on-one opportunity against Wade. Instead of passing to Zhang, Kobe executed a low dribble to the free throw line, stopping abruptly to take a close-range shot. Though Wade's defense was present, Kobe's shooting ability surpassed Wade's defensive prowess, resulting in a precise basket. The score moved to 96 to 104, and Barkley noted that Kobe's consecutive scoring was crucial in maintaining the Lakers' advantage. Miller added that the Heat struggled to defend against two perimeter scorers effectively. While the scoreboard replayed the action repeatedly, Kobe's offensive and defensive prowess was nothing short of spectacular. The Miami Heat's offense was relentless, yet it was Kobe's defense that continued to shine. He intercepted a pass from Dwayne Wade intended for Shaquille O'Neal. In a swift counterattack, Kobe dribbled the ball up court and passed it to the opposite side to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun's instinct for fast breaks was exceptional. Upon receiving the pass, he promptly fed Walton, who was making a timely cut down the middle. Walton soared for a layup, successfully scoring. The score stood at 96 to 106, with the point differential now exceeding 10. In the backcourt, O'Neal appeared dejected as he slammed the ball in frustration. The Heat resumed their offensive play. In this possession, after a series of passes, Wade found himself mismatched against Zhang Jun. Wade utilized his strength to back down towards the basket. Kwame Brown provided help defense, prompting Wade to dish the ball to O'Neal. O'Neal, upon receiving the ball, pivoted with the intent to dunk. However, Mims, displaying his experience, fouled O'Neal, sending him to the free throw line. O'Neal was visibly frustrated as he missed his first attempt but converted the second. The score was now 97 to 106. The Lakers initiated their offensive play. Zhang Jun advanced the ball to the front court, where Kobe called for it in the low post. Zhang Jun delivered the ball to him, and Kobe positioned himself to back down Wade. Bam! Bam! The sound of their physical battle echoed as Kobe spun past Wade, attracting O'Neal's double team. Zhang Jun, undeterred, made a decisive cut from the side. Kobe passed the ball to Zhang Jun, who executed a smooth jump shot during his stride. The ball effortlessly banked off the backboard and into the hoop. The score now read 97 to 108. With a celebratory high five, Zhang Jun and Kobe reveled in their undeniable chemistry on the court. Chapter 47. This is Curry. The hoop appeared as vast as the ocean. Zhang Weiping remarked, Kobe's passing is exquisite. He has been keenly observing Zhang Jun's movements. Su Jiqing added, Kobe is intentionally setting up Zhang Jun. It's not that he cannot pass, but rather that he chooses when to do so. Both commentators were extolling the prowess of Kobe and Zhang Jun on the court. Their current allegiance lay with the Lakers. The Heat launched an offensive. O'Neal successfully established position in the low post, and Wade lofted the ball high. Bang! Bang! O'Neal barreled into Mims, overpowering him. After taking 2 steps, O'Neal forcefully pivoted beneath the basket. Zhang Jun attempted to double-team O'Neal, striving to intercept the ball, but to no avail. Mims was too late to commit a foul. O'Neal grasped the ball with one hand, leaping to emphatically slam it down. The score read 99-108. O'Neal roared at the camera, releasing his frustrations. Each dunk expressed his discontent with the Lakers. O'Neal's and Kobe's brazen demeanor was unmistakable. He could not swallow his indignation. The Lakers initiated their offensive. Zhang Jun advanced the ball to the frontcourt. Wade opted to switch onto White Chocolate, personally guarding Zhang Jun. Kobe initially intended to isolate White Chocolate, but Zhang Jun signaled for a pick. Observing this, Kobe swiftly moved to block Wade. Zhang Jun had earned Kobe's respect, and Kobe would heed Zhang Jun's directives. Zhang Jun maneuvered laterally, drawing in defenders. Kobe cut downwards, and Zhang Jun delivered a bounce pass to him. Kobe surged forward, attacking O'Neal in the paint. Gritting his teeth, Kobe engaged in the confrontation. Bang! O'Neal's defense was somewhat passive. He attempted to block Kobe, but failed. Clap! O'Neal struck Kobe's arm. Kobe maintained a firm grip on the ball, unaffected by the impact, and released a bank shot as he descended. Beep! Bang! Swish! Kobe showcased his extraordinary hang-time ability, compelling O'Neal into a 3-point play. Zhang Jun watched in admiration. Had he challenged O'Neal, he would surely have been knocked aside. Yet, Kobe managed to score despite O'Neal's foul. The difficulty of that shot was monumental. Kobe bared his teeth, tugged at his jersey, and gestured with his arms in celebration. The Staples Center erupted once more. O'Neal, visibly frustrated, attempted to explain his actions to the referee, who remained unresponsive. It had been a long time since Kobe played with such ease. Zhang Jun's offensive presence was formidable, allowing Kobe to receive such passes. O'Neal found himself at a disadvantage, hurriedly rushing to provide help defense, only to be overwhelmed by Kobe. The pick-and-roll between Zhang Jun and Kobe was devastating. Defenders had no inkling of how they would proceed. Both possessed shooting and driving capabilities. How could they be contained? Fans buzzed with speculation. Wade, too, was panting. He believed he could manage to contain either Zhang Jun or Kobe alone, but the duo's pick-and-roll left him perplexed. Kobe stepped to the free-throw line. After a deep breath to compose himself, he released the shot with precision, converting the free throw. The score now stood at 99-111. Timeout. White Chocolate called for a halt after crossing half-court. Pat Riley directed Wade. Dwayne, we need you to intensify your drives. Shaq, we need a stronger presence in the paint. We shouldn't have allowed Kobe to convert that 3-point play. Riley candidly demanded more from his 2 stars. Wade nodded, his temperament not inclined to defiance. Whatever Riley said was gospel. O'Neal, suppressing his frustration, furrowed his brow and replied, understood. He was displeased with Riley's stringent expectations. Believing the recent defensive lapse was not solely his fault, but rather a failure to contain the pick-and-roll on the perimeter. Riley continued, we must swiftly switch on the pick-and-roll involving Zhang and Kobe, denying them outside shots and forcing them into the paint to challenge Shaq. Our advantage lies within. Despite trailing by 10 points, Riley remained unwilling to concede defeat. Having finally sidelined the Lakers' Twin Towers, they needed to seize the opportunity. On the Lakers bench, the atmosphere was relaxed, a stark contrast to the pregame seriousness. Kobe cheerfully encouraged Zhang Jun. Zhang, keep playing your game. Kobe relished the benefit of having a formidable point guard by his side, a comfort he had never experienced before. No longer burdened with ball-handling responsibilities, the ball remained a constant thread in his hands, alleviating concerns of turnovers. Odom added, exactly. Don't hesitate about your shot selections. We're all behind you. To many fans and analysts, Zhang Jun's shooting style seemed unconventional, even excessively audacious. Yet, both Kobe and Odom were supportive of him. Zhang Jun nodded. When momentum shifts positively, everything appears delightful. Phil Jackson remained silent, smiling from the sidelines. The timeout concluded swiftly. The Heat resumed their offensive. Payton replaced White Chocolate, as Riley sought to test this new perimeter combination to potentially limit Zhang Jun and Kobe. Payton dribbled at the arc, executing a play before passing to Wade. Wade signaled for O'Neal to set a screen. O'Neal stepped up to block Kobe. Mims shifted to guard Wade. Bang! Bang! Wade executed a series of swift crossovers. Mims focused on preventing Wade's drive, well aware of his explosive first step. However, after assessing Mims' defense, Wade decisively opted for a 3-point jumper. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Mims was drawn out, while while Kwame Brown struggled to contain O'Neal. O'Neal secured the offensive rebound, but found himself in an awkward position to score. He dished the ball back out. Wade attempted another three-pointer. This time, bang. Swish. The basketball struck the rim and fell through. The score was now 102 to 111. Wade was on fire, marking his fourth three-pointer of the evening, a rare occurrence for him. After seeing the ball go in, Wade took a deep breath. The Lakers initiated their offense. Zhang Zhun faced Payton at the arc after a series of dribbles. He attempted a three-point shot, but missed. The ball bounced to Wade, who launched a swift counterattack. Zhang Zhun committed a foul in a desperate attempt to defend against the fast break, yet Wade converted the basket. Beep. Another three-point play. Wade let out a triumphant shout. The score was 104 to 111. Barkley exclaimed, "Hey, just as I was about to praise Zhang, he gets hit with a three-point play." Miller remarked, "That was Zhang's rhythm. He simply missed the shot, and it fortuitously landed in Dwayne's hands." Barkley retorted, "There's no such thing as fortune or if only." On the court, Zhang Zhun patted his chest and raised his hand, acknowledging his responsibility for the play. Zhang Zhun does not score with every shot. He occasionally misses. Odom and Kobe exchanged a resigned smile. Just moments ago, they had praised Zhang Zhun from the sidelines, only for him to miss a long-range three-pointer, leading to a counterattack. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhun's nearly 63-point shooting percentage over the past 7 games clearly indicates that whenever he attempts a shot from beyond the arc, he poses a significant threat to the opposition. This particular miss does not warrant any blame. Wade missed his free throw, and Kwame Brown secured the rebound. The Lakers initiated their offense as Zhang Zhun dribbled past half-court. James Posey and Payton converged to double-team Zhang Zhun, while Wade continued to defend Kobe. The Heat opted to leave Walton unguarded, applying pressure on the Lakers' perimeter defense. Although Zhang Zhun had just missed a shot, they could not afford to let him continue his offensive momentum. If he regained his rhythm, it would be difficult for them to withstand. Zhang Zhun chose not to force a shot himself, instead passing the ball decisively to the open Walton. Walton, who had scored 4 points through cuts today, had limited shooting opportunities. Faced with the wide-open space the Heat offered him, Walton's shot from the perimeter also failed to find the mark. In the subsequent possessions, the Lakers' offensive efficiency slightly declined, while the Heat steadily accumulated points. The game quickly approached the final 3 minutes, with the score standing at 115 to 118. Zen Master called for a timeout. One must commend the resilience of the Heat. Under Pat Riley's guidance, they functioned like a cohesive unit. Both Kobe and Zhang Zhun sought to widen the score gap, but Zhang Zhun was hindered by the double team, and Kobe was aggressively targeted by Wade during this stretch, leaving the Lakers at a loss for a strategic breakthrough. Significantly, both of the Lakers' twin towers were seated on the bench, and Odom quickly fouled out after a brief appearance. The Lakers' interior defense relied solely on 2 role players. Domestic fans began to view the Lakers as their home team, with Zhang Zhun's presence amplifying Kobe's popularity. The Lakers had now surpassed the Rockets in terms of fan enthusiasm. In this tense moment, the fans' anxiety became palpable. Unlike the loyal supporters from small towns, the audience at Staples Center exhibited a quieter demeanor when the team faced difficulties. Barkley remarked, "The Lakers are in trouble. Let's see how they respond." Miller added, "Shaq and Dwayne's interior offense is overwhelming, leaving the Lakers struggling to cope." Barkley continued, "Their ability to narrow the score is largely due to solid defense. They have been double-teaming Zhang, and with Luke's poor shooting, Phil tried substituting Sasha, but that yielded no results." Miller suggested, "Let us see if Kobe steps up in a timely manner." The timeout concluded, but soon after, Kwame Brown committed a foul while setting a screen, knocking Payton down, and the possession shifted back to the Heat. Misfortune compounded for the Lakers, as their struggles did not improve post-timeout. The Heat regained possession, and Wade brought the ball up. Payton instinctively moved forward to set a screen, leaving Zhang Zhun to deal with Wade. Zhang Zhun spread his arms wide, lowering his center of gravity, focusing on defending against Wade's drive. Wade could penetrate equally well with either hand, so Zhang Zhun had to be exceptionally cautious, ensuring he left no significant openings. Wade attempted a deceptive move to drive past Zhang Zhun on the right side, but was unsuccessful. Zhang Zhun's lateral movement effectively blocked Wade's path. Wade adjusted his dribble to the left side, and Zhang Zhun swiftly shifted to intercept him again. Twice, Zhang Zhun forced Wade back. Anticipating that Wade would soon rely on his physicality, Zhang Zhun elevated his center of gravity and charged towards Wade. Just as Zhang Zhun predicted, Wade collided with him. Bang! Zhang Zhun quickly stood his ground. Wade's collision sent him crashing to the floor. Beep. The referee called an offensive foul on Wade. Wade handed the ball to the referee without contesting the call. Zhang Zhun lay on the ground, celebrating by pumping his fist. Kobe lifted him up, patting his shoulder and saying, "Well done." Kobe understood how challenging it was to defend against Wade. His explosive style did not imply frequent offensive fouls. As Wade's gameplay was clever and versatile, Zhang Zhun's defense on this play was commendable. Zhang Weiping remarked, "Zhang Zhun's defense was outstanding. He made Wade struggle. Let us see if this becomes the turning point for both teams." Su Jiqing noted, "The Lakers have been at a disadvantage for much of the final quarter. Let us see if they can reverse the tide now." On the court, the Lakers resumed their offense. Zhang Zhun dribbled to the front court, once again facing a double team. This time, he did not pass to the open Walton, but instead found Kobe on the opposite side. Kwame Brown set a screen for Kobe, who promptly maneuvered low to evade Wade on the left side. The Heat's defense faltered, and Kobe charged forward. He surged up, with Wade attempting to catch up from behind, but was unable to stop him. Kobe, carrying Wade, executed a basket and drew the foul. The Staples Center erupted with excitement. Kobe landed and yelled into the camera, "Ah." His play was exceptionally forceful, completing the and-one against Wade. This was the essence of Kobe. His aggressive scoring ability was something Zhang Zhun had yet to develop. When faced with high-pressure defense, Zhang Zhun's ball-handling skills were not as resolute as Kobe's. Dwayne Wade had exerted himself to the fullest, yet he found himself powerless to stop Kobe. The Lakers fans roared with exhilaration, as the team had been somewhat stifled during this period. Zhang Weiping smiled and said, "No one knows where Kobe's limits lie. He always rises to the occasion when the team needs him, and Zhang Zhun's pass was excellent. He believes in Kobe. Impressive." Zhang Zhun could not help but exclaim in excitement. Watching on television before, he had not appreciated the difficulty of Kobe's plays, but now, as an NBA player, Zhang Zhun understood the immense challenge. Wade's strength was formidable. He charged towards Kobe, yet still could not impede him. This play was even more difficult than when Kobe powered through Shaq. Wade and Kobe exchanged banter. "You're like an alien." Kobe retorted, "Mamba, I am the Black Mamba. Not some extraterrestrial." Swish. Kobe confidently sank the free throw. 115 to 121. The Heat's offense commenced. Wade dribbled the ball to the front court, aiming to lob it to Shaq. However, by the fourth quarter, Shaq had visibly fatigued. Wade's pass sailed past him, resulting in another turnover for the Heat. The Lakers seized the opportunity to attack. Zhang Zhun received the inbounds pass from Walton, slowly dribbling past half-court. Payton instinctively retreated to the three-point line on his side. Observing Payton's positioning, Zhang Zhun, just beyond half-court, lifted his hand for a logo three-pointer. Kobe, still in motion, nearly cursed under his breath. Zhang Zhun's shot quickened his heartbeat. The crowd erupted in cheers as they witnessed Zhang Zhun's audacious attempt. Payton lunged toward him, but it had little effect. He failed to disrupt the shot. After releasing the ball, Zhang Zhun instinctively flicked his wrist, eyes fixed on the trajectory of the shot. Swish. A long arc, piercing through the net. 115 to 124. At the moment the ball swished through the hoop, Zhang Zhun turned, shrugged his shoulders, and celebrated with a toothy grin. This display, though somewhat brash, delighted the fans, who erupted in cheers and applause. With each successful shot made from the logo, Zhang Zhun instinctively performed this celebratory gesture. He surmised that it might be the signature move of Stephen Curry. Curry has the remarkable ability to treat logo three-pointers as a standard weapon. In the past, Zhang Zhun would have deemed such a player impossible. However, he now comprehends this phenomenon. With the capabilities akin to Curry's, the hoop appears as vast as an ocean. It seems that with just a casual flick of his wrist, the ball effortlessly finds its way into the basket. Even his usual attempts at tossing crumpled paper into the wastebasket seem remarkably accurate. Chapter 48. Zhang and Ku join forces to score 90, elevating super defense. Bravo. Well done. Zhang, I admire your extraordinary long-range three-pointers. The only player in the NBA who treats logo threes as a standard shot. Such range, astonishing. This ability opens up space for teammates. Following the retirement of the historic three-point king, Miller, the NBA has instantly welcomed Zhang Zhun, this incredible sharpshooter. Fans from both domestic and abroad continue to be awed by Zhang Zhun's shooting prowess. Logo three-pointers. Not just buzzer beaters. These are regular shots taken during regulation time, with just a minor adjustment, disregarding the opinions of outsiders. In the past, if other players attempted such reckless shots, fans would criticize them as merely playing street ball, unfit for the NBA. Yet now, with Zheng Zhun's audacious attempts, everyone finds them entirely reasonable. This is not Zheng Zhun's first logo three-pointer. Each of his shots now ignites a frenzy among the fans present. Hollywood celebrities at the sidelines display a myriad of excited expressions. Zheng Zhun, I adore you. You are simply stunning. It's not just Jessica Alba professing her admiration. Other female stars join in the acclaim. The charismatic Zheng Zhun, coupled with his dazzling on-court performance, is irresistible to them. In the commentary booth, Miller gapes in astonishment, unable to comprehend how, just after his retirement, he finds it challenging to grasp the shot selections of current NBA shooters. The shots may appear illogical, yet they find the net. Barkley remarks, this three-pointer has left the Heat gasping for breath. They cannot mount a comeback. Ultimately, as Barkley predicted, no miracle occurred, and the score settled at 120-126, with the Lakers triumphing by 6 points over the Heat. As the final whistle blew, Zheng Zhun celebrated with a chest bump and high-five with Kobe. It was indeed a grueling match. The Heat were formidable, yet they emerged victorious. Both players felt the advantage of having a powerful teammate, realizing they were no longer alone on the court. When they had to lead the team solo, fatigue was inevitable. Now, with assistance, the pressure was significantly alleviated. Zheng Zhun approached Wade and O'Neal for a brief exchange. Noticing Zheng Zhun passing by, Jessica Alba immediately opened her arms, requesting a hug. Zheng Zhun gladly obliged this goddess. Perhaps in everyday life, Jessica Alba possesses more allure than Zheng Zhun, but on the basketball court, Zheng Zhun radiates charisma. Click, click, click. Zheng Zhun anticipated a light embrace from Jessica Alba, but was taken aback when she fully enveloped him in her arms. He could feel her ample form. The physiques of Western women are indeed remarkable. Click, click, click. The reporters were thrilled. They relished witnessing such interactions between celebrities and athletes. So, don't forget your signed jersey. I'll wait for you in the Players' Tunnel, Jessica Alba playfully remarked. She felt no barrier between herself and Zheng Zhun. All right, I'll be out after my shower, Zheng Zhun replied. Stars typically enjoy certain privileges, allowing them to access the Players' Tunnel for interactions with athletes. The camaraderie between NBA players and Hollywood stars is a mutual show of support. After embracing Jessica Alba, Zheng Zhun chatted quietly for a moment, drawing the attention of Lakers fans and players nearby. As Zheng Zhun approached the player tunnel, Odom slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Rookie, I didn't expect you to charm Jessica." Zheng Zhun shrugged. She's just an ordinary fan. He didn't think too much of it. The distance between him and Jessica Alba felt vast, with little intersection in their lives. Odom remarked, "From my experience, the way she looks at you and her demeanor shows she's completely unguarded. If you make a move, it would be effortless." Zheng Zhun retorted, "Get lost. You perpetual romantic." He pushed Odom aside and headed to the locker room for a shower. That night, Zheng Zhun amassed a remarkable stat line of 52 points, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, 4 steals, and 4 turnovers. Kobe contributed with 38 points, 6 assists, 8 rebounds, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and 2 turnovers. Together, they combined for an astounding 90 points. Under their leadership, despite the Lakers' interior being overwhelmed, they secured victory. On the Heat's side, Wade scored 45 points, grabbed 11 rebounds, and dished out 6 assists, while O'Neal tallied 38 points, 23 rebounds, and 5 blocks. The superstars from both teams showcased exceptional performances, collectively contributing 83 points. Barkley commented, "This was a spectacular game. The Lakers won thanks to Zheng's three-pointers, and the Heat could not respond." Miller added, "The Heat dominated the paint, scoring a staggering 80 points inside, while the Lakers ruled the perimeter with numerous threes and mid-range shots." Barkley noted, before the game, there were doubts about whether Kobe's return would impact Zheng's performance. "I believe this game has provided everyone with an answer when Zheng and Kobe are on the court together. The Lakers' perimeter offense ranks first in the league." Miller continued, "With an 8-game winning streak, the Lakers haven't experienced such a run in quite some time. The last time they had such a stretch was during the era of Kobe and Shaq." Barkley concluded, "This game illustrates how Zheng's emergence has transformed the Lakers into the league's most formidable outside shooting team. Initially, the Lakers had little hope of winning the championship this season, but now they cannot be overlooked." Kobe and Zheng Zhun's combined scoring of 90 points silenced the skeptics who questioned whether the two could coexist. Fans watching the game could feel the immense strength of the Lakers' perimeter attack. Tonight's match was a display of alternating brilliance between Kobe and Zhang Jun. O'Neal and Wade nearly shattered the Lakers' interior defense, yet to no avail. Zhang Jun and Kobe ensured the Lakers' offensive firepower remained constant, rarely experiencing prolonged scoring droughts. Together, they left the Heat's defense in disarray. The partnership of two prolific scorers is a daunting prospect. Zhang Jun and Kobe seamlessly coordinated. Why do the comments above seem strange, yet hold a hint of truth? Zhang Jun is undoubtedly the Lakers' finest acquisition this season. If the Lakers can further strengthen their front court, they may indeed contend for the championship. Lakers, champions. The fans in Los Angeles were euphoric. In the locker room, the Lakers players gathered around Kobe and Zhang Jun, celebrating animatedly. Kobe wore a smile instead of a stern expression. Victory has a way of uplifting spirits. After Zhang Jun finished his shower, he returned to the players' tunnel under the guidance of the public relations staff. It was apparent that Jessica Alba had been waiting for a while. Today, she donned a sleek black long dress and carried a small handbag. With her long legs, collarbone, and exquisite visage, her minimalist makeup accentuated her features beautifully. While Zhang Jun did not initially perceive her beauty as captivating from afar, drawing close and inhaling her subtle fragrance quickened his heartbeat unexpectedly. "Wow, Zhang, I've finally waited for you. The staff mentioned you might be heading to the press conference," Jessica Alba exclaimed, patting her chest. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Zhang Jun said with a hint of regret. He indeed nearly forgot, having lingered a bit too long in the locker room with his teammates. The staff swiftly brought over the jersey and pen. Zhang Jun meticulously signed it and then handed it to Jessica Alba. As she received the jersey, Jessica shared a brief embrace with Zhang. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Zhang, you were phenomenal tonight. I believe you will become a superstar, surpassing Michael." Zhang humbly replied, "Thank you for your support. That is my goal." At that moment, Jessica pulled out her phone from her handbag and said, "Give me your number. Next time I'll ask you for tickets to watch you play." She felt a twinge of nervousness as she spoke. She could hardly believe she was asking someone else for their contact information. The excuse felt rather clumsy. If she ever wanted to watch a game, the Lakers' marketing department would readily provide her with tickets, or a line of men would be eager to offer her passes. She had no need to ask Zhang. In the past, it was others who sought her contact details. Now, she was the one asking Zhang. For a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts raced through her mind. Was she being too forward? Would Zhang refuse? If he did, how would she gracefully exit the situation? Fortunately, Zhang was not so lacking in tact. He was accustomed to the advances of many Western women. He took her phone, saved his number, and sent himself a message. "So, when you need something, reach out to me, and let us keep in touch, okay?" Jessica Alba flashed a charming smile before turning and waving goodbye. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang felt a flutter of excitement. From behind, her figure was undeniably impressive. He then made his way to the press conference hall. Kobe and Phil Jackson had been waiting there for some time. Zhang moved a chair and took a seat. ESPN reporter Aaron Andrews was the first to seize the opportunity for an interview. It seemed that being in the presence of a goddess was far more pleasant than being with us. "So, Zhang, have you been dating Jessica recently?" Aaron directly posed a gossipy question. She had witnessed the interaction between Zhang and Jessica on the sidelines and learned about their exchange in the players' tunnel. Although Zhang was not particularly special to her, she instinctively felt a tinge of displeasure. Laughter erupted among the reporters at the sharpness of the question. The male reporters were equally curious, eager for an answer. Kobe and Phil were taken aback that the first question from an ESPN reporter was not about basketball, but rather about gossip. They leaned in with interest, speculating that there might be a story between the two. Aaron was known as one of ESPN's attractive reporters. Zhang and Aaron were somewhat familiar, having interacted numerous times during interviews, and they exchanged numbers. Aaron had often messaged Zhang under the pretense of interviews, but he only occasionally replied when he happened to see her messages, as his phone was perpetually inundated with notifications. She had even invited him to dinner, which he declined. Zhang preferred to limit his interactions with the media in his personal life. Overall, Zhang's relationship with Aaron was slightly more familiar than with other reporters, yet it predominantly revolved around professional contact. Nonetheless, the question felt somewhat beyond the realm of what a sports journalist should ask. ESPN, typically known for its professionalism, seemed to falter in this instance. Zhang smiled and replied, "Aaron, do you know why I shot so quickly tonight?" Instead of answering her question, he posed one in return. Aaron responded, "Because you work hard in training." Zhang replied, "No, when a man has no woman on his mind, his shots come swiftly. When you notice me shooting slowly, It might mean I went on a date the previous night. Laughter erupted again from the male reporters. Aaron chuckled as well. Zhang's witty and subtle response alleviated her initial line of questioning. His demeanor and speech radiated a charming relatability, prompting Aaron to refrain from pressing further. She quickly regained her composure and professionalism, casting a slightly apologetic glance at Zhang before asking, "All right, back to the game. First, congratulations on the victory. You scored 50 points once again. Please share your feelings about the game." Zhang said, "Many people have questioned my ability to play alongside Kobe. I believe tonight was the best test, and I have consistently proven myself on the court. I think I succeeded, and it feels exhilarating." A TNT reporter inquired, "How do you and Kobe divide offensive responsibilities on the court?" Zhang responded, "I handle the easier scoring opportunities, while he takes on the most challenging ones during crucial moments." Kobe, overhearing Zhang's words, smiled. The reporter then asked, "What is it like collaborating with Kobe?" Zhang replied, "It's fantastic. Partnering with the best in the league is a dream for many." Zhang's commercial flattery made Kobe beam with pride. The reporter continued, "You outscored Kobe tonight. Do you feel your scoring ability has surpassed his?" Zhang replied, "Of course not. Does Kobe still need to prove his scoring ability? Absolutely not. The defensive intensity he faces is far greater than mine, and there are many extraordinary offensive techniques I cannot replicate." Zhang's honesty was refreshing. In terms of offensive skills, Kobe was far more versatile than Zhang at this stage. The reporters engaged in a playful exchange with Zhang for a while before turning to Kobe, asking, "What is it like teaming up with Zhang?" Kobe chuckled, "I feel a strong support system. I don't have to worry constantly about the team's offense." The reporter queried, "How do you assess Zhang's performance tonight?" Kobe stated, "He played brilliantly, putting the Heat's perimeter defense in a bind. He hit many three-pointers, which opened up space for our interior game." The reporter asked, "What do you think Zhang's future holds?" Kobe replied, "That depends on what kind of player he wants to become, not if he can." The earlier questions were all centered around Zhang, with the next few finally revolving around Kobe himself. Soon, Phil Jackson was also bombarded with questions about Zhang. Zhang's performance that night was exceptional, and like Kobe, Phil offered praise. Shortly thereafter, the Heat players emerged for interviews. Typically, the visiting team speaks first, as they are often pressed for time. However, it was evident that the Heat had been in a lengthy meeting. A reporter asked Wade, "How did you feel when you saw Zhang hit that logo three-pointer?" Wade chuckled wryly. "Honestly, it was a bit disheartening. We became mere background characters in that moment, our expressions and movements captured by the cameras." The reporters could sense Wade's helplessness. Zhang's shot was so distant that no one had anticipated it, especially since he made it. Wade, known as Flash, was incredibly fast, but not particularly skilled at such three-point shots. Watching Zhang make those shots left him feeling a tinge of envy. The reporter pressed on, "How do you evaluate Zhang?" Wade replied, "He is a rising superstar." The reporter asked, "Do you think he could surpass Michael?" Wade said, "That is hard to say, but I believe anything is possible." After interviewing Wade, the reporter moved on to Shaquille O'Neal. As a result, O'Neal was in a rather dismal mood, providing terse responses to a few questions before departing. Typically, O'Neal possesses a high emotional intelligence and treats reporters with kindness. However, it was evident to all that today's defeat to Kobe had cast a shadow over his spirits. After completing the interview, Zhang Jun returned home to rest. The upcoming matches would all take place at home, affording him a brief respite. Upon arriving home, he found that the Zhao sisters had already retired for the night. Zhang Jun chose not to disturb them and instead retreated to the master bedroom for rest. Lying in bed, Zhang Jun accessed the system. Ding! He received a reward, a star player ability enhancement card. Would he like to use it? He opted to enhance his super defense. The enhancement was successful, elevating his super defense from level 2 to level 3. Although he had been exploited numerous times today, and his occasional rotations to defend Wade were rather mediocre, Zhang Jun could sense a tangible improvement in his defensive capabilities. For now, his offense was adequate, but it was his defense that required further enhancement. Chapter 49. The Delicate Cupcakes brought by Jessica Alba. In the backstage office of CCTV, within the editing room for the top 5 plays, the editors found themselves in a quandary. The match between the Lakers and the Heat was filled with breathtaking moments. Should they include the synergy between Kobe and Zhang Jun? What about Kobe's various extreme shots? Should Zhang Jun's logo three-pointer make the cut? And with so many powerful dunks from O'Neal, should they be featured as well? What about the highlights from other games? Should they aim for a semblance of balance? Ultimately, the consensus was to select clips solely based on their brilliance. without regard for balance. Consequently, the final top 5 plays consisted entirely of highlights from the Lakers versus Heat game. Among them, 3 were Zhang Zhan's, 1 belonged to Kobe, and the last was O'Neal's. Wade received no recognition at all. As soon as the top 5 plays aired, it sparked fervent discussions among fans. Astonishingly, the top 5 plays had become a Lakers exclusive showcase. While Yao Ming had to seize opportunities to make the cut, Zhang Zhan effortlessly claimed 3 spots. The beauty of Zhang Zhan's shots was undeniable. His playing style was exquisite, characterized by mismatched one-on-one plays, deft layups, and long-range three-pointers, all meticulously executed. Zhang Zhan's prowess had earned him a place in the top 5, independent of any external factors. It was as if he aimed to conquer the NBA. Those fortunate enough to witness the game were thoroughly impressed, and domestic fans rejoiced. At Li Tao's home, he continuously refreshed the posts. Compared to the top 5 plays, his edited highlights of the Lakers and Heat game featured even more spectacular moments. Many forum moderators emulated Li Tao, specifically editing Zhang Zhan's game footage. However, Li Tao had already become a renowned blogger, and his posts attracted numerous fans accustomed to his style. Zhang Zhan was phenomenal today, holding his own against Kobe and Wade. One commenter noted, "He is our nation's first superstar guard." Zhang Zhan's influence now surpasses that of Yao Ming. His logo three-pointer was simply breathtaking. Incredible. Yet another 50-point game. I even saw the goddess Jessica Alba embrace Zhang Zhan. In the headlines of major navigation sites, Zhang Zhan dominated the news. His fame continued to soar. Later that night, in a Los Angeles nightclub, Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, Derek Fisher, and several other Warriors players engaged in conversation. The following night, the Warriors would face the Lakers. Having arrived in Los Angeles the previous day, these players gathered to unwind. The nightclub's large screen showcased highlights from the Lakers and Heat game. After catching a glimpse of Zhang Zhan on the screen, Fisher remarked, "This rookie is quite formidable." Fisher, who would be matched up against Zhang Zhan the next night, felt little confidence in his ability to defend him. Richardson added, "I watched the game. This guy is indeed special, especially his three-point shooting. His range is astounding." Davis, however, seemed unfazed, his attention drawn to the women in the nightclub. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 210 pounds, Davis had averaged 20 points and 9 assists this season, making him the Warriors' core player. He took a sip of wine and assured, "Don't worry, he is too slender. I'll handle him." Next to him, Diogo chimed in, "Let us have a good time tonight. That guy is really thin and easy to deal with. I could easily overpower him, and Davis will have no problem." Standing at 6 feet 8 inches, Diogo believed Zhang Zhan lacked the physicality to compete. Historically, the NBA has harbored some biases regarding body types, often viewing smaller players as easier to dominate. In a league that reveres strength, forwards often disdain slender guards. When it comes time to play hard, they tend to target the smaller players. Allen Iverson frequently faced such treatment. You may have a big name, but if you lack size and strength, who else would they target but you? Fisher cautioned, "It's best not to underestimate his three-point shooting. He is incredibly accurate." Davis replied confidently, "Relax, Derek. Tomorrow night, I'll show you how I take him down." Laughter erupted among the Warriors players. The following day, the news surrounding the Lakers and Heat continued to gain momentum. ESPN, Kobe returns with a 50-point performance. Lakers secure 8th consecutive win. TNT, Kobe and Zhang Zhan combined for 90 points. Lakers emerge as the hottest team. ABC, Zhang Zhan dominates white chocolate. Rises to the top of the rookie rankings. Miami Herald, Zhang Zhan considered the most potent rookie of the season. New York Sports, Zhang Zhan's global frenzy. The media worldwide was astounded by Zhang Zhan's relentless brilliance. The Chinese community across America was captivated by his games, with more and more legends speaking out about him. Ewing remarked, "Zhang's maturity is truly impressive. He exudes calmness on the court and is destined for success in this era." Magic Johnson stated, "Zhang has a profound love for the game. Watching him shoot is a delight. The fans in Los Angeles adore him, and his performance explains his popularity." Miller told reporters, "He is known for his three-point shooting, but he possesses a wealth of other skills that are equally refined and mature." During a training session, Yao Ming also took the opportunity to speak with reporters. When discussing Zhang Zhan, he expressed, "Zhang is doing exceptionally well. I understand how challenging it is to excel in the NBA, especially for a rookie. Many players endure hell during their rookie seasons, myself included. Zhang is different. He is outstanding. I've always looked forward to teaming up with him on the national team." In addition to Zhang Zhan, Kobe's return was another focal point of interest. It appeared that Kobe required no transitional period. He stepped onto the court in peak form, dominating his matchups. Though Wade's defense was commendable, he could not contain Kobe. However, dissenting voices emerged, fixating on one point. Under Zhang Zhan's leadership, the Lakers were performing better than with Kobe. Was Kobe perhaps not as essential to the Lakers as previously thought? Fans debated fervently, with O'Neal gone and Zhang Zhan in his place. Some envied Kobe for always having a strong partner. One asserted, one is a legend, and the other is the most efficient player in the league this season. There is simply no comparison. I've always believed Zhang Zhan is the true leader of the Lakers. Kobe could be traded and swapped with LeBron. I think Zhang Zhan would be better suited to support LeBron. Clearly, this was a gathering of Kobe critics. Zhang, I'll be watching your game tonight. Good luck. In the locker room at Staples, Zhang Zhan received a text from Jessica Alba after finishing his training. Sure, what are you up to now? Zhang Zhan replied, curious about how a celebrity's life differed from that of an ordinary person. I just finished afternoon tea, had a large slice of mousse cake. Was the cake delicious? I also love cake, but I rarely have the opportunity to indulge. From childhood to adulthood, Zhang Zhan has always led a life akin to that of an athlete. Concerned about his dental health, his parents strictly prohibited him from indulging in overly sweet treats. Consequently, Zhang Zhan eagerly anticipated the rare occasion of enjoying cake during his formative years. Now, as a professional athlete, he no longer worries about cavities. Yet he must maintain his physique and has consequently reduced his food intake. I seldom indulge, but the delicacies from this establishment are exceptional. I deliberately sought it out. Would you like me to bring you some this evening? Jessica Alba sent a multimedia message featuring a small cake, accompanied by a selfie showcasing her exquisite features. Zhang Zhan mused, if you wish to eat, then go ahead. Where will you be dining? To which he added, it seems the NBA does not prohibit players from snacking at the sidelines, does it? Not prohibited. If you're unafraid of making headlines alongside me, feel free to bring it, Zhang Zhan responded. The thought of a Hollywood star feeding a cake to an NBA player would surely send Los Angeles entertainment reporters into a frenzy tonight. If I bring it, will you partake? Jessica Alba inquired. Perhaps yes, perhaps no, I cannot say for certain. Haha, Zhang Zhan replied. I too am curious about the answer, hence my decision to bring it along, she responded. Jessica Alba sent a photo of a small piece of cake, neatly packed into her purse. Zhang Zhan wiped the sweat from his forehead. If Jessica Alba were to actually present it to him at the sidelines, he would be at a loss for what to do. The topic would indeed be sensational. Overall, Zhang Zhan perceived her to possess a rather rational disposition, unlikely to engage in such outrageous antics. However, his understanding of a woman's thoughts was not profound, and his confidence in this assumption was somewhat lacking. As Zhang Zhan contemplated the cake with Jessica Alba, a sudden notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Task assigned. Pursue Jessica Alba. Achieve a sibling romance. Task reward. 1 SSS level mysterious card. Initiating task item. 1 peak experience card. Valid today only. Task duration. Long term. The unexpected reminder from the system left Zhang Zhan speechless. He still had the task of pursuing Zhao Shui pending, and now another for Jessica Alba had appeared. Both women shared a commonality. They were older than him, both acting as elder sisters. Was the system challenging him with sibling romances? Upon reflection, Zhang Zhan realized the triggering condition for this system task. It seemed that any girl who exhibited a hint of affection towards him would prompt a task. This Dogcoin system is evidently incapable of handling such tasks, Zhang Zhan remarked. How could Jessica Alba, an illustrious star, possibly take an interest in him, a basketball player several years her junior? There were countless handsome men surrounding such a renowned celebrity. How would you know if you don't try? The system countered. Life is, after all, a series of self-challenges. Oh, so you understand motivational quotes, Zhang Zhan replied. I suppose. Slightly better than Doc Rivers, the system quipped. Zhang Zhan chuckled, resigned. Although the system occasionally assigned dubious tasks, it refrained from imposing any that would be detrimental to him. These tasks were designed to assist him in becoming stronger and more accomplished. Zhao Shui was indeed remarkable, as was Jessica Alba. Having exceptional partners could indeed reflect one's success in life. Shaking his head, Zhang Zhan chose not to dwell on it. Using the peak experience card, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His state reached the pinnacle of Stephen Curry's career performance. A revitalizing sensation surged through him, reminiscent of his inaugural match. As time progressed, Zhang Zhan increasingly recognized the formidable prowess he had assimilated from Stephen Curry. His shooting accuracy was extraordinarily precise, and his other skills were nearly at the zenith achievable for his physique. Zhang Zhan was curious about how formidable the future iteration of Stephen Curry might be. What stature would he hold? The Lakers would face the Golden State Warriors that night. The Warriors boasted a record of 18 wins and 16 losses, placing them 10th in the Western Conference. Despite their average standing, the team had delivered several remarkable performances this season, often astonishing the media and fans alike. They would triumph over the league's leading teams while occasionally faltering against lower-ranked ones. Overall, their performance was inconsistent, primarily due to injuries. The Warriors' linchpin was Baron Davis, whose presence on the court translated to a 10-point advantage over opponents. His leadership skills were exceptional, seamlessly orchestrating the Warriors' offense. Davis was incredibly swift and explosive. Once he had the ball, he became nearly unstoppable. He charged towards open spaces with determination, unafraid of physical contact with larger opponents, and delighted in executing dazzling passes to his teammates. In essence, he was a scoring machine with a team-oriented mindset, possessing the heart of a power forward, the intellect of a point guard, and the finesse of a swingman. This combination rendered him an outstanding player at the point guard position. Baron Davis, a guard with both speed and strength, drew significant attention in his matchup against Zhang Zhan. Many fans believed that Davis's style of play would prove to be Zhang Zhan's nemesis. In the pre-game press conference, reporters prodded Davis for his impressions of Zhang Zhan. Davis stated, "I only remember his three-point shooting. If I can contain that, he won't be as formidable. I believe I can accomplish that." Nearby, Diogo boisterously declared, "Trust me. Baron will tear that kid apart, crushing him into the ground." Although Diogo had no direct rivalry with Zhang Zhan, he was irked by the global focus on Zhang, which seemed to overshadow other NBA players. If it were LeBron or Kobe, it would be acceptable, but for Zhang Zhan, a relatively frail newcomer, it was off-putting. The Warriors camp also expressed confidence that Davis would dominate Zhang Zhan. Reporters swiftly relayed the Warriors players' comments to Zhang Zhan. In response to the reporters, Zhang Zhan stated, "Many have uttered similar sentiments. I genuinely do not wish to engage. My mind is preoccupied with more pressing matters." Indeed, Zhang Zhan was not contemplating how to respond to the taunts and provocations. His thoughts were consumed by the question of whether Jessica Alba would truly bring him cake. If she did, would he eat it or not? In the locker room, the Lakers players returned to their usual raucous chatter. NBA players typically discussed women, nightclubs, and alcohol. After Kobe's return for his first game, they had refrained from such antics, fearing his reprimands. However, as they noted Kobe's focus on his own endeavors without scolding anyone, they grew bolder. Bynum approached Zhang Zhan, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Zhang, my sister is a fan of Jessica Alba. Could you help me get an autograph?" Kwame Brown interjected, "Hey, where did you get a sister? Don't you only have a brother? Goodness, you've conjured a sister from thin air." Zhang Zhan laughed. "If you want it, why not just ask her yourself?" Bynum replied, "I wouldn't dare. I get so nervous around her that I can't speak." Many Lakers players regarded Jessica Alba as a goddess, and even Kobe had attempted to date her. Unfortunately, she only viewed Kobe as a friend. Zhang Zhan playfully kicked him. "Coward, get lost." Odom then approached Zhang Zhan, asking, "Zhang, have you really not gone out with Jessica?" Zhang Zhan remarked, "There was none before. But perhaps in the future." "Haha, haha, I feel the same." Bynum and others joined in the laughter. Zhang Zhan's response was far from embarrassing. "However, to be candid, I believe Chloe is more beautiful than Jessica," Odom stated. "I concur. Just thinking about that figure excites me. The Kardashian family's physique is remarkable. The Kardashian clan has many fans among NBA players, and numerous individuals are enamored with the Kardashian dairy. Times swiftly passed amidst their casual banter. Before long, Zen Master clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather around. Tonight's starting lineup will remain unchanged from the last game. I must emphasize that the interior players need to manage their fouls carefully. Let Zhang initiate the offense, creating an opportunity for him to score a three-pointer to begin with. After Zen Master elaborated on various strategies, the Lakers players nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem. The tactic to focus on Zhang Zhan at the game's outset had become the Lakers' opening strategy. Kobe had no objections. He always preferred his teammates to find their rhythm early on. In the visiting team's locker room, Baron Davis rallied the team. "Let us dominate them in front of their fans. There are numerous Hollywood stars at the sidelines. Brothers, unleash your energy. Leave that rookie to me. Kobe has entrusted him to you. Everyone, focus and tear them apart. We will emerge victorious tonight." Although Byron Davis was not favored by the coach, he was well liked by the players and maintained excellent relationships with many of them. In the CCTV studio, two commentators were already prepared, eagerly awaiting the game's commencement. Zhang Weiping stated, "The Lakers have achieved an 8-game winning streak. Let us see if they can secure their 9th victory tonight." Su Jiqing added, "The Warriors are fairly average, but it won't be easy for the Lakers to win comfortably." Byron Davis has been in exceptional form, averaging 32 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds, and 4 steals over the last 3 games. Zhang Weiping continued, "Zhang Zhan will face a significant challenge tonight. Byron Davis is a particularly formidable point guard, more robust than any he has encountered previously." Su Jiqing replied, "We look forward to seeing how Zhang Zhan performs tonight." Zhang Weiping remarked, "Given his recent stellar performances, Zhang Zhan has ascended to the top of the rookie rankings. If he maintains this trajectory, he will undoubtedly contend for Rookie of the Year." Reflecting on the Rookie of the Year, Coach Zhang expressed some regret, reminiscing about how Yao Ming lost the title to Amare Stoudemire during his rookie year. He sincerely hoped that Zhang Zhan would clinch the award this year. At the Staples Center, Lakers fans were exuberantly cheering. The Hollywood stars in the front rows maintained a composed demeanor, as they were more concerned about their public image. Of course, there were a few unconventional female celebrities at the sidelines, speaking loudly with friends, but they were the exception. Click, click, click. The cameraman focused on the Hollywood stars. Jessica Alba, clad in a black gown with black stockings accentuating her long legs, exuded an irresistible allure as she displayed her collarbone, all while carrying her small handbag. Amidst the sea of celebrities, she remained the center of attention. Under the spotlight, Jessica felt a twinge of nervousness. Little did anyone know that her handbag contained a small cake. She gazed up at the large screen, which showcased Zhang Zhan's past game highlights. Jessica had not anticipated bringing the cake. It was not a rational decision and deviated from her usual style. She speculated that perhaps Zhang Zhan had struck a chord with her aesthetic sensibilities. Despite having encountered many handsome male stars, Zhang Zhan appeared distinctly special. She desired to establish a deeper connection with him. After their brief interaction, she found Zhang Zhan to be authentic, a passionate devotee of basketball and life, more mature than his peers, and possessing a delightful sense of humor. This sensation compelled her to engage in somewhat reckless behavior. However, should she actually present the cake later? That might be somewhat awkward. Even though she was accustomed to grand occasions, the multitude of spectators made her feel a bit intimidated. Soon, the entrance ceremony concluded, and the match was on the verge of commencing. On the court, Zhang Zhan casually glanced towards Jessica Alba and her handbag, curious if it contained the small cake. Jessica deliberately averted her gaze from Zhang Zhan, her slender hand resting on the handbag, unable to meet his eyes. Chapter 50. A flurry of three-pointers to start. Today's shooting touch is explosive. Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup: Zhang Zhan, Kobe Bryant, Walton, Odom, Bynum. Golden State Warriors starting lineup: Baron Davis, Richardson, Dunleavy, Diogu, Murphy. The Warriors boast a balanced roster, with practical players like Fisher, Pietrus, and Biedrins on the bench. Their head coach, Mike Montgomery, has no prior experience coaching in the NBA. Yet he has made a name for himself in the NCAA. Over the past 18 seasons, he led Stanford University to the NCAA tournament 16 times. And in the last decade, they have qualified every year. Montgomery has been honored as the Pacific 10 Coach of the Year 4 times, including leading Stanford to an impressive 30-2 record in the 2003-2004 season, featuring a remarkable 26-game winning streak, marking the 10th consecutive year Stanford surpassed 20 wins. However, Montgomery still needs to prove his coaching prowess in the NBA, as coaching professional basketball differs significantly from coaching student athletes. In the CTV broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping remarked, "Today, the Lakers' interior defense will not be as woeful as last game. However, they must not underestimate their opponents. Murphy possesses a respectable three-point shooting range, which will create considerable space for the Warriors and facilitate outside ball handling." Su Jiqing added, "In comparison to the interior, the challenges at the point guard position will be more formidable. Zhang Zhan will be directly matched up with Baron Davis, and it promises to be an exhilarating duel." Zhang Weiping concurred. The pace of both teams may escalate rapidly, leading to a high-scoring affair. Su Jiqing affirmed, "Indeed, as Coach Zhang has pointed out." On the sidelines, Zhang Zhan rubbed his fists in anticipation, sensing he was in excellent form today. This was not his first encounter with such a feeling. With each game, He grew increasingly aware of Curry's prowess. It was a confidence that transcended words, as if everything around him felt effortlessly manageable. He yearned for his normal state to be this formidable. Soon, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Bynum leaped against Murphy. Bynum lost the jump, and Murphy directed the ball to Baron Davis. Baron Davis swiftly advanced with the ball, maintaining the Warriors' characteristic fast pace. In the first possession, Baron Davis opted not to take the shot himself, but passed to Dunleavy, who utilized Dioga's screen to create an opening on the right side. Standing at 2.06 meters tall, Dunleavy boasted a three-point shooting percentage of 34 this season, and he was always ready to shoot from beyond the arc when given the chance. His height made his shots challenging to contest. Walton's defense was a moment too late, as Dunleavy launched a smooth jump shot from three-point range. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. 3-0. Dunleavy capitalized on the opportunity. Barkley commented, "The Warriors have deployed an outside-oriented lineup today, featuring 4 players capable of shooting threes. The Lakers will face a heavy burden in defending their perimeter." Miller added, "The Warriors will maintain a rapid pace, reminiscent of the Suns' run-and-gun style." Phil Jackson remained calm despite the Lakers' initial defensive lapse, returning to his seat. As this game was merely a regular season matchup and not of paramount importance to him, the Lakers' offense commenced. Zhang Zhun dribbled swiftly up court. Upon reaching the front court, he immediately passed the ball to Kobe at the right side of the free throw line and began to reposition himself. With increasing experience at the point guard position, Zhang Zhun's understanding of the role deepened. A point guard's value lies not solely in accumulating assists, but in delivering the ball to the right teammates to facilitate a smoother offensive flow. After receiving the ball, Kobe assessed the defense. The Warriors clearly prioritized defending Kobe, with Richardson closely shadowing him and Dunleavy arriving to double-team with a hand raised to disrupt. Kobe did not pass the ball immediately. Instead, he dribbled backward to evade the double-team. Employing a sudden burst of speed, Kobe maneuvered between the 2 defenders. Fortunately for him, Murphy was well-positioned, effectively cutting off his path. Kobe then dished the ball to Walton, who had an opportunity to shoot, but opted to pass it back to Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun faced Baron Davis, who, like the others who had defended him, stood a distance just beyond the three-point line, believing it sufficient to disrupt Zhang Zhun's shot. Zhang Zhun received the ball approximately 1.5 meters beyond the arcade. Noticing Davis did not close the gap, Zhang Zhun launched a long-range three-pointer without hesitation. The shot was audacious. Zhang Zhun's adjustment was minimal, and his release was rapid. By the time Davis reacted, it was too late to contest. Staples Center erupted in cheers as fans were taken aback by Zhang Zhun's audacity to attempt such a long three-pointer on the first possession. The style of his shot was simply astonishing. Amidst the roars of the crowd, the basketball arced through the air. Swish. A perfect strike. 3-3. Zhang Zhun celebrated with an archery gesture, raising 3 fingers in triumph as he jogged back to half-court. Remarkable. His propensity for such shots left spectators in awe. The exuberance surrounding Zhang Zhun's three-pointer was palpable. "Defend against his three-pointer. Do not allow him to shoot," shouted the Warriors' head coach from the sidelines. Baron Davis patted his chest, signaling that the responsibility lay with him. Davis had never encountered a player like Zhang Zhun before, and he had underestimated him. The Warriors' offense resumed. Baron Davis brought the ball up court. He passed to Dunleavy, who was closely guarded by Walton this time. Dunleavy, lacking exceptional athleticism, could not penetrate Walton's defense directly. Instead, he passed the ball into the post to Murphy. After taking a step in the paint, Murphy sought a weakness in Bynum's defense, but found none. He then kicked the ball out to the perimeter, where Baron Davis awaited. Zhang Zhun applied tight defense on Davis. Baron Davis attempted a sharp change of direction to get past Zhang Zhun, but Zhang Zhun's lateral movement had improved. Whoosh! Zhang Zhun intercepted Davis. Davis then shifted to the left, aiming to drive in. Bang! The two engaged in a physical confrontation, with Zhang Zhun pushed back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Davis slowed his pace, gathered himself, and launched a quick jumper from the free throw line. Swish! 5-3. Baron Davis's robust physique granted him an advantage over Zhang Zhun. Even in the latter's best form, Zhang Zhun took a deep breath, realizing that even at peak performance, Curry would find defense challenging. Barkley remarked, "Zhang faces considerable defensive pressure. Baron Davis will likely continue to use his physicality against him." Miller added, "This is part of Zhang's growth process. His defensive experience is increasing, and it is not as lacking as the outside world perceives." Miller discerned the nuances, Davis's unsuccessful attempt to surpass Zheng Jun demonstrated that without a clear physical advantage, scoring against him was not straightforward. Kobe called out to Zheng Jun, "You can force him into the paint. Let him drive." Zheng Jun nodded affirmatively. Okay. The Lakers' offense continued. Odom passed the ball to Zheng Jun, who swiftly advanced past the half-court. Byron Davis closed in, engaging in a verbal exchange as he defended. "Rookie, your defense is abysmal. I will obliterate you tonight." Zheng Jun's recent brilliance had drawn the attention of numerous NBA players eager to challenge him. However, Zheng Jun chose to disregard Davis's trash talk. He had come to understand the psychological game well. If the opponent's mental fortitude was lacking, he could easily disrupt their focus. Conversely, should he score, he could afford to taunt them, providing him with a sense of satisfaction. When faced with criticism, he simply ignored it. Zheng Jun continued to pass the ball to Kobe, who positioned himself low on the right side against Richardson. Richardson was an exceptional leaper, renowned for his precise three-point shooting and sharp driving ability. This season, he averaged 23 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists per game, achieving career highs in both scoring and rebounding. While Richardson's defense was somewhat weaker compared to his offensive prowess, he had recently been in good form and was very aggressive defensively. After a series of probing steps against Richardson, Kobe opted for a right-side dribble and launched a mid-range shot directly at Richardson's defense, but it clanked off the rim. A chaotic scene unfolded beneath the basket as Murphy was boxed out by Bynum, who snatched the rebound with one hand. Dunleavy rushed in, attempting to steal the ball, but ended up colliding with Bynum. The whistle blew for a foul, prompting a reset. Zheng Jun received the inbounds from Odom, with Byron Davis closely guarding him. Instead of exploiting his current form for a one-on-one play, Zheng Jun preferred to score with minimal effort. Bynum stepped up to set a screen, effectively blocking Davis with his broad frame, thereby limiting any significant interference from him. As Murphy came to assist defensively, Zheng Jun bypassed him with a low dribble and maneuvered towards the free throw line. As Dunleavy attempted to close in, Zheng Jun adeptly used his body to shield him before executing a smooth spin to the basket. His footwork and dribbling were exceptionally coordinated, and instead of going for a straightforward layup, he leaped from one side to the other, finishing with a reverse layup off the backboard. Zheng Jun exhibited remarkable agility, and his shooting touch was extraordinary. The ball spun perfectly into the hoop with ease. 5-5, after scoring 5 consecutive points. Zheng Jun's performance was as effortless as a sprite gliding through the air. He was a stark contrast to Byron Davis, showcasing superior skills. His ability to navigate the paint without losing control of the ball was astonishingly fluid. While Kobe thrived on extreme one-on-one scenarios, Zheng Jun excelled at leveraging his teammates. The fans were in awe at his agility, as he flawlessly dismantled both the perimeter and interior defenses of the Warriors. Davis, witnessing Zheng Jun's prowess, recalled Fisher's earlier cautionary words. Zheng Jun was not an easy target to dominate. As the Warriors launched their offense, Davis rallied his teammates for a quick inbound. He pushed the ball up the court with urgency. Upon reaching the front court, Davis executed a quick change of direction towards Zheng Jun's left side. Zheng Jun maintained his position, persistently disrupting Davis's rhythm. Meanwhile, Murphy slipped out from the paint, and Bynum was slow to react. Davis passed the ball to Murphy, who took a three-point shot from the top of the arc. As one of the few tall players capable of shooting threes, Murphy's shooting percentage hovered around 33. The defense from Bynum was lacking, allowing Murphy to score effortlessly. Swish. 8-5. The Warriors momentarily dampened the Lakers' momentum. It was a back-to-back game for the Lakers, while the Warriors had enjoyed several days of rest. Despite the home court advantage, the Lakers appeared to be moving sluggishly. In the Lakers' next offensive play, Odom passed to Kobe, who signaled Zheng Jun to take control. Kobe brought the ball across half court and initiated a pick and roll with Bynum. After the screen, Kobe handed the ball to Bynum. But Murphy's defensive positioning was impeccable, preventing Bynum from easily entering the paint, forcing him to take a contested shot from afar. The ball clattered off the rim, bouncing out far, but Kobe managed to regain possession. Taking a step forward, he attempted a close-range jumper, a specialty of his. However, clang. Kobe's shooting touch was still off, and the shot missed. Diogo secured the rebound, bringing the Warriors back on offense. Davis brought the ball across half court again, choosing not to slow the pace and directly initiating the attack. He passed to Dunleavy, who then found Diogo in the interior after drawing defenders. Odom maintained his defensive position, raising his hands to contest Diogo's shot. Diogo executed a strong move, colliding with Odom before releasing the ball. It banked off the backboard and dropped into the hoop. The cheers from the Staples Center subsided slightly. The fans could see that the Warriors were in better form than the Lakers, who were slow to find their rhythm. As the Lakers resumed their offensive efforts, Zhang Zhun dribbled into the front court and passed to Bynum, who was being closely guarded by Murphy. Murphy cleverly positioned himself to obstruct Bynum, causing him some discomfort. Bynum moved the ball to Kobe, who quickly passed to Zhang Zhun. Positioned at the left side beyond the three-point line, Zhang Zhun faced Davis. He began with a probing dribble, but Davis, wary of his prowess, reached out to contest. Instead of attempting to draw a foul, Zhang Zhun relied on his excellent form, executing a forceful right-side dribble followed by a quick step back for a shot. Davis's defense was tight, his hands reaching to disrupt Zhang Zhun's shot, yet Zhang Zhun's rhythm was too rapid. The ball soared over Davis's head and directly towards the hoop. Swish. A pinpoint strike. With 8 consecutive points, Zhang Zhun showcased an extraordinary shooting touch that night. The fans at Staples erupted, exhilarated by his response from beyond the arc. Zhang Zhun appeared formidable, a true force on the court. Even with Davis's defense right in his face, it mattered not. Zhang Zhun was fully loaded and ready to shoot. The explosive scoring was astonishing. Domestic and international fans were left astounded by Zhang Zhun's ability to score 8 points with merely 3 attempts. It seemed as if scoring was a trivial pursuit for him, requiring little physical confrontation, merely the ability to find space and release the ball. Jessica Alba cheered excitedly. Well done. Her passion for basketball shone through, reveling in the exhilaration the sport provided. On the sidelines, the Warriors head coach signaled for Davis to continue the offensive push. As the Warriors had never relied on defense to secure victories, their strategy revolved around relentless offense. Davis advanced the ball into the front court, initially passing to Dunleavy, who then found Richardson. As the Warriors' primary scorer, this was Richardson's first possession of the night, but he faced Kobe's staunch defense. Lacking confidence in a one-on-one against Kobe, Richardson called for a screen. Diogu quickly moved up to delay Kobe's advance. Richardson dribbled to the right side, penetrating the defense. Kobe, having navigated around the screen, continued his pursuit of Richardson. As Richardson attempted a swift layup, Kobe executed a remarkable flying defense. With a resounding slap, Kobe showcased his formidable shot-blocking prowess. Swatting Richardson's attempt away, the ball ricocheted off the rim, and Zhang Zhun seized the moment to launch a rapid offensive. Byron Davis sought to impede Zhang Zhun, but he smoothly pivoted past him. The Warriors' defense was lackluster, and by the time Zhang Zhun reached the front court, he faced no opposition. Instead of driving for a layup, Zhang Zhun positioned himself just beyond the three-point line, unleashing a quick transition three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. A perfect shot. Oh wow, how audacious. Such a transition three-pointer is remarkable. Every shot was pure. What were the Warriors doing? If I attempted a transition three-pointer, my coach would scold me mercilessly. Zhang Zhun is incredible. The crowd erupted in cheers. Timeout. The Warriors were abruptly halted. Zhang Zhun, revealing his braces, celebrated by shaking his shoulders and waving his fingers towards the audience. He was counting. 1, 2, 3. He extended 3 fingers, shaking them to signify the 3 three-pointers scored at the outset. Click, click, click. His celebratory gestures were captured by cameras. Far away in Oakland, Warriors fans were seething with frustration. His celebration was undeniably brazen. It was infuriating. Conversely, the fans in Los Angeles were thoroughly enjoying it, especially the younger ones who admired Zhang Zhun's unique flair. Chapter 51. Consecutive buzzer-beater three-pointers shatter the Warriors' composure. After celebrating, Zhang Zhun returned to the bench and exchanged high-fives with Kobe. Though Kobe's shooting touch was average today, having missed his first 2 attempts, he understood the importance of sharing the ball. Barkley commented, "The Lakers are primarily targeting Zhang Zhun at the start, and he is unleashing his full offensive prowess. It's evident that tonight will be a fierce showdown." Miller remarked, hitting 3 three-pointers right off the bat. Zhang Zhun has accounted for all of the team's points, showcasing his offensive firepower. On the bench, Zhang Zhun took a sip of water, experiencing once again the terrifying sensation of being in the zone. It felt as if every shot was destined to find its mark. Regardless of the opponent's interference, nothing seemed capable of disrupting his rhythm. Compared to his usual self, his ability to withstand pressure had notably improved, even if only slightly. In the realm of elite athletes, such nuances often determine the difference between greatness and mediocrity. Odom, Bynum, and others were in awe of Zhang Zhun's perimeter shooting ability. There was no need for elaborate maneuvers. He simply found opportunities and launched his three-pointers. The fans at Staples Center erupted in cheers, their eyes glued to the large screen showcasing Zhang Zhan's earlier shots, for attempts, for successes, including 3 from beyond the arc. On the Warriors bench, Coach Montgomery bellowed at Baron Davis, "Baron, rein in your arrogance. Get up on him, apply pressure, and deny him the shot." Baron Davis nodded seriously, "All right, I'll take care of it." He did not seek excuses for his earlier defensive shortcomings. The timeout ended swiftly, and the Warriors initiated their offense. Zhang Zhan's scoring spree did not lead to the Warriors' collapse, for they were a team renowned for their mental resilience. Baron Davis dribbled the ball up court, setting up a tactical play. Zhang Zhan opened his arms, intently observing Davis, attempting to decipher his next move. Davis passed the ball to Richardson, who was tightly guarded by Kobe. Davis maneuvered Zhang Zhan into the low post. Richardson then passed to Dunleavy, who subsequently found Davis. Diogu and Murphy spread out, anticipating Davis to overpower Zhang Zhan. With a thud, Davis backed Zhang Zhan up a few steps, who intentionally allowed him to encroach. The Lakers' interior defense was bolstered by 2 big men ready to assist. Odom quickly moved in to double team, while Bynum stayed close to Diogu, and Murphy slipped away. Davis passed to Murphy on the perimeter. Murphy's three-point attempt was rushed. The ball clanked off the rim and soared into the air. Zhang Zhan leaped, securing the rebound. Dribbling towards Davis, he remarked, "I thought you were going to attack the paint, but you opted to pass." Davis retorted, "You better not call for help defense. I will overpower you." Zhang Zhan replied, "The difference between us is that I play with my mind, while you do not." His taunts were sharp, darkening Davis's expression. The Lakers' offense resumed. Zhang Zhan crossed half court, and upon reaching the front court, Bynum came to receive the ball. Zhang Zhan passed to Bynum, who returned the favor in a seamless exchange. They began to collaborate effectively. Bynum delayed Davis, allowing Zhang Zhan to penetrate. He moved at a measured pace, dribbling while surveying the court. His exceptional ball-handling skills ensured he maintained possession. As Murphy attempted to double-team, Zhang Zhan altered his pace and accelerated, leaving Murphy in his wake. Upon reaching the right side, he effortlessly tossed the ball into the air. A dark figure emerged from the middle like a deity descending from the heavens, Bynum. Zhang Zhan had drawn the Warriors' defense entirely towards him, leaving Bynum wide open. With a powerful slam, Bynum dunked the ball emphatically, hanging on the rim and letting his body sway like a pendulum, roaring in triumph. The fans at Staples Center erupted once more in jubilation. Bynum landed and turned to celebrate with Zhang Zhan, feeling that their synergy was far more fluid than with Kobe. Had it been Kobe, he likely would have opted to take the shot himself. Davis was visibly frustrated. Zhang Zhan had completely unraveled the Warriors' defense, delivering an effortless assist to Bynum. Is this guy really just a rookie? How can a rookie be this formidable? Davis began to sense his inability to contain Zhang Zhan, and apprehension crept in. The Warriors' offense resumed. Davis dribbled up court and swiftly passed to Richardson. With the help of Murphy's screen, Richardson finally shook off Kobe's defense. Davis initiated a bounce pass, and Richardson released a shot in motion. Bynum was supposed to help, but he hesitated. With a swish, Richardson scored. Kobe shot Bynum a disapproving glance, and Bynum averted his gaze, fearing reprimand for failing to defend. The Lakers' offense continued. Zhang Zhan dribbled past half court, orchestrating the play. Kobe, positioned on the opposite side, created space without demanding the ball. Recognizing that Zhang Zhan was in a rhythm, he chose not to disrupt it. Kobe was no longer solely focused on personal statistics. His priority was securing a victory for the team. Zhang Zhan executed a handoff with Odom, who attempted to set a screen but failed. Davis squeezed past and seized the position. Zhang Zhan faced Davis's aggressive defense. With each physical confrontation, Zhang Zhan maintained his composure. Seizing the rhythm, he launched a three-pointer as Davis collided with him. The whistle blew. A three-point foul. This rookie displayed remarkable intelligence. The Staples Center crowd erupted in cheers, delighted that Zhang Zhan had earned the referee's call. Zhang Weiping commented, "Davis has clearly intensified his defense against Zhang Zhan, but the intensity was excessive, allowing Zhang Zhan to seize the opportunity. His basketball IQ is simply exceptional." Su Jiqing added, "Indeed, the Warriors are struggling to contain Zhang Zhan, and Kobe hasn't even begun to exert himself yet." Davis raised his hands in surrender, then let them drop in defeat, opting not to argue. He felt disheartened. Zhang Zhan stepped to the free throw line and confidently sank all 3 shots. His scoring frenzy continued unabated. The large screen repeatedly showcased Zhang Jun, and fans clad in the number 5 jersey were exhilarated. All Lakers fans reveled in Zhang Jun's brilliance and dominance on the court. Although he appeared harmless, his shots delivered a heavy blow to his opponents. The Warriors' offense resumed as Davis dribbled into the front court, quickly passing the ball to Richardson. Richardson once again executed a pick and roll with Murphy. Following the screen, Kobe was momentarily delayed, allowing Bynum to step up just in time. However, Richardson's change in rhythm and subsequent acceleration allowed him to slip past Bynum with ease. His soaring layup sent the ball soaring through the net. Barkley remarked, "Do not be misled by the commotion surrounding Zhang Jun. The Warriors' offense is equally formidable, consistently dismantling the Lakers' defense." Miller added, "The Lakers are allowing them far too much ease in scoring." Bynum, visibly frustrated, slammed the ball into the ground, feeling the heaviness in his feet. The Lakers initiated their offense as Zhang Jun dribbled past the half-court line. Byron Davis and Dunleavy immediately converged to apply pressure. Zhang Jun swiftly passed the ball to Kobe on the right side. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe executed a feint, slightly lifting Richardson off the ground. With a sudden burst, he drove right, leaving Richardson in his wake. Kobe halted for a jump shot. Clang. Once again, it missed. Kobe's shooting touch seemed to have abandoned him. The ball ricocheted long, and Byron Davis, having positioned himself well, secured the rebound. The Warriors surged forward offensively. After bringing the ball past half-court, Byron Davis passed directly to Dunleavy, who in turn fed Murphy. Holding the ball at the free throw line, Murphy faced Bynum's defense and faked a shot. Bynum remained unfazed, and Murphy, unperturbed, launched his shot. Swish. A clean basket. The game had descended into an intense struggle. The Warriors began to double-team Zhang Jun relentlessly, yet he remained unperturbed, distributing the ball to his teammates whenever he faced pressure. Odom and Bynum executed solid inside plays, but Kobe continued to struggle to find his rhythm. The Warriors recognized the Lakers' interior strength and opted not to engage in a half-court battle, but rather relied on fast breaks. The Lakers' interior defense appeared sluggish, allowing the Warriors to capitalize on several transition opportunities. Zhang Jun exhibited an impressive offensive desire from the outset. If his teammates faltered in scoring, he took it upon himself to spearhead the offense. The Warriors' attempts to double-team Zhang Jun were not always successful. His relentless movement on the court created significant challenges for the Warriors' defense. Each time Zhang Jun executed a dazzling offensive play, the crowd erupted in cheers. The Warriors did not allow Zhang Jun to score effortlessly. They resorted to some unsavory tactics. Diogu, during one of Zhang Jun's fast breaks, blatantly tackled him. Zhang Jun stumbled slightly, but regained his footing. Instead of expressing remorse, Diogu yelled at Zhang Jun, "Rookie, don't even think about a fast break." Just as Zhang Jun stood, Bynum rushed forward. "You're worthless," he shouted. The two faced off, and the referee quickly intervened, issuing warnings to both. Subsequently, Diogu received a flagrant foul. As the first quarter drew to a close, Kobe erupted, sinking 2 mid-range jumpers, which somewhat alleviated the bleakness of his stats. With 27 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Warriors initiated their offense. Fisher managed the clock, and with just 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he passed to Richardson. Richardson collaborated with the arriving Biedrins. Attracting Bynum's defensive switch, Kobe was drawn away by Biedrins. Richardson accelerated past Bynum on the left, soaring for a layup that found the net. Only 4 seconds remained, and the Warriors left the Lakers with a mere 4 seconds to respond. Kwame Brown quickly inbounded the ball to the nearby Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun received the pass just inside his own three-point line. Byron Davis approached to stifle Zhang Jun as he crossed half-court. Zhang Jun executed a deft, wide-ranging dribble, narrowly evading Davis's defensive interference. Reaching the logo at mid-court, he prepared for a shot, the timing nearing its end. Zhang Jun opted for a running arrow shot. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Buzz. The ball soared through the air just as time expired. Swish. The basketball pierced the net, creating a splash as it went in at the buzzer.